Bright sunlight chased away the morning mist, bathing the quiet courtyard in its glow. Chinyu sat up in bed and stretched. What a beautiful day. Once I pass the selection and get into the sect, the world of cultivation will have a new rising star. Oh yeah, the Tian sect's annual recruitment was today, and Chinyu had been waiting a whole year for it. After getting dressed and shouldering his pack, Chinyu casually grabbed a bag of fried stinky tofu and stepped out the door. 1 year ago. Back then, Chinyu was still on Blue Star, playing a game. After losing 30 matches in a row, he suddenly felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated into the body of this young man. Most of the original owner's memories were gone, leaving only a few vague keywords: cultivation, sect selection, bandits, severely injured. At first, he thought the body's original owner had just read too many novels. But after asking around and finding out the truth, only one phrase escaped Chinyu's lips. Holy shit. He had actually transmigrated to a world where cultivation was real. It only took a second for Chinyu to make cultivation his #1 goal. What man could resist the temptation of soaring through the heavens, riding on swords, and commanding the wind? More importantly, Chinyu planned to return to Blue Star after becoming an immortal to have a good, long chat with that game designer. At that time, the Tian sect's recruitment had just been happening. Chinyu ran all the way to the sect, only to find that it was already over. So, Chinyu simply rented a small house in the nearby town. He made a living by frying stinky tofu, using a recipe passed down through his family. With his pack on his back, Chinyu walked down the town's busiest street. Because of the Tian sect selection, the town was filled with many new faces. The breakfast stalls were doing booming business, and the street was bustling with activity. Chinyu expertly navigated his way to a stall. As he looked at the busy proprietress, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Shady Merchant D. Rank, a natural-born hustler, able to make a fortune with a bit of cunning, becomes the infamous owner of a local rip-off joint. Copyable. Chinyu was already used to these kinds of tags. After transmigrating, he bonded with a system that allowed him to see other people's talents. What's more, he had a one-time opportunity to copy a D-rank talent. Not everyone had talents. The ones the system could identify were only found in about 1 in 1,000 people. Besides, Chinyu felt the system's detection wasn't always accurate. Take the lady boss in front of him, for example. Her prices were fair, and she never shortchanged anyone. She always treated him well. When Chinyu first arrived in town, penniless, she had even given him food on the house. How could such a kind person possibly be running a shady shop? The system was clearly mistaken this time. Anti-pan, 1 meat pastry, and a bowl of soft tofu pudding. Chinyu said with a smile. You got it. That'll be 200 copper coins. Take a seat inside. Holy crap, what a rip-off. The smile on Chinyu's face froze. He thought he must have misheard. This stuff usually only cost 2 copper coins. Anti-pan looked up, saw it was Chinyu, and immediately pulled him aside. She lowered her voice and asked, Why haven't you set up your stall yet? A bunch of rich suckers came to town today. You need to hurry up and fleece them for all they're worth. The locals might be too scared to eat that stinky tofu of yours, but there are always some brave out-of-towners willing to give it a try. And even if they don't eat it, you can still con them into buying some to take home for their dogs. Just say the spirit hounds of the sky profound sect love the stuff, that it boosts their cultivation. Hell, just feed them whatever line sounds good. Every sucker you hook is a win. Chinyu's face darkened. For dogs? Are you fucking kidding me? He thought. This is an ancestral recipe of the Chin family, a secret formula passed down only to the men. Auntie Pan added, Today, jack up the price for all the out-of-towners by 100 times. No, 1,000 times would be fine too. Anyway, those rich suckers are loaded. These next 2 days will make or break us for the whole year. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get your stall set up. Auntie Fatty pressed. Chinyu's smile froze, and for a moment, he looked as if he'd been slapped. The system really knows how to read people. So it's true, you can't get rich in business without being a crook. How terrifying. And just like that, it all clicked for Chinyu. He finally put it together. The town was usually dead, yet every single one of these merchants was fat, happy, and rolling in dough. So this was it. They were all counting on these few days to make a killing. Chinyu scratched his head. Auntie Fatty, he said, I'm actually going to try my luck at the Xiantian Sect today. I'm going to skip setting up the stall. Auntie Fatty slapped her forehead. Oh, listen to me. With my memory, I completely forgot you came to town for the selection trials. This one's on me, kid. Good luck. Thanks, Auntie Fatty. With practiced ease, Auntie Fatty ladled out a bowl of tofu pudding and grabbed 2 meat pies, muttering to herself as she handed them over. Such a shame. One less crooked merchant in town today. Chinyu was speechless, frozen on the spot. Chinyu carried his bowl over to a small table and sat down. He took a sip of the savory, spicy tofu pudding, then a bite of the fragrant, oversized meat pie. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Chinyu sidled up to Auntie Fatty, a sly grin on his face. Auntie Fatty, I just had a brilliant idea. Tomorrow, besides your usual savory tofu pudding, you should make a pot of the sweet stuff, too. Sweet tofu pudding? Auntie Fatty asked dubiously. Who in their right mind would eat that? That's exactly why you'll make an extra buck. The fact that no one likes it is the whole point. Listen to me. From now on, whenever a customer orders, you serve them the sweet tofu pudding by default, unless they specifically ask for the other one. Chances are, they'll take one bite and hate it. But who's going to eat a meat pie without something to wash it down? Besides, these people aren't short on cash. They'll almost certainly order a bowl of the savory stuff. And just like that, you get paid twice. Hearing this, Auntie Fatty's eyes lit up instantly. You young folks are so quick on your feet, and sharp too. Hold on, I'll run home and get you some sweets. Back at the table, a sense of satisfaction washed over Chinyu. Consider this my way of thanking Auntie Pang and the others for taking care of me this past year. His belly full, Chinyu slung his backpack on and gazed toward the horizon. World of cultivation, the great Emperor Qin Yu has arrived. The gates of the Xiantian Sect were situated halfway up the mountain, with the small town nestled at its foot. Qin Yu knew the path well, making his way up the stone steps hewn from the mountainside. Along the way, he saw many other boys and girls his age. Some were dressed in lavish robes, accompanied by guards. Others were plain clothes, much like Qin Yu himself. Qin Yu's gaze swept over them one by one, and a stream of various talents appeared before his eyes. Low-grade spirit root D rank. Possesses the bare minimum aptitude for cultivation. Destined for a lifetime of servitude as an outer disciple. Copyable. Delicate features C rank. A handsome and refined appearance. There's no denying that good looks can open doors. Not copyable. Thick skin D rank. Coarse and tough skin. Possesses a slightly faster healing rate than an ordinary person. Copyable. Mid-grade spirit root C rank. Meets the basic threshold for cultivation. Unlikely to achieve greatness and fated to be a mere background character. Not copyable. Strategic mind B rank. A quick and agile thinker, skilled in strategy and planning. Often achieves victory through unconventional means. Not copyable. The Xiantian Sect selection trials brought together all the young talents of the Liang Kingdom. Talents rarely seen in his daily life now appeared before Qin Yu in quick succession. What a shame. Qin Yu sighed, shaking his head gently. They're all too weak. With talents like these, trying to compete with me is practically impossible. With that, Qin Yu pointed a finger into the air before him. Copy talent, low-grade spirit root D rank. Yes. Copy successful. System, congratulations. You have unlocked your first talent and character template. Character name, Qin Yu. Talent, low-grade spiritual root D rank. Progress, 0% note. Upon reaching 100%, you will gain an opportunity to replicate a talent. System update. The talent scan feature has been switched from passive to manual activation. The first test for entry into the Xiantian Sect was a spiritual root assessment. Those without one were immediately eliminated, which was why Qin Yu had replicated the low-grade spiritual root without a second thought. After reading the system notifications, Qin Yu pondered for a moment. So I can activate the talent scan myself now. That's a nice feature. It'll keep my screen from getting spammed with notifications when I'm in a crowd. And I can replicate another talent once the progress bar is full. I just wonder what tier of talent I'll be able to get next time. After a moment's thought, Qin Yu put the matter aside. Now that he finally had a spiritual root, he was eager to see what it actually felt like. My back is suddenly getting warm and a little damp. Ha ha ha. So this is what it feels like to have a spiritual root. The day I, Qin Yu, become the great emperor is surely just around the corner. Low-grade spiritual root D rank. Possesses the bare minimum aptitude for cultivation. Bearers are most likely destined for a life as a menial disciple. But at that moment, the system just had to display a detailed description of the low-grade spiritual root. Qin Yu ignored the description, confidently striding up the mountain path. Just as he'd thought, having a spiritual root made all the difference. His back felt much warmer, and even climbing the mountain felt easier. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Hey, you up ahead. I think your backpack is leaking." Huh. Qin Yu quickly swung the pack off his shoulders. Sure enough, his water flask had sprung a leak, and all the hot water had spilled out. No wonder his back had felt so warm. Qin Yu nodded at the person and said earnestly, "Thanks for the heads up. Any later, and my pants would have been soaked. Don't mention it. Happy to help." Qin Yu glanced back at the man, letting out a sigh of regret. He had just tested the man. Unfortunately, he'd shown no aptitude whatsoever. Cultivation, at the end of the day, was a path for the chosen few. Once the man had strode away, full of confidence, Qin Yu picked up his sopping wet backpack and gave it a few hard twists to wring out the water. The moment he finished, it hit him. Besides his clothes, he'd also packed a dozen or so pieces of stinky tofu in his bag. He quickly unfastened his pack and carefully pulled out the oiled paper package containing the tofu. The paper was soaked through and torn in several places, and the tofu inside had been mashed into a single, mushy clump. The large, dark, indescribable glob looked more and more like a cow patty the longer he stared at it. Worse, the recent soaking had warmed it, and steam was now rising from its surface. It looked disturbingly fresh. It looked the part, but how did it smell? Qin Yu leaned closer and took a deep whiff. He nearly gagged on the spot. Yep, looked the part, and smelled even more like it. So disgusting. I've got to toss this. He stood up, trying to look casual, intending to ditch the thing when no one was looking. But to his surprise, he found that everyone on the street was frozen in place, staring right at him. Damn, with this many people watching, just tossing it on the ground would look pretty bad. He rewrapped the mess in the oily paper as best he could, shoved it back into his backpack, and decided he'd find a trash can to deal with it later. After slinging the pack over his shoulder, Qin Yu noticed that the people around him were still staring with the same looks of utter disbelief. Of course, my natural charisma is just that captivating. I turn heads with every move I make. Sigh. It's a real burden, being this handsome. He puffed out his chest, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, strode forward with a steady gait. The moment Qin Yu was a safe distance away, a wave of groans and cries erupted from the crowd. Ugh, my eyes. What in the world did I just witness? That's disgusting. Wretch. I'm joining a different sect. I'm dropping out of the recruitment, a girl shrieked, then turned and fled. The girl's name was Li Xiangxiang. She was the young miss of the Li clan, the most prominent cultivation family in the entire kingdom of Liang. She'd come to the Tian sect for the selection trials today, only to stumble upon a scene so bizarre it shattered her worldview and would haunt her for the rest of her life. She had watched with her own eyes as Qin Yu pulled a paper-wrapped, unidentifiable lump from his backpack. Although she couldn't tell exactly what the thing was, from its shape, color, and the faint smell lingering in the air, Li Xiangxiang had a pretty good idea. She thought him pulling that thing out of his bag was shocking enough, but what came next was even more appalling. She watched as Qin Yu first cupped it in his hands, staring at it for a good while. Then, he brought it to his nose and took a deep whiff. And then, right in front of everyone, he casually rewrapped it in the paper and stuffed it back into his backpack. What was even more outrageous was that as he walked away, he looked utterly confident and smug. Oh my God, how can you mess with that stuff and still be so proud of yourself? After about 2 hours of climbing, Qin Yu finally arrived at a plaza as vast as several football fields. At the far end of the plaza stood an arched stone gate, upon which were carved 3 large, powerful characters. Tian Sect. Finally made it? So this is the main gate of the Tian Sect. Qin Yu looked around curiously. The plaza was swarming with people, at least 10,000 of them. In the sky, cultivators zipped past on flying swords, while massive spirit beasts, large enough to blot out the sun, soared towards the plaza. It was then that Qin Yu understood why he hadn't seen any of the exceptionally talented prodigies on his way up. The scions of the great families, it turned out, didn't need to climb. They flew here directly. Although prodigies did occasionally emerge from among the common folk, the odds were incredibly low, practically 1 in 10,000. The descendants of cultivation clans were far more likely to be born with high-grade or even supreme-grade spiritual roots. Qin Yu targeted a youth riding a giant, cyan bird, and used his system to scan the boy's talent. Target is too far. Scan failed. Damn it. Frustrated, Qin Yu found a shady spot under a tree and sat down, settling in to wait for the test to begin. High noon. A bell tolled from deep within the Taixuan sect, its peal echoing between heaven and earth. It's starting. Qin Yu immediately hurried toward the main gate of the Taixuan sect. A moment later, 2 lines of Taixuan sect disciples emerged in perfect formation, dressed in azure-patterned white robes and gilded boots. At the rear of the procession was an elder with white eyebrows, a white beard, and an ethereal bearing. The elder announced his name. I am Hu Tian, the second elder of the Taixuan sect. Welcome, everyone, to our sect's recruitment trials. Though the elder's voice wasn't loud, it carried a magical quality, reaching every person present with perfect clarity. The age limit for new disciples is under 16, he said. Those who do not meet the requirement may leave now. A quarter of an hour later, the trials officially began. The first trial is the spirit root test. The moment he finished speaking, the disciples who had emerged earlier swiftly set up multiple testing stations. Aspirants may now form lines. Chaperones and all other personnel, please wait outside the plaza. At his words, the plaza burst into activity. 12 testing stations were set up in total, each one manned by 2 Taixuan sect disciples. With quick eyes and even quicker feet, Qin Yu snagged a spot near the front of a line, craning his neck and standing on his tiptoes to get a better look. He was curious to see just how the Taixuan sect tested for spirit roots. Just then, a young nobleman in brocade robes sauntered over, his hands clasped behind his back, and planted himself right in front of Qin Yu, as if he owned the place. He shot Qin Yu a disdainful look. Peasant, scram to the back. Consider yourself honored that this young master is cutting in front of you. Cutting in line? Qin Yu thought, taken aback. He paused for a second, stunned. He'd never imagined that even in the world of cultivation, there were people who loved to cut in line. Scumbags like him really are everywhere. But if you think you can cut in front of me, you've picked the wrong guy to mess with. Without a second thought, Qin Yu kicked him. Get the hell out of my way. The kick sent the nobleman staggering. He whipped around, his face contorted with fury. You peasant. How dare you kick me? Do you have any idea who I am? Qin Yu shot back. Well, do you know who I am? The nobleman froze, asking in confusion. And who are you? I'm your daddy. You? The young nobleman's face twisted into a ferocious snarl. I am the son of the Prime Minister. Get on your knees and kowtow to me now, and I'll grant you a swift death. Qin Yu nodded smugly. Such a good, dutiful son. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have forgotten I was the Prime Minister. You're courting death. The young nobleman clenched his fists, squaring up to fight. When it came to fighting, Qin Yu had never been one to back down. Even the Prime Minister's son was just a mortal before he started cultivating. Besides, the guy looked utterly spoiled. In a real fight, he probably couldn't even handle a common street thug. I wonder how long he'd cry after taking a single punch. Just as Qin Yu was about to unleash his so-called fist of justice, a disciple from the Taixuan sect, responsible for maintaining order, arrived right on cue. Gentlemen, remember where you are. Anyone causing a disturbance will be expelled. The young nobleman shot the disciple a glare before turning back to Qin Yu, his voice low and grim. You got lucky this time, kid. But you've crossed me now. Neither you nor your family will meet a peaceful end. Just you wait. Qin Yu simply pointed behind himself. If you're not going to fight, then get to the back of the line. You just wait, the young nobleman hissed through gritted teeth. He moved behind Qin Yu, then snarled at the onlookers. What are you looking at? You want to die too? The crowd quickly averted their eyes. Qin Yu immediately used his appraisal ability, thinking, I wonder what kind of aptitude this idiot son of the Prime Minister actually has. High-grade spirit root B rank, a respectable aptitude. Cultivation's speed far surpasses that of ordinary people, with a good chance of establishing a foothold in the world of cultivation. Exceptional alchemical talent B rank. Possesses a remarkable talent for alchemy, capable of refining difficult pills with a relatively high success rate. Apothecary's assistant D rank, a minor talent in the medical arts. Proficient in treating common ailments. Qin Yu shook his head. Such great potential, he thought, completely wasted on a dog. The line continued to move forward. Up ahead, sounds of both hysterical wailing and uproarious laughter could be heard from time to time. Qin Yu watched as the very guy who warned him about the leak ran off, his face buried in his hands, sobbing. "My spirit root," he wailed. "What am I going to do without you?" The line moved quickly, and before long, it was Qin Yu's turn. A disciple of the Taixuan sect said, "Just place your hand on the crystal ball." Qin Yu reached out and gently touched the crystal. The crystal ball flickered a few times before emitting a faint white glow. The brighter the glow, the greater the person's affinity for the spiritual energy of the world, and the better their talent. Qin Yu's faint white glow signified the lowest possible rank, a low-grade spirit root. "Qin Yu, low-grade spirit root." "Passed," the disciple called out. Next, a young nobleman, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled up to the disciple taking records. With his chin held high, he announced arrogantly, "Tang Outyin, high-grade spirit root. Please place your hand on the crystal for testing," the disciple said. He scoffed. "What a hassle. I'm the Prime Minister's son. Do you really think I'd lie about something like this?" Tang Outyin slammed his hand onto the crystal ball, which instantly erupted with a blinding white light. Gasps of envy rose from the surrounding crowd. Tang Outyin, high-grade spirit root. Next, basking in the crowd's admiration, Tang Outyin sauntered over to Qin Yu and sneered. "A piece of trash with a low-grade spirit root wants to cultivate? You'd be better off going back to the fields to grovel for scraps." His words, combined with his smug expression, made Qin Yu clench his jaw in fury. "Son of a bitch," he seethed internally. "Just you wait. I'm going to smack that arrogant look right off your face." Second Elder Hu Tian stood with his hands behind his back and addressed the group. "Congratulations on passing the first round, the spirit root assessment. The second round will now begin. The examiner will announce the specific rules and content. I wish you all the best of luck." The moment his voice faded, Qin Yu was overcome with a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange, empty space. "Welcome to the second trial, little one," a voice boomed. A slender, elderly-looking being coalesced from white mist appeared beside Qin Yu and announced his identity. "I am the keeper of the Taixuan sect's scripture pavilion, the ancient book spirit, omniscient." "A book spirit? Are you powerful?" "But of course," Omniscient proclaimed with pride. "I have read countless tomes. I know the heavens above and the earth below. From the theories behind cultivation arts and the histories of the great sects, down to the most trivial affairs of the cultivation world, I know it all. If I were to claim I'm the second most learned being in the cultivation world, no one would dare claim to be the first. So kid, impressive, aren't I?" Qin Yu scoffed. "Humph, what good is knowing all that? In the cultivation world, power is the only thing that matters." "How superficial. Have you never heard the saying, knowledge is power? The cultivation world is about more than just fighting and killing. But forget it. There's no point explaining it to a junior like you. Once you're accepted into the Taixuan sect, you'll understand just how formidable I truly am. All right, since you claim to be so knowledgeable, let me ask you something." "Ask away," Omniscient replied with confidence. A smirk touched Qin Yu's lips. "All right then, I'll ask you this. Can a person breathe underwater?" "Of course not," Omniscient explained, his tone like a lecturing professor. "For a cultivator, there's little difference between being underwater and on dry land. Anyone with even a modicum of cultivation can go for hours without taking a breath, so there is simply no need to do so. And since it isn't necessary, any spell for that purpose would be practically useless. Naturally, no one would ever bother to create one." Qin Yu wagged a finger, a grin spreading across his face. "You're wrong. Impossible." Omniscient's eye shot wide. For millennia, his word had been treated as absolute truth. No one had ever dared to look him in the eye and say, "You're wrong." "Senior Omniscient, don't get ahead of yourself. Allow me to demonstrate." "Fine. I'd like to see just how you explain this, kid. Omniscient stared intently at Qin Yu, his voice turning grave. But if you're trying to make a fool of me, the consequences will be severe. Of course I wouldn't dare, Qin Yu said respectfully. Just moments before, Master Know-It-All had once again scoured every ancient text, confirming that no cultivator, bored or otherwise, had ever bothered to study a method for breathing underwater. If he couldn't find any record of it, it was impossible that this kid of 14 or 15 standing before him could know a way. So, this had to be nothing more than an elaborate bluff. Qin Yu glanced around and asked, "Senior, is there a flask of water here?" With a light wave of his hand, Master Know-It-All instantly materialized a full flask of water before Qin Yu. "Hey, impressive." Qin Yu took the flask. "Watch closely, Senior. I'm only doing this once." "Fine." Master Know-It-All's eyes were glued to Qin Yu, afraid he might miss the slightest detail. "Here I go." Under Master Know-It-All's watchful gaze, Qin Yu slowly raised the flask over his head and then took a deep breath. "Ho, hiya, get on with it," Master Know-It-All urged. "I'm already done, Senior." Seeing the utterly baffled look on the old man's face, Qin Yu explained, "You see, there's water in this flask, correct?" "Correct." Master Know-It-All nodded, still confused. "And this water is now above my head, correct?" "Correct." "And I am under the water, correct?" "Correct." "And I can breathe here, correct?" "Correct." "And I'm still an ordinary human, correct?" "Correct." "Therefore, it's evident that humans can breathe underwater, right?" "Right, no?" "Wait, that's not right." Master Know-It-All suddenly yelled, like a raving old man. "That's cheating. It's a semantic trick," Qin Yu retorted. "With all due respect, Senior, you can't just make baseless accusations. Tell me, which one of my statements was false?" This. Master Know-It-All was stumped, at a complete loss for words. Although he knew perfectly well that Qin Yu was playing with semantics, from a certain point of view, the boy had proven that a human could, in fact, breathe underwater, indirectly proving Master Know-It-All's earlier statement wrong. Know-It-All was never one to concede, and he certainly wasn't about to start now. Even though he could tell Qin Yu was moving the goalposts, Know-It-All was determined to pick apart his logic and shut down that line of argument completely. Seeing the steam practically rising from Senior Know-It-All's head, Qin Yu knew his assessment was spot on. The guy was just like the AIs from Qin Yu's past life, vastly knowledgeable, but prone to crashing the moment he hit a complex logical problem. Qin Yu pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking to himself, "Too easy. No, that can't be right." Know-It-All drifted back and forth in the air, agitated. "Kid, I'm just a projection right now. My intelligence is divided. This little trick of yours wouldn't stand a chance against my true self." Qin Yu replied with a grin. "Uh-huh. Right. Are you doubting me?" Know-It-All's eyebrows and beard bristled with fury. "No, I'm not. Don't be ridiculous." "Uft. Why are you laughing?" "I just thought of something funny," Qin Yu replied. Know-It-All grew even more frantic. "You are doubting me. Fine. Just you wait. I'll have your answer in no time." "I can't be wrong." With a great shout from Know-It-All, the very space before Qin Yu's eyes suddenly fractured. Qin Yu grumbled to himself, "Sheesh, everything was fine. Why'd he get so bent out of shape? If you're going to be a sore loser, don't play the game." Meanwhile, in the Sect's Grand Hall, the Sect Master and the 12 elders were gathered, observing the new disciples' quiz through a large crystal mirror. Second Elder Hu Tian was among them. The one outside was merely a projection. Recruiting new disciples meant an infusion of new blood, a matter that would determine the future of the entire sect. The sect's leadership took this very seriously. Even elders in seclusion would leave a projection behind to keep an eye on things. Of course, while they claimed to be concerned for the sect's future, what the elders really cared about was how the most promising disciples would be divvied up. Old 2. What were the questions for the second trial? The first elder asked. Unlike the second elder, with his ethereal, sage-like appearance, the first elder looked like a young man in his 20s. Powerful cultivators were often able to maintain their youthful looks indefinitely. The second elder felt his sage-like bearing made him seem more like a proper master, one who could easily inspire awe and reverence. The first elder, on the other hand, loved to go incognito, descending to the mortal realm to adventure with the young. He would only reveal his true power when danger struck, performing miracles among mortals and leaving behind countless legends in the cultivation world. Second Elder Taixuan let out a hearty laugh. I spent a long time crafting this question. It's a real tricky one. Let me give you a simple example. Legend has it that in the primordial era, the goddess Nuwa created humans from clay. Now, present a piece of evidence to prove this legend is true. The other elders instinctively began to ponder the question, but after a good while, they were still completely stumped. The story of Nuwa creating humans was just an ancient legend, its truth impossible to verify. How could there be any hard proof? The first elder asked, "So, what's the answer, second brother?" The second elder said, a bit sheepishly, "When you scrub yourself in the bath, isn't that the proof right there?" Everyone was stunned into silence. Seriously, we're recruiting cultivators here, not lunatics. The words were barely out of his mouth when the crystal mirrors suddenly went pitch black. What's going on? As if in response, a disciple's panicked shout came from outside. Sectmaster, this is bad. Senior Know-It-All has gone on strike. The second elder froze. All the disciples participating in the second trial had been inexplicably kicked out of the domain created by the Know-It-All. They stared at each other, utterly bewildered. What happened? I only answered one question before I was out. Was there only one question for the second trial? I'm screwed. I got the first question wrong. Looks like I'll have to wait another year. No way, there was only one. Senior Know-It-All was in the middle of asking me the second question when it just cut off. Could it be? Was this trial a test of our answering speed? I answered 3 questions. All complete nonsense, of course, but let me ask you, was that fast, or what? Listening to everyone argue, Chinyu looked on, utterly baffled. Answering questions? Weren't we supposed to be asking them this time? That Know-It-All came up here claiming he knew everything. So, shouldn't I pass if I ask a question that even he can't answer? It was only then that Chinyu suddenly realized he might have gotten the wrong idea. And on top of that, the fact that everyone was forced to stop answering seemed to have something to do with him. It looked like he'd gotten into trouble. Chinyu glanced around sheepishly, but after thinking it over, he decided he hadn't done anything wrong. I mean, who told that Know-It-All to brag about being omniscient and let people ask whatever they wanted? Who would have thought that one little question off the top of my head would make it blow a gasket? Can you really blame it all on me? You can only blame it for being so easily triggered. The venerable oracle has entered seclusion? The sect master and the elders were all quite astonished to hear the news. In all the previous recruitment drives, the second trial had always been handled by the oracle, who set the questions and scored the candidates. It had run without a hitch for so many years. Besides, the oracle hadn't entered seclusion once in nearly 1,000 years. So why, of all times, would it go into seclusion at such a critical moment? How could this be? The sect master thought for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands with a smile. This is a good thing. Do you know what it means for the oracle to enter seclusion? It means the oracle has entered seclusion, the first elder replied matter-of-factly. The sect master couldn't help but roll his eyes. Such a bizarre train of thought. To think I was the one who recommended him for first elder, I really only have myself to blame. Wrong. The second elder immediately retorted. The sect master's eyes lit up. It seemed he'd have to rely on number 2 to solve this riddle. The second elder lamented. It means the second trial is cancelled. All those fiendishly difficult questions I came up with, all for nothing. The sect master was speechless. Who cared about some damn questions at a time like this? I said it was a good thing. Do you even know what a good thing is? Pay attention to the prompt. For the disciples taking the second trial, this is indeed a good thing, the second elder said thoughtfully. Remembering that impossibly abstract question from before, the others immediately realized the second elder had a point. It's not just beneficial for the disciples, but for the entire sect as well. At least it won't weed out the disciples who are actually sane. The sect master rubbed the bridge of his nose, his patience for the discussion wearing thin. He cut straight to the point. Do you remember? The last time Senior Omniscient went into seclusion, he improved our sect's cultivation techniques, significantly boosting the disciples' cultivation speed. The sect master didn't give the elders a chance to interject and continued. For Senior Omniscient to enter seclusion so abruptly this time, he must have been struck by a sudden inspiration. He rushed into his retreat without so much as a word of notice. Realization dawned on the first and second elders, and they exclaimed in unison, "Of course." Senior omniscience research in cultivation theory is second to none in our time. This retreat is bound to lead to a major breakthrough. The fifth elder, holding a divination compass, said, "I read the stars last night. A pivotal event, one crucial to our sect's future, will occur in the coming days. But I could not foretell whether it will be a blessing or a curse. I had hoped that we might find a peerless talent in today's recruitment to shape our sect's future. I never imagined the key to it all would lie with Senior Omniscient. When you look at it that way, this is indeed a great boon for our sect. So what do we do now? The senior's seclusion is a good thing, but what about the recruitment?" the second elder asked, still preoccupied with the pressing matter. The sect master considered for a moment, then said, "In the past, we've always judged the juniors on their combined performance in the second and third trials. Since we can't hold the second one now, let's just proceed directly to the third. We'll let their performance there decide their fate. Under the circumstances, that's our only option." The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. "All right, second brother. You'll be in charge of recruitment this time. You can also set the passing standard for the third trial. How does that sound?" "No problem. Leave it to me." At the sect entrance, the second elder's clone received his instructions and made the announcement. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the second trial has been temporarily canceled. We will now proceed directly to the third trial. Prepare yourselves, young aspirants. The third trial will officially begin in 15 minutes. The crowd below immediately fell silent, and everyone began to compose themselves. The difficulty of the Xian sect's third trial was notorious throughout the entire cultivation world. Of the three great recruitment trials, the first, the spiritual root test, had remained unchanged for 100 years. The second was a written exam, though the questions often changed. Its format was fixed and followed a predictable pattern. Only the third trial was truly difficult. Each year, its content was bizarre and esoteric, often catching people completely off guard. This trial alone had a failure rate of over 60%. Even most of those who passed by a stroke of luck couldn't explain how they did it. They were clueless as to what was even being tested. It wasn't uncommon to see people who had tried for 5 or 6 years in a row, only to be washed out at the third trial every single time. Faced with such pressure, all the candidates on the field could do was steady their nerves and prepare for whatever came their way. The third trial begins now. The second elder, Hu Tian's voice grew faint in Qin Yu's ears. Qin Yu felt his body plummeting, as if into a bottomless abyss. As he fell, his memories began to fade, piece by piece. In the haze, it felt as though new memories were flooding in, slowly taking the place of the old ones. Everyone's memories, they were all being altered. Bang! Qin Yu's vision suddenly flared with light. "Run, a monster's coming!" An old man in hemp clothes shouted as he ran, rushing right past Qin Yu. A monster! The altered memories surged into his mind. Qin Yu understood. Monsters meant danger. They ate people. The house ahead was smashed to smithereens. Just then, a massive, demonic hound cloaked in black mist appeared before Qin Yu's eyes, looking as if it had crawled up from the deepest abyss. The color drained from Qin Yu's face. In a panic, he turned and fled. The third elder, a beautiful and still graceful woman, spoke up. "Second brother, why don't you tell us about the third trial you've designed?" "No problem," second elder Hu Tian replied, then walked over to the crystal mirror. Images of the participants moving through the third trial appeared in the mirror. He casually magnified one of the scenes. In the image, a young man stood on a path paved with bluestone. An old man in linen clothes rushed past him, shouting as he ran. With a tap of his finger, the second elder froze the image. "First, let me explain the background for the third trial," the second elder said unhurriedly, the pride he took in his creation evident on his face. The story is set in a small fishing village where, every so often, a monster appears. It won't leave until it has devoured a person. And our juniors here will be playing the roles of the ordinary young men and women in the village. The second elder tapped again, and the scene immediately began to change. A giant hound emanating black energy smashed through a house and lunged directly at the young man. "Ah, a dream phantom hound." The elders instantly recognized it. That's right. Only a dream phantom hound can so seamlessly construct such a realistic illusion and, on top of that, effortlessly replace the junior's memories. Dream phantom hounds are natural masters of dream weaving. They can delve into the depths of a consciousness, wantonly alter memories, and trap living beings within a false world. Most other divine beasts in the cultivation world are rare, but the dream phantom hounds are the opposite. The Taixuan sect now has over 1,000 of them. Individually, their strength can't match other divine beasts, but they are able to pool the power of their entire pack. 3,000 years ago, the Dreamhound clan worked together to trap and kill a master in the Tribulation Ascension stage within an illusion. Today, they are even more powerful. The Dreamhounds are the Sect's guardian spirit beasts. To think you had them play the villain. How on earth did you talk them into it? My unique personal charm, of course, the second elder said through gritted teeth, his face betraying his reluctance. The image in the crystal mirror continued to shift. The boy bolted, but the monster deliberately slowed its pursuit. Instead, it turned and began to viciously tear apart the houses behind him. The ground trembled. A small wooden cabin to the boy's right collapsed, and amidst the rubble, his eyes fell upon a little girl. "Help me!" Rushing closer, the boy saw that the little girl's legs were pinned beneath a wooden beam, trapping her. The monster closed in from behind, its massive jaws gaping wide, ready to swallow him whole. In that instant, he had only two choices. First, he could ignore the girl and save himself. Once the monster had eaten her, it would theoretically move on. Second, he could try to save her, but doing so would almost certainly mean being devoured by the monster himself. The monster was moments away, leaving the boy no time to think. Only a decision made in a moment of panic truly reveals one's inner character, the second elder explained. Let's see what the little fellow chooses. In the image, the boy clenched his fists. With a shout, he lunged toward the girl. His sense of justice wouldn't let him stand by and watch the little girl be eaten by the monster. But tragically, before he could free the girl, the monster was upon them, swallowing the boy whole. Righteous and courageous. A fine young man, the third elder remarked. Courageous indeed, the second elder said. He marked an X on the crystal mirror, then announced, eliminated. Why? Isn't courage a good thing? The third elder asked. Courage is a virtue, of course, but too much of it makes you a reckless fool. The second elder explained. This young man knew it would cost him his life to save that girl, yet he still foolishly charged in. He threw his life away for a complete stranger. He lacks any sense of self-preservation, acting on nothing but raw impulse. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A person like him wouldn't survive more than a few dangerous encounters. Failing him is actually a kindness. By returning to the life of a mortal, he can at least keep his life, and it saves our sect the resources we would have spent on his training. The crowd murmured in agreement. When facing danger, one must first remain calm. Ensuring one's own safety before acting is the only way to go far on the path of cultivation. Next, the image in the mirror shifted, and another young man appeared. It was none other than Taixuan, the Chancellor's son who had tried to cut in line earlier. The trial proceeded as before, until the little girl appeared in the scene. Help me. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Taixuan shot past the little girl, not even breaking stride. Even through the crystal mirror, they could clearly see a faint smirk play on his lips. If the monster eats the little girl first, it won't come after me. The third elder sneered, safety first. How decisive. The second elder coldly drew an X on the scroll and, without the slightest hesitation, announced, failed. Only after the second elder declared him failed did the third elder's expression soften slightly. The second elder spoke with stern righteousness. The very purpose of our cultivation is to slay demons and exorcise evil, to protect the weak and aid those in peril, to safeguard the peace of the world. A young girl was in mortal danger, yet he did nothing, concerned only with saving his own skin. Such a person is selfish and heartless. He who cannot manage to sweep a single room, how can he be expected to sweep the world clean? If he is unwilling to protect even a single child, how can we expect him to protect the people of this world? If our sect is in peril one day, could we truly count on him to fight for us? Well said. The crowd erupted in agreement. Now, everyone's been eliminated. whether they saved the girl or not. So how exactly is anyone supposed to pass? Was the little girl supposed to be saved or not? The second elder, seeing their confusion, quickly spoke up. Calm down, everyone. Just be patient and keep watching. The scene changed again. This time, the image showed a little boy who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. He's way too young. He was so young, his mind not yet fully developed. It was asking a lot for him to face the third trial, a test of one's character. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the little boy was swallowed whole by the monster as he tried to save the girl. The third elder said regretfully, he's been eliminated. But the little guy is still young. He'll have more chances in the future. The second elder subtly slid a finger, secretly tracing a check mark on the crystal mirror, signaling that this child had passed. But how could such a furtive gesture possibly escape everyone's notice? The third elder looked baffled. The sect master also wore a perplexed expression. The great elder was equally confused. All the elders turned to the second elder, their expressions demanding a reasonable explanation. The second elder cleared his throat and began meekly. He's just a child, after all. He faced that monster without fear and didn't hesitate for a second to reach out and save a little girl his own age. That sense of justice, that confidence and courage. If a disciple like that can't pass, then who can? Of course, if any of you have an issue with this child, I can take him as my own disciple. I'll be responsible for his training. I'll make sure he doesn't trouble any of you. The sect master narrowed his eyes. Is he your illegitimate son? He probed. The second elder nodded instantly. That's right. So just do me a favor and let him become my disciple. Shing. The great elder was the first to draw his sword, its tip aimed straight for the second elder's throat. Simultaneously, the other elders sprang into action, unleashing their signature techniques as they mercilessly besieged the second elder. The second elder roared, "What the hell? Are you guys serious?" The second elder scrambled out, clutching his rear, any semblance of his usual dignified, immortal-like demeanor gone. So, tell me, what kind of talent does this kid actually have? Talent? What talent? He's just my illegitimate son, that's all. If he were really your illegitimate son, you'd just admit it? Keep hitting him. Stop hitting me. Listen, the boy's name is Su Lingfeng, and he possesses a supreme grade spirit root. So that's it. The others lowered their hands, their faces filled with scorn. Second brother, you're shameless. You'd even claim to have an illegitimate son just to snag a disciple with a supreme grade spirit root. Only the sect master and the first elder felt that something wasn't quite right. If it were just about a supreme grade spirit root, I doubt second brother would go to such lengths. Fifth brother, divine whether he is lying. Right. The fifth elder spun the divination compass in his hand and declared, second brother isn't lying. The second elder breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, good thing I've always been on good terms with fifth brother. However, he is hiding something. Hey, come on, fifth brother. Haven't I always treated you well? Stop. Don't hit me. I'll confess. The boy, Su Lingfeng, has lightning chi within him. In the future, his supreme grade spirit root could evolve into a lightning spirit root. Spirit roots are divided into 4 tiers: low, mid, high, and supreme. If a supreme grade spirit root awakens an elemental affinity, it can ascend to become a higher tier elemental spirit root, such as a lightning, water, or fire spirit root. In the entire Grand Hall, only the sect master and the first elder possessed elemental spirit roots. Upon hearing it could become a lightning spirit root, the elder's objections vanished. A genius of this caliber, even one from a questionable background, had to be recruited and carefully guided. Besides, Su Lingfeng was brave and righteous. He was simply young and needed a bit of guidance. All right, next, the second elder announced, still clutching his rear with a look of pure grievance on his face. This time, it was a young girl's turn to step forward. When the little girl appeared, the young woman neither continued to flee blindly nor ran over to help her out of her predicament. The young woman ran in the direction away from the little girl, but her pace slowed. Nevertheless, the monster's attention fell upon the little girl. The instant the monster lunged for the child, the young woman scrambled to pick up a few pebbles and hurled them at the beast, trying to draw its attention. The image froze there. No need to discuss this one. She remained calm in the face of danger and attempted a rescue only after ensuring her own safety. Courage, wisdom, and kindness. A clear pass. Afterward, the sect master and the elders continued to review several more of the illusions. In some, the candidates were so terrified by the monster they just froze in place, waiting to die. Eliminated. Others didn't even try to dodge and instead charged straight forward, like lambs to the slaughter. Eliminated. Worse still, one candidate chased down the old man in burlap who had first raised the alarm and shoved him into the monster's jaws. Eliminated. 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 It wasn't until the elders saw Qin Yu's illusion that their faces filled with shock. The third elder asked, "Second brother, what's your judgment on this?" The second elder was dumbfounded. "Don't ask me, I honestly don't know," he said. "When I designed this stage, I never imagined anything like this would happen." In the image, upon seeing the ferocious monster, Qin Yu did the same as the others. He turned and ran for his life. But he had barely taken 2 steps when the monster leaped up behind him, sinking its teeth into his backpack. The second elder paused the image, his voice laced with disbelief. "What's happening?" he asked. "That's not how the scenario is supposed to go. The phantasm hound is supposed to linger in the background for a while. It's not meant to charge until the candidate reaches the little girl. This hound struck way too early. The little girl hasn't even appeared. How can we judge his character based on this?" The first elder spoke up. "Second brother, are you certain you explained the rules clearly to this phantasm hound? After all, with over 300 hounds participating, it's inevitable that one of them might not have understood its instructions." "Impossible," the second elder retorted. "The clan leader of the phantasm hounds and I rehearsed this scenario together multiple times. What's more, none of the other individuals assigned to that dream hound have experienced anything like this." Third elder spoke up. "If the dream hound isn't the cause, then the problem must lie with the boy. And has anyone else noticed," he continued, "that the boy is carrying a backpack of all things? The illusions created by a dream hound aren't purely fabricated, they're more like reflections of reality. When it pulls someone into its domain, it can take just the person, or it can take them along with any items they're carrying. That's why Qin Yu still has his backpack in the illusion." But what puzzled the elders was that none of the other young disciples had brought anything with them. Why was this boy the only one with a pack? Could the backpack be the issue? Let's just play out the rest of the scene and see. The scene shifted. With the backpack caught in its jaws, Qin Yu instantly slipped out of it and made a run for it. But when Qin Yu glanced back, he saw the monster hadn't given chase. Puzzled, he looked back over his shoulder, only to see the beast pawing at his backpack. With a slight tug, the backpack ripped in two. A pair of red shorts and some patched-up clothes spilled out onto the ground. Along with them, a crinkled, yellow paper-wrapped bundle tumbled to the ground. A woo! The beast let out a happy cry, as if it had spotted its favorite treat. Immediately, the monster began to shrink, finally transforming into a fluffy little black puppy. It had tufts of white fur on its paws that looked like tiny white mittens, a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, and the pattern of two cartoonish wings on its back. It was absolutely adorable. The little black puppy bounded excitedly over to the mysterious, yellow paper-wrapped bundle and began to gobble it down. Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. In a state of temporary amnesia, he had no idea where the backpack had even come from. He'd also forgotten that the bundle contained the stinky tofu he'd made using his family's secret recipe. Right now, all he could think was how adorable this little puppy was. He just wanted to go over and give it a good pet. Back in the sect's grand hall, the sect leader and the grand elders were utterly baffled. They knew the dream illusion hound's strange behavior was due to whatever was wrapped inside that yellow paper. But what in the world was in there? How could it possess such an allure as to completely captivate the dream illusion hound? The third elder ventured a guess. The dream illusion hound is a divine beast, incredibly sensitive to spiritual plants and herbs. Could it be that the paper contains some rare spiritual flora? Unlikely, the sect leader countered. What kind of spiritual plant or herb does our Xiantian sect lack? We feed the dream illusion hounds nothing but spiritual flora every day. An ordinary specimen would never have such a powerful pull. The first elder added, if it were some exceptionally rare celestial treasure, we should be able to feel its spiritual energy fluctuations. The hound might be able to sense its aura, but for us to feel nothing at all? That doesn't add up. Another Grand Elder nodded in agreement. And judging by its appearance, it doesn't look like any celestial treasure I've ever seen. The second Elder mused. Then what else could hold such a powerful temptation for a dream illusion hound? Actually, there is one thing that tempts a dream illusion hound even more than a celestial treasure. Just then, the sixth Elder, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke up. As the master of beast-taming peak, the sixth Elder had dedicated his life to the study of spiritual and divine beasts. He was, without a doubt, the foremost expert on dream illusion hounds in the entire Taixuan sect. And what would that be? Everyone asked, turning to the sixth Elder with curiosity. The sixth Elder cleared his throat. Surely you've all heard the old saying, a dog can't be taught not to eat that stuff. Everyone's eyes went wide. You can't mean that filthy stuff? They asked in disbelief. Precisely, the sixth Elder nodded. The dream illusion hound may be a divine beast, but it can't escape the primal urges etched into its very bloodline. Besides, he continued, for years we've fed them nothing but food rich with spiritual energy. The more something is forbidden, the more desirable it becomes. In a way, we've only made their craving for that filth even stronger. Come to think of it, that dark, lumpy thing wrapped in yellow paper did bear a resemblance. Bear a resemblance? It's the exact same thing. How did that filthy thing end up in the young man's pack? Could the test have been leaked? The Grand Elder said. Did this boy know the details beforehand and prepare this thing? The second Elder retorted flatly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My decision to have the Dream Illusion Hound participate in the third trial was known only to me and its clan. No one else could have possibly known. Besides, even if someone knew, they would never guess that the Dream Illusion Hound would like that filthy stuff. The sect master and the other elders here were completely unaware, let alone a mere mortal boy. Then there's only one possibility, the seventh Elder said bluntly. The kid actually carries shit around with him. Don't tell me he likes playing with the stuff? Haha, how interesting. The seventh Elder was the master of the body tempering peak. He was a rough man, powerfully built with a burly frame, and his combat prowess was formidable. The others looked awkward, all thinking to themselves, what's so funny about that? Inside the illusion, the little black dog gobbled up the ball of stinky tofu in a couple of bites. But instead of reverting to its monstrous form to continue its task, it began fawning over Chinyu like an eager puppy, circling him and whimpering incessantly, as if begging for more. Clearly, the delicious treat had made it forget all about its mission. Chinyu crouched down, ruffling the dog's head with both hands. He savored the fluffy feel of its fur. The sect master covered his face. It seemed there was no point in watching the rest of the illusion. The second Elder exploded with rage, vowing he would go settle the score with the chief of the Dream Illusion Hound clan. I want my money back. The third Elder brought the conversation back on track. So, does the boy pass or fail? This question put everyone present in a difficult position. The third trial hadn't even managed to test his character. If we don't let him pass, it's the Taixuan sect that has a problem. There's no reason to push the responsibility onto the boy. Our sect has its principles. But if we let him pass, the kid has a thing for playing with shit. You sure he's got all his marbles? Finally, the sect master spoke up. Second Elder, what kind of aptitude does this boy have? Nothing more than a low-grade spirit root. A low-grade spirit root is destined for manual labor anyway. It's no big deal. Let him through. For him to run into the Dream Illusion Hound while carrying that thing on him, I'd say that's a stroke of fate in his favor. It never hurts the sect to have a few more lucky disciples. With a single, offhand remark, the sect master not only changed Chinyu's destiny, but also altered the course of the entire cultivation world. And so, the gears of fate began to turn. From that day forward, the cultivation world grew stranger and stranger. When Chinyu awoke from the illusion, memories of reality and fragments from the dreamscape collided, leaving him with a surreal, otherworldly feeling. That's it. I'm out. What the hell was that third trial even about? Was it a dog petting test? All Chinyu could remember was petting a dog for a bit in the illusion before he was teleported out. No wonder everyone says the Taixuan sect's third trial is so bizarre. Nobody has a clue what just happened even after it's over. And here I was, thinking my 9 years of public schooling would actually be useful for something. Who knew the questions would be so damn weird? I seriously didn't understand a single thing. Qin Yu checked his bag, only to find that the stinky tofu, which had been wrapped in yellow paper, had vanished into thin air. Wait, that illusion could affect reality. No, that's not it. A sudden thought struck Qin Yu. That dog ate my stinky tofu and didn't even pay. That damn mutt. Doesn't it even know to ask around about the Blood Realm butcher? Pulling a dine and dash on me. Qin, of all people? It's got a death wish. More and more people began to stir, and soon a buzz of excited discussion filled the air. Qin Yu sidled up to a group, curious to hear what they were saying. But the more he listened, the more confused he became. He didn't have a clue what they were talking about. What little girl? Save her or not save her? What the hell were they even arguing about? What kind of thing gets swallowed whole by a demon? What is all this nonsense? Were we even in the same trial? A little girl? Please. Qin Yu hadn't seen a single female creature in the illusion, not even the shadow of a mosquito. Some demon wreathed in towering flames? It was clearly just a little black puppy, clingy, affectionate, and utterly adorable. If he could have, Qin Yu would have loved to adopt it. It wasn't until the end that Qin Yu finally understood what was really going on. Huh. So it was all about their pride. These people must have been just like him. They had no clue what the trial was actually about. But not wanting to look foolish, they just invented a little girl out of thin air. One person started the story, and the others, afraid of losing face, just chimed in one by one. Qin Yu had seen countless people like this in his past life. A group of clueless individuals who, once they get together, can talk endlessly, their stories growing more and more exaggerated with every word. Still, these prodigies with their spiritual roots were impressively logical. They told the story so convincingly that even he couldn't spot any flaws at first. If he hadn't been in the trial himself, he probably would have fallen for their bullshit long ago. Qin Yu muttered something under his breath and, without another word, quietly slipped away. He couldn't be bothered to waste his time with a bunch of braggarts. A short while later, the second elder, Hu Tian, walked to the center of the crowd. Even though he was only a step away, Qin Yu didn't dare try to probe the second elder's power. He had no idea of the elder's true strength, and getting caught would mean big trouble. Based on everyone's performance in the third trial, the sect master and the elders have conferred and finalized the list of initiates. When your name is called, step forward and register. Li Meng, Zhao Tianhai, Wang Xinyu, Qin Yu. Hearing his name called, Qin Yu felt no surprise at all. Huh, so those guys really were full of it, Qin Yu scoffed to himself. All eyes watched with envy as the chosen candidates stepped forward to register. In the next moment, their gazes snapped back to the second elder, each person desperately hoping their name would be called next. Tang Outyin crossed his arms, patiently waiting for his name to be called. He was supremely confident. With a superior grade spiritual root, there was no way the Mystic Sky Sect would dare to reject him. After reading some 300 names, the second elder slowly closed the roster and announced, "The rest of you may leave. This year's recruitment is now concluded." Cries of despair rose from those whose names hadn't been called. Their hopes instantly dashed, they slumped in defeat. For Tang Outyin, still waiting for his own name, the words were like a bolt from the blue. Why wasn't my name called? There must be a mistake. Tang Outyin raised his voice and demanded, "Second elder, why wasn't my name on the list?" The second elder replied, his tone dismissive. "Oh? If your name wasn't called, it means you failed. You can try again next year." "Impossible. I survived the third trial. How could I have failed? You must have made a mistake." The moment he finished speaking, many others who had also been rejected began to chime in. "I survived too. Why isn't my name on there?" "Exactly. I escaped that monster's jaws, so why was I eliminated?" The second elder snorted coldly. An immense pressure instantly descended upon the entire square, and the crowd fell silent at once. The second elder said, "Our sect has its own criteria for selection, and we do not make mistakes. All of you, please leave." Someone in the crowd shouted, "This is rigged. It's completely rigged." Emboldened by the support of so many others, Tang Outyin's arrogance surged. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Qin Yu, who was in the middle of registering. He pointed and shouted for all to hear. "How could someone with a mere inferior grade spiritual root get in, while I with a superior grade root was rejected? There's obviously something fishy going on here." Qin Yu, who had been grinning and enjoying the drama, instantly froze. He felt the acute awkwardness of a spectator who had just been dragged from the audience on a center stage. Tang Outyin shot forward, and the rest of the eliminated candidates erupted in protest. This is a fix. How can someone with an inferior spiritual root pass? While I got kicked out, they were still clinging to a sliver of hope, thinking that if the Xiantian sect gave them another chance because of this, they'd have it made. Since they'd already failed, what did they have to lose? The shouts came in waves, growing louder and louder. The second elder's expression darkened. His first instinct was to forcibly remove these juniors, but with the situation escalating like this, failing to handle it properly would impact recruitment for years to come. Besides, these juniors were all backed by various factions. Offending one or two wouldn't matter, but if he angered all of them, not even the Xiantian sect could bear the consequences. Cultivation wasn't just about brute force, it was about navigating a world of favors, politics, and connections. The second elder frantically searched his mind for a way to clean up this mess. Did he really have no choice but to reveal the criteria for passing the third trial? The Xiantian sect had a long-standing tradition of not explaining its methods. If he was the one to break that tradition, he'd be the laughingstock of the other elders forever. The second elder glared at Tang Outyin, his eyes burning with the desire to tear him apart. When this is over, he thought, the faction backing you had better give me a damn good explanation. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, shocking the crowd into silence. I was chosen because I'm stronger than any of you. Anyone got a problem with that? If you've got the guts, come up here and fight me. Qin Yu stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at the crowd. I'm not targeting any one of you, he said with swagger. I'm saying that every single person standing here is trash. The second elder glanced down at his own 2 feet on the ground, then discreetly channeled a bit of his power to levitate himself an inch into the air. Qin Yu beckoned to Tang Outyin. A superior spiritual root? He taunted. You think that makes you special? Come up here and fight me. If you win, I'll let you join the sect. Tang Outyin shot back. You peasant. You don't call the shots. Qin Yu retorted. And what makes you so sure I don't? Tang Outyin challenged him. So what you say goes. Qin Yu shot back with righteous confidence. Of course it doesn't count just because I say so. Tang Outyin froze, momentarily speechless. Qin Yu then turned to the second elder and asked respectfully. Second elder, would you agree to this? So he actually remembers me, the second elder. The elder thought to himself. He recognized Qin Yu instantly, the boy who had hidden dung in his pack. He had made quite an impression. To see Qin Yu step forward now, the second elder was surprisingly touched. However, he was uncertain about the solution Qin Yu had proposed. If Qin Yu won, that would be fine. But what if he lost? Were they really going to let the eliminated candidates into the sect? If they broke this rule, wouldn't everyone else come demanding a challenge too? The issue wasn't the numbers, it was the unfairness of it all. The resulting chaos would be even harder to manage than the current situation. Just as the second elder hesitated, he caught Qin Yu's determined gaze. It was as if the boy was saying, leave it to me. I've got this. A warmth spread through the elder's chest. The second elder gritted his teeth. A boy who dares to play with dung, what isn't he capable of? He thought. Fine, let's take this gamble. The second elder let out a cold snort. He strode slowly to stand before Qin Yu, then looked out at the crowd of eliminated candidates. If you are not convinced, then issue a challenge, he announced. Win, and I will grant you another chance at the third trial. But if you lose, the Profound Sky Sect will put it on record, and neither you nor your family will ever be allowed to set foot in our sect again. Deal, Tang Outyin blurted out. He had agreed without a second thought, but the others all shrank back, not daring to make a sound. They weren't fools. Winning only meant another chance, but they had no clue how to pass the third trial anyway. What good would one more chance do? But if they lost, the price was steep. Not only would they be barred from ever applying again, but they would also drag their entire family down with them. If they actually lost, the elders of their families would likely skin them alive. The consequences were too dreadful to imagine. All eyes fell on Tang Outyin. Thank God for this idiot, they all thought. Let him be the guinea pig and test the waters. If it looks like an easy win, it won't be too late for me to step in. Seeing the crowd's cowed silence, Tang Outyin became even more smug, convinced of his own greatness. At the edge of the square, the old servant accompanying Tang Outyin was frantic with worry. He kept trying to send a spiritual message, but Tang Outyin was completely ignoring him. Unable to restrain himself, the old servant started forward to intervene, but a crushing aura slammed into him the moment he took a step. Not far away, the second elder was staring at him, his gaze ice cold. The point was to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. If you led the chicken away, what would be left to frighten them with? You think you can stir up this much trouble and just walk away? Do you take the Xintian sect for a joke? A chill shot through the old servant's body, as if he'd been plunged into a cavern of ice. He didn't dare move an inch. Tang Outyin stepped out from the crowd, shooting Qin Yu a disdainful glance. "Commoner, thank you for giving me this opportunity." Qin Yu was scrawny, looking as if a strong gust of wind could knock him over. He probably didn't even get enough to eat most days, let alone have time to practice martial arts. But Tang Outyin was a different story. To build a solid foundation for his cultivation, he had hired a professional martial arts instructor and practiced for at least 15 minutes every day. His combat prowess was nothing to scoff at. In his own mind, he could easily take on 10 men at once. Qin, you couldn't be bothered with him. He looked straight past Tang Outyin to the second elder and asked, "Can we start now?" He was already cracking his knuckles, getting impatient. Qin Yu had wanted to teach Tang Outyin a lesson ever since the day he'd cut in line. Unfortunately, the circumstances hadn't allowed for it, so he'd had to let it go. He had planned to deal with him after they got into the sect, but to his surprise, Tang Outyin had been eliminated. Just when Qin Yu thought he'd lost his chance, Tang Outyin had stepped forward of his own accord, handing him the perfect opportunity on a silver platter. Qin Yu had seen plenty of people who didn't want to get hit, but this was the first time he'd ever met someone actively begging for a beating. Qin Yu's knuckles cracked. His fists were itching for a fight. He could barely contain himself any longer. The second elder nodded. "Begin." The second elder thought to himself, "Beat him senseless." Receiving the command, Qin Yu walked straight toward Tang Outyin. Tang Outyin struck a seemingly professional fighting stance, bobbing and weaving from side to side. "You idiot." Qin Yu stepped forward and threw a handful of dirt right in Tang Outyin's face. "You bastard." "My eyes." Tang Outyin squeezed his eyes shut, but before he could even rub them, Qin Yu's fist smashed into his face. Thud. With a dull thud, Tang Outyin crumpled to the ground. Qin Yu straddled him, raining down one punch after another on Tang Outyin's face. "Thump. You son of a bitch. How dare you hit me? I'm gonna kill you." Qin Yu said nothing, just kept hammering away. Whenever Tang Outyin opened his mouth to shout, he'd seize the chance to shove dirt into it. If that piece of stinky tofu hadn't suddenly vanished, Qin Yu would have slapped it across his face sooner or later. Thud, thud, tui, tui. Spitting out a mouthful of dirt, Tang Outyin cursed. "You goddamn animal. Don't you know who my father is? I'm telling you, you're dead. I'll tear you limb from limb, and I'll have your whole family buried with you. Looks like you haven't eaten enough dirt." Qin Yu scooped up a handful of pebbles and shoved them directly into his mouth. As his fist fell again, the pebbles ground between Tang Outyin's teeth and lips, instantly slicing open bloody gashes. Fresh blood gushed from Tang Outyin's mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Aark. The sound of fists hitting flesh intertwined with Tang Outyin's agonized screams. Before long, Tang Outyin's face was a swollen, bloody mess. His screams had turned to whimpers, and his legs kicked wildly. It was impossible to tell if it was out of stubborn defiance or pained convulsions. "This is for cutting in line." Thud. "This is for calling everyone commoner." Thud. "Think you're so great with your superior spiritual root? What the hell has my inferior root got to do with you? Am I living off your family's charity or something?" Thud. Thud. Gasping for breath, Qin Yu unleashed a storm of fists. The onlookers' hearts hammered against their ribs, their eyes wide with shock. The more faint of heart couldn't bear to watch, squeezing their eyes shut. No one had expected Qin Yu to be so ruthless. To survive alone in a strange town, you had to be tough. If he hadn't been, Qin Yu knew the local thugs would have eaten him alive long ago. But usually, when he fought the town's ruffians, his go-to move was to throw chili powder in their eyes. Compared to that, just smearing the guy with dirt was him holding back. Besides, Qin Yu had no idea how powerful Tang Outyan's backing was. He couldn't afford to make an enemy he knew nothing about. Seeing his young master beaten to the point where his eyes were rolling back, Tang Outyan's aged servant was frantic. The second elder, however, simply turned a blind eye, with no intention of making Qin Yu stop. Ignoring the second elder's imposing aura, the old servant scrambled over, stumbling as he went. "Young man, please, spare him. We can see." The old servant then fell to his knees before the second elder. "My young master is young and foolish. He knows no manners. He has offended the Xiantian sect, and for that, I apologize on his behalf. I implore you, for the sake of the long friendship between my lord and your esteemed sect, please spare his life." The second elder snorted. "You're from the Tang family of the capital?" "We are. If it weren't for the sake of Prime Minister Tang, this boy would have paid dearly for his arrogance today." The second elder's gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, daring not to meet his eyes. "The challenge is over. Tang Outyan is defeated. He is hereby banished from our sect for life. Should he ever dare to set foot on our grounds again, he will be slain on sight. Does anyone else wish to issue a challenge? Step forward." After seeing the brutal state Tang Outyan was in, the other young men and women were scared witless. Who would possibly dare to challenge him now? Qin Yu gave the half-conscious form of Tang Outyan a light kick, then casually brushed the dust from his clothes. "Damn, that felt good." The old servant immediately knocked his head on the ground in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for sparing my young master's life." The second elder said coldly, "Sooner or later, I will find Chancellor Tang and demand a full accounting of what happened here today. We'll see how he plans to handle this. This old servant will report this to the patriarch immediately. Let's go." The second elder led Qin Yu and the others through the mountain gate of the Profound Sky Sect. "What's your name, kid?" "My name is Qin Yu," he answered. "Qin Yu, I'll remember you. You did well today. Take this flying sword as a reward." The second elder pulled a flying sword from his storage artifact and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu thanked him profusely. The second elder clapped Qin Yu on the shoulder and warned him earnestly, "Now that you're in the sect, train hard, and stay away from that filth." Qin Yu was completely bewildered, confusion written all over his face. The second elder dissolved into a wisp of green smoke and vanished in the blink of an eye. After the second elder left, a sect steward came and got everyone settled. The crowd was sorted by the quality of their spirit roots. Those with low-grade roots were assigned as handyman disciples. Those with medium and high-grade roots became outer sect disciples, and the few with supreme-grade roots were admitted directly into the inner sect. In this year's intake, there were only 5 with supreme-grade roots and not many with high-grade ones either. The majority were of the medium and low-grade variety. Once the groups were sorted, Qin Yu and the others followed a middle-aged man named Zhong Wendy. "I'm the steward in charge of the handyman disciples. You can all just call me Uncle Zhong or Uncle Wendy. Either is fine. I've got a low-grade spirit root, just like all of you. Been a handyman here at the Profound Sky Sect for more than 50 years. The only reason I landed this steward gig is because I work hard. Truth be told, there isn't a huge difference between us handyman disciples and the outer sect disciples. We just work more and get less. But hey, what can you do when you're short on talent? But don't lose heart. Any handyman disciple who meets the sect's requirements can become an outer sect disciple, too." Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Uncle Wendy, what does it take to become an outer sect disciple?" Uncle Zhong chuckled. "Quite the ambitious one, aren't you?" Zhong Wendy said with a smile, "All you have to do is challenge and defeat an outer sect disciple. If you win, you'll be promoted to their rank, and the disciple you defeated will be demoted to a handyman. Does that mean I can go challenge someone right now?" Qin Yu couldn't contain his excitement, eager to give it a try. At this rate, he had a real shot at fighting his way all the way into the inner sect. Absolutely not. Zhong Wendy shot the idea down at once, extinguishing Qin Yu's enthusiasm. "You have to wait at least 6 months. Challenges can only begin after everyone has had some time to practice their cultivation techniques. And you're only allowed to challenge disciples from the same intake." Someone immediately complained, "That's way too hard. The gap between medium-grade and low-grade spiritual roots is huge. How are we supposed to beat them after just a bit of practice?" Qingyu scoffed inwardly. Figures. The weak complain about their circumstances, while the strong have already learned to use their system to cheat. Zhong Wendy gave a wry smile. Of course it's difficult. If it weren't, I wouldn't still be a handyman disciple. He added, but even if you don't make it, after 10 years, you can all leave the profound sky sect. You'll still be cultivators. Making your way in the world or serving a smaller family as a guest elder, those are both decent paths. So he stressed that they should all cherish this opportunity, cultivate diligently, and most importantly, never break the sect's rules. Zhong Wendy continued to explain the various do's and don'ts of the profound sky sect as he led the group along. Just then, outside the sect gates, Tang Outyin, having taken a healing pill, slowly regained consciousness. He threw his arms around his old servant and started bawling his eyes out. This young master has had the worst luck today. First, I got ripped off by that fat old lady this morning who knew tofu pudding was supposed to be sweet. Then I got kicked out of the first trial for cutting in line. The second trial that I prepared for forever was canceled for no damn reason. And I still have no clue why I failed the third. To top it all off, I get beaten to a pulp in front of everyone. It's so humiliating. I swear, it feels like someone is out to get me. Wah. Young master. The old servant rushed to reassure him. If the Xiantian sect won't have you, it's their loss. We can always go to another sect. They aren't the only one in the world. Zhong Wendy led Qin Yu and the others to the living quarters for the menial disciples. The Xiantian sect truly lived up to its name as the greatest sect in the kingdom of Liang. Even the cave residences for menial disciples were brimming with spiritual energy. They were likely built atop a small spiritual vein. Zhong Wendy handed each person a door token. With it, they could find their assigned cave residence. Next, he distributed a cultivation manual to each of them. This is the foundational technique of our Xiantian sect, he announced. It's called the Xiantian art. What a lazy name, Qingyu thought to himself. Zhong Wendy continued. In fact, our sect takes its name from this very art. Qingyu remained silent. The Xiantian art has been refined 7 times, Zhong Wendy explained. The most recent revision was over 1,000 years ago. Senior Bai Shitong went into seclusion for several months and improved it into one of the world's premier cultivation techniques. That very achievement laid the foundation for the sect's prestige today. Was this Bai Shitong guy really all that? Qingyu wondered. All of you possess spiritual roots, Zhong Wendy went on. Follow the steps in the manual and figure it out on your own. You should be able to draw qi into your bodies and begin cultivating very soon. If you keep having trouble drawing in the qi, don't worry. In a week, the sect will arrange for a master to come and provide personal instruction. One final warning. The Xiantian art is not to be shared with outsiders in any form. If the sect finds out, it will be treated as an act of treason, and you will be handed over to the enforcement peak for judgment. There was once an inner disciple who, thinking his status would protect him, secretly passed the technique on to his family. As for how the sect dealt with him, well, you can ask around and find out for yourselves. Zhong Wendy deliberately left them hanging. The consequences are something you absolutely cannot afford to bear. All right, the abodes are all stocked with basic necessities. Everyone go get settled in. Reconvene here in an hour to receive your assignments. With their door plaques in hand, the crowd scattered. 662, 663. Found it. Number 666. Qin Yu stepped forward and pressed the plaque against the wall, and the formation at the entrance immediately deactivated. Pushing the door open, he took a moment to survey his new home. It was called an abode, but it wasn't a cave at all, just a small wooden cabin. In front of the cabin was a small courtyard with a large, unfamiliar tree. It looked like a vintage little villa, feeling quite peaceful and serene. Stepping inside, he saw a wooden bed, the sheets and bedding folded neatly. Qin Yu lay down for a moment. The bedding felt even softer than the silk quilts of his past life. He couldn't imagine what it was made of. He had expected a life of arduous cultivation after joining the sect, but it looked like things weren't half bad. There was a lot of good stuff here. Besides the bed, the room also contained a wooden table, a vial of fasting pills, a sect rulebook, and 2 vouchers for custom-made clothing. He wasn't particularly interested in the fasting pills. Zhong Wendy had just mentioned that the sect's dining hall served free food. Why would anyone eat these flavorless pills when there was free food for the taking? These fasting pills were garbage. Even a dog wouldn't touch them. The sect rulebook, on the other hand, was worth a closer look. Qin Yu figured that for every rule, there was a loophole to be found. The 2 clothing vouchers were for 2 custom-made outfits. They weren't for every day, where a uniform was only required on important sect occasions. Only someone who'd had to wear a school uniform 5 days a week could appreciate how humane this policy was. Not only was it not mandatory all the time, but the designs were actually pretty sharp. Qin Yu gave his new little home one last, thorough inspection from the inside out. He then opened his pack and hung his still damp clothes outside to dry. Finally, Qin Yu pulled a few sheets of paper and a pen from his pocket and scrawled the title, The Path to Immortality, starting as a servant disciple. It was just a little quirk of his. With his chores done, Qin Yu found himself with some time on his hands. Figuring he had some time to kill, he decided to see who his neighbors were. Not every residence here was occupied. Number 667, for instance, was vacant. Number 665, however, was occupied. The 2 courtyards were separated by a low wall, one so short Qin Yu figured he could just pull up a stool to see over to the other side. Qin Yu tried calling out, "Friend, are you in there?" Hearing the call, the resident of number 665 came out of his house. "Hey, it's you." Qin Yu recognized him. He was one of the new disciples from this year, part of the same group that had come with Zhong Wendy. The other boy must have been a step behind in finding a residence by the time he got here. Qin Yu was already inside. That's why they hadn't crossed paths earlier. Qin Yu sized him up. He was about the same height, but a bit on the pudgy side, with a round, fleshy face. The other boy recognized Qin Yu too, and his face immediately fell. After all, everyone knew how ferocious Qin Yu could be. He had nearly thrashed the Chancellor's son last time they'd met. Being neighbors with a guy this dangerous. Am I going to get beaten up all the time? Qin Yu asked with a smile. And you are? The name's Li Zhengtong. You don't look too thrilled, Qin Yu observed. Li Zhengtong was so startled the flesh on his cheeks trembled. He quickly plastered a fake smile on his face and shook his head frantically. Not at all, not at all. I'm very happy, really. Ha ha ha. I'm Qin Yu, he said. Looks like we're neighbors from now on. As they talked, Qin Yu casually activated his ability to scan Li Zhengtong's talent. Qin Yu had assumed Li Zhengtong would have a low-grade spiritual root and, at best, a D-class talent. But the results of the scan left Qin Yu utterly dumbfounded. Thoroughly tempered A rank. One must be forged through countless trials to achieve greatness. Only by enduring enough hardship can one become a true powerhouse. This trait attracts constant hardship and life or death crises, but within every crisis lies opportunity. Surviving them brings commensurate rewards. Miraculous escape A rank. Favored by the heavens, the user will always turn peril into safety and find life in the face of certain death. Aptitude for formations C rank. Possesses a natural talent for formation arts, allowing for easy learning, rapid progress, and proficient use. Inferior spirit root D rank. Possesses a sliver of aptitude for cultivation, but so little that one is likely fated to be a menial disciple for life. Qin Yu froze. So it turned out the inferior spirit root was this guy's worst trait. This was the first time Qin Yu had ever seen an A-rank trait, and he'd just found 2 at once. What's more, Qin Yu could see that the 2 A-rank traits were a perfect match. Thoroughly tempered would make Li Zhengtong constantly run into danger, but surviving those crises would bring rewards. Meanwhile, miraculous escape was the perfect guarantee that he would actually survive them. Just like that, the weakness was covered. Combined, the 2 traits could probably even rival an S rank. Was this guy the world's chosen one? The kind of person who finds trouble wherever he goes, but always manages to pull through thanks to some insane luck, getting stronger every time? Qin Yu asked offhandedly. Be honest with me. Have you always been incredibly unlucky, constantly running into danger your whole life? Not at all. Li Zhengtong looked a little bewildered, not understanding why Qin Yu would ask such a thing. But since Qin Yu had asked, he felt he had to answer. He's probably not lying, Qin Yu thought. Based on the description of thoroughly tempered, if he'd really been in danger, he should have gained some kind of benefit from it. Qin Yu scanned Li Zhengtong from head to toe. He certainly didn't see any sign that the man had benefited from overcoming a crisis. Looks like this trait isn't as powerful as I thought. After they'd chatted for a moment, Qin Yu figured it was about time. Let's go find Uncle Wendy. You want to come along? How could Li Jingtong possibly refuse? He nodded quickly. Yeah, let's go together. Qin Yu chuckled. You don't seem too happy about it. Never mind, then. Li Jingtong hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. No. I really do. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Qin Yu was puzzled. Uncle Wendy is pretty easygoing. What's there to be nervous about? Li Jingtong fell silent. The two of them set off together and quickly found Zhong Wendy. All right, looks like just about everyone's here. Let me say a few things. I've gathered you all here today to assign your duties, in other words, the daily chores for you menial disciples. To keep things fair, I've written down all the different posts in the sect on slips of paper, and you'll each draw one to decide. What job you end up with will all come down to your own luck. Everyone, come up and draw one. Qin Yu stepped forward and drew a slip. Unfolding it, he saw the words written on the paper. Bright Moon Plaza. Zhong Wendy glanced at Qin Yu's slip. That means you're responsible for cleaning Bright Moon Plaza. Is Bright Moon Plaza big? Qin Yu asked. Not very, Zhong Wendy replied. A large area like that would usually be assigned to 2 or 3 people. Qin Yu then asked, are there any trees around it? Zhong Wendy thought for a moment. There are a few, but they're all small. Qin Yu nodded with a smile, secretly pleased. Not a bad gig at all. He thought, a small plaza will be easy to clean, and with small trees, there won't be many leaves to sweep up. Besides, everyone in the Taixuan sect is a cultivator. They probably don't just toss their trash on the ground. Cleaning up should be a breeze. Qin Yu glanced over at the slip in Li Jingtong's hand. It also had the name of a plaza on it. Is Maple Leaf Plaza big? Qin Yu asked. Uncle Zhong mentioned the place isn't big, just has a lot of fallen leaves, Li Jingtong said. Hardly anyone ever goes there, so it's a pretty sweet gig. Qin Yu was ecstatic. I should volunteer for that one. He thought to himself. Besides cleaning duties, some of the other odd job disciples had drawn assignments like kitchen duty in the dining hall, serving as alchemy apprentices, or gathering spiritual herbs. Once the tasks were all assigned, everyone went their separate ways. Qin Yu then led Li Jingtong straight to the sect's dining hall to get something to eat. Having missed lunch, they were now starving. The sect's dining hall was a massive 3-story building with over 100 service windows, offering a combined total of more than 1,000 dishes. Braised emperor lion head, spicy deep-sea leviathan head, deep-fried crimson gold scorpions, steamed 8-clawed dragons. You name it, they had it. The dazzling array of dishes left Qin Yu completely stunned. Qin Yu couldn't help but cheer inwardly. The Taixuan sect is awesome. He thought further, with a dining hall like this, who the hell would ever need to abstain from food? I can even save money on fasting pills. Qin Yu walked up to a window and ordered a serving of steamed flood dragon tendon. Li Jingtong ordered a bowl of deep sea turtle and mung bean soup. The young lady at the window said, that'll be 5 contribution points. You can pay right here. We have to pay? Qin Yu asked, confused. I thought the food here was supposed to be free. The young lady chuckled. You must be a new disciple, huh? Qin Yu scowled. Humph. Don't think you can pull a fast one on me just because I'm new. I wasn't born yesterday. The young lady giggled and explained, not everything in the dining hall is free, kiddo. Only the window at the very back serves the free meals. She added, this flood dragon tendon comes from a Foundation establishment stage demonic beast. A cultivator below the 5th level of chi refining would probably explode from a single bite. Embarrassed, Qin Yu rubbed his nose, grabbed Li Jingtong, and beat a hasty retreat. God, that was so embarrassing. Qin Yu muttered to himself. Xiao Tong, this is all your fault, he said, turning on Li Jingtong. Why didn't you stop me? Li Jingtong looked completely baffled. Huh? Me? The two of them made their way to the very back of the hall, where they finally found the window serving the free meals. The so-called scrambled eggs with tomato was just tomatoes, and the braised pork with potato was all potato. They clearly don't give a damn about us. Pulling this crap just because it's free. Resignedly, the two of them just got one serving to share. The tomatoes were painfully salty, and the potatoes were practically raw. Li Jingtong suggested, Brother Yu, why don't we just go back and take a bigger pill? Qin Yu thought it was a good idea and agreed. All right, he said. I've been wondering what those bigger pills taste like anyway. Back at their place, they each swallowed a bigger pill. Honestly, The pill was truly incredible. The moment it entered his mouth, Qin Yu's hunger completely vanished. Qin Yu grinned. Now that's more like it. This big a pill is just my style. Huh. He patted his stomach, then pulled out the manual for the Xiantian art and began to study it. The first step of cultivation was to sense the spiritual qi of the world. Following the book's instructions, Qin Yu sat cross-legged on his bed and began to breathe in and out in a steady rhythm. The Xiantian sect was situated in a land rich with spiritual qi, which naturally helped its disciples sense these energies more quickly. For some reason, Qin Yu felt as if the world around him was expanding, while he himself was shrinking, growing ever more minuscule. He lost all track of time. His consciousness grew hazy, drifting in the space between wakefulness and sleep. In this trance-like state, he saw specks of light materialize around him. They looked like fireflies in the night sky, bobbing up and down, dancing on an unseen breeze. Qin Yu's eyes snapped open, his face alight with joy. "I can sense the spiritual qi," he exclaimed. He had no idea when the sky had grown dark. The room was pitch black, so he quickly lit a candle. By candlelight, he opened the manual again to see the second step of cultivation, drawing the qi into the body. This meant guiding the spiritual qi of the world into his body, circulating it through his meridians, and finally refining it into his own. This was the path of cultivation. Qin Yu carefully read over the warnings and the notes from past cultivators several times before sitting cross-legged to begin his attempt. First, sense the surrounding qi. Then, use my spiritual root to draw it into my body. After countless attempts, Qin Yu finally drew a wisp of spiritual energy into his body, cautiously guiding it to circulate through his meridians. But it wasn't long before he had to stop again. His meridians were a labyrinth, and he had momentarily forgotten the correct path for the spiritual energy to follow. After glancing at the book, Qin Yu closed his eyes and tried again. After another 6 or 7 tries, the spiritual energy finally completed a full, smooth cycle within his body. A sliver of the spiritual energy condensed into liquid, merging into his meridians like a droplet of water and becoming a part of his body. The rest of it dissipated back into the world. This success made his confidence soar. Qin Yu decided to strike while the iron was hot and immediately began another round of cultivation. A pale, fish-belly white light broke on the eastern horizon as the sun slowly began to rise. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Though he hadn't slept all night, he felt invigorated and utterly free of fatigue. In fact, it was even more refreshing than a full night's sleep. Cultivation truly was a miraculous thing. After a night of arduous cultivation, about 10 such droplets had condensed within his meridians. There were no obvious changes to his outward appearance, but Qin Yu knew he was growing stronger, little by little. He savored the feeling of seeing his hard work pay off. Qin Yu opened his system's status panel, curious to see what had changed after his night of cultivation. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: low-grade spirit root D rank. Progress: 2% note. Upon reaching 100%, you will receive 1 opportunity to copy a talent. He immediately noticed the progress bar had increased by 2%. A thought struck him. Could this progress bar be tracking my cultivation? When the bar reaches 100%, will I advance to the first level of the qi refining stage? Last night, his progress had been 0. This morning, it was 2%. The only thing he had done in between was cultivate. It was a safe bet the progress bar was tied to his cultivation. Qin Yu mused to himself. Last night was my first time cultivating. I wasted a lot of time since I'm still not used to the technique, so my progress was incredibly slow. At a normal pace, I should be able to increase my progress by 5% each night. That means I could max out the bar in about 20 days and get a chance to copy a talent. A flicker of anticipation sparked within Qin Yu. I wonder what level of talent I'll be able to copy next time. After quickly washing up, Qin Yu headed to his assigned work area. He had taken a fasting pill last night, so he hadn't felt a single pang of hunger since. Broom in hand, Qin Yu soon arrived at Bright Moon Plaza. Just as he'd thought yesterday, Bright Moon Plaza was just an open space about the size of a basketball court. A few small trees stood around the perimeter, with only a handful of leaves scattered on the ground. The place was also remote, and almost no one ever passed by, which made tidying up incredibly easy. In no time, Qin Yu had swept Bright Moon Plaza completely clean. Qin Yu was ecstatic. The easiest job in the entire Xintian sect must have landed right in my lap, he thought. With nothing else to do, Qin Yu decided to go check on Maple Leaf Plaza, the area Li Zhengtong was responsible for. Maple Leaf Plaza wasn't far, only about a 25-minute walk. As its name suggested, the plaza was filled with maple trees. It was early autumn, and the mountain air was cool. The maple leaves had all turned a deep crimson, their beauty at its peak. A gust of wind blew, sending a flurry of maple leaves fluttering down like butterflies. Anyone who saw such a sight would gasp in awe and whisper, "How beautiful!" However, if you wanted to stand there and quietly enjoy the beautiful scenery, you were out of luck because a voice was constantly muttering and cursing nearby. The more leaves that fell, the more frantic and vicious the cursing became. The person doing all the incessant grumbling was none other than Li Zhengtong, the one in charge of cleaning this area. Right now, Li Zhengtong was hunched over, head down, struggling to sweep the scattered leaves into a pile. A gust of wind swept by, sending a cascade of maple leaves rustling to the ground. All of Li Zhengtong's hard work was undone in an instant, and he had no choice but to start all over again. "Man, Tong, you've got the worst luck. You'll be at this all day." Li Zhengtong struggled to look up, his face already beaded with sweat. The boy was only about 10 years old. Spoiled by his parents back home, he'd hardly done a day's work in his life. But no sooner had he joined the sect than he was stuck with such a back-breaking chore. The whole situation was driving him to despair. It was an endless task. He was never going to finish. Li Zhengtong plopped down on the ground. With a long face, he looked at Qin Yu and whined, "Brother Yu, I have the worst luck." Qin Yu clapped him on the shoulder, comforting him in the tone of a seasoned big brother. "Listen, Tong, you've got to learn to roll with the punches. There's plenty more bad luck where this came from." Hearing this only made Li Zhengtong feel even more sorry for himself. Seeing his little bro so miserable, Qin Yu decided it was time to pull out the big guns. "Li Zhengtong," Qin Yu said, his tone suddenly serious. "Today, I shall bestow upon you the 12 sacred arts of slacking to help you out of this jam." Li Zhengtong immediately perked up, listening intently. He had no idea what Brother Yu was about to say, but he could tell it was going to be important. Qin Yu held up a single finger and began, his voice deliberate. "Rule number 1. We're workers, not pack mules. We're human, which means we need to learn how to rest. So, when can you rest? When no one's watching. When the inspectors aren't around. Or you can always take a bathroom break. Rule number 2. How to make it look like you've been working your tail off. Take this sweeping job, for instance. You need to make sure that whoever comes to check on you sees the fruits of your labor. Put your results right out in the open where they can't miss em." "How do I do that, Brother Yu?" Li Zhengtong asked respectfully. "It's simple. Just gather all these leaves into one giant pile. The bigger, the better. Don't sweep up a little and then immediately haul it away to the trash heap." "Why?" Li Zhengtong looked puzzled. "You blockhead. If you haul all the leaves to the dump, who's going to see your work? When the inspectors show up and see the ground covered in leaves, they'll just think you haven't done a thing. But if you pile the leaves up right here, they'll see you've been working. They'll realize it's not that you're slacking off, but that there are just too many leaves constantly falling for you to keep up. That way, they can't blame you." It was like a light bulb went off in Li Zhengtong's head. A whole new world had just opened up before him. "Brother Yu, you're a genius for thinking of this." Qin Yu lifted his chin and grinned. "This is just the tip of the iceberg of Brother Yu's wisdom. Now, let me teach you the third trick. How to do absolutely nothing, yet make everyone think you're busy as hell." 2 hours had passed by the time he had taught Li Zhengtong every last one of the 12 stratagems for slacking off. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder. "All right, keep at it. I'm heading back. Take care, Brother Yu." Li Zhengtong's voice was filled with respect and gratitude. If it hadn't been for Brother Yu's godsend advice lately, he probably would have worked himself to death out here today. On the way back, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh to himself. It seemed his thoroughly tempered talent was finally kicking in. But of all the job assignments, he had to draw Maple Plaza. His luck was just the worst. Just thinking about those endlessly falling maple leaves made Qin Yu's head ache. When would this sweeping ever be over? Seriously, you never know how lucky you are without a little perspective. Yu decided then and there on the road. From now on, he would use any free time during the day to cultivate. That way, in just 10 days, his progress bar would reach 100%. He'd copy some badass talent, reach the foundation establishment stage faster than any inner sect disciple, and shock the sect elders so much their eyes would pop out of their heads. And thus, the legendary path of flexing for me, Emperor Yu, would begin. At this thought, the corners of Yu's mouth curled into a smirk, and he couldn't stop a strange gay laugh from escaping his lips. But when Yu got back to Moonlight Plaza and saw the absolute mess covering the ground, the smile on his face instantly froze. Yu screamed into the empty air, "What kind of son of a bitch has no fucking manners, shitting all over the place? I hope you have a son born without an asshole." In the center of the plaza sat a mound of filth at least half as tall as a man, while the rest of the area was dotted with smaller, scattered droppings of all sizes. They came in all different colors and shapes, but the stench was uniformly foul. Clearly, this wasn't the work of just one type of creature. He could curse all he wanted, but he still had to get his plaza cleaned up before the inspection. If he failed, he'd lose all of his contribution points for the month. Contribution points were the currency of the sect, exchangeable for everything from spiritual elixirs to powerful techniques, making them incredibly important to the disciples of the profound Sky Sect. Yu grabbed a wheelbarrow and a shovel from nearby. After stuffing his nostrils with wads of paper, he squared his shoulders and got to work. Suddenly, he found himself missing Li Zhengtong's maple forest. Sigh. So I was the real clown all along, he thought. It took him 4 long hours, but Yu finally had Bright Moon Plaza spotless. Resting for a moment in the shade of a tree, he pulled out the pen and paper he always carried. He crossed out the title, The Path to Immortality, starting as a handyman disciple, and changed it to The Path to Immortality, starting by shoveling shit. A title like that, he figured, would be much catchier. After all that, Yu didn't go off to cultivate. Instead, he scanned the area, determined to find out which son of a bitch had dared to use his turf as a toilet. He waited until usually around 5 in the afternoon. A chaotic clamor arose in the distance. It sounded like a menagerie of animals, a jumble of every kind of cry and call imaginable. Something's up. Yu's ears perked up, and he watched intently. The sounds grew closer, and soon he could make out their source. It was a massive herd of spirit beasts of every imaginable kind. The largest, a creature resembling an elephant, stood a good 4 or 5 meters tall. Among them were great birds soaring overhead and a mix of creatures on the ground: ostriches, antelopes, fine steeds, and even what looked like iron-eating beasts. The disciples of the Xiantian sect were seated atop their respective spirit beasts. Just then, a whole menagerie of spirit beasts stampeded toward Bright Moon Plaza, right where Yu was standing. "Damn it! I finally got you." Yu leaped to his feet and ran to intercept the herd of spirit beasts. "Stop! Halt right now!" The pack of beasts screeched to a halt, stopping just a few feet from Yu. A disciple on an elephant-like beast stood up and roared, "You got a death wish? Are you out of your damn mind?" Yu took a deep breath, forcing down the rage bubbling up inside him. He spoke in a placating tone. "Couldn't you guys put a courtesy pouch on your spirit beasts? It's just so crude to let them defecate all over the place." "Courtesy pouch? What in the world is that?" "It's a bag for catching your beast's droppings," Yu replied. At this, all the riders erupted in laughter. The leader patted his own great elephant. "My Earthshaker dragon elephant here can drop several 100 pounds at once. What kind of pouch do you think could possibly hold all that? But you can't just let it go anywhere." Yu retorted, "Couldn't you have taken it to a latrine first? I just finished cleaning this entire plaza. The moment you leave, I'll have to start all over." The man sneered. "Humph, cleaning up is a menial disciple's job, isn't it?" A man on an ostrich-like creature chimed in. "If our beasts didn't make a mess, the sect would have no use for menial disciples like you. You should be thanking us for giving you a job." "Ha! A small correction," another added slyly. "It's our spirit beasts making the mess, not us." The group howled in agreement. "That's right, the beasts did it." "Ha! You waste of space with your inferior spiritual root. Get the hell out of my sight. From now on, when you see anyone from our beast-taming peak, you address us as senior brother." Otherwise, if you get trampled, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. The Earthshaker Dragon Elephant let out a furious bellow, and the force of it made Qin Yu's ears ring with pain. Qin Yu's expression was grim. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, and silently stepped aside. Once the spirit beasts had departed, Bright Moon Plaza was left a mess once again. As if to mock the upstart handyman, the earth-shaking dragon elephant dropped another massive pile on the ground. As the laughter faded into the distance, Qin Yu's eyes were bloodshot. He spoke, enunciating each word with cold fury. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make every single one of you lick clean the filth your own spirit beasts leave behind. Wordlessly, Qin Yu picked up his shovel and, with his head down, got back to the grim task. About 2 hours later, a pair of disciples on inspection duty came over. This area is still a bit dirty. You're staying late tonight. Make sure you get it spotless. Work faster next time. Since this is your first day on the job, we'll let it slide and won't report you. Thank you, senior brothers. The moment they were out of earshot, Qin Yu tossed his shovel aside and began to formulate a plan. I just got here and haven't established myself. A direct confrontation is out of the question. Qin Yu was no fool. If it was a fight he could win, he'd deliver a ruthless beating. If it was one he couldn't, he'd fall back on the old classic. Don't bully a young man for his poverty, just to bide his time. If I can't win in a direct fight, maybe there's another way? He racked his brain, but came up with nothing. All he had to draw on was his experience in dealing with mortals. But using those old tricks against cultivators would be useless. Worse, it would likely bring even more trouble down on his head. My power is too weak right now. If I want to get back at them, there's only one last resort. His eyes hardened with resolve. He picked up the shovel again and continued to scrub away the remaining filth. That night, Qin Yu did not cultivate. Instead, he found a pair of wooden boards and tinkered with them in his room all night. Before dawn the next day, Qin Yu hurried out, boards in hand. Dawn slowly broke. Disciples of the Profound Sky Sect began to emerge from their cavern abodes, ready to begin the day's affairs. As usual, the Outer Sect disciples from Beastmaster Peak mounted their spirit beasts and headed up the mountain for their lessons. Both the Outer Sect and Handyman disciples of the Profound Sky Sect resided in the outer grounds, though the Handymen were quartered in a more remote area. The Inner Sect of the clan was located on the major peaks, which was where all the inner disciples resided. During the day, Handyman disciples were tasked with menial labor around the sect. Outer disciples, however, were free to cultivate or sit in on lectures at the various peaks to learn the ways of cultivation. The outer disciples of the beast-taming peak would rampage about on their spirit beasts, and everyone on the road would scramble to get out of their way, daring not to cross them. In the early stages of cultivation, a spirit beast's combat prowess often surpassed that of its master. This was why the beast-taming peak disciples were notoriously arrogant in the outer sect. No one dared to provoke them. A few years ago, however, their reckless stampede through a bustling marketplace ignited public outrage. The law enforcement peak responded by dispatching the sect's law enforcement squad, who arrested the entire group. The law enforcement peak held jurisdiction over the sect's laws. Its peak master was also the sect's grand elder, making it one of the most powerful authorities within the sect. After deliberation, the sect's higher-ups issued a decree. Disciples of the beast-taming peak were forbidden from bringing their spirit beasts into any crowded public areas. This meant that even when they went to the inner sect for their daily lessons, they were restricted to the less traveled paths. And so, the beast-taming peak disciples chose the route that passed through Moonlight Plaza. Whenever they passed through, the already sparse plaza would become even more deserted. Some days, you wouldn't see more than a handful of people all day. Today, the outer disciples from the beast-taming peak were making their way along the same route as always. But as they approached Moonlight Plaza, they suddenly found their path cordoned off with ropes. To the right stood a large wooden sign. The group from the beast-taming peak hastily reined in their mounts, coming to an abrupt halt. Moonlight Plaza construction in progress. No unauthorized entry. Please detour. We apologize for the inconvenience. The man riding the earth-shaking dragon elephant read the sign aloud. Follower A. Since when is this place under construction? Follower B. Beats me. But isn't the Pavilion of Earth and would supposed to be in charge of this stuff? Follower A. Yeah, but I don't see any actual construction crew around, do you? Henchman B. Just cause you can't see it on the surface doesn't mean it's not there. Maybe it's buried underground. Henchman A. Damn that Tomu Pavilion. No warning at all before starting this work. Henchman B. Tell me about it. The henchmen all asked at once. Boss, where to now? We can't get through Bright Moon Plaza, so we'll cut through Maple Leaf Plaza instead. There are fewer people over there anyway, and the distance is about the same. It's just a shame that menial disciple from yesterday got lucky. My earth-shaking dragon elephant got all riled up for nothing today. Hiding in the tall grass some distance away, Yu watched the group on the spirit beast mutter amongst themselves. He was too far away to make out what they were saying. A moment later, the earth-shaking dragon elephant let out a cry, and the group headed off in a different direction. Yes, it worked. Yu pumped his fist. I just wonder which poor sap they're going after now. Not my problem. As long as they stay away from me, I'm fine. Yu figured that the crew from Beastmaster Peak wouldn't be coming this way again for a while. With that problem taken care of, Yu was left with two options. 1. Take the sign down before the inspectors arrive and clean the plaza. That was the safest bet, but putting it up every day would be a real hassle. 2. Just leave the sign where it was. Yu had done his research. The law enforcement department was in charge of sanitation inspections, while all sect maintenance and construction was handled by the Tomu Pavilion of Body Tempering Peak. The two departments didn't really have any overlap. If the sign could fool the crew from Beastmaster Peak, then in theory, it could also trick the two sanitation inspectors. If this works, he thought, I'll never have to go to Bright Moon Plaza again. I can just cultivate right here in my cavern abode. But there's still a risk of getting caught. Yu pulled out the sect's rulebook and began to study it carefully. Yu read through the sect rules from start to finish, but found nothing that specifically forbade his plan. The rules were a list of don'ts. And if it wasn't on the list, well, that meant it wasn't prohibited, right? Now that he'd decided to do it, there was no turning back. Time to roll the dice. Who knows? This long shot might just pay off big time. That's just how it was in this world. Fortune favored the bold, while the timid got left behind. Snapping the sect regulations shut, Yu made up his mind. Now, it all came down to whether those two wooden signs could fool the inspectors. Yu remained hidden in the tall grass, continuing his cultivation. He didn't open his eyes until 5 in the afternoon, at which point he casually brushed the stray blades of grass from his clothes. He glanced at the system's progress bar. It had reached 6%, a full 4 percentage points higher than before. Just as he'd thought, the progress bar was directly tied to his cultivation. His theory confirmed, Yu began to survey his surroundings. Everything was still quiet. It seemed the disciples from Beast Tamer Peak had found a different route. Yu rose from the grass and slipped into a thicket of bushes even closer to the entrance of Bright Moon Plaza, concealing himself again. From this spot, he had a perfect vantage point to overhear the inspector's conversation. He waited patiently for about an hour. Sure enough, the same two inspectors from yesterday arrived right on schedule. One of them said, surprised. When did Bright Moon Plaza go under construction? Who cares? Construction is a matter for the Civil Engineering Pavilion. What's it got to do with us? So what do we do about the plaza's cleanliness inspection? Just mark it as a pass. Didn't you see the sign? Authorized personnel only. Not even the menial disciples can get in. So who's supposed to be cleaning it? Yeah, it's basically circumstances beyond our control. We'll just have to mark it as passed. I just wish I knew how long this construction is going to last. If we had a definite timeline, we wouldn't have to keep taking this detour just to check on it. Good point. Come on, let's get going. The sooner we finish the rounds, the sooner we can get back to our own cultivation. Lately, I feel like my cultivation progress has been slowing to a crawl. The voices faded into the distance. Yu emerged from the bushes, his face alight with excitement. It was in the bag. Yu took down the wooden sign and brought it home, where he carved a few more words onto it. What the inspector had just said gave him an idea. He figured adding a specific time frame would make it more convincing. So, in the bottom right corner of the sign, Yu carved another line of small text. Due to the difficult nature of this construction, the project is expected to take 3 months. We apologize for any inconvenience. Your understanding is appreciated. The Civil Engineering Pavilion. They are perfect. Yu hung the sign back up, only then returning to his cabin, relieved, to prepare for his cultivation. Night had already fallen, but Qin Yu noticed that Li Jingtong still hadn't returned. Damn it. He went out to have fun and didn't even invite me. Whatever. Just you wait until I reach the first level of qi refining. You'll be the one eating your heart out. Back in his cabin, Qin Yu prepared his bigu pills and made a silent vow. I'm not coming out of seclusion until this progress bar hits 100%. With no trivial matters to distract him, Qin Yu's daily progress was considerable. Cultivation was incredibly tedious, like doing math problems over and over. This was especially true for novices, who couldn't yet enter a state of deep cultivation, making it difficult to train tirelessly day and night. Those who could persevere were almost all individuals of extraordinary willpower. But Qin Yu had a way to make his progress tangible. Every so often, he would open his personal status panel to see how much the progress bar had filled. Each little jump in the bar became fresh motivation for him to keep going. As Qin Yu grew more and more proficient with the Xintian art, his cultivation speed gradually increased. Inside his meridians, the globule of spiritual energy, once only the size of a mung bean, had now coalesced into a small stream. With a constant influx of new spiritual droplets, it was gradually growing stronger. The progress bar on his status panel maintained a daily increase of at least 10%. And so, Qin Yu cultivated without sleep for 9 days straight. On the evening of the 9th day, Qin Yu felt a dull thud from deep within his meridians. Then, a warm current washed over Qin Yu's entire body, bringing with it a sense of comfort he had never felt before. In that instant, Qin Yu realized he had broken through to the first level of qi refinement, officially joining the ranks of cultivators. Qin Yu eagerly opened his system status screen. The progress bar was back at 0%. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have been granted 1 use of the talent replication ability. Talk about icing on the cake. With a push from his legs, Qin Yu sprang up from the bed. I can't believe how strong I've gotten. Qin Yu began to carefully inspect the changes in his body. His body felt incredibly light, brimming with power. Even his skin was smoother and more refined than before. The kip up, a move he could never do before, he could now pull off effortlessly. It's only been 10 days, and the changes are already this drastic. Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. No wonder everyone in the world wanted to cultivate. Outside, the sky slowly began to darken. Qin Yu lit a candle, pushed open his door, and peered into the neighboring courtyard. The courtyard next door was quiet. Li Jingtong wasn't home. It's this late, and that kid Li Jingtong still isn't back? So, Qin Yu sat in the courtyard and waited, full of patience. He waited until night had completely fallen. Suddenly, the main gate creaked open, and Li Jingtong dragged his exhausted body into the courtyard. Qin Yu immediately leaned over the courtyard wall and called out, Xiaotong, where have you been? What kept you out so late? At first glance, everything seemed fine. But when he got a better look, he was horrified. Li Jingtong wasn't just tired, he was a complete wreck. His clothes were filthy and reeked, and his round, chubby face was swollen as if he'd been beaten up. Seeing him in this state, Qin Yu's expression immediately darkened. Spit it out. Who did this to you? The moment he heard Qin Yu's voice, a wave of grievance washed over Li Jingtong, and he burst into a loud wail. Brother Yu, he sobbed, you're finally out. Hopping the courtyard wall was a breeze for Qin Yu, and he quickly rushed to Li Jingtong's side. What happened? Who beat you up like this? Panting, Li Jingtong said, Brother Yu, I did what you taught me the other day. Qin Yu's eyes shot wide. Was it the 2 inspectors? Did they say your work wasn't good enough and beat you up for it? No, it wasn't them. Li Jingtong wiped away his tears and continued. They actually said I was doing a good job. They told me as long as I didn't let the maple leaves pile up too thick, I didn't have to be at it constantly. I was so happy. I thought I could slack off a bit during the day and get in some secret cultivation. But I never expected that the next morning, a huge group of people would ride by on their spirit beasts. And those beasts just crapped all over the place as they went. So not only do I have to sweep the leaves, I also have to clean up all the dung. I've been busy until late every night just to finish. So it was the spirit beasts from Beast Taming Peak that ended up in his area? Qin Yu hadn't realized he had unintentionally screwed Li Jingtong over. Of all the paths they could take, they just had to go through Maple Square. Li Jingtong's luck was just awful. Brother Yu, how did you know they were from Beast Taming Peak? Li Jingtong asked, not noticing the subtle slip in Qin Yu's words. Feeling a little guilty, Qin Yu glanced up at the stars and changed the subject. So, how did you get all these injuries? At the question, a fresh wave of grievance washed over Li Jingtong. There was just too much work, I couldn't keep up. So today, I finally worked up the courage to stand in front of those riders from Beast Taming Peak and asked them to take a different path. But their leader just hopped right down, slapped me across the face without a word, and told me to get lost. As Li Jingtong spoke, Qin Yu looked him up and down and noticed that the guy seemed a bit sturdier than he had 10 days ago. Normally, 10 days of training shouldn't result in such an obvious change. Could this be the effect of his 1,000 refinements talent? He actually gets a little stronger every time he finishes his cleaning duties? Once he had the full story, Qin Yu said comfortingly, "Go get yourself cleaned up. I'll figure something out. Brother Yu, whatever you do, don't go looking for those guys from Beast Taming Peak. They've been in the sect for years, all outer disciples. We can't beat them, and we can't afford to get on their bad side." Qin Yu nodded. "Relax. I'm not stupid enough to fight them head-on. Just go get changed. The smell is pretty strong." "Okay, Brother Yu." Li Jingtong wiped away his tears and turned to go inside. Sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard, Qin Yu felt a flicker of hesitation. Should he really help Li Jingtong? Li Jingtong was going through an ordeal, but his 1,000 refinements talent was, in fact, helping him improve little by little. That's why Qin Yu wasn't sure if interfering now would do more harm than good. An occasional sob drifted from the room, and Qin Yu suddenly slapped his thigh. "God damn it, I'm an asshole. This is all my fault. Li Jingtong is suffering because of me, and here I am, hesitating about whether to help." Qin Yu wanted to slap himself. Seeing Li Jingtong crying like that, he couldn't even begin to imagine how much the kid had suffered over the past 10 days. A boy of 14 or 15, he had left his parents and friends behind, carrying the hopes of his entire family to join the Mystic Heaven sect alone. He thought he'd found paradise, but instead, he ended up a janitor. He was surviving on bland bigu pills, doing filthy and exhausting work, constantly getting chewed out by inspectors, and bullied by the disciples of Beast Taming Peak. To make matters worse, his only friend was holed up in his room all day playing with formations, completely oblivious. The kid had no one to even vent to. "Damn it, I'm going to make those bastards from Beast Taming Peak pay for this." Qin Yu sat on the stone bench, lost in thought. Even though I'm at the first level of chi refinement, I'm still too weak. A direct confrontation is out of the question. Maybe I should make a couple more of those wooden plaques and set them up over at Maple Leaf Plaza too. Qin Yu considered it for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. Too many construction sites would make his plan obvious. Not only would it fail to solve Li Jingtong's problem, he'd just end up in a heap of trouble himself. Besides, construction alone would have no real effect on those bastards from Beast Taming Peak. What Qin Yu wanted was for them to get what was coming to them. A head-on approach is out of the question, Qin Yu thought. I'll have to get them from the shadows. The first thing that came to his mind was laxatives. What if I slipped their spirit beasts some laxatives? No, that's a terrible idea. Leaving aside whether laxatives even work on spirit beasts, if they did work, the whole path would be a disaster. As if they don't shit enough already. Besides, poisoning is against sect rules. That plan's a non-starter. Next, Qin Yu considered a few other approaches, like setting traps or launching a sneak attack. But they were all either ineffective or far too risky. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and plots were useless. Qin Yu ran a hand through his hair in frustration. He wished he could become Emperor Qin Yu on the spot and just shove those animals' faces into the piles of shit their own beasts left behind. This is pointless. I know too little about the sect, and I'm completely clueless about Beast Taming Peak. I'll never come up with a good plan just sitting here guessing. To win 100 battles, you must first know your enemy and know yourself. Qin Yu decided he'd go gather some intel tomorrow and then formulate a proper plan. If he really couldn't find a way, he'd have no choice but to halt construction at Bright Moon Plaza for a while. Screwing over strangers was one thing, but Qin Yu couldn't bring himself to do that to a friend. You done cleaning up? Qin Yu asked, looking at Li Jingtong, who had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Yeah, Li Jingtong nodded. He looked at him with hopeful eyes. Brother Yu, Did you come up with a plan? Qin Yu was Li Jingtong's last hope. If even he couldn't do anything, Li Jingtong would rather just apply to leave the sect. Qin Yu sighed. Those guys from Beast Taming Peak are a tough bunch. There's no quick fix for this. Hearing this, the light in Li Jingtong's eyes immediately dimmed. Not even you have a solution, brother Yu? Even though Qin Yu didn't really have a solution either, Li Jingtong didn't blame him. He figured he'd just expected too much of brother Yu as capable as he was. He wasn't omnipotent. After all, brother Yu was just a handyman disciple who'd been in the sect for less than half a month. How could he possibly deal with those outer sect disciples who had been around for years? Look at you. Qin Yu snapped. All I said was that I can't deal with those bastards from Beast Taming Peak right away. I never said I couldn't solve your problem. Li Jingtong's hope was instantly rekindled. Qin Yu asked, so you've basically got two problems. 1, too many fallen leaves, and 2, too much animal waste. Right. Exactly. Li Jingtong nodded eagerly. The droppings are a tough problem, I'll admit, Qin Yu said. But the leaves? That's an easy fix. Li Jingtong's mind raced, but he just couldn't figure out a solution for the leaves. So many leaves, a single gust of wind, and they'd all come rustling down. How could he possibly handle that? Surely, brother, you couldn't just stop the wind, could he? One look at him, and Qin Yu knew the kid was overthinking things. You idiot, Qin Yu said, rapping him on the head. The trees aren't even that tall. Why don't you just grab a long pole and knock all the leaves down? If there are no leaves left on the trees, then no more leaves can fall. A look of sudden realization dawned on Li Jingtong's face. Brother Yu, you're a genius, he exclaimed. But brother Yu, he hesitated, won't this break the sect rules? It won't, Qin Yu answered. I've already memorized the sect rules. They forbid the wanton destruction of trees and plants. We're not destroying them. We're just helping them with their metabolism. Li Jingtong gazed at Qin Yu with admiration. He didn't fully understand the explanation, but it sounded like absolute truth coming from brother Yu. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll help you knock those leaves down. Once all the leaves were knocked down, the problem would be solved for good, and Li Jingtong would finally have more time for his cultivation. Qin Yu was actually doing this to repay the favor Li Jingtong had done for him, shoveling manure for 10 days. Brother Yu never said a word about it, but he remembered everything. Qin Yu added, as for those sons of bitches from Beast Taming Peak, just give me a week. I'll take care of them for you, guaranteed. With tears welling in his eyes, Li Jingtong said, Brother Yu, you're too good to me. Stop blubbering and get the hell back to your cultivation. All right. Wait, don't go. Come back. What is it, brother Yu? Nothing. Just stand still and don't move. Damn it. Those bastards from Beast Taming Peak almost made me forget what I was really here for. For talents instantly popped up before Qin Yu's eyes. Thoroughly tempered A grade. One must be repeatedly polished to become great, just as jade is worthless until carved. You will often face perils in life or death situations, but within crisis lies opportunity. Survive, and you will be rewarded accordingly. Uncopyable. Survivor's luck A grade. Protected by fate itself, you can turn peril into safety and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Uncopyable. Basic formation arts C grade. Possesses a basic aptitude for formation arts, making them easy to learn and master. Uncopyable. Low-grade spiritual root D grade. Barely considered to have talent for cultivation, but it's extremely limited. Most likely fated to a life of menial labor. Copyable. So, I really can only copy D-grade talents. Wait, I can actually copy this low-grade spiritual root? A jolt of excitement ran through Qin Yu. What would happen if someone had 2 low-grade spiritual roots? Would their cultivation speed double? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu chose to copy low-grade spiritual root again. Copy successful. Qin Yu immediately opened his personal system panel. Name, Qin Yu. Talent, mid-grade spiritual root C grade. Progress, 0%. Note, at 100%, an opportunity to copy a talent will be triggered. My spiritual root actually upgraded to medium grade. 2 low-grade ones can really be combined into a medium grade one. Qin Yu was ecstatic, feeling as if he'd just discovered a whole new way to play the system. Does that mean 2 medium-grade spiritual roots can be combined into a high-grade one? In other words, I just need 2 more copy opportunities to get a high-grade spiritual root. And after that, with 4 more copy opportunities, I can get a supreme grade spiritual root. To go from no spiritual root to a supreme grade 1, all I need is 8 copy opportunities. If I get 1 opportunity for every breakthrough, then I can get the supreme grade spiritual root just by reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement. It was only then that Qin Yu realized how badly he had underestimated the system. Turns out this system was this incredible all along. You head back and get some rest. I'm taking off, Qin Yu said to Li Zhengtong. Then with a light leap, he vaulted over the compound wall and back into his room. He couldn't wait. He was eager to experience what having a medium-grade spiritual root felt like. Li Zhengtong scratched the back of his head, utterly confused. One moment he was being called over, the next he was being sent back. What is brother you doing? Wait a second. Li Zhengtong's eyes flew open. Did brother you just vault over that wall like it was nothing? When did brother you get so badass? No. Come to think of it, he's always been this badass. Back in his room, Qin Yu first activated the formation array before quickly sitting down in a cross-legged position. Before long, a massive amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, flowing rapidly through his meridians. It wasn't long before he had completed a full circulatory cycle. This silky smooth sensation of cultivation was incredibly pleasant, and it wasn't long before Qin Yu sank into a state of deep meditation, forgetting everything else. The night was unusually still, the silence broken only by the occasional chirping of insects, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Moonlight streamed silently through the windows, casting a glow on the young man's refined features, creating a scene as beautiful as a masterpiece painting. Time ticked by. At the toll of the Sect's bell, Qin Yu reluctantly withdrew from his cultivation. He could feel that the flow of spiritual energy in his meridians had grown considerably stronger. Qin Yu was ecstatic. My cultivation speed is at least 3 times faster than before. Full of anticipation, Qin Yu opened his system's status panel. But his excitement vanished the moment he saw the progress bar. An entire night of cultivation, and he'd only reached 3%? If he only had a low-grade spirit root, he probably would have gained a mere 1%. The difficulty of advancing from the first to the second level of the Qi refining stage had increased 5-fold. Cultivation really is no joke. Good thing I have a medium-grade spirit root, otherwise my next breakthrough would be a distant dream. His stomach growled, so Qin Yu took out a fasting pill and swallowed it. My mouth just feels so bland and tasteless now. Qin Yu clicked his tongue. At first, the fasting pills had been a convenient way to save time. But after a solid week of living on them, he was getting sick of it. He felt like his digestive system was starting to atrophy. Back in his town, he could at least catch a fish or hunt some wild rabbits and pheasants for a decent meal. He never thought life in the sect would be less comfortable than before. He had to find a way to improve the situation. Qin Yu realized he had a lot on his plate. Straightening his robes, Qin Yu grabbed Li Zhengtong and headed for Maple Leaf Plaza. Brother you? Li Zhengtong asked. Aren't you going to clean your own plaza? Li Zhengtong had been swamped for the past few days, with no time at all to look for Qin Yu. That's why he didn't know that Qin Yu had long ago hung an under construction sign at his Bright Moon Plaza. Qin Yu brushed him off casually. It doesn't matter whether my plaza gets cleaned or not. Let's just focus on getting yours done first. Brother you, you're the best. If I were a girl, I'd totally marry you to repay your kindness. You want me to smack you one? Qin Yu retorted. Li Zhengtong arrived at Maple Plaza and picked up a long wooden pole, handing it to Qin Yu. Bro you knock the leaves down, and I'll sweep. Li Zhengtong figured sweeping was the harder job. Using a pole is too much work. Qin Yu tossed it aside and walked straight up to a maple tree. The tree was about as thick as a grown man's thigh. Qin Yu wrapped his arms around the trunk, channeled his spirit energy, and gave it a furious shake. Rustle. The maple leaves rained down in a torrent. In just a few moments, the tree, once covered in crimson leaves, was almost completely bare. Only a few scattered leaves clung stubbornly to the highest branches. Qin Yu had no intention of leaving even those. He was all about getting the job done right the first time. A clean sweep. Qin Yu tossed the wooden pole back to Li Zhengtong. Well, don't just stand there. Knock the rest of them down. Oh right. Li Zhengtong scrambled to get started. Bro you? Li Zhengtong asked. How did you get so strong? Hard work, Qin Yu replied. And don't ask questions you shouldn't. Bro you please, teach me. Li Jingtong pleaded. How can I get that strong? It's all about diligent cultivation, Qin Yu said. Working together, they stripped one maple tree after another bare. In just a few minutes, the scene had transformed, as if early autumn had skipped straight to the dead of winter. With the trees taken care of, all that was left was to sweep up the fallen leaves. You start cleaning up. Those bastards from Beast Taming Peak should be here soon. I'm gonna go lay low for a bit. Got it. Without a second thought, Li Zhongtong grabbed a broom and started sweeping. Meanwhile, Qin Yu wandered off, keeping an eye out for any pheasants or rabbits to supplement their meals. Before long, he came across a small creek. He glanced around but saw no fishing signs posted. Where there's water, there's fish. I'll come back tonight and catch a few to spruce up dinner. Qin Yu rubbed his hands together, already itching to get started. He wished he could cast a line right then and there. In his previous life, he'd been a die-hard fisherman with a wealth of experience. If there were any fish in this river, there was no way he'd come up empty-handed. When we're done with work, let's go to the little market, buy a fish hook, dig up some worms, and come back here to give it a shot. The Taixuan sect had a marketplace where the disciples would trade. Alchemical pills they refined, spirit herbs they gathered, and spirit artifacts they no longer needed could all be sold at the market. Additionally, many disciples set up stalls to sell everyday items, all sorts of snacks, and things like that. The currency used for transactions could be sect contribution points, spirit stones, the common currency of the cultivation world, or even the copper coins, gold, and silver of the Liang Kingdom. Basically, anything of value could be traded for coin or bartered for other goods. Seeing that the people from Beast Tamer Peak had left, Qin Yu ambled back to Maple Leaf Plaza. On the plaza, just as he'd expected, were several new piles of spirit beast droppings. This time, there was a lot more than usual. Li Jingtong must have done something yesterday to piss off the spirit beasts, and this was their revenge. Qin Yu cursed inwardly and hurried over to Li Jingtong. What did they say? They just asked why the leaves on this tree were gone. They didn't mention anything else. Qin Yu nodded. All right, let's get to work. When we wrap up tonight, we'll go catch a few fish and grill them up. Li Jingtong's face lit up. He'd been living on fasting pills for the last few days and was craving a real meal. With the two of them working together, the job went much faster. It didn't take them long to get all the trash cleaned up. Qin Yu dusted himself off and said to Li Jingtong, "You finish tidying up these leaf fragments. I'm going to take a look around." Sure. Qin Yu started strolling along the path the Beast Tamer Peak disciples had used to come and go. Those spirit beasts wouldn't have only relieved themselves in the plaza, they must have left plenty of droppings along the path, too. However, Qin Yu noticed that they didn't do their business on just any of the main roads, probably because no menial disciples were assigned to clean them. In other words, these spirit beasts were perfectly capable of controlling themselves. Their running into the plaza to poop wherever they pleased was a clear sign they were treating it as their personal toilet. And the disciples assigned to menial labor were reduced to being their pooper-scoopers. This was the most infuriating thing about the outer sect disciples from Beast Taming Peak. Qin Yu figured it wasn't just them. Other areas overseen by menial disciples had probably been turned into toilets as well. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Qin Yu ran into the first victim. His name was Xiao Ji, a new disciple who had just joined the sect this year and was also assigned to menial tasks. Qin Yu didn't know him, but Xiao Ji seemed to recognize Qin Yu. After a brief exchange, Xiao Ji began to complain to Qin Yu about the problem with the spirit beasts from Beast Taming Peak. Xiao Ji had tried to stand up to them, only to be harshly berated by a disciple from Beast Taming Peak. But Xiao Ji hadn't been beaten. It seemed only the truly unlucky ones got hit. Qin Yu guessed that the disciple from Beast Taming Peak had probably been provoked by Xiao Ji first, and then later ran into Li Jingtong at Maple Leaf Plaza. Already in a foul mood, he must have slapped Li Jingtong on impulse. Qin Yu silently took note of the situation and continued on his way. In less than half an hour, he came across 5 or 6 more menial disciples facing the same problem. There's strength in numbers. The more people who held a grudge against Beast Taming Peak, the better. Qin Yu considered uniting everyone to stand against the disciples of Beast Taming Peak. But he couldn't come up with a concrete plan just yet. Even with more people, all they could do against the outer sect disciples of Beast Taming Peak was land a few extra punches. They were simply too weak. Should they report this to the sect's higher-ups? Qingyu doubted it would do any good. For one, they didn't even know who to report to. And even if they did, what would come of it? In the sect's eyes, menial disciples like them were just laborers. No one would care if they had to do a little more or a little less work. It wasn't that the sect was heartless. It was simply that those with low-grade spiritual roots had little hope of ever achieving greatness in their cultivation to begin with. The sect took us in, right? They provide the best techniques, the best environment for cultivation, and they keep us and our property safe. So isn't it only natural that we're expected to do a little work? If you don't want to work, why would the sect have recruited you in the first place? So, if we want to solve this, we can't count on the sect. We're on our own. But as menial disciples, we're just not strong enough to do it by ourselves. I wonder if we have any enemies over at the beast-taming peak. I'll have to do some digging when I get a chance. Qingyu strolled around for a bit before returning to Maple Leaf Square. The spirit beasts from beast-taming peak had just passed through, leaving the square a complete mess. Qingyu and Li Zhengtong scrambled to clean up, thankfully finishing just before the inspectors arrived. You wait here for the inspectors, Qingyu said. I'm going to head over to the market. Find me there after they're done. Got it, brother you. Qingyu left in a hurry. Following the map, he walked for over half an hour before finally reaching the sect's marketplace. Compared to the deserted Maple Leaf Square, this place was far more bustling. All sorts of shops crowded the streets, restaurants, tea houses, and taverns, along with stores selling everything from spirit herbs and spirit pets to weapons and cultivation techniques. What really blew Qinyu's mind was that some of the shops were actually chain brands from other sects. For instance, there was a weapon shop run by the Iron Gaze sect, a spirit pet store from the Demon Ring Pavilion, and a spirit herb shop owned by the Myriad Leaf Valley. These three sects were all titans in their respective fields. The Xintian sect had its own artifact forging peak, beast taming peak, and alchemy peak. Spirit artifacts, elixirs, and spirit pets were the primary products and sources of income for these very peaks. Allowing these outside shops in was bound to hurt their own local businesses. The fact that these shops were not only allowed to operate here, but were also thriving spoke volumes about the Xintian sect's confidence. Such magnanimity was truly befitting of the #1 sect in the Kingdom of Liang. Branch shops from nearly every major sect could be found in the marketplace. Qingyu circled the area, searching high and low, but to his dismay, he couldn't find a single outpost for the Joyful Union sect. The Xintian sect really is too conservative, he thought. Not flexible at all. Qingyu could only gaze at the lavish storefronts from a distance. Even a simple bowl of wine or a cup of tea inside started at a price of spirit stones or contribution points. Unless he sold the sword the second elder had given him upon his initiation, he couldn't afford a single cup of tea, not even if he sold Li Jingtong himself. All Qingyu had on him now were a few copper coins and some loose silver. His only option was to check out the small stalls set up by other disciples. The roadside stalls actually offered a wider variety of goods than the shops, though the quality was a different story. Qingyu walked up to a stall run by a disciple from the Alchemy Peak. Senior brother, do you have any pills that can speed up one's cultivation? Of course. A qi condensing pill, for example, is 8 contribution points or 8 low-grade spirit stones. A packet of vitality powder is 5 contribution points or 5 spirit stones. He rattled off several more items, every single one requiring payment in contribution points or spirit stones. I can't afford any of this. Qingyu gave an awkward smile and quickly walked away. After asking around, he found it was the same story everywhere. Anything related to cultivation was completely out of his price range. The mortal currency he carried, the silver and copper coins, was only good for daily necessities and some street snacks. A skewer of candied hawthorns was 3 copper coins, a grilled sausage was also 3, and a portion of fried chicken strips cost 5. Everything here is so expensive, Qingyu grumbled to himself. Back in town, 2 copper coins could get you a big, savory meat pie and a bowl of hot tofu pudding. But here, he couldn't even afford that single skewer of candied hawthorns. The senior brothers selling these snacks were mostly outer disciples who had completed their term of service and were preparing to leave the sect and return to their hometowns. They were trying to earn a little extra silver to save up before heading home. As a result, their prices were generally much steeper than they were outside the sect. He grumbled internally, But what had to be spent, had to be spent. Qin Yu bought 2 grilled sausages, 2 large meat buns, and 2 orders of fried pork tenderloin. He passed on the candied hawthorns, though. Qin Yu only liked the flat, disc-shaped kind. After a week without anything greasy, sinking his teeth into a large meat bun, followed by a piece of the fried tenderloin, was pure bliss for Qin Yu. The meat bun gushed with savory juices at the first bite. The tenderloin was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the sausage skin was perfectly charred with a satisfying snap. The combination was so good it almost brought a tear to Qin Yu's eye. What kind of miserable life have I been living? When it really counts, you can always rely on fried food to save the day. But as he looked around the bustling market, Qin Yu felt like something was missing. How could a place this lively not have any stinky tofu? In his past life, you'd never find a food street without a stinky tofu stand. But alas, this world had no stinky tofu, so the market would always be missing that familiar aroma for him. One day, if I'm ever short on cash, I'll set up a stall right here. I'll conquer the entire Taixuan sect with my family's secret stinky tofu recipe. After a full lap around the market, Qin Yu still hadn't found a stall selling fish hooks. He did, however, manage to meet up with Li Jingtong. He handed over the sausages, buns, and fried tenderloin, and Li Jingtong's eyes immediately lit up. Without a word, he started wolfing it all down. "Brother Yu, I had no idea there was so much good food here. I've never come before. I've really been missing out," Li Jingtong mumbled through a mouthful. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "By the way, did those 2 inspectors say anything?" "They just asked about the leaves on the tree. Out of curiosity," Li Jingtong said. "They didn't poke around any further." "Good," Qin Yu replied. "Brother Yu, did you find any fish hooks?" Li Jingtong asked. Qin Yu shook his head. "They don't sell any here, but I bought a few embroidery needles. I can rig some up myself when we get back." The 2 continued to wander and chat when suddenly, a commotion erupted up ahead. "Shit, it's those bullies from Beast Taming Peak again. Just our luck. Come on, let us go. We don't want any trouble with them." The Taixuan sect disciples manning the street stalls were also complaining. "Business is terrible again tonight. I'm packing it in." Business was already slow, but once they show up, everyone clears out. You all should pack up too. Last time, I was selling a pill for 8 contribution points, and they strong-armed me into selling it for 5. You can't mess with them, and you can't get away from them. Qin Yu quickly stopped one of the disciples who was packing up his stall. "Excuse me, senior brother. Who are you all talking about?" "Who else?" "That bunch from Beast Taming Peak. You must be new here if you don't even know who they are." A look of surprise crossed Qin Yu's face. "You mean those outer sect disciples who ride their spirit beasts to class on the peak every day?" "Yep, that's them." Qin Yu couldn't help but ask, "Why does everyone leave the moment they arrive? Don't tell me they actually dare to ride their spirit beasts through the marketplace." "They wouldn't dare. We just find them repulsive." Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He immediately sensed there was more to this story. "Senior brother, I'm new this year. I don't know the full story. Could you tell me about it?" "All right, I'll fill you in. It's pretty simple, really. The disciples from Beast Taming Peak use their powerful spirit beasts as an excuse to swagger around the outer sect. On top of that, since they all have to raise spirit beasts on the peak, the disciples there all live together. They're a tight-knit and unified group, so they've basically formed their own clique in the outer sect. Disciples from all the other peaks have their residences assigned randomly. Someone from the Alchemy Peak might end up living next to someone from the Artifact Forging Peak. The sect did this intentionally to prevent the peaks from forming factions and disrupting the peace within the outer sect. And it's this unity that gives them the nerve to act so high and mighty. They used to rampage all over the place on their spirit beasts, and nobody dared to stand up to them. That is, until they rode their spirit beast straight into the marketplace one day, demanding everyone get out of their way. That caused a huge public outrage, and the disciplinary squad arrested the whole lot of them for provocation. Later, the sect issued an order forbidding them from bringing their spirit beasts into crowded public areas. So that's why? No wonder they always insist on parading through either Bright Moon Plaza or Maple Leaf Plaza. Qin Yu asked, if they're not on their spirit beasts anymore, why does everyone still avoid them? It's not that we're deliberately avoiding them, the disciple explained. For one thing, people haven't forgotten what they used to do. The very sight of them is enough to make you sick. For another, they're just a bunch of scoundrels. Even without their beasts, they're always stirring up trouble. Take me, for instance. I'll have a pill priced at 8 contribution points, and they'll try to strong-arm me into selling it for 5. 5 points doesn't even cover my costs. I'd be taking a loss, so of course, I can't sell it. But if I refuse, they'll just crowd my stall and block anyone who actually wants to buy something. Besides, when they cause a scene like that, the enforcement team can hardly do anything about it. After all, there's no sect rule that explicitly forbids haggling. Plenty of people have been itching to teach them a lesson, but they're held back by the sect rules, which only makes those guys more arrogant. Those guys are a real menace. They've become the official troublemakers of the profound Heaven Sect's outer sect. Junior brother, I can't talk anymore, the senior brother said to Qin Yu as he hurriedly packed up his stall. That group is headed this way. I've got to go. I'd advise you two to clear out as well. If that bunch sets their sights on you, it'll ruin your whole night. Thanks for the heads up, senior brother. Qin Yu grabbed Li Zhengtong, and they quickly made their way out of the market. Li Zhengtong complained the whole time. Those guys from Beast Taming Peak are the scum of the sect. Absolutely despicable. Qin Yu smirked. You call them bullies? Looks to me like they've just never been properly put in their place. Then he added, I have a way to deal with them. Really? What's the plan, brother you? Qin Yu leaned in and whispered into Li Zhengtong's ear for a long moment. Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up. He shot Qin Yu a thumbs up and said, Brother you, that plan to turn their own weapons against them is viciously brilliant. It really takes a villain to take down another villain. Smack. Who are you calling a villain? Clutching his head, Li Zhengtong stammered. Brother you, that's not what I meant. I meant you're, cunning. No, that's not right. I mean you're crafty. Ugh, I can't get the words right. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. All right, just shut up. If you don't have the vocabulary, just say badass. Stop trying to sound so sophisticated. Li Zhengtong grinned sheepishly. You're badass, brother you. We still need to bring a few more people in on this. I'll make contact tomorrow. We move tomorrow night. Got it. Li Zhengtong immediately snapped to attention and answered. Understood. Early the next morning, the first person Qin Yu found was Xiao Ji. After hearing the plan, Xiao Ji was all for it. Brother you, just tell me what you need. I've hated those bastards from Beast Tamer Peak for ages. Good. You just need to do exactly as I say. Qin Yu asked, understand? Xiao Ji replied, got it. Qin Yu instructed, stay hidden, don't get spotted. Marketplace at midnight. We'll meet there. Right. After that, Qin Yu sought out several other outer sect disciples who had gotten the worst of it. He received their full support. These guys had been spoiled rotten by their families since they were kids. When had they ever been forced to eat shit like that? Now that they finally had a chance to get payback on the Beast Tamer Peak gang, everyone was fired up. After arranging the time with everyone, Qin Yu patiently waited for nightfall. You animals from Beast Tamer Peak. You'd never dream that the shit you drop today will become the cannonballs we fire back at you tomorrow. Midnight. All the shops in the marketplace were shuttered. The once bustling square was now completely deserted. It wasn't that ordinary cultivators didn't need sleep, but rather that they could use their cultivation practice to replace it. Late at night, everyone returned to their own cultivation caves or went to others to begin their solo, dual, or even group cultivation. Just then, a few figures stealthily approached. Their faces were covered, and each of them was shouldering a large burlap sack. You're here. Qin Yu's voice suddenly came from behind, making Xiao Ji and the others jump. Xiao Ji, still wearing his hood, rubbed his chest and chuckled. Brother Yu, it's you. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Qin Yu pointed at their hoods. What are you wearing these for? We were afraid of being seen, another disciple explained. Afraid of what? Qin Yu thought. The marketplace is deserted at this hour. Even the donkeys have long since gone back to their stables. Besides, with their pathetic skills, could they even escape if they were discovered? Acting so furtively just makes you look guilty, which makes you more likely to be noticed. Xiao Ji and the others quickly yanked off their hoods. Give me the hoods, Qin Yu said. I'll hold on to them for you. They obediently handed over the hoods, only to watch as Qin Yu put them on his own head, one on top of the other. Stunned, Xiao Ji asked in a low voice, Brother Yu, why are you putting them on? Qin Yu scoffed. What do you know? I'm the leader, so I have to take the biggest risk. If you were an enforcer and you saw a group of ordinary guys with one person in a hood, who would you go after first? Xiaoji lowered his head in shame and mumbled, "The one in the hood." "Exactly. They'll come for me, which gives you all a chance to run." The others looked ashamed. "Brother you," they said in unison, "we're sorry. We misjudged you. You still don't really understand me, and I don't blame you for that. But remember this. I, Qin Yu, would never harm my own brothers. It's you those guys from Beast Tamer Peak are bullying, not me. This has nothing to do with me, Qin. I just couldn't stand by and watch them push around the servant disciples, so I decided to step in. But let me be clear, I'm taking on all the risk myself. If I get caught, I will never, ever rat any of you out. And I expect the same from you. If any of you get caught, don't you dare sell out a single brother." Qin Yu's words were fiery and righteous, and Xiao Ji and the others were moved to their core. "Brother Yu is the greatest man alive. Don't worry, Brother Yu. Even if I get kicked out of the sect, I'll never give anyone up." "Same here. All right, let's stick to the plan. Everyone, get moving. Remember to spread out and make the scene look more convincing. Once you're done here, head over to the Central Plaza. We need to set that up too. I've already done my recon. The law enforcement peak patrols come by at 2 and 4 a.m. That gives us a 2-hour window. Let's pick up the pace." After the others had departed, shouldering their burlap sacks, Qin Yu handed a black hood to Li Jingtong. "I was in such a rush today. I can't believe I forgot this. Good thing these young disciples are so thorough." Li Jingtong took the hood, giving Qin Yu a puzzled look. Qin Yu smacked him on the back of the head. "You idiot," he said. "The enforcers won't chase the guy in the hood. They'll just go after the slowest runner. It's not that I'm disloyal," Qin Yu thought, "but even brothers have a priority list." The realization dawned on Li Jingtong. "Oh, so that's the plan." Then, Li Jingtong handed the hood back to Qin Yu. "What's this?" Qin Yu asked. "I'm the slowest runner," Li Jingtong replied. Qin Yu was speechless. Li Jingtong always did the most chores, which meant he had the least amount of time to cultivate. With little difference in their innate talents and not much training under their belts, their cultivation levels were still low, and they were slow. Shouldering burlap sacks, the group weaved quickly through the marketplace. Qin Yu kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings while directing the others. "Tong, no more over here. It's getting too concentrated. Xiaoji, take that big pile and drop it in the middle of the road. Yeah, right there, line it up with the entrances to the 100 Artifacts Pavilion and the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. You over there, sprinkle some water on that spot. It's too dry. Don't use too much here. We still need some for the Central Plaza. And don't make it look so obvious, try to make it look natural. Come on, we've only got half an hour left. Pick up the pace." The group bustled about for a full hour, making a hasty retreat just before the patrol was due to arrive. A short while later, the disciples from Law Enforcement Peak arrived for their patrol. There were only 2 of them this time. Usually, their patrols were little more than a formality. As soon as the market stalls closed, they were sealed with protective formations. Besides, many of the owners and their staff slept right inside. What thief would be foolish enough to try anything? In other words, any cultivator skilled enough to even attempt a theft would be far too powerful for these 2 junior disciples to ever notice. But tonight, of all nights, was the exception. The 2 patrol disciples had just arrived when their senses were assaulted by a disgusting scene. The wide market street was blanketed in the excrement of spirit beasts. Tufts of animal fur drifted on the wind, and a sickening stench assaulted their nostrils, refusing to dissipate. On the otherwise empty street stood the 2 patrol disciples. One was pinching his nose. The other was also pinching his nose. What in the world happened here? One of them asked. The other replied instantly. It has to be those disciples from the beast taming peak, secretly bringing their spirit beasts over. They were still sore about us catching them last time, and now look, they're back to provoke us. And to think I saw them hanging around the market the last few nights. They weren't just browsing, they were scouting the place. This was premeditated. So what do we do now? What gives that bunch the nerve? Thinking they're hot stuff again, daring to provoke our enforcement squad. They have a death wish. One of them said in a sinister voice, "We don't move. Let's just keep things as they are for now. Once morning comes and the shop doors open, the crowds will flood the market. Someone is bound to come and deal with them. We'll go back and tell the boys." When they get wind of it, they shouldn't rush in. Wait until the Beast Tamer Peak guys are good and thrashed, then we'll all move in for the arrests. Looks like the last punishment was too light. They just never learn. The other nodded in agreement. I couldn't stand those guys for a long time. This time, they walked right into our hands. They can't blame us for being heavy-handed. The two members of the patrol were certain it had to be the disciples from Beast Tamer Peak. They were veterans. One closer look was all it took to spot the obvious signs of tampering and realize it was a complete setup. But that detail didn't matter. What mattered was that they had long despised the people from Beast Tamer Peak and had just been waiting for an opportunity to teach them a lesson. And now, that very opportunity had fallen right into their laps. If you want to set someone up, it's never hard to find a pretext, is it? Besides, the so-called evidence was staring them right in the face. They didn't know who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, but they knew they were about to witness a great show. The two enforcement disciples made one more round of the street, then returned with smirks on their faces to continue their cultivation. And so the night passed. Qingyu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaozhi didn't cultivate at all that night. They were all waiting for dawn, for the chaotic farce that was sure to unfold. Dawn slowly broke. As usual, the shopkeeper of the 100 Artifacts Pavilion opened his doors and deactivated the protective array. He was about to take a deep breath of the fresh morning air when a vile stench smacked him right in the face. Gag! What is that awful smell? What in the world did someone leave out here on the main street? The shopkeeper hurriedly reactivated the array, sealing off the foul odor. But when he got a clear look at the scene on the street, the shopkeeper went back inside, a smile spreading across his face. Seeing the wide grin on his face, his clerks gathered around. "What's the good news, boss?" they asked. "Just go out and take a look. Remember, no formations." "Xiao Zhang, hand me that meter-long iron bar," the owner of the 100 Artifacts Pavilion said through gritted teeth. "They've cost me so many customers. Now, I finally get my revenge." Similar scenes were playing out in shop after shop. In some stores, everyone, men and women, young and old, ready to long staff. A shop owner instructed, "Wait for my signal. I want you to beat them senseless, and don't let a single one escape. But no spirit energy. Remember, we're on someone else's turf, so don't kill anyone." These shop owners were businessmen, first and foremost, and what merchants value most is foot traffic. The more people there were outside, the more customers they had, and the more money they made. But whenever the disciples from Beast Taming Peak showed up at the market, foot traffic would immediately be cut in half, and their business would take a serious hit. They had reported the issue to the Sect, but the Sect had offered no solution. After all, you couldn't just strip someone of their freedom to visit the market simply because they were disliked. Besides, the shop owners didn't dare to mess with the disciples from Beast Taming Peak. Once, an apothecary had gotten on their bad side. In retaliation, the disciples started coming into the shop in shifts. They wouldn't yell or cause a scene, they would just loiter. And as long as any of them were inside, potential customers wouldn't even come in. After all, it wasn't the only apothecary in town. With similar prices and quality available elsewhere, customers simply took their business to another shop. The shop owners were furious, but they were powerless to drive them away. Before long, that shop had to relocate. The other shop owners could only swallow their anger and bear it. But interfering with someone's livelihood is like attacking their family. The shop owners had long since grown to despise the disciples of Beast Taming Peak. They just never had a chance to act. Finally, the heavens had finally taken notice. The disciples of Beast Taming Peak were about to have a very bad day. The moment for revenge they had all been waiting for was finally here. The senior apprentices who ran the stalls also rushed to the marketplace at the same time. When they saw the wretched scene, their faces twisted with rage. The permanent shops could at least still open, but these disciples had lost the very ground where they set up their stalls. Beast Taming Peak has gone too far. A roar came from someone in the crowd, and a chorus of angry shouts immediately echoed from all sides. Those disciples from Beast Taming Peak are completely lawless. They've even taken our stall spaces. This is our livelihood they're messing with. I can't take it anymore, brothers. If we let this slide, they'll just come after us next. So tell me, are we going to stand for this? No, absolutely not. Let's go. Anyone with guts, follow me to their quarters. We're dragging them out. In an instant, a dark, surging crowd flooded toward the residences of the beast-taming peak disciples. Hidden within the crowd, Qin Yu and his companions were inwardly ecstatic. The mob's fury was even more explosive than he had imagined. Apparently, the outer disciples of beast-taming peak had truly made a habit of causing trouble. Judging by the way everyone had reacted to them just yesterday, Qin Yu could tell that group had already become pariahs, hated by all. The only problem was that these rats were protected by the sect's regulations, leaving everyone powerless to deal with them. And this was precisely the vulnerability Qin Yu intended to exploit. If you're going to hide behind the sect's rules, then the first step is to make you break them yourselves. That's why, the previous night, Qin Yu had collected spirit beast droppings and scattered them across crowded areas like the marketplace and the central plaza, framing the beast-taming peak for the violation. Qin Yu had given everyone the spark they needed to ignite their rage. No one cared whether the spark was real or fake, all that mattered was that it could start the fire. All the crowd needed was an excuse, any excuse that would let them act without being punished by the sect's regulations. Before long, the mob arrived outside the cave residences of the beast-taming peak's outer disciples. Qin Yu scanned the area. The residences of the beast-taming sect disciples were similar to his, the only difference being the more spacious yards in front of their wooden cabins. The spirit beasts usually stayed in those yards. Kong Tianjiao, get the hell out here, someone in the crowd yelled. Kong Tianjiao was the master of the earth-shaking dragon elephant and a prominent figure among the outer disciples of beast-taming peak. Hearing the commotion outside, the outer disciples of beast-taming peak emerged from their residences one after another. What do you think you're doing? They froze for a moment at the sight of the crowd, then quickly activated the defensive arrays in their yards. But after a moment's thought, they recalled no recent violations of the sect's rules. With their courage bolstered, they shouted back, "Are you here to cause trouble? You've got some nerve." Qin Yu bellowed from the crowd, straining his voice. "Out of the way! Who the hell do you think you are? Get Kong Tianjiao out here." A senior disciple stepped forward and shouted to all the beast-taming peak disciples, "All of you have openly violated the sect's rules and disturbed the peace of the outer sect. I'm counting to 5. If you're not out here by then, we'll smash through these arrays and drag you out ourselves." 5. The disciples from beast-taming peak looked indignant. "What did we do? Don't just stand there and falsely accuse us. Yeah, if you're going to say we broke the rules, then tell us exactly which one. Humph. Are you really going to pretend you don't know what you did? Bold enough to do it, but too scared to admit it, huh? Bunch of cowards." 4. 3. As the crowd grew more agitated, the disciples of beast-taming peak started to panic. What are you trying to do? Forcibly entering another disciple's residence is a grave offense. Serious cases are punished by having your cultivation crippled, or even expulsion from the Sky Profound sect. You have the nerve to talk about sect rules? Where were the rules last night when you let your spirit beasts run wild in the marketplace and the square? You were the ones who broke the rules first. We're just here to see that justice is served and bring you in. Qin Yu's patience wore thin. He knew villains who monologued always met a sticky end, so he cut the argument short and roared, "Cut the crap. Quit fucking dawdling. Grab your weapons and charge." Bam! Kong Tianjiao kicked the door in, pointed a finger at the crowd, and started screaming, "You think you've got the balls? I'd like to see a single one of you try and break my formation." He strode out, straightening his robes as he went. Trailing behind him was a young, delicate female disciple. Her face flushed red at the sight of the crowd, and she nervously smoothed the wrinkles on her own clothes. The sight sent the crowd into a fury. He'd trashed their stalls without a hint of apology, and now he had the fucking gall to be dallying with a woman. He was treating them like dirt. "Charge! Get him!" The crowd surged forward, shattering the formation and tying Kong Tianjiao up tight. The rope they bound him with was a spiritual treasure, one that could suppress his internal spirit energy. Worried that wasn't enough, someone else pulled out a stack of suppression talismans and plastered them all over Kong Tianjiao's body. To take this guy down, they didn't hesitate to pull out all the stops, using their most prized, last resort treasures. The earth-shaking dragon elephant cowered trembling in a corner, and Kong Tianjiao's cries went completely ignored. These humans were terrifying. It's not like I had any deep connection with Kong Tianjiao. Shit, are you guys insane? What the hell do you think you're doing? Only then did it dawn on Kong Tianjiao that they were serious. All his bravado instantly vanished. He shouted in a panic, "Hey, let's all calm down here. Brothers, get over here and help me. Shut your mouth." Someone whipped out an immobilization talisman and stuck it right over Kong Tianjiao's mouth. The other disciples from Beast Tamer Peak were terrified, shrinking back. Not a single one dared to step forward. Kong Tianjiao's words, however, only served as a reminder to the crowd. Someone yelled, "Men, don't let a single one of the Beast Tamer Peak disciples escape." Another voice called out, "Listen up, you Beast Tamer Peak disciples inside. You can either come out peacefully, or we can come in and drag you out in ropes. I am Shu Daoshan. Number 3, move out. Brothers, charge. Drag them out. Wait, don't touch the array. We'll come out ourselves." Seeing how vicious the crowd was, the disciples from Beast Tamer Peak lost their nerve at once. If the array were destroyed, they'd be the ones spending their own contribution points to repair it. "We can come out on our own, but we at least deserve to know why. What gives you the right to attack us? If you can't give us a proper explanation, we're taking this to the disciplinary squad." At this, the crowd broke into scornful laughter. "Still playing innocent? You really have no idea what you've done, do you? Didn't they say they wanted an explanation? Fine. Drag them to the market square and let them explain themselves there." The crowd marched the disciples from Beast Tamer Peak back to the market in a massive, imposing procession. Along the way, they passed numerous outer sect disciples. The moment these disciples heard it was the Beast Tamer Peak group in custody, they all hurried back to call their friends. Word spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, the news snowballing as it went. Countless disciples, hearing the news, rushed to the scene, packing the market square so tight it was impossible to move. Throughout the entire procession, the disciples from Beast Tamer Peak were on the verge of tears. What in God's name did we do? What unforgivable crime could we have possibly committed to deserve this humiliation? Each of them racked their brains, picking apart their every action over the past few days. But no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't recall doing anything out of the ordinary. So what are these people after? Why would they drag us here like this? At that thought, all eyes suddenly fell on Kong Tianjiao. They were shouting Kong Tianjiao's name when they showed up. They were clearly after him. He must have gotten into some kind of trouble and dragged the rest of us down with him. Meanwhile, Kong Tianjiao himself was on the verge of a breakdown. He was hog-tied, hoisted over their heads, and paraded about like a monkey on display at the zoo. To make matters worse, his face was plastered with talismans, a complete and utter humiliation. Once they reached the market square, the crowd shoved the disciples from Beast Tamer Peak to the front. "Look at the mess you made last night. You've completely wrecked a perfectly fine market. How are any of us supposed to do business now?" Another voice chimed in. "Central Plaza is a mess too. You can't even walk through it." The disciples from Beast Tamer Peak stared at the filth-covered street, dumbfounded. "Did I do this? How could I not know? No, that's not right. I definitely didn't do this. Someone must be framing us. You idiots. Can't you see we're being framed? Look at this pile of dung. The left side looks like it's from an iron-eater beast, the right from a flying rat. It's obviously been patched together by someone." Xiaoji roared, "Damn it! How dare you deny it with the proof right here?" Li Zhengtong sneered, "If your spirit beasts didn't drop this, did it just appear out of thin air?" Qin Yu snarled, "Damn them. They trashed our market and have the nerve to call us idiots. Brothers, let's get M." A wave of anger swept through the crowd. Everyone rolled up their sleeves, ready to settle things then and there. Attack first, ask questions later. Wait, don't attack, wait. The Beast Tamer Peak disciples scrambled back, and in his panic, one of them stumbled and fell right into the pile of dung. Everyone, calm down. We admit our spirit beasts did it, but there's absolutely no way they did it here. Li Zhengtong jeered. If they didn't do it here, then what? Did it grow legs and run over by itself? Qin Yu said, "That's all the confession we need. Brothers, get them." Wait, don't. There must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. Kong Tianjiao hasn't said a word this whole time. Isn't that a silent confession? Kong Tianjiao cried, "Wah? MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. You slapped a paralysis talisman on me. How am I supposed to talk?" The Beast Tamer Peak disciples hurriedly untied the ropes on Kong Tianjiao. But at Qin Yu's urging, a mob had already surged forward. The people in the back were shoving their way forward, afraid they'd miss out on the action if they were too slow. The men at the front charged forward, roaring, while their brothers behind them shouted endlessly. "You guys up front, hurry it up." We agreed to one punch each, and there's a long line of us waiting back here. Others in the crowd were egging them on. A scalper yelled out, "Scalper tickets, anyone? 5 contribution points to cut the line and get a punch in at a beast-taming peak disciple." "I'll pay. I want a piece of Kong Tianjiao," someone yelled. The scalper sneered, "Kong Tianjiao's extra. 10 contribution points for a shot at him." The shopkeepers had been keeping a close eye on the commotion outside. "On my 3, 2, 1, you all rush out and let him have it. Aim for the legs, we want them laid up for months. But remember, you have to be back in the shop before the enforcers show up." "Got it, boss." Waving iron rods, the clerks were cracking their knuckles, itching for a fight. The slower beast-taming peak disciples were tackled to the ground and beaten mercilessly. His buddies managed to untie Kong Tianjiao's ropes, and he immediately bolted. "Where are the enforcers? Why aren't they here yet?" someone asked anxiously. A sliver of hope remained in Kong Tianjiao's heart. But with a commotion this big, if the enforcers were coming, they would have been here by now. The crowd had figured this out, too, which was why they'd deliberately given them a chance to run. It didn't matter. There was no escape. It was like an aristocratic hunt from the old days, where the nobles enjoyed watching their prey run. The more it struggled, the greater their thrill. As the top outer disciple of the beast-taming peak, Kong Tianjiao's character was questionable, but his strength was undeniable. Now, Kong Tianjiao pushed the spiritual energy in his body to its limit, tearing down the filth-strewn street at full speed. The disciples chasing him had to keep dodging the landmines on the road, and the distance between them and Kong Tianjiao grew. "Ha ha ha! You really think a bunch of losers like you can catch me?" Kong Tianjiao roared with laughter. Just then, a huge crowd of clerks surged out from the shops on both sides, completely blocking his path. Kong Tianjiao skidded to a halt. "What do I do now?" He looked at the shopkeepers and their clerks cracking their knuckles in front of him, then back at the disciples with their fists clenched behind him. A look of utter bewilderment spread across his face. "Kong Tianjiao, you've done nothing but evil, and now there's nowhere left to run." Kong Tianjiao gritted his teeth, glaring at the people surrounding him, and roared, "None of you will lay a hand on me." The words had barely left his mouth when he shut his eyes, steeled himself, and dove headfirst into a pile of dung from a ground-shaking dragon elephant. He even rolled around in it. The shocking spectacle left everyone utterly speechless. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Yu's mind went blank as a cold sweat broke out on his skin. That's insane. Even the men in the back, who had been busy beating the other disciples from Beast Tamer Peak, stopped mid-swing and stared over in horror. The Beast Tamer Peak disciples, who had been screaming in agony just moments before, fell silent. They all craned their necks, staring in utter disbelief. The entire marketplace seemed to freeze. The only movement was Kong Tianjiao, climbing out of the dung heap and roaring at the crowd. "Come on, then. Try me. You still want a piece of me? Come on. You want to fight? Then bring it on." With every step Kong Tianjiao took, the crowd recoiled, not daring to get near him. He had transformed from a helpless lamb on the chopping block into a ferocious, dung-covered tiger. What a warrior. Even Qin Yu had to admire his guts. Qin Yu shouted to the crowd, "Don't be scared. Use ranged spells on him." That snapped everyone back to their senses. They immediately began to conjure their spells and unleash them on Kong Tianjiao. "Arg! Who said that? Damn you to hell." Kong Tianjiao howled in agony under the barrage of spells. "Stop!" A wave of immense pressure swept across the marketplace, stunning everyone. Qin Yu was caught in its wake and nearly lost his balance. Such power! Everyone looked up to see a young man in a white robe descending from the sky, riding a massive, striped tiger. Immediately, the entire crowd bowed in unison. "Greetings, senior brother." He wore the white robes of an inner disciple, clearly a member of the profound Sky Sect. The moment Kong Tianjiao saw the newcomer, he shot to his feet as if he'd seen his savior, shouting, "Senior brother Wang Li, quick, save us. We disciples from Beast Tamer Peak are being ganged up on and bullied by these outer sect disciples." The unexpected appearance of an inner sect disciple from Beast Tamer Peak made the crowd's expressions turn grim. Wang Li's sharp gaze swept over the crowd like a blade before finally landing on the filth-covered Kong Tianjiao. A thought flashed through his mind. Is he here to avenge Kong Tianjiao? Qin Yu began to inch back, ready to grab Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji and bolt at the slightest sign of trouble. No matter how powerful these inner sect disciples were, there was no way they could control everyone at once. Wang Li vaulted off the back of the massive tiger, landing gracefully in front of Kong Tianjiao. He instinctively waved a hand in front of his nose before asking with a pleasant smile, "And you are, junior brother?" Kong Tianjiao cried out anxiously, "Senior brother Wang. It's me, Kong Tianjiao." Wang Li sounded surprised. "Tianjiao? How did you get into such a pathetic state?" Pointing at the crowd, Kong Tianjiao wailed, tears and snot running down his face as he tattled. "They did this to me. They beat me up." "That's nonsense, Kong Tianjiao," someone retorted. "You were the one who decided to jump into a pile of dung. What's that got to do with us? Would I have jumped into a dung heap if you weren't chasing me?" Kong Tianjiao yelled. "Senior brother, they ganged up on us disciples from Beast Tamer Peak and attacked us for no reason." Kong Tianjiao cried. "You have to get justice for our Beast Tamer sect." Wang Li turned, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Is it about to start?" Qin Yu, who had already retreated several hundred paces, began to circulate the spiritual energy throughout his body. If the outer sect disciples are this brazen, the inner sect disciples can't be that much stronger. If a real fight broke out, Qin Yu planned to use the chaos as cover and make a run for it. But Wang Li didn't attack. Instead, he asked in a calm, even tone, "Might I ask why you were all bullying my junior brothers?" They had it coming. Many of them thought. Of course, this had to be said. A senior disciple cupped his hands in a salute to Wang Li and, pointing to the mess on the ground, explained, "Senior brother Wang, this is the public marketplace where we all set up stalls and shop. The sect rules clearly forbid spiritual beasts here, but last night, when no one was around, they rode their beasts through and trashed the place. How are we supposed to stand for this?" Wang Li nodded. "You have a point. This is the responsibility of our beast taming peak." Kong Tianjiao immediately grew frantic, shouting, "Senior brother, don't just take their word for it. Our spiritual beasts were in our own courtyard all night. They were never here. We've been framed." The other disciples from the beast taming peak all started shouting in agreement. "Senior brother, please speak up for us. This is a setup. We beg you to get to the bottom of this." Wang Li waved his sleeve and snapped, "Enough." His sharp tone scared everyone into silence. Wang Li said gravely, "Even if it is a setup, why were you the ones targeted? Why did no one bother to find out the truth before the rumor spread like wildfire? In the end, it's because you're all usually too arrogant and have offended too many people. You brought this on yourselves. Let this be a lesson to you." Hearing this, the disciples of the beast taming peak hung their heads in shame. They began to reflect, realizing that under Kong Tianjiao's leadership over the years, their behavior had indeed gone too far. Only Kong Tianjiao's eyes burned with defiance. So what if he has a supreme spiritual root? He really thinks he's all that. Just wait until my talent improves. I'll crush you under my heel. Wang Li cupped his hands to the crowd. "This matter is our beast taming peak's responsibility, and we will take full accountability. We will clean this place up within a day. We will also offer 5,000 contribution points to compensate the merchants and stall owners. While it may not cover all your losses, please accept it as a token of our sincere apology." When the disciples of the beast taming peak heard they had to give up 5,000 contribution points, they all winced, the cost clearly stinging them. All told, there were 100 or so people. That came out to 50 contribution points apiece, which was almost a month and a half's worth of their allowance. When senior brother Wang Li spoke, who would dare to disobey? Wang Li's handling of the situation left everyone feeling a bit sheepish. Senior brother Wang is so fair and just. He's truly admirable. We were definitely too rash this time, acting on our own without even investigating. That was our mistake. Watching this harmonious scene unfold, Qin Yu found it a little unsettling. This guy never plays by the book. The outer disciples were arrogant as hell, yet the inner disciples were humble and courteous. The contrast was just too stark. Is everyone on Beast Tamer Peak this full of contradictions? He had to admit, Wang Li was slick. With just a few words, he had turned a major incident into a minor squabble and, in the process, eased the tension between the outer disciples and the others. Still, Qin had achieved his goal. The disciples from Beast Tamer Peak had been taught their lesson, getting a bit of payback for the servant disciples. After a lesson like this, he figured the Beast Tamer Peak disciples would tone it down a notch. At the very least, they'd probably start disposing of their spirit beast dung properly instead of just dumping it on other people. And Kong Tianjiao, the most arrogant disciple on Beast Tamer Peak, had learned the harshest lesson of all. He had brought it all on himself. He could have just taken a few hits and been done with it. But no, he had to escalate things. And to top it all off, even after everything, Kong Tianjiao still didn't escape his beating. He was utterly and completely humiliated. If Qin Yu had been in his shoes, he would have already left the sect and gone home. He could never stomach that kind of humiliation. For a long time to come, Kong Tianjiao was going to be the butt of everyone's jokes. Hehehe, it feels damn good to be the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes. With Li Zhengtong, Xiao Zhi, and the others in tow, Qin Yu swaggered out from the crowd. So? Felt good, didn't it? The fat on Li Zhengtong's face jiggled as he laughed. Awesome. That was just awesome. Especially seeing Kong Tianjiao dive into that pile of shit and roll around. I feel like I could shovel dung for another month, and it would still be worth it. Brother you're incredible. All the other outer sect disciples are nothing but your little brothers now. Xiao Zhi and the others also crowded around Qin Yu, relentlessly sucking up to him. Qin Yu let out a hearty laugh. In the world of cultivation, it's not all about brawn. Brains are just as important. Knowledge is power, got it. We get it. Now hurry up and get this place cleaned. To celebrate me, Qin, taking down my first enemy, I'm treating everyone to grilled fish tonight by the river next to Maple Leaf Square. Long live Brother Yu. While things were loud and festive on Qin Yu's side, the scene over at the Beast Taming Peak was far more grim. Kong Tianjiao and his men, tools in hand, struggled to clean up the filth covering the ground. During a break in their work, Kong Tianjiao sidled up to a small, skinny cultivator with a round head and bright, intelligent-looking eyes. Li Fun, who do you think set us up this time? Was it Zhou Shuhai from the Alchemy Peak, Li Ming from the Body Tempering Peak, or Yi Changming from Law Enforcement? Or maybe one of those shopkeepers? Li Fun was the strategist for the Beast Taming Peak's outer sect clique. The reason their group had been able to get away with so much dirty work over the years, all while cleverly skirting the sect's rules, was entirely thanks to Li Fun's brains. None of them. Li Fun slowly shook his head. Then, with a look of deep contemplation, he dabbed his finger in a bit of the dung and held it before his eyes, studying it for a long moment. What could you possibly see in that? Stop playing games and just spit it out. Who was it? Kong Tianjiao swung his fist at the air in frustration. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor, he roared. They screwed us over this bad. If I don't pay them back double, I'm no longer a man. Li Fun finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. This lump of dung, it's quite fresh, and its form is still rather complete. It must have been from yesterday. The method suggests it was deliberately collected, and with extreme care to keep it intact. Kong Tianjiao, suppressing his rage, snapped, I don't have time to listen to you analyze this crap. Who wouldn't be fuming, having to discuss this with someone who might as well have just crawled out of a dung heap? Don't you get it? The people you were just talking about could never get their hands on droppings this intact. That dung would have been completely destroyed during cleanup. Since this is the method they're using against us, the perpetrators must have 3 key traits. Kong Tianjiao demanded. And what are they? First, they have a grudge against us. Second, they're weak and can't afford to confront us head-on. And third, they have easy access to the droppings of our spirit beasts. A golden glint flashed in Li Fun's eyes. Based on these 3 points, he said, the ones who framed us can only be the menial disciples in charge of sanitation. Only they have both the motive and the easy access needed to acquire such intact tools of the crime. Menial disciples. Fury blazed in Kong Tianjiao's eyes. He roared, how dare they? How lonely. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Humming a little tune, Qin Yu returned to his cave abode with a spring in his step. First, he took out the embroidery needle he'd bought and heated it over a candle until it glowed red hot. Then, with a gentle press against the ground, He bent it into the shape of a professional grade, size 5, barbless fishhook. Going from straight to curved, it was as simple as that. Next, Chinyu took out the fishing line he had prepared. This line was actually silk spun by a spider-like spirit beast from the cultivation world, and it was typically used for mending clothes. The silk was colorless, transparent, and incredibly tough. Legend had it that not even a 10,000 gene dragon-headed tilapia could snap it, making it the perfect material for a fishing line. Finally, he tied a small block of wood to the line as a bobber, picked up a handy bamboo stalk to use as a rod, and his rig was complete. Once his gear was packed, Chinyu eagerly headed to the riverbank to start his day of fishing. A rare afternoon of peace and quiet. Chinyu lay on the soft grass, basking in the gentle early autumn sun. He watched his bobber dance on the ripples, feeling utterly content. If only I could become the great Emperor Chinyu right now, life would be pretty much perfect. At this thought, Chinyu pulled out his small notebook, flipped to the page, and crossed out the path to immortality, starting with shoveling manure, changing it to the path to immortality, starting with fishing. The original title was more eye-catching, but it was too down-to-earth crude, really. It probably wouldn't get approved. Suddenly, the bobber was yanked sharply underwater. Fish on. Chinyu gave the rod a hard tug, and a fish weighing a couple of pounds was pulled from the water. The fish was golden from head to tail and looked a bit like a carp. Living in a place so rich with spiritual energy, even the fish are different. I wonder if they taste different, too? After rebaiting the hook with a worm, Chinyu cast his line back into the water. I've been slacking off these past couple of days. I have to go back into seclusion tomorrow. Chinyu mused. I can make about 3% progress in one night, so a full day of cultivating should net me 6 or 7%. To reach the second level of chi condensation, I'll need to cultivate for a full 16 days. That number was a bit daunting. From all the cultivation novels he'd read, Chinyu had always imagined that cultivators went into seclusion for years, even decades, at a time. But after joining the sect, he learned that most cultivators who underwent long-term seclusion could enter a state of deep cultivation. In that state, 10 years could feel like a single day, and they'd be oblivious to the outside world. But for cultivators at stages like chi condensation or foundation establishment, entering such a deep state was nearly impossible. For them, cultivation was just tedious. His last 10-day seclusion had been a battle of sheer willpower by the end. This time I'm going in for half a month straight. Will I drive myself crazy? Or worse, suffer a chi deviation? Chinyu was a little worried about his mental state, so he decided he would cultivate for 10 days and then rest for one. After all, cultivation is a marathon, not a sprint. You have to balance work and rest. Chinyu muttered to himself. Why couldn't I get one of those systems that just goes ding and hands you 500 years of cultivation? I mean, if I'm going to have a cheat, couldn't it be a better one? Splash. He'd caught another fish. Dusk fell. By now, Chinyu had caught a dozen or so fish. Before long, Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji, and the others arrived as planned. Tongzi, you're with me. We're getting these fish. Xiao Ji, take the others and gather some dry firewood. All right. The group immediately scattered and got to work. Chinyu called out a reminder. Just gut them. Don't worry about the scales. Easy with that knife. Don't puncture the gallbladder. Damn it, you popped another one. We won't have enough fish left the way you're ruining them. Get out of here. Go chop some wood instead. Back in his town, Chinyu had often cleaned and grilled his own fish, so he was very familiar with the process. First, he'd stun the fish, then gut it, remove the bloodline from along the spine, and finally score the flesh before rubbing it evenly with seasoning. In no time, a roaring fire was blazing. Keep the flames down. You have to turn the fish constantly. Once the skin was lightly charred, Chinyu used a small knife to gently scrape away the scales, revealing the tender, flaky meat underneath for all to see. With just a sprinkle of salt and chili powder, it was transformed into a mouth-watering delicacy. The group of handyman disciples gathered around the fire, holding the grilled fish and devouring it with gusto. Brother you, this grilled fish is incredible. It's seriously the best thing in the Xintian sect. Brother you should open a grilled fish stall at the market. You'd make a killing. Chinyu waved his hand modestly. This is nothing, he said. My real specialty is my stinky tofu. Stinky tofu? What's that? Sometime when I'm free, I'll make some for each of you. I promise, it's a flavor you'll never forget. I can't wait. Qin looked at everyone and said casually, I still haven't learned all your names. Why don't you all introduce yourselves? Brother Yu, I'm Wang XX. Brother Yu, my surname is Ming. I'm Ming X. Brother Yu, my name is Zhao XX. Qin said, those names are too much of a mouthful. There's no way I can remember them all. All right, how about this? Qin suggested, pointing at Wang XX. From now on, you'll be number 3. You'll be number 4, and he'll be number 5. See, much easier to remember that way. Brother Yu, I don't want to be called number 3. That name sounds awful. Qin rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, all right then, I'll give you a better name. You can be number 6. Number 6 said, Brother Yu, can you call me Old 6? I want to sound a little more mature. Qin shot him down on the spot. No way. You haven't earned the rank for old yet. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they chatted for a long time. As they were leaving, Qin gave them instructions. I'm going into seclusion for a while. If there's any more trouble from Beast Tamer Peak, or if anything else major happens, come find me at Cave Residence 666. Qin said this mainly because he was worried that what had happened before would be exposed, and Beast Tamer Peak would come looking for trouble. Early the next morning, Qin was woken by the sound of someone knocking on his protective formation. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Xiaoji pacing back and forth anxiously. Qin immediately had a bad feeling. He deactivated the formation and asked, what's wrong? Brother Yu, the people from Beast Tamer Peak are back, and this time, they're even worse. Qin asked, worse? What did they do? It's hard to explain. You'd better come see for yourself. Qin followed Xiaoji, hurrying toward Maple Leaf Square. Even before they reached Maple Leaf Square, Qin was hit by a pungent stench. Maple Leaf Plaza was a disaster again. The most infuriating part was that this time, the mess was liquid. It was flowing everywhere, making it a hell of a job to clean up. And the stench was a lot more potent than last time. Damn it, did this pack of spirit beasts get the runs or something? Qin gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. The plaza was a complete wreck. Anyone who knew what it was supposed to look like might still recognize it, but a stranger would probably mistake it for a cesspool. Just then, Li Zhengtong, clad in rubber boots and holding a shovel, was struggling to clear the filth. At this rate, he wouldn't be done by morning. What in the world happened here? Hearing Qin voice, Li Zhengtong set down his shovel and wiped the sweat from his brow before explaining the whole story. Apparently, disciples from Beast Tamer Peak had come by with their spirit beasts and fed them some kind of pill. And this was the result. Qin frowned. This is clearly payback. They must have figured out we were behind that incident. Xiaoji quickly retorted. No way. How could they know? We didn't leave a single trace. Qin sighed. Never underestimate your enemy. There are plenty of clever people on Beast Tamer Peak. Still, this does make things tricky. Frowning, Qin began to rack his brain for a solution. If the guys from Beast Tamer Peak had just come to blow off steam and beat up Li Zhengtong, there would have been a way to handle it. Li Zhengtong could have gone to the disciplinary squad or to Zhong Wendy. Someone would have definitely stepped in to deal with it. But no, the Beast Tamer Peak disciples had chosen this particular method of revenge, leaving Qin completely and utterly helpless. Because cleaning was the duty of menial disciples. No matter how disgusting the job, it had to be done. It was just like in his past life, being a worker tormented by impossible clients. Other than quitting, there was nothing you could do. Looks like I'm up against a real pro, Qin complained to himself. Why can't I ever run into the brainless, impulsive type of villain for a change? Confronted with such a thorny issue, Qin was at a loss for a solution. They had no choice but to grab their tools and get to work alongside Li Zhengtong. Covering his nose with a tissue, Qin began the task with a deep frown. This daytime run is manageable, Qin said to Li Zhengtong. But the evening one is where we'll have real trouble. The disciples from Beast Tamer Peak said they'd be here around 5 tonight, and the senior disciple doing the inspection would arrive around 6. There was no way they could clean all this up in just an hour. If the inspecting senior saw a scene like this, he'd fail them on the spot. You couldn't even call this place a mess anymore. It was a full-blown disaster zone. If they failed, they would lose all their contribution points for the month, a huge blow for them. Xiaoji suggested. Why don't we go again tonight? Worst case, we fight it out with those guys from Beast Tamer Peak. Qin Yu shot the idea down. No way. If Beast Tamer Peak dared to pull this, you can bet they have a trap set. They'll definitely have people watching the marketplace tonight. If we go, we'll be caught red-handed. Then what if we go and apologize to them? Li Zhengtong's voice was firm. Absolutely not. A man has to have some pride. I'm not bowing down to Beast Tamer Peak, no matter how unreasonable they are. Besides, after what we did to them yesterday, there's no way they'd just let it go. Xiaoji said through gritted teeth. If it really comes to that, I'll go report them to the outer sect elder. And if that still doesn't work, I'll quit the sect. I won't drag you all down with me. Qin Yu stepped in to calm him. Easy now. There has to be a way. Just give me some time to think. Xiaoji, you head back to your section and keep cleaning, Qin Yu instructed. Once Tong and I finish up here at Maple Leaf Plaza, we'll come over and help you. All right, you. Xiaoji replied. Just as Qin Yu had his head down, working hard, two beautiful women approached, strolling gracefully as they laughed and talked. Third sister, what a beautiful day, Ninth sister said with a smile. It's perfect for seeing that grove of fiery maples. It certainly is, Ninth sister. This was the time of year I looked forward to most, sitting under the maple tree with the autumn breeze on my face, brewing a cup of hot tea, and watching the leaves dance. The scenery was beautiful beyond words. Two graceful, middle-aged women dressed in elders' robes were present. They were none other than the third and ninth elders of the inner sect. Every year, they would spend a few days at Maple Leaf Plaza, enjoying the cool autumn breeze and watching the wind sweep the maple leaves into a swirling dance, savoring the very essence of autumn. Here, in this secluded corner of the sect, they could brew tea under the maple tree and enjoy a quiet moment of peace. The ninth elder sniffed the air, wrinkling her nose. Third sister, do you smell that awful stench too? The third elder was unconcerned. It's probably just some wild spirit beast that relieved itself nearby, she said. This place is remote. It's normal to run into them. Oh, but as the two walked forward, the stench in the air grew heavier and more pervasive. The third elder activated her turtle breathing technique to hold her breath, while the ninth elder raised a spiritual barrier to keep the foul air out. The two elders were worldly and experienced a small thing like this wasn't enough to disturb their relaxed mood. However, that changed the moment they rounded the final bend. All their pleasant feelings were instantly and completely shattered. The leaves? Where did they go? Ninth sister, could we have taken a wrong turn? The third elder stared at the maple tree before them. It was completely bare, without a single leaf. Then she saw the foul-smelling filth scattered beneath it. She was completely stunned. This was a world away from the scene she had imagined. The ninth elder pointed to a nearby sign. On it, 4 large characters were clearly written, Maple Leaf Plaza. Third sister, don't tell me we've fallen into an illusion. The third elder shook her head. She was a master in the field of illusions. It was impossible for anyone in the Xintian sect to trap her in an illusion without her realizing it. If it's not an illusion, then where did all the maple leaves go? And what is that stuff under the tree? How did such a beautiful scene turn into this? Is this even the Xintian sect I know anymore? There are 2 junior disciples over there. Let's go ask them. The third elder flashed over, the ninth elder right on her heels. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, feeling a bit worn out from their work, sat down at the edge of Maple Plaza for a break. Qin Yu was in the middle of telling Li Zhengtong a dirty joke when, out of nowhere, 2 beautiful women appeared beside them. He was so startled he immediately clammed up. The third elder spoke first. Let me ask you too, why are all the maple trees in this plaza bare? Where have all the leaves gone? Seniors, a cold snap came through recently. It was so cold the maple trees started shivering, and they shook all their leaves right off. Li Zhengtong spouted this nonsense with a perfectly straight face, a trick for fooling people that Qin Yu had taught him. Qin Yu facepalmed, a look of utter exasperation on his face. He was about to lose all hope. Dude, you have to pick your audience when you're gonna lie. These 2 might not feel threatening, but they appeared out of thin air. They're obviously not your average disciples. Trying to bullshit them is a death wish. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zhengtong finished speaking, the third and ninth elders stared at them with a peculiar expression. It was a look that seemed to ask, are you an idiot, or do you take us for idiots? Qin Yu quickly stepped in to do some damage control. Seniors? Hardly. Who has ever seen seniors as young as you? If I'm not mistaken, you two must be senior sisters from the inner sect. A corner of the ninth elder's mouth curled up. You've got a silver tongue, kid, she chuckled. Both elders recognized Qin Yu at a glance. He was that mischievous boy from the new disciple recruitment. They remembered him quite clearly. The two elders snapped their heads to look at the sea of leaves covering the plaza. Then their gazes fell back on Qin Yu. The ninth elder sent a voice transmission to the third elder. Third sister, I think the sect master made a mistake. Even for a handyman disciple, this boy's strength isn't weak. And to think second brother said he was a promising seedling, just with poor innate talent. Let's not jump to conclusions. Hear him out first. The third elder looked at Qin Yu and asked, what in the world happened to the maple leaves on these trees? Qin Yu answered truthfully, senior sisters, we knocked them all down with wooden sticks. The ninth elder immediately sent a mental message. Third sister, I knew he was a little menace. He's ruined all these beautiful maple leaves. The two elders' expressions darkened. The third elder, in particular, looked like she was about to explode. But Qin Yu was unfazed. This was precisely the reaction he'd been hoping for. The angrier they became, the easier things would be for him. Qin Yu put the acting skills he had perfected in front of his master in his previous life to good use and began his one-man show. Senior sisters, you don't know the whole story. We had our reasons for doing this. Qin Yu put on a troubled expression. You see, Maple Square is covered in debris. We have to sweep it twice a day, and we're often up until midnight just to get it clean. If the leaves kept falling from the trees, it would not only be harder to clean, but the ground would get even worse. Left with no other choice, we made a mistake. With those cold, hard poles, we knocked down those beautiful, lively little sprites that dance in the wind, causing them to fall to the earth before their time. But the moment we finished, regret washed over us. Every time I see our senior brothers and sisters come to admire the maples, only to leave in disappointment, it feels like a knife in my heart. I'm a monster. How could I have had the heart to strike down those breathtaking leaves? A few extra hours of hard work for us is nothing. But if this beautiful scenery is lost, it's not just Maple Square that suffers, it's a great loss for the entire Taixuan sect. It was all because of my own selfishness, my desire to make my job easier, that I ruined this beautiful place. I'm so selfish. Qin Yu delivered his lines with such pathos. He was on the verge of squeezing out a few fake tears to complete the performance. Cut the act. Faced with Qin Yu's melodramatic performance and sappy lines, the third elder was at a loss for words. However, Qin Yu's words struck a chord with the ninth elder. Comparing the maple leaves to little sprites dancing in the wind, tugged at her maidenly heartstrings. Are you saying you had no choice but to knock down the leaves because of all this filth on the ground? Sensing an opening, Qin Yu immediately dropped the act and replied, yes, senior sisters. That's right. Then where did all this filth come from? Qin Yu said, it's a bit of a long story. It all started when we first joined the sect. Get to the point, the third elder urged. Right? It was the outer sect disciples from Beast Peak. They let their spirit beasts do their business here. And not just in Maple Square. Practically any place the handyman disciples are responsible for cleaning has become a toilet for their spirit beasts. The third elder asked, those outer sect disciples are completely lawless. When did this start? It's always been this way. And you never try to stop them? Qin Yu shrugged. We tried. I got an earful, and my brother here got beaten up for it. Senior sister, we're just lowly handyman disciples. How could we dare stand up to the outer sect members? A vein bulged on the third elder's forehead. Acting like they own the place, are they? Who gave them the nerve? The third elder cursed, furious. The ninth elder quickly tried to soothe her. Third sister, let's place the blame where it belongs. I don't think this has much to do with these two young disciples. This is all on Beast Peak, and it must be dealt with severely. If they do this in Maple Square today, they'll be doing it on our doorsteps tomorrow. Exactly, the third elder said, pulling out a communication token and sending a spiritual message into it. I'm summoning Old Six right now. Let's see what he has to say about these fine disciples of his. A moment later, the sixth elder arrived in a flurry. Second sister, you summoned me? Ninth sister, you're here too. Before the sixth elder could even finish his greeting, the third elder grabbed him by the ear and dragged him over to the edge of Maple Leaf Plaza. Third sister, what are you doing? There are two juniors watching. Can't you spare me a little dignity? Fuming, the third elder pointed at Maple Leaf Plaza and demanded, "You tell me, what is this place?" The sixth elder glanced over and blurted out, "Isn't this just the sect's cesspool? To be honest, I've been with the sect for centuries, and this is the first time I'm seeing it. You know, third sister, this cesspool is pretty interesting. Who knew they'd plant so many trees around it? Cesspool my foot. I ought to throw you in there and let you rot with the rest of the filth." The third elder pointed to the large sign next to them. "Tell me, what does that sign say?" The sixth elder blinked, then slowly read the characters on the sign aloud. "Maple Leaf Plaza? Well, I'll be damned," he thought. "That's a pretty classy name for a cesspool. Our Taixuan sect truly lives up to its 10,000-year legacy. What a grand sect." The third elder stared at him, utterly speechless. "You?" The ninth elder couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a snort of laughter. Qin Yu replayed every last one of his recent grievances in his mind, just barely managing to force the smile off his face. The moment he turned his head, he saw Li Jingtong on the verge of breaking into laughter. Quick as a flash, Qin Yu's hand shot out and viciously pinched Li Jingtong's side. He twisted until Li Jingtong's face contorted in a grimace, then finally let go. The ninth elder explained, "Sixth brother, this is a plaza. These are maple trees. In the fall, their leaves turn red. It's quite beautiful." "What? Leaves? What leaves?" "The leaves aren't the point," the third elder cut in. "The point is all this filth on the ground. It's the masterpiece of your outer sect disciples from the beast-taming peak. Just look at the fine disciples your beast-taming peak has produced. They treat the entire Xiantian sect like their personal open-air latrine. They treat the menial staff like their personal janitors. And if the staff dares to complain, they get cursed out or even beaten. They act more high and mighty than the sect master himself." The sixth elder, stunned, could only manage a single, "Huh." Here on Beast Taming Peak, rule number 1 is that spirit beasts are forbidden from relieving themselves just anywhere. And those outer sect disciples always seem so well behaved when they come to the inner sect for their lessons. The sixth elder stared at the mess for a moment, then realized the droppings had been excreted by spirit beasts that had consumed some kind of special elixir. This was far more than a simple case of undisciplined beasts. This was a blatant act of provocation. The sixth elder was seething with uncontrollable rage. He never imagined his own disciples could be so vicious and cunning. Get those outer sect disciples to Maple Plaza at once. Immediately, the sixth elder sent a voice transmission to the instructor who was in the middle of a lesson. Then, his gaze fell upon Qin Yu and his companion. The two of them immediately straightened up, bowed respectfully, and said, "These disciples pay their respects to the three elders." After hearing that exchange, Qin Yu couldn't fathom who these three were. His mind was completely blank. But hearing the third elder repeatedly mention, "Your beast-taming peak," he quickly deduced that the man must be the lord of beast-taming peak, the sixth elder, one of the 12 head elders. In the profound heaven sect, there were 12 head elders directly under the sect master, and below them were several hundred ordinary elders, each responsible for managing the sect's affairs. Anyone who could stand as the sixth elder's equal would naturally be one of the 12 head elders as well. Based on how they'd addressed one another, it was safe to assume the two beautiful women were the third and ninth elders. The sect had only 12 head elders in total, and yet here 3 of them were, all appearing together in this little Maple Plaza. These were figures who could shake the entire cultivation world with a single stomp of their foot, and yet they were here personally to solve a problem for a bunch of menial disciples. If this was a coincidence, Qin Yu wasn't buying it for a second. They could have come at any time, but they just happened to arrive at the exact moment Beast Taming Peak was facing a problem no one could handle. This couldn't help but remind Qin Yu of Li Jingtong's talent. Cheat death. Cheat death, a rank, the favorite of the heavens. When faced with mortal danger, you will always find a way to survive, snatching life from the jaws of death. An A-rank talent was truly terrifying. "Oh, what happened to calling me senior sister?" The ninth elder teased Qin Yu with a smile. Qin Yu seized the chance to flatter them, saying, "It's only because you two elders are as beautiful as goddesses. I was so captivated I couldn't see straight." The ninth elder giggled uncontrollably. Before long, The disciples of beast-taming Peak came rushing over. Upon seeing the three elders, they immediately dropped to their knees. "Greetings, Peak Master." "Greetings, elders." The sixth elder asked, his face grim. "Do you know why I've summoned you?" Kong Tianjiao's face went pale. He bowed his head and whispered, "This disciple knows his mistake." The other disciples behind him all cried out, "We know our mistake." The sixth elder continued, "What is the first prohibition of beast-taming Peak?" Forbidding spirit beasts from relieving themselves wherever they please. "And what are the consequences for violating that prohibition?" All of them kept their heads bowed, none daring to make a sound. The sixth elder said calmly, "For serious offenses, the penalty is direct expulsion from beast-taming Peak. Would you say this is a serious matter?" The disciples frantically bowed their heads, crying out, "Peak Master, we know we were wrong. Please give us one more chance." Qin Yu let out a long sigh of relief. There's safety in numbers. If only one or two of them had done it, they would have been expelled for sure. But since everyone was involved, the punishment will be much lighter. Still, they've escaped the capital offense, but a lesser punishment is unavoidable. It all depends on whether the sixth elder will bring the hammer down. The sixth elder spoke again. This offense was indeed severe. However, considering your usual good conduct, I will give you one more chance. Thank you, Peak Master. You have 1 day to clean every last spot. You will also serve 6 months of confinement in your cave residences. Furthermore, you will compensate each of the servant disciples who had to clean up your mess with 50 contribution points. The disciples of beast-taming Peak all winced internally. They had just taken a huge hit yesterday and had barely any contribution points left. Now they had to fork over even more. Everyone shot resentful glares at Kong Tianjiao. If it weren't for him, none of us would be getting punished. The sixth elder turned to Qin Yu and asked, "How many of you handled this?" Qin Yu answered honestly, "6 that I know of, elder." The others were too far away to have come into contact with it. The sixth elder's face was grim. "Fine. 300 contribution points." Now, after some scrambling, Kong Tianjiao and his group pooled their resources and transferred the 300 contribution points to Qin Yu, who would then distribute them to Li Zhengtong and the others. The very token used to access one's cave abode could also be used to store and transfer contribution points. The outer disciples toiled for a whole month just to earn 10 contribution points. 50 points was the equivalent of 5 months' income for them. Did I just strike it rich? Could this be the reward from my 1,000 tempers, 100 refinements talent? The description for 1,000 tempers, 100 refinements, a rank red. Just as jade must be carved to be perfected, a person must be tempered by trials to become great. Only by enduring enough hardship can one become truly powerful. You will frequently encounter immense difficulties in life or death situations, but within every crisis lies an opportunity. Overcome it, and you will receive a proportional reward. Now, Qin Yu truly understood the terrifying synergy between his 1,000 tempers, 100 refinements, and surviving against all odds talents. He could literally reap benefits just by lying there. Qin Yu also realized that the benefits weren't just for Li Jingtong. Anyone who had been involved had a chance to get a piece of the pie. Once the matter was settled, the sixth elder's expression turned severe. "This is the first time I'm catching you, and it will be the last. If there is a next time, I will cripple your cultivation and expel you from the Xiantian sect without a second thought." The disciples scrambled to shout, "There will never be a next time. We swear." That's it. After the elders had left, Li Zhengtong still found everything a bit surreal. For him, the whole thing felt like a dream. The moment trouble started, 3 heavyweights had appeared as if from thin air to resolve everything. And on top of that, he'd ended up with 50 contribution points. Li Zhengtong would never have imagined such an outcome, not even in his wildest dreams. Qin Yu clapped him on the shoulder. "Things like this are going to happen a lot more. Better get used to it. Let's go. Don't forget to split the contribution points with Xiao Ji and the others." Qin Yu had no intention of splitting the points evenly with just Li Jingtong, nor did he inflate the headcount when reporting the numbers. Qin Yu knew full well that the ones who truly benefited from these tasks were the sect's higher-ups. And higher-ups like them despised dishonesty more than anything. While the odds of this getting back to the sixth elder were nearly zero, it wasn't worth the risk for a few extra points. Before he left, Qin Yu grinned and shouted to Kong Tianjiao. Hey, Kong, you do a good job now. Kong Tianjiao glared at him, his voice cold. You're nothing but an outer disciple who got a lucky break. In 6 months, you're finished. Ha ha ha. We'll see if I can even make it through these next 6 months first. 6 months might not seem long, but in a cultivation world with no TVs or cell phones, being stuck in a cave abode just to cultivate was mind-numbingly dull. As a final parting shot, Qin Yu added, the points for our group of 6 have been allocated, but there are plenty of other outer disciples along the way. Don't forget to share with them. After all, the 6th elder would be angry if he found out they were being greedy. Furious, Kong Tianjiao snapped the shovel in his hands in two. I don't need you to remind me, he snarled through gritted teeth. Ha ha, much obliged for the 50 contribution points, boss. Laughing, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong took off, leaving the poor saps from Beast Taming Peak to frantically clean up the manure pile. After splitting the contribution points with Xiao Zhi and the others, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong made a beeline for the market. Now that they were flush, it was time to splurge. Brother Yu, what are you planning to get? Qin Yu thought for a moment. I'm planning to go into seclusion for a few days, so I'll get some pills to help with my cultivation. Guess I'll buy some pills too, try to catch up. I've been so busy lately that I've fallen behind. Oh, by the way, Brother Yu, are you about to reach the first level of qi refining? Qin Yu put on a dramatic air. By the time I come out of seclusion, this qin will already be at the 2nd level of qi refining. Whoa, you, Li Zhengtong said, surprised. How'd you get here so fast? The two of them arrived at the marketplace and picked a small alchemy shop at random, stepping inside to browse. The moment he walked in, Qin Yu asked, got any pills to boost cultivation? The clerk pulled out several types of pills. Of course, this is a qi refining pill, suitable for cultivators at the qi refining stage. 12 contribution points apiece. This one is a qi boosting pill, good for both qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. 15 contribution points each. And this is qi revitalizing powder. Qi refining cultivators can use it. 8 contribution points a packet. The clerk rattled on, introducing 4 or 5 different types, but only one thought echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Expensive. 50 contribution points would be gone in a flash. He remembered the pills from the street vendors not being nearly this expensive. Qin Yu asked, don't you have anything for cultivators at the Tribulation Transcendence stage? The clerk was left speechless. Qin Yu sneered. Forget it, then. You don't even have pills for someone at the Tribulation Transcendence stage? What kind of joke is this shop? With that, Qin Yu grabbed Li Zhengtong and stormed out of the store. The pills in there are a total ripoff, Qin Yu said. Let's just go check out the street stalls. Li Zhengtong asked worriedly. Won't the quality at the street stalls be a bit sketchy? Get real. Qin Yu snapped. At least the street vendors won't judge you for being poor. Beggars can't be choosers, you know. Before long, Qin Yu found a cultivator's stall selling pills by the side of the road. As they got closer, he saw it was the same senior brother from before. Qin Yu called out, Senior brother, I'm looking for some pills to help with cultivation. You got it. The senior brother responded warmly. Judging by your auras, you two must be at the qi refining stage. The qi refining pills and qi revitalizing powder would be a good fit. The qi refining pills are 8 contribution points each, and the qi revitalizing powder is 5 points a packet. Just as I thought, Qin Yu mused, much cheaper than in the shop. The senior brother added, the qi refining pills are way more effective than the powder. If you've got the contribution points for it, I'd definitely recommend the pills. Qin Yu nodded. All right, I'll take 3 of the qi refining pills to start. Qin Yu decided to try one first. If the effects were underwhelming, he might as well use his remaining contribution points to get a good meal at the dining hall. I'll take 3 too. You got it. The senior brother beamed, clearly having landed a big spender. The senior brother deftly packed the pills into 2 small porcelain vials and handed them to Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong asked, Senior brother, do you alchemists make good money? The senior brother sighed as he sat on a stool. Hardly. The alchemists with high success rates make a killing, sure, but for someone like me with no real talent, the money I earn doesn't even cover the cost of ingredients. But pill refining is my passion. Even if I have to pour all the monthly contribution points the sect gives me into it, I still think it's worth it. Qin Yu checked the senior brother's talent. A prompt popped up before Qin Yu's eyes. Medium-grade spiritual root, C rank, barely meets the threshold for cultivation. Unlikely to achieve greatness, and will most likely end up as a side character. So you can practice alchemy even without a natural talent for it? That's when Qin Yu realized he had it all wrong. As long as they learned the fundamentals, any cultivator could practice alchemy. It was just that those with a natural talent for it had an easier time getting started and enjoyed higher success rates. A cultivator without the talent would have to spend far more time and money to get started, but as long as they were dedicated enough, they could still become an alchemist. However, talent set the ceiling. No matter how hard they tried, someone without the aptitude could never hope to refine high-grade pills. On the way back, Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong, "You want to be an alchemist?" Li Zhengtong nodded. "An elder in my family is an alchemist. He told me it's a very profitable and respected profession. Take these qi refining pills we just bought, for example. The ingredients for one batch cost 1 contribution point at most, but a finished pill sells for 8, maybe even more. As long as you can successfully produce 1 pill from 8 batches of ingredients, you're already making a profit." "You have a point," Qin Yu nodded, "but alchemy depends on innate talent. I think you're better suited for formations." Back in his cave residence, Qin Yu activated the protective formation and prepared to enter seclusion. Does this pill actually work? He glanced at the progress bar. It was at 6%. Let's see how much one of these pills boosts my progress. Qin Yu popped a qi condensation pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. A moment later, he felt a wave of heat spread through his body, and his meridians felt like they were boiling. The effects of this type of qi condensation pill could last for a full 24 hours. Once his meridians calmed and the intense heat subsided, Qin Yu noticed that the current within them had swelled by a considerable amount. Qin Yu immediately pulled up his personal status panel. Name, Qin Yu. Talent, mid-grade spiritual root, C rank. Progress, 24%. He exclaimed. It jumped from 6% to 24% in a single day. The result left Qin Yu stunned. He marveled. I can't believe this pill is so potent. It tripled my cultivation speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu swallowed another pill. 2 days later, he had used up all his pills, but his cultivation progress had soared to 61%. With the aid of the pills, 1 day of cultivation yielded the same results as 3 days without them. The speed of his progress was almost unbelievable, even to Qin Yu himself. Qin Yu did a quick calculation. If he had a sufficient supply of pills, he could reach the second level of qi condensation in just 6 days. No wonder these pills are so expensive. The effects are just too good. If it weren't for the 50 contribution points generously given by Beast Tamer Peak, his usual monthly stipend of 10 points would only be enough to buy a single qi condensation pill. In that case, his cultivation would be much slower. Qin Yu composed himself, ready to continue his secluded cultivation. But without the boost from the pills, Qin Yu found his cultivation sessions to be dull and tedious. Once you've flown in a jet, who would ever want to go back to riding in an ox cart? Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu ran back to the marketplace and bought 3 qi condensing pills. By then, he only had 2 contribution points left. After swallowing a pill, he immersed himself in his cultivation once more. 2 days later, just as the effects of the second pill wore off, Qin Yu's aura suddenly surged, and the spiritual energy within his meridians expanded. Progress bar, 100% complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 talent replication opportunity. Progress bar has been reset to 0. Qin Yu had broken through the first level of qi condensation, officially entering the second level. Finally, a breakthrough. Qin Yu slowly exhaled. My cultivation speed should be considered decent among the outer sect disciples now. In half a year, I can just challenge any one of them and get promoted to the outer sect. Outer sect disciples were divided into those with medium-grade and high-grade spiritual roots. Qin Yu himself had a medium-grade spiritual root, and with the help of the pills, defeating other disciples with medium-grade roots wouldn't be a problem. Qin Yu stood up and stretched his limbs. I've gotten a lot stronger, and my build is more solid. It feels like the spiritual energy in my meridians is nourishing my body. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was examining the changes in himself, he heard someone knocking on his formation from outside. Qin Yu pushed the door open and saw Li Zhengtong standing at his entrance. What's going on? Qin Yu deactivated the formation. Li Zhengtong said, "Today, senior disciples from the Artifact Refining Peak, Formation Peak, and Alchemy Peak are coming to give a lecture to us handyman disciples. Let's go check it out together." "They're coming to teach us?" "Yeah, a lot of the other handyman disciples have already gone." Qin Yu was a bit surprised. He had thought the sect treated its handyman disciples like tools, but it seemed they were actually looked after. "Brother Yu, you want to go?" "I'm in." Qin Yu was a little tired from cultivating anyway. It would be a good chance to get some fresh air and clear his head. Qin Yu asked, "Are you planning to learn alchemy?" After a moment of thought, Li Zhengtong said, "Brother Yu, didn't you suggest I study formations? I think I'll go to the formations class then." Qin Yu hadn't realized his opinion held so much weight with Li Zhengtong. Just one offhand comment from him had been enough to completely change the other's mind. It pays to listen to good advice. And I can tell you've got a real talent for formations. Qin Yu remembered that Li Zhengtong had a C-rank talent for formations. Getting started should be a breeze for him. "Brother Yu, which path are you planning to choose?" Qin Yu considered his options. Whether it was crafting, formations, or alchemy, he could learn any of them. Now that Li Zhengtong was going to study formations, Qin Yu figured he didn't need to learn it himself for the time being. He could just leave all that to Li Zhengtong in the future. As for crafting and alchemy, Qin Yu felt there was simply no comparison. He had just been conquered by medicinal pills. How was he supposed to live without them? Alchemy it is, then? An idea suddenly popped into Qin Yu's head. Since his need for these pills was so great, why not learn to make them himself? The class was held in a massive room that reminded Qin Yu of a lecture hall from his past life. The two went their separate ways after arriving. Qin Yu glanced around and saw that the number of students for alchemy and formations was about the same, while there were fewer people studying crafting. This was mainly due to the nature of the weaponsmithing trade. Although weapons were expensive, most cultivators could use a single flying sword for years, so the demand just wasn't that high. As a result, smiths with top-notch skills could make a fortune, while the rest could barely make ends meet. Alchemy and formations were different. They were consumables, so the market was huge, and a practitioner could start making money with their skills right after learning the basics. His instructor was an inner sect disciple from Alchemy Peak named Jiao Xiaoxiao. Jiao Xiaoxiao started by going on and on about the benefits of alchemy, but Qin Yu could have summed up her entire speech in just 3 words. Alchemists make money. Why was the world of cultivation so materialistic, anyway? It couldn't be helped. The path of cultivation consumed far too many resources. Qin Yu hadn't felt the full weight of it yet, but he knew he'd need to buy foundation establishment pills to reach the foundation establishment stage, and then spend even more on pills for core formation. And that was to say nothing of the auxiliary pills required for daily cultivation. Then there were spirit tools, talismans, antidotes, and spirit pets. Didn't every single one of them cost money? A shortage of resources was the single greatest obstacle for nearly every outer sect disciple trying to advance their cultivation. Many disciples on menial assignments left the sect without ever reaching the foundation establishment stage. The root of the problem was always the same: not enough contribution points to afford the necessary pills. But if he became an alchemist, all of these problems would simply melt away. At Jiao Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Yu started to waver. He was worrying about money at that very moment. He only had a single pill left, enough for one more day of cultivation. His card was down to 2 contribution points, which was basically useless. Qin Yu had one last chance to use his copy talent ability. He'd just tested it, and he could still only copy D-rank talents. Qin Yu mulled it over. Should I copy an alchemy talent and learn to refine pills? If he copied another low-grade spiritual root, he'd have both a medium-grade and a low-grade spiritual root talent. Whether the 2 spiritual roots could work in tandem, or if only the medium-grade one was effective, it wouldn't make much of a difference to his cultivation speed. On the other hand, if he learned alchemy, he could become self-sufficient. With a steady supply of his own pills, his cultivation speed would soar. That way, he'd get his next chance to use copy talent that much faster. It was a win-win situation. Taking the time to prepare now will save time later. I'm safe inside the sect, and I don't have any enemies out there. There's no need to be in such a rush to increase my power. Jiao Xiaoxiao's words echoed in his mind. Don't worry that alchemy will slow down your cultivation. It's just the opposite. Refining pills is a form of cultivation itself. Not only does it advance your cultivation, but it also enhances your control over spiritual energy. Cultivation could get tedious after a while. Picking up alchemy when he felt burnout seemed like a good idea. Qin Yu slapped his thigh and decided right then and there. Qin Yu began to scan the people around him, one by one. After scanning over a dozen people, he hadn't found a single one with a talent for alchemy. There was no aptitude for artifact refining or formations, either. Was the barrier to entry for the cultivation arts really this high? The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The rarer the talent, the more an alchemist could earn. He kept scanning. After checking over 30 more people, he finally managed to find one with a D-rank talent for alchemy. Fire Tender D rank. Possesses a sliver of talent for alchemy. Can get their foot in the door and refine simple pills. Perfect. Qin Yu copied it without a second thought. After extolling the virtues of alchemy, Jiao Xiaoxiao officially began her lecture on the fundamentals. First, you need an alchemy cauldron. A cauldron's main function is to convert a cultivator's spiritual energy into the spiritual flame needed for pill refining. Jiao Xiaoxiao took a cauldron out from her cosmos pouch. The cauldron was dark red, with an opening on either side. These openings are called furnace vents. By inscribing a formation on them, we can channel our spiritual energy into the cauldron. For beginners, I recommend using a single vent cauldron. They're cheaper and easier to control. Besides the cauldron, you'll also need to prepare the pill formulas and the various ingredients they require. A complete formula doesn't just list the ingredients, it also specifies the order in which to add them and the required refining time for each. I have several of the most basic formulas right here, along with my own personal refining notes. Anyone who's interested can come up and copy them down later. But even with the most detailed formula, alchemy is still incredibly difficult, especially for a novice. Next, I'm going to walk you through the steps and precautions for refining the Great Strength Pill in detail. Qin Yu listened intently as Jiao Xiaoxiao spoke. Perhaps it was thanks to his fire fanning lad talent, but Qin Yu quickly understood and memorized the steps Jiao Xiaoxiao described. He also committed every single precaution to memory, so that's all there is to it. Not hard at all, Qin Yu said, brimming with confidence. Soon, Jiao Xiaoxiao finished her lecture and followed it up with an on-the-spot demonstration. That's all for today. If you have any questions after class, just head over to the Pill Fire Hall and ask the senior disciples there. The Pill Fire Hall, located right next to the dining hall, was where the outer sect disciples typically practiced their pill refining. The moment class was dismissed, Qin Yu used his second-level qi refining strength to dash out of the room, becoming the first to copy the pill formula Jiao Xiaoxiao had prepared. Li Zhengtong was already waiting for Qin Yu at the classroom door. Qin Yu asked the moment he saw him, "So, how'd it go?" Li Zhengtong replied confidently, "Formations aren't that hard. I should have no problem getting the hang of the basics." "Piece of cake," Qin Yu echoed. "Come on, let's go to the market for supplies." The two of them hurried off toward the market. They first stopped at a stall to buy a spirit brush and some talisman paper, which cost them a total of 6 contribution points. Afterward, the two made their way to a shop that sold pill cauldrons. Qin Yu didn't have many points on him, so he wanted to check the price first. What? Even the cheapest pill cauldron costs 30 contribution points? This is highway robbery. My friend, these cauldrons are complex to craft. Not only does the body have to be sturdy and heat-resistant, but it also needs to be inscribed with formations. 30 points is practically our cost. Brother Yu, what if we pool our points? I've still got 20. That's still not enough. I've only got 2 points on me. Qin Yu pulled Li Zhengtong out of the shop. Let's go ask that senior disciple who runs the street stall, he said. See if he has a solution. The senior brother's name was Li Ming, and Qin Yu found him quickly at their usual spot. Li Ming was pleased to hear of Qin Yu's interest in pill refinement and told him to come to him with any questions he might have in the future. After Qin Yu explained why he was there, however, Li Ming admitted he couldn't be of much help. I've already sold my old cauldrons, and the one I'm using now isn't really suited for a beginner. Of course, Qin Yu had no intention of taking Li Ming's cauldron. He asked, "Senior brother, do you know where I can get a cheap cauldron? A used one would be fine, too." Li Ming thought for a moment before saying seriously, "None of my acquaintances are looking to replace theirs right now, but I can keep an eye out for you. And I don't know of any cheap sources, either." It took me a full month's worth of contribution points to buy my first one. An outer sect disciple only gets 30 contribution points a month. So I'd have to wait 3 months? 3 months was too long to wait. Qinyu couldn't afford to. Thanks for your trouble then, senior brother. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. As Qinyu and Li Zhengtong walked away from Li Ming's stall, Qinyu's eyes were constantly scanning the other stalls around them. He wasn't the type to back down from a challenge. Once he set his mind on something, wild horses couldn't drag him away. Li Zhengtong said, "Brother Yu, why don't we borrow 10 points from Xiao Ji and the others? 30 contribution points isn't that much." Qinyu shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "No need," he said. "I've already figured out a way to earn the points." "Just 30 contribution points? A piece of cake for me." Qinyu borrowed a Qinkuan bag from Zhong Wendy, took a leave of absence, and made a trip back to his town. He didn't hurry back to the Xiantian sect until nightfall. That night, Qinyu began to practice his cultivation. He had things to do early the next morning, so he decided not to take his last qi refining pill. As a result, his progress toward the second level of qi refining slowed even further. Back when he was at the first level of qi refining, he could advance by 3% in a single night, even without any pills. Yet, after a whole night of cultivation, Qinyu had barely progressed, gaining just over a single point. Without the aid of elixirs, progress was absurdly slow. At the crack of dawn, Qinyu pushed his cart to the market. A sign hung from it, with 2 words written in bold characters, "Stinky tofu." Thank goodness I didn't toss the leftover ingredients from before I came up the mountain. Otherwise, this stench would be even more potent. Gag. No worries, he reassured himself. It's supposed to be stinky before it's savory. Smells foul, tastes divine. Snacks at the market usually sold for copper coins, but Qinyu considered his stinky tofu to be in a league of its own. This was a groundbreaking invention, enough to shake the entire culinary world to its core. And at only 1 contribution point per skewer, wasn't that an absolute bargain? Qinyu wheeled his cart around until he found an empty spot, which just so happened to be next to his senior brother's stall selling candied hawthorns. Gag, what is that stench? The candied hawthorn vendor pinched his nose and glared at Qinyu. Hey you, you're not allowed to sell crap at the market. You'll get fined if you're caught. Qinyu wasn't about to let such an insult to his pride and joy slide. He shot back instantly. Listen here, Pops, I'm selling stinky tofu. Let me say it slowly for you. Stin, Kentucky. Tofu. If you can't read, maybe you should go back to school with the first graders. The senior brother flushed with anger. I don't care what you call it. With a smell that strong, how am I supposed to sell my candied hawthorns? An idea sparked in Qinyu's mind. He grinned and said, My friend, you've got it all wrong. Haven't you ever heard of the principle of contrast? The senior brother asked, confused. What's that supposed to mean? Qinyu explained. For example, if you stand next to someone ugly, you look more handsome by comparison. If you stand next to someone with a dark tan, your own skin looks fairer. The senior brother's eyes lit up. You know, now that you mention it, that does make sense. Exactly, Qinyu pressed on. It's the same logic. By putting your candied hawthorns next to my stinky tofu, their sweet and tangy flavor will only seem that much more appetizing. See, the Tonghalu vendor. Oh, so that's how it is. My friend, I misjudged you earlier. My apologies. Qinyu said magnanimously. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Tonghalu. Sweet and sour tonghalu. Stinky tofu. Smells strong. Tastes delicious. Tonghalu. Deliciously sweet and sour tonghalu. Stinky tofu. Spicy and savory stinky tofu. Tonghalu. Stinky tofu. But no matter how loudly the 2 of them shouted, no one came near their stalls. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded them, making people afraid to even get close. Gradually, the market grew more crowded, and even the popular stalls were becoming packed with people. Only the stinky tofu and tonghalu stalls remained eerily deserted, as if cordoned off from the rest, with no one giving them a second glance. The tonghalu vendor asked, Brother, why is everyone giving us such a wide berth? Qinyu said, Could it be that your tonghalu is usually so bad that no one wants to buy it? Look at the fried pork stall over there. It's buzzing with customers. The tonghalu vendor replied, his face expressionless. My business was even better than his yesterday. Qinyu said, Then you must have made a bad batch today. Look, That one's already turning black. You can tell it's not fresh with just one look. A vein popped on the Tonghalu vendor's forehead. Have you ever considered that maybe the problem is on your end? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be anything wrong with my stinky tofu? Are you questioning the power of my Qin family's secret ancestral recipe? The Tonghalu vendor. Bullshit. Forget your secret ancestral recipe. It looks to me like you're just selling spoiled food. This tofu stinks to high heaven. Qin Yu retorted. If the tofu didn't stink, how could it be called stinky tofu? The stinkier it is, the more authentic it is. The Tonghalu vendor. Damn it. Who would dare eat something that stinks so bad? Qin Yu shouted. Just hawking my wares. Smells stinky, tastes delicious. Come on, want to try a skewer? Senior brother Tonghalu flatly refused. Not a chance. Qin Yu pressed on. Come on, just one. It's on the house. You'll love it after one bite. Senior brother Tonghalu snapped. Damn it, stay back. Get that black stuff out of my face. Gag. Just then, Qin Yu heard an incredibly familiar voice. What the hell is that stench? It's awful, Xiao Qing. Let me explain. Following the voice, Qin Yu scanned the crowd and quickly zeroed in on the speaker. The man was wearing a black robe, bundled up so tightly it was as if he were hiding from the light. At that moment, he was chasing a woman, repeating over and over, "Let me explain." Huh? Why does that voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind. Holy crap, that sounds just like Kong Tianjiao. He was supposed to be under confinement in his residence today. What was he doing out at the market? No wonder he was bundled up like that. He must have snuck out. Qin Yu watched stealthily as the black-robed Kong Tianjiao took 2 quick steps and suddenly grabbed the woman's hand. She spun around and yanked her hand away, and the two of them stopped, face to face. As luck would have it, they had stopped just a short distance from Qin Yu's stall. The rest of the market was bustling with people, but a wide, empty area surrounded Qin Yu's stall, a space no one dared to enter. People passing by would quicken their pace, never daring to linger. Afraid of attracting a crowd, Kong Tianjiao had naturally chosen this perfect spot. Xiao Qing, it's really not what you think. Damn, what is that awful smell? The woman called Xiao Qing, indignant, shot back. Humph. How dare you say I stink? Kong Tianjiao scrambled to explain. I wasn't saying you stink. I meant there's a foul smell in the air. If you don't believe me, smell it for yourself. Xiao Qing shot Kong Tianjiao a look. My sinuses have been terrible lately. I can't smell a thing. You didn't know? I guess you don't care about me at all. How could I forget? Look, I even brought the elixir for your sinuses. Kong Tianjiao quickly thrust a bottle of elixir into Xiao Qing's hand, which made her expression soften slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Tianjiao said, Xiao Qing, those rumors going around, they're not true. Still making excuses. Xiao Qing whipped her head around to confront him. So many people saw Xiao Lian coming out of your room that day, all disheveled. Was there a single stall in the market that didn't see it? Don't listen to their nonsense. She was just bringing me breakfast, and we had the bad luck of being seen. You know those people are out to get me. It's nothing for them to spread rumors like that. Sensing she was wavering, Kong Tianjiao decided to strike while the iron was hot. Qing, have you forgotten the vows we made? Have you forgotten swearing under the maple leaves that we'd be together forever and never leave each other's side? Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow. She had been calming down, but the mention of their vows just made her even angrier. No wonder all the leaves in Maple Square are gone. It's because you damn scumbag, had a change of heart. Kong Tianjiao wanted to kick himself. Of all the things he could have brought up, he just had to mention those damn maple leaves. Besides, why were all the maple leaves gone? It made no sense at all. Kong Tianjiao couldn't help but feel like some unseen force had it out for him. Qing, this is all a huge misunderstanding. Please, just let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't come looking for me again. We're done. Juicy. Qin Yu even put down his stinky tofu, standing shoulder to shoulder with his candied Hawthorne senior brother as they both pricked up their ears to listen intently to the argument. Gag. Kong Tianjiao couldn't help but dry heave again. Xiao Qing sneered. Oh great. So now I'm the one who makes you sick, is that it? It's not you. It's the smell. It's so overpowering. It's reminding me of something from the other day. Gag. Get lost, Xiao Qing said coldly. Don't ever bother me again. We're through. With that, she turned on her heel to leave. Kong Tianjiao's voice hardened. Li Qingqing, he yelled. Don't pretend I don't know what this is about. You think I'm filthy, don't you? That's right. Shao Qing admitted without a shred of hesitation. The thought of you covered in all that filth makes me sick to my stomach. Besides, you're the laughingstock of the entire outer sect now, she went on. Who doesn't know about the dung boy? Being your Dao companion is a complete humiliation. Li Qingqing, don't you dare think I'll regret this. I've got women lining up for me. I don't need you. Li Qingqing strode away without a backward glance, leaving Kong Tianjiao rooted to the spot, seething with rage. You damn bitch. Kong Tianjiao roared. You just wait. I'll make you regret this day. Gag this damn smell. Kong Tianjiao was about to explode with rage. He wanted nothing more than to smash everything in sight to smithereens. What a show, what a show. Qin Yu commented under his breath. And with a plot twist at the end, too. But cultivators have exceptionally sharp hearing, and Kong Tianjiao heard every word. You're courting death. His face a mask of fury, Kong Tianjiao lunged toward him. As he stormed toward the food stall, the wretched stench that had been plaguing him grew overwhelmingly strong. Staring at the source of the reek, Kong Tianjiao's mind flashed back to the torment of the breakup, to the humiliation and grueling labor of the past few days. A fresh wave of uncontrollable fury washed over him. Qin Yu winced, realizing his commentary hadn't been as quiet as he'd thought. So, care for a skewer of stinky tofu? Smells foul, tastes divine, he stammered, quickly shifting into his sales pitch. Kong Tianjiao's face twisted in a snarl. Son of a bitch, he spat. Crash. Completely losing it, Kong Tianjiao slammed his fist into Qin Yu's cart, sending it flying 3 feet into the air. Hot oil and chunks of tofu splattered everywhere. The sudden violence made everyone nearby jump, their heads whipping around to stare. When Kong Tianjiao came to his senses, he remembered he had snuck out. He quickly pulled the hood of his black cloak lower and glanced at the disciple running the stall, hoping the guy hadn't recognized him. But one look was all it took for the veins on Kong Tianjiao's forehead to pop out again. He grumbled to himself, this guy again? It seemed like every time he was down on his luck, this guy would somehow show up. Qin Yu, feigning surprise as if he'd just recognized him, started to shout, Calm. Kong Tianjiao clamped a hand over Qin Yu's mouth and whispered in his ear, Keep quiet. I'll pay you back for your stall. If the 6th elder discovered he had snuck out, he would likely be expelled from the Xiantian sect on the spot. Qin Yu immediately named an outrageous price, 200 contribution points. You think this pile of junk is worth 200 contribution points? Qin Yu shrugged. If you don't pay, I'll just have to start screaming for the disciplinary squad. Don't. Kong Tianjiao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Fine, fine. I'll pay you all right. See, problem solved. Qin Yu waved to the onlookers. Nothing to see here, folks. Just my friend's unique way of saying hello. I call it violent aesthetics. Hearing this, the crowd that had gathered to watch the commotion scoffed and began to disperse. Only then did Kong Tianjiao breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Yu held out his hand. 200 contribution points. Fork it over. I don't have that many contribution points on me. He only received 30 a month and had to do missions to save up any extra. But between being punished by his senior brother and the Peak Lord these past few days, he'd spent nearly all of them. You frustrated and impatient, Qin Yu took a deep breath, about to shout again. Don't shout, Kong Tianjiao said, hastily stopping him. He pulled a treasured sword from within his robes. This sword will fetch 200 contribution points. Qin Yu asked, Are you coming with me to sell it then? Let's go. And so, Qin Yu and Kong Tianjiao headed to the spirit tool shop together. Out of nowhere, a fluffy little black dog darted out, bounded up to Qin Yu's stall, and gobbled up all the stinky tofu scattered on the ground. The bustling marketplace was crowded with people, yet somehow, not a single person noticed the scene. A moment later, Qin Yu returned with a wide grin on his face. What a haul today! All thanks to the contribution points from my top patron. Kong Tianjiao stared at Qin Yu's smug expression and asked through gritted teeth, What's your name? Qin Yu replied with a perfectly straight face, I'll have you know my name is Li Zhengtong, young master of the Li family. Li Zhengtong. I'll remember you. With a cold snort, Kong Tianjiao pulled his black robes tightly around himself and stalked away. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Yu couldn't help but muse to himself. That Kong Tianjiao must be loaded with other treasures. They'd be worth a fortune in contribution points. Qin Yu was about to clean up the stinky tofu from the ground, but to his surprise, it was all gone. Did someone come and sweep up already? Too lazy to dwell on it. Qin Yu wiped the grease from the ground and pushed his cart back to his cave residence. Just as he reached the entrance of his cave residence, he happened to run into Li Zhengtong. Ever since the leaves at Maple Square were gone, Li Zhengtong only had to make a quick inspection tour each day, spending the rest of his time cultivating at home. Brother Yu, were you running your stall at the market? Yup. How much did you make? Qin Yu proudly held up 2 fingers. 200 contribution points. 200. Li Zhengtong's jaw dropped. He couldn't make that many points in a whole year of working for the sect. Brother Yu, how much did you actually sell? Didn't actually sell much at all. The thing is, a customer complained the smell was too disgusting and flipped my whole stall over. He ended up having to pay me 200 in damages. Li Zhengtong was left utterly speechless, just standing there in a daze. Brother Yu, this is for you. Li Zhengtong pulled a golden talisman from his robes and handed it to Qin Yu. What's this? This, Li Zhengtong said proudly, is a talisman I drew. It's called the Quick Harden Talisman. It enhances surface defense. You just have to stick it on your clothes to use it. This type of talisman could be used on its own, but it could also be embedded into a formation, acting as a key node to significantly boost its power. Because talismans and formations shared many principles, and talismans were easier to draw, beginners in the art of formations always started by learning to draw talismans. That was why in the cultivation world, formation masters were usually also talisman masters. Impressive, Qin Yu praised. But the name of this talisman sounds a little informal. Does this mean you've officially gotten started? Li Zhengtong scratched the back of his head and said humbly, I wouldn't say I've even started. The Quick Harden Talisman is the most basic kind, so it's really simple to draw. Qin Yu knew that the only reason Li Zhengtong called it simple was because of his C-rank talent in formations. For an ordinary person, drawing just one of these talismans could take a huge amount of time. This was the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Li Zhengtong continued. The art of formations is incredibly deep and complex. I still have a long way to go before I'm even a true beginner. My biggest problem right now is my low cultivation level. I drew just 2 talismans, and it completely drained my spiritual energy. But I did discover some good news. It turns out that drawing talismans can actually raise my cultivation level, just a bit slower than normal training. Qin Yu had already expected this. If alchemy could raise one's cultivation level, it stood to reason that talisman crafting would have a similar effect. All right, keep up the good work. I'm counting on you for my future supply of talismans. Qin Yu dropped off the cart and returned to the market, where he bought an alchemy furnace and a pile of medicinal herbs. Now that he had money to spare, Qin Yu had no intention of buying the cheapest furnace. Settling for less just wouldn't fit the aura of the great Emperor Qin Yu. After comparing various options for a while, Qin Yu settled on a dark gold furnace priced at 55 contribution points. Afterwards, Qin Yu visited the spirit herb shop and purchased enough ingredients for 30 batches of strength-boosting pills. The formula for the strength pill, which Jiao Xiaoxiao had explained and demonstrated in detail, was incredibly beginner-friendly and perfect for practice. The pill had a single, straightforward effect, a temporary boost in strength. Refining the strength pill only required 3 spirit herbs: ox tendon flower, fierce tiger grass, and shatterbone leaf. All 3 were common and very cheap. For just 1 contribution point, you could buy enough materials for 3 strength pills. Qin Yu had also asked around and found that the buy-back price for a single strength pill was 3 contribution points. As long as Qin Yu could produce 1 pill from 9 sets of materials, he would break even. If he managed to make 2, he'd make a killing. Qin Yu calculated gleefully, with these 30 sets of materials, if I can just successfully refine 10 pills, I'll get 30 contribution points back. That's a pure profit of 20 points. Then I'll trade those 20 points for qi refining pills and use them to continue my cultivation. Perfect. Clutching the cauldron, Qin Yu jogged all the way back to cave residence number 666, eager to fire it up and begin refining. After returning to his cave residence, he hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door and then set up a protective array. The last thing you want during alchemy is to be disturbed. He laid out the spirit herbs one by one in the courtyard and placed the cauldron in an auspicious spot. Closing his eyes, Qin Yu regulated his breathing for a moment, bringing his mind and body to their peak state. Let's begin. He opened his eyes, unfolded the formula, and went over the steps one more time, paying close attention to the warnings as well. First, get the temperature up to 500 degrees. Qin Yu channeled his spirit energy into the cauldron's vents, and a roaring fire instantly erupted within. Whoa, this is amazing! The temperature should be about right. First, use the high heat to roast the moisture out of the 2 ox tendon flowers. Qin Yu picked up the 2 ox tendon flowers and tossed them into the cauldron. With a whoosh, the 2 flowers were incinerated into ash, leaving not even a speck behind. Wait, I think the temperature was too high. Qin Yu reined in his spiritual energy, gradually reducing the input. The flame inside the cauldron dwindled, and the temperature dropped along with it. One more time, Qin Yu tossed 2 more beef tendon flowers into the cauldron. This time, the beef tendon flowers didn't turn to ash. Their petals twisted violently before dropping to the bottom of the cauldron. Failed again. The temperature was too low this time. Qin Yu couldn't help but think of the temperature guns from his past life. All you had to do was point one at the cauldron and pull the trigger to get an instant reading. It was practically a divine tool for alchemists. Too bad I can't even make a simple thermometer. Being uneducated really puts you at a disadvantage. It was only then that Qin Yu realized he had underestimated pill refining. It had looked so effortless when he watched Jiao Xiaoxiao demonstrate, but now that he was trying it himself, he was discovering just how difficult it truly was. In a world without any tools for measuring temperature, the only way to control the heat properly was through experience and feel. Qin Yu suspected that even the 500 degrees mentioned in the recipe was nothing more than a rough estimate by the alchemist. If the temperature was too low, you channeled more spiritual energy. If it was too high, you channeled less. All you could do was rely on trial and error. Qin Yu slowly increased the input of spiritual energy. Once the temperature stabilized, he added 2 more beef tendon flowers. Still too low. Precisely controlling the input of spiritual energy was an extremely difficult task. Qin Yu had advanced in his cultivation too quickly. He had plenty of spiritual energy in his body, but he had absolutely no idea how to wield it. Whenever he encountered a problem, his go-to move was to simply unleash all the spiritual energy in his body at once, burning through it in moments. A method like that was incredibly inefficient. And now, trying to refine pills, this shortcoming was completely exposed. Pill refining demanded exceptionally precise control over one's spiritual energy. The slightest deviation could affect the pill's quality, or worse, lead to outright failure. And that ability to control spiritual energy was largely dependent on an alchemist's own spiritual power. Spiritual sense was a mystical force. It not only granted cultivators greater control over the spiritual energy within their bodies, but also allowed them to perceive the world around them with greater clarity. Some mighty masters, even with their eyes closed, could use their spiritual sense to clearly perceive every flower and blade of grass around them. Lower the temperature a little more. Even lower. Pea-sized beads of sweat rolled down Qin Yu's forehead one after another, drenching his clothes. The weather outside might have been cool, but the furnace's constant, searing heat had pushed the temperature in the room to well over 100 degrees. If Qin Yu hadn't already reached the second level of qi refining, he would have likely passed out from heatstroke by now. Even for someone at the second level of qi refining, staying in such high temperatures for a long time would be unbearable. But at this moment, Qin Yu's entire focus was on sensing the flames within the alchemy cauldron. The scorching heat on his skin was completely forgotten. Without realizing it, Qin Yu had entered a wondrous state of mind. He could clearly perceive the fluctuations of the flames inside the cauldron and even sense the most minute changes in the ox tendon flowers within. Qin Yu's spiritual sense was at work, and it was growing stronger, bit by bit. A little lower, just a tiny bit lower. Qin Yu mustered every last wisp of spiritual energy in his body, slowly adjusting the temperature of the cauldron's flame. Now, in one swift motion, Qin Yu tossed the 2 ox tendon flowers into the furnace. This time, the flowers didn't immediately catch fire. Their petals didn't shrivel. Instead, they unfurled gracefully, as if blooming anew. Wisps of white steam rose from the blossoms, the moisture within them being forced out by the heat. Success. Qin Yu had no strength left to control the cauldron. He collapsed, slumping right onto the ground. Only then did he notice the sun was high in the southern sky. It was already noon. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body was completely depleted. Not a single drop remained. A wave of dizziness washed over him, the result of overexerting his spiritual sense. Without the support of spiritual energy, the tinden flower dropped to the bottom of the cauldron, its alchemical value vanishing with it. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his face. It wasn't until he counted the remaining materials that he realized this had been his 15th attempt. I have a D rank, fire tinder talent, and it still took me 15 tries to succeed, he thought. I can't even imagine how many attempts it would take for someone with no talent at all. He had prepared 30 sets of ingredients in total, and now half of the tinden flowers were ruined. But Qin Yu didn't mind the loss. It had all been worth it. The boost to his mental energy alone was something that couldn't be measured in a few contribution points. Qin Yu took a shower and changed into clean clothes, then began circulating the mystic heaven art to restore his spiritual energy. After about 15 minutes of cultivation, his spiritual energy was fully restored and was even a bit more abundant than it had been that morning. So alchemy really can improve my cultivation, he mused. I'm just not sure about the rate of progress yet. He pulled up his status screen to check. Name, Qin Yu. Talents, Spirit Root C rank, Fire Tinder D rank. Progress, 2% note. At 100%, you will gain 1 chance to copy a talent. The progress bar didn't show decimal places, so Qin Yu couldn't determine the exact amount it had increased. Still, Qin Yu estimated that a full night of cultivation would probably increase his progress by about 1.5%. This half-day of alchemy had probably only earned him a 0.5% increase. If he spent an entire day on it, he might gain about 1%, which was roughly 0.5% slower than pure cultivation. However, the benefits of alchemy were worth far more than that 0.5% difference. It seemed that focusing on alchemy was the right choice after all. Although his spiritual energy was plentiful, Qin Yu still felt unusually exhausted. I have to rest for a bit. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, and he was asleep moments after lying down on his bed. Sleep was the fastest way to restore one's mental energy. About an hour later, Qin Yu awoke, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After washing his face, Qin Yu resumed his alchemy. This time, he succeeded in refining the sinew bloom after just 2 attempts. Next, he lowered the temperature to 300 degrees, crushed the leaves of the boneset tree, and added them to the cauldron to mix with the sinew bloom. Thanks to his previous attempts, Qin Yu now had a better sense of the heat inside the cauldron. But this time, he ran into a new problem: how to truly fuse the sinew bloom with the leaves of the boneset tree. Qin Yu replayed Jiao Xiaoxiao's instructions in his mind. Under the intense heat, use your spirit energy to gradually press the sinew bloom and the boneset leaves together. Make them merge, permeate each other, and become one. He visualized the spirit energy within him as a pair of large hands, constantly kneading the 2 spirit herbs together. He wasn't used to it at first, having to monitor the cauldron's temperature while simultaneously fusing the 2 spirit herbs. This kind of multitasking was incredibly taxing for him. Gradually, however, Qin Yu began to get the hang of it. With each failure, his control over his spirit energy grew more refined. After his 13th failure, Qin Yu finally ran out of sinew bloom. Shit, I'm out already? And I was just getting the hang of it. Qin Yu looked up. The sky outside was already dark. Half a day had passed without him even realizing it. His spirit energy wasn't depleted this time. It wasn't that the amount had increased, but that his mental focus had sharpened, giving him more precise control over it. He could now manage his internal spirit energy with greater precision, avoiding any unnecessary waste. In other words, Qin Yu could last longer now. He sat cross-legged to recover his spirit energy. The long hours of intense focus had left his head feeling heavy and strained. He couldn't continue with alchemy for now. He needed a break. He changed his clothes and went for a stroll around the sect, hoping to ease his frayed nerves. The scenery of the Xiantian sect was actually quite nice. Though there was no electricity, the paths were lit by candlelight, and the strange flowers and grasses along the roadside emitted a faint, fluorescent glow, lending the place a unique charm. After strolling for a bit, Qin Yu headed back to the market to buy some ox tendon flowers and leaves from a broken bone tree. Back at his abode, Qin Yu put away the alchemy cauldron and went into his wooden cabin to prepare for his cultivation. Alchemy was important, to be sure, but one's cultivation level was the foundation for any cultivator. A great master of cultivation by the name of Zhou had once said that everything a cultivator does should be aimed at raising their cultivation level as the primary goal. Taking a whole qi refining pill for just one night of cultivation, it really seemed like a waste. Qin Yu stared at the last qi refining pill, his brow furrowed in thought. But if he didn't take the pill, his cultivation would progress too slowly. That would be a waste of time, a waste of youth, a waste of life, a downright shame. The effects of a qi refining pill lasted for a full day, but he had to practice alchemy during the daytime, meaning most of its potency would go to waste. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu, a perfect solution. One pill lasts for a whole day. If he broke it in half, wouldn't one half be the perfect amount for a single night? Without hesitation, he broke the pill in two and swallowed one half. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Qin Yu reigned in his aura. Sure enough, the effects only lasted for the night. Looks like I'm smarter than I thought, he mused. Qin Yu pulled up his personal status screen for a look. The progress bar was already at 7%. The pill really had sped up his cultivation. After getting up and washing his face, Qin Yu went to the market for 2 large meat buns. Only after eating his fill did he begin preparing for alchemy. This time, he didn't rush into it. Instead, he reviewed the instructions for refining the strength pill one more time. He also replayed every detail of the previous day's attempt in his mind's eye. He analyzed his mistakes, one by one. Once he felt he was ready, Qin Yu finally brought out the alchemy cauldron. With the experience he had gained from the day before, today's alchemy process went much more smoothly. The Nyojin flower and the leaves of the Duangu tree were fused after only 3 tries. The resulting pill embryo had already taken a rudimentary form. It was the size of a quail's egg and a deep, dark green all over, tumbling and churning restlessly under the guidance of his spiritual energy. To complete the great strength pill, only one final ingredient was needed: the fierce tiger grass. Following the steps in the pill formula, Qin Yu cautiously added the final ingredient. This step required fusing the fierce tiger grass into the pill embryo. Drawing on his previous experience, Qin Yu surprisingly succeeded on his very first try. Next, all that remained was the final step. It was time to reduce the mixture over high heat. No, to be more precise, it was time for high heat refinement. The high temperature was meant to force out the impurities from the pill. During this process, the pill embryo would shrink bit by bit until it was roughly the size of a fingernail. When the pill turned from dark green to black, it would signify success. This step placed extreme demands on the alchemist's spiritual control. He had to constantly monitor the pill embryo's every movement and adjust the furnace temperature at a moment's notice in order to expel the impurities. On Qin Yu's first attempt, the pill's color refused to change, so he kept raising the furnace temperature. In the end, after all his frantic adjustments, the pill turned into a lump of charcoal. It crumbled into dust at the slightest touch. After so many failures, Qin Yu had grown used to it. He grabbed another set of ingredients and started the process all over again. The path was full of stumbles. Sometimes he'd fail on the second step, other times a problem would arise during the third, and sometimes he'd fall at the very last one. After 2 straight days of alchemy, Qin Yu hadn't successfully refined a single pill and had instead used up all his ingredients. The only good news, however, was that Qin Yu's spiritual energy had grown much stronger. He could now split his spiritual energy into 3, or even 4, separate streams to control different things simultaneously. Furthermore, his alchemy skills had also improved so much that the progress was visible to the naked eye. At first, Qin Yu would fail even a basic step like refining the ox tendon flour. But soon enough, the initial stages were no longer an issue. It was the final step that always tripped him up. He realized he couldn't just keep trying blindly. It was time to ask his senior brother for help. Maybe he could pinpoint the reason for his failures. So, Qin Yu headed out to the market. He first bought 30 sets of ingredients for the power pill, then made his way to the usual spot to find senior brother Li Ming. Senior brother Li Ming was incredibly helpful. That evening, After closing up his stall, he came personally to Qin Yu's cave abode to guide him. When Li Ming saw how adeptly Qin Yu refined the ox tendon flower and fused it with the leaves of the bone shatter tree, he couldn't hide his look of envy. Junior brother Qin, to have gotten this far in just 2 days, you're truly more talented than I was. After watching the entire process, Li Ming pointed out the problematic step and personally demonstrated how the final stage should be executed. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Qin Yu. The next day, on only his 3rd attempt, Qin Yu successfully refined the first power pill of his life. Cradling the still warm pill in his hands, Qin Yu was so moved he could feel his eyes starting to well up. This single pill was the fruit of 4 days of countless failures and an expense of nearly 30 contribution points. No, wait, there were 2. At the bottom of the cauldron, he found another one, a small, round pellet about half the size of the power pill. It was pure white, the color reminding him of the white chocolate from his past life. It actually looked quite appetizing. Qin Yu scratched his head in confusion. How did one batch yield 2 pills? He murmured. Was this white pill formed from impurities? He took the white pill out into the sunlight to examine it, but after studying it for a long while, he still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Whatever, he thought. I'll worry about that later. First, let's see if this power pill I made actually works. Just as Qin Yu was about to swallow the pill, an important thought suddenly struck him. What if I messed up the refinement process? What if the pill is poisonous? The leaves of the tendon flower, tiger vine grass, and bonebreak tree might not be poisonous on their own, but who could guarantee they wouldn't undergo some bizarre chemical reaction under high heat? So, who am I going to find to be my guinea pig? Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu. Li Zhengtong. Doesn't that guy have some kind of unkillable constitution? He's tough as nails. Even if this pill is actually poisonous, it's not like it would be enough to take him out. He's the perfect candidate to test this. Besides, Qin Yu already had his excuse ready. Li Zhengtong had given him his first talisman, so Qin Yu could just treat this first pill as a gift in return. It was all about reciprocity. You have to know how to play these games of favor. Qin Yu eagerly knocked on Li Zhengtong's door. As it turned out, he was in. Brother Yu, what's up? Qin Yu grinned. A gift for you, the very first pill I've ever crafted. Li Zhengtong quickly took it and tucked it away carefully. Thanks, brother Yu. Rubbing his hands together with a wicked smile, Qin Yu said, Aren't you even a little curious to see what your brother Yu's handiwork can do? Li Zhengtong looked puzzled. Huh? But we're not fighting anyone. Wouldn't it be a waste to take a pill now? Qin Yu waved his hands dismissively. Not a waste at all. There's plenty more where that came from. Go on, hurry up and give it a try. All right then. He took out the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. And then, something incredible happened. Li Zhengtong's face instantly flushed crimson, and his breathing grew heavy and ragged. His arms seemed to stretch as the muscles in his limbs rapidly bulged. He shot up by over a foot, looking several times more powerful, like a walking mountain of muscle. Qin Yu had to crane his neck to look up at Li Zhengtong, and he felt an unexpected, intimidating pressure. This thing is way more potent than I expected. The effects of the strength pill left Qin Yu completely stunned. Wasn't it only supposed to boost his strength by a little? A little? This is more like a bazillion. Watching Li Zhengtong stand there like a muscle-bound monster, Qin Yu estimated his strength had multiplied several times over, if not more. This is insane. Li Zhengtong stared at his own bulging biceps, a goofy grin spreading across his face. This is awesome. This is the body I've always dreamed of. Brother Yu, that elixir you made is no joke. I feel like I'm bursting with energy. I bet I could kill an ox with a single punch. I just wonder how long this'll last. Qin Yu held out his hand. Come on, he said. Let's arm wrestle. I want to see just how strong you are. Li Zhengtong snorted, a smirk on his face. Brother Yu, with those scrawny arms of yours? You sure you can handle this? Qin Yu rolled up his sleeve and stared back, a challenge in his eyes. Are you doubting the power of a second-level qi refiner? They took their positions at the stone table in Li Zhengtong's courtyard. The moment their hands clasped, Qin Yu felt a surge of formidable power. Not daring to be careless, Qin Yu immediately activated his cultivation technique, channeling the spiritual energy in his body into his arm. HNGH. Huh. They both strained at the same time, and to his surprise, they were dead even. This left Qin Yu utterly astonished. Li Zhengtong was only a first-level qi refiner. Yet after taking the power elixir, his strength was somehow on par with his own, a second-level refiner. Doesn't that mean this elixir allows a cultivator to fight above their level? It was only a one-level difference, but the gap in power was immense. When Qin Yu had advanced from the first to the second level, his own strength had increased at least fivefold. This elixir is ridiculously overpowered. An elixir like this only costs 3 contribution points? That's an absolute steal. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, a patch of coarse black fur suddenly sprouted on Li Zhengtong's face. It quickly spread to his neck and chest and continued to creep downwards. Qin Yu was so stunned by the sight that he faltered for a second, and in that instant, his arm was slammed down onto the stone table. "Oh yeah!" Li Zhengtong roared, throwing his arms up in triumph. Qin Yu rubbed his eyes, then pointed a trembling finger at Li Zhengtong's arm, too horrified to speak. Right now, Li Zhengtong was covered in coarse black fur. His frame had bulked up and stretched out, his arms dangling like thick rods. He looked for all the world like a gorilla. His best friend had suddenly turned into a gorilla in clothes. He even held his hands high, doing a happy little shuffle while letting out strange cries of, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." The scene instantly reminded Qin Yu of a circus act from his past life. Put him on a unicycle or give him a ball to hug, and the picture would be complete. Seeing the strange look on Qin Yu's face, Li Zhengtong thought he was just being a sore loser and hurried over to console him. "Brother Yu, don't be mad. The only reason I won was thanks to that pill you refined, right?" Qin Yu shook his head and managed to ask, "You, what's happened to you?" "I'm fine." Li Zhengtong glanced down at his arms, then felt his face. His composure instantly shattered. "Ah, brother Yu, your pill is poison." At this, everyone standing around froze. "That's weird. Why the black fur?" The mighty strength pill never had this side effect before. Qin Yu scanned the pill formula over and over, racking his brain, but unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. Wrapped in a blanket to hide his furry body, Li Zhengtong sat miserably in Qin Yu's courtyard. "Brother Yu, you have to do something. I look like a gorilla. How am I ever going to face anyone again? Calm down. Maybe you'll change back once the effects wear off. It's already been half an hour. When is this thing going to wear off?" Li Zhengtong wailed, on the verge of tears. Qin Yu scratched his head, thinking to himself, isn't the mighty strength pill supposed to last for only 5 minutes? Why is mine so potent? He then muttered with a self-deprecating chuckle. Could it be that I have too much stamina? Uffed. No. This is no time to get sidetracked. Then an even more ridiculous thought popped into his head. Maybe alchemists get a stamina buff. Uffed. Qin Yu shook his head, trying to clear it of all these ridiculous thoughts. Why, he muttered to himself, is the mighty strength pill I refined so different from everyone else's? I followed the formula to the letter. Besides, if there was anything wrong with it, senior brother Li Ming would have definitely pointed it out yesterday. Qin Yu's gaze slowly drifted over to Li Zhengtong. If the alchemy process was flawless, then the problem must lie with the one who took it. Li Zhengtong asked, "Brother Yu, why are you staring at me?" Qin Yu said, "It's nothing. I think I've found the root of the problem." "Really?" Li Zhengtong beamed, then asked, "So what exactly went wrong?" "Not so fast. I need to run another test first." Qin Yu lit the alchemy furnace and began the process all over again. Although he failed 3 times in a row, he eventually succeeded in refining another great strength pill. The small white pill reappeared at the bottom of the furnace, but Qin Yu didn't pay it much mind. Li Zhengtong said, "Brother Yu, you're not thinking of fighting poison with poison, are you?" Li Zhengtong covered his mouth with both hands, thinking, if I swallow another one of these mysterious pills Qin Yu made before we figure this out, I'll really be asking for it. Fight poison with poison? Stop reading so many of those cliché storybooks. Just wait right here. Pill in hand, Qin Yu dashed out the door. I have to figure out who the problem is with before I can find the right cure. To verify whether the problem was with the pill Qin Yu refined, or with Li Zhengtong himself, was actually very simple. All he had to do was find someone else to try one. Xiaoji, I choose you. Half an hour later, Qin Yu pushed open the gate to his courtyard, leading a second chimpanzee. Sigh. So it really is my problem after all. Li Zhengtong stared at the black-furred Xiaoji and immediately burst out laughing. Sometimes, being miserable all by yourself is pretty painful. But if you happen to see someone just as miserable as you are, you feel a lot better. Qin Yu called this the failing college student effect. Xiaoji glared at Li Zhengtong and sat down beside him in silence, looking completely listless. Qin Yu stroked his chin, pondering which part of the process had gone wrong. It was supposed to be a great strength pill, so how did it turn someone into a gorilla? Suddenly, Qin Yu's thoughts turned to the small white pill at the bottom of the furnace. What was the one thing that set him apart from everyone else? Wasn't it just that extra white pill? Like a detective seizing upon a critical clue, the truth seemed to materialize right before Qin Yu's eyes. Within 10 paces, there must be an antidote. The white pill had to exist for a reason. It was most likely meant specifically to counteract the side effects of the strength pill. Qin Yu quickly found the 2 white pills and held them out to Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. I completely forgot they come as a set, Qin Yu said confidently. This is the antidote. Hurry up and take it. The 2 looked at Qin Yu, and to his surprise, both backed away. Li Zhengtong took 1 step back, while Xiaoji took 2. Grinning from ear to ear, Qin Yu held a white pill out to Li Zhengtong. Tongzi, time for your medicine. Li Zhengtong shuddered and asked nervously, Brother Yu, are you sure this is really the antidote? Of course. When have I ever lied to my own brother? You can doubt my skills, but don't you dare doubt my character. For my brothers, I'd take a bullet any day. Seeing the unwavering determination in Qin Yu's eyes, Li Zhengtong hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to trust him. He snatched one of the white pills and popped it directly into his mouth. Instantly, Li Zhengtong's pupils dilated. With a sudden burst of energy in his limbs, he shot up to his feet. Both Qin Yu and Xiaoji jumped in surprise. Good thing I didn't take it, Xiaoji said. Li Zhengtong bounced around excitedly, shouting to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, this pill is banana-flavored. It's delicious. Delicious? And banana-flavored? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. So this pill isn't meant to cure the gorilla, it's meant to tame it. That's just twisted. This is completely unscientific. Qin Yu looked around, completely baffled as to how things had turned out this way. Li Zhengtong was still running around the courtyard in excitement. He even snatched the other white pill and gulped it down. Brother Yu, you got any more of these white pills? Banana-flavored. It smells incredible. Qin Yu seriously suspected that the white pill had some kind of stimulating side effect. Xiaoji blinked his ape-like eyes, staring at Li Zhengtong. To be honest, he was starting to regret it. He was also curious what that white pill actually tasted like. Quiet down. Qin Yu grabbed Li Zhengtong and rapped him twice on his hairy, black head. Instant silence. Li Zhengtong shuffled pitifully over to Xiaoji and sat down. Pacing back and forth before the 2 apes with his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Yu spoke. I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The good news. The bad news. With zero coordination, they both blurted out their answers at the same time. All right, I'll start with the bad news then. The bad news is, I have no idea why you've turned into this. The 2 apes' faces fell immediately. Hey, don't look so down. I still haven't told you the good news. Hope sparked in their eyes again. The good news is, your strength has shot up by more than 5 times. And the effect seems pretty long-lasting. So, enjoy it while you can. Their expressions grew even darker. Seeing them flush with shame and anger, their muscles tensing as if they were about to attack, Qin Yu quickly yelled, Whoa, calm down. I have more good news. This has to be a side effect of the pill. Once the effects wear off, you should turn back to normal. That sounded reasonable to them. Their expressions slowly softened, and their eyes began to shine with hope again as they looked at Qin Yu expectantly. You, how long do the effects last? Qin Yu cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. Well, the power pill only lasts for about 15 minutes, tops. The 2 apes' faces crumpled. We've been apes for nearly an hour, and now you're telling us the effects only last for 15 minutes? Calm down, calm down. Hey, I was talking about the ordinary power pills. Qin Yu quickly tried to calm them down. Those only last 15 minutes. This one is clearly not one of those. He's got a point. A glimmer of hope appeared in the 2 gorillas' eyes as they looked to Qin Yu with one final, desperate expectation. Bro Yu, so how long does this power pill of yours last? I can't say for sure. How long it lasts really depends on your performance. Hey, take it easy. I'm not a cheapskate. After all the trouble you've been through, of course I'll make it up to you. I won't let you get a raw deal. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji asked expectantly. What kind of compensation? Qin Yu thought for a moment. All right, how about this? I'll compensate each of you with 5 more power pills, personally refined by yours truly. Arg, I can't take it anymore. Qin Yu, you brat. You've gone too far. Calm down. You really think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'll show you the difference between a level 2 and a level 1 chi refiner. Thwack. A dinosaur fighting a wolf. Smack. Bam. 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 Ow. You two gorillas are absolute beasts. Hey, we're all fellow cultivators. Cut me some slack. Don't hit me in the face. Go easy. Don't break my pill cauldron. That thing is worth 55 contribution points. 5 minutes later, the man and the 2 gorillas were leaning against each other, panting for breath. Qin Yu, bruised and swollen, gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and lamented, "It's all my fault. I made the pills too damn potent." Defeated, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji could only accept their reality. Bro you, what do you think we should do now? Let's wait another 2 hours. If you're still like this after that, our only option is the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion was the Xiantian Sect's version of a hospital. Any cultivator who was seriously injured or encountered problems with their practice could go there for treatment. The 2 of them sighed. I guess that's all we can do. Spiritual energy flowed through Qin Yu's body, quickly mending his wounds. The fight had looked vicious, but all 3 of them knew the truth. Qin Yu had only suffered a few scrapes. A short session of cultivation was all it would take to heal completely. The moment he was healed, Qin Yu went right back to poring over the pill formula. Hey you, Li Zhengtong sidled up to Qin Yu, his voice low. What? Li Zhengtong gave a sheepish grin. You don't happen to have any more of those white pills, do you? Are they really that good? Of course. That white pill was the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my entire life. Li Zhengtong's eyes glazed over, lost in memory. It was this intense, mellow banana flavor, he said. So rich and profound it hit you right in the soul. It just melted on your tongue, and the fragrance. It was completely irresistible. It was the first time Qin Yu had ever heard anyone describe a banana as rich and profound. He figured the pill must have addled Li Zhengtong's brain. His taste buds were probably shot. Beef tendon flour, fierce tiger grass, and broken bone leaf. No matter how you refined those 3 ingredients, there was no way they'd have anything to do with bananas. How could you possibly get a banana-flavored pill out of that? Hearing Li Zhengtong's passionate description, Xiao Ji was getting intrigued himself. He wanted to know what that white pill actually tasted like. Qin Yu gave them a skeptical look. After you guys turned into apes, did you inherit their habits, too? Got some kind of primal urge to eat bananas now? Both of them shot back in unison, indignant. I'm not an ape. All right, I get it. You're not apes, Li Zhengtong added. And even though the pill tastes like banana, it's 10,000 times better. You can't even compare it to a real banana. Qin Yu thought for a moment. How about this, he said. I'll go get you a banana to try. Maybe that power pill just messed with your taste buds. That could be it. Just as Qin Yu was about to head to the market, Li Zhengtong stopped him. Wait, I still have some bananas I bought a few days ago in my room. Perfect. I'll go get them. Qin Yu handed them the bananas. Xiaoji took a bite. Tastes the same as usual, he said. No difference at all. Li Zhengtong tried a piece, only to spit it right out. He exclaimed, for someone who's tasted the finest delicacies, how could I possibly stomach this swill? Qin Yu grew curious. So it really is the white pill then? He asked. Is it truly that delicious? With a little time to spare, Qin Yu set up his alchemy cauldron and refined another great strength pill. Sure enough, the white pill appeared once more at the bottom of the cauldron. The moment he saw the white pill, Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up. He stared at it, unable to look away. Qin Yu brought the pill to his nose and gave it a sniff, but he couldn't detect any particular scent. Under the expectant gazes of Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, Qin Yu swallowed the pill in one gulp. Brother Yu, save half for me. Li Zhengtong cried out frantically. His cry was desperate, but it was already too late. Qin Yu rolled the white pill around in his mouth as if it were a piece of candy. A hint of banana, he thought to himself, but it's faint. I wouldn't exactly call it delicious. Then another thought struck him. Could this pill be specifically for those who turn into apes after taking the great strength pill? In an instant, Qin Yu's fantasy of striking it rich was shattered. Brother Yu, how is it? Li Jingtong asked. What does it taste like? Qin Yu didn't answer. Instead, he simply refined another white pill. This time, Qin Yu broke the pill in half and handed one of the pieces to Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi eagerly popped it into his mouth. A moment later, he was already exclaiming how delicious it was. Apparently, only those who've turned into apes find this stuff delicious. Qin Yu glanced at the pitiful-looking Li Zhengtong and silently put the other half of the pill away. I'll hold on to this half for you, Qin Yu said. I'll give it back once you've returned to your normal self. It was only then that Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi realized an hour had passed, and they still hadn't changed back. Let's go to the Spirit Healer Pavilion. The two of them wrapped themselves tightly in black cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed. Breaking into a light run, the trio soon reached the Spirit Doctor Pavilion. After paying 10 contribution points, Qin Yu was assigned to a physician. The physician asked, "Is this for an external or internal injury?" "Neither," Qin Yu replied. "It's my two friends behind me. They've run into a bit of trouble." Qin Yu glanced back at the two and gestured for them to remove their black cloaks. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi reluctantly took off their cloaks, revealing muscular bodies covered in dense fur. The physician froze. He had assumed the figures under the cloaks were human, but to his surprise, they were two apes. The physician pointed out, "Sir, we only treat humans here. For spirit beasts, you need to go to the Beast Pavilion. You're the spirit beast. We're human," the two apes retorted. The physician started, exclaiming, "Whoa, these spirit beasts can talk." Judging by their cultivation, they're only at the qi refining stage, the physician analyzed. For spirit beasts of that level to speak the human tongue, they must have the bloodline of a divine beast. Qin Yu shook his head. That's not it. The physician quickly cut in. Wait, don't tell me. Let me figure this out myself. Ape-type divine beasts. He muttered to himself. Could they be descendants of the fiend god ape? Or perhaps offspring of the six-armed berserker ape? But these two are far too ugly. They don't look like descendants of such noble beasts. The physician speculated further. Could their bloodline be impure? A crossbreed, perhaps? Again, Qin Yu said, "That's not." But before he could finish, the physician cut him off again. His expression turning serious, the physician said, "Sir, let me offer a word of caution. It's dangerous to let a spirit beast develop the notion that it's human. You'd be best served taking them to Beast Taming Peak to be properly trained." Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi were snorting heavily, their nostrils flaring. If they weren't certain they'd lose the fight, they would have flattened the guy with a single punch. Once the physician had finished his speech, Qin Yu hurriedly explained what had actually happened. The physician pressed, "So you're saying, these two friends of yours turned into this after taking a pill you refined?" "That's right," Qin Yu confirmed with a nod. "Are you absolutely certain?" the physician asked again. "Positive," Qin Yu replied emphatically. "You wait here. I'll go get the medicine." "Okay. Thank you, doctor." After the physician hurried away, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu said with a smile, "This kind of thing is pretty common. As long as you describe the symptoms clearly, the doctor can prescribe the right treatment." Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi also breathed a sigh of relief. "It doesn't seem to be anything serious, but it really scared the hell out of me." The three of them were still talking when suddenly, the door was kicked open. The physician who had just left pointed a finger at Qin Yu and yelled, "That's him. I suspect he's a disciple of the demonic cult. He turned my sect member into a spirit beast." Qin Yu froze, completely bewildered. Two menacing cultivators shot out from behind the physician. A terrifying pressure erupted from them, and in an instant, they had Qin Yu pinned down. Qin Yu cried out in shock. Li Jingtong was stunned too. Xiaozhi was just as dumbfounded. A misunderstanding. This is a complete misunderstanding. The scene instantly devolved into chaos. The physician quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. It's just that you weren't very clear earlier." Qin Yu retorted. "Did you even give me a chance to explain?" The physician stammered. What you said was just so horrifying. Turning a person into a spirit beast, such a wicked method. I thought it was some new trick from the demonic cult, so I just..." Qin Yu sneered. "If you really saw a demonic cult disciple committing some evil act, would you really come running back here to brag about it? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Li Zhengtong quickly clarified. "Let's get this straight. I'm not a spirit beast. I was just made to look like one. I'm a proper cultivator." Xiaoji quickly chimed in. Me too. The physician apologized again. I'm truly sorry. I just wasn't thinking. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Qin Yu pointed at Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji and said, heal them, and we'll call it even. The physician waved his hands dismissively. I've never seen anything like this. I don't think it can be cured. Then what do we do now? From the looks of it, your only hope is for an elder to intervene personally. But the fee for a single treatment from an elder is astronomical. There's no way you can afford it. The words struck Li Zhengtong and Xiao Jiqing like a bolt from the blue. Their eyes went vacant, as if all meaning had been drained from their future. Qin Yu hadn't expected things to escalate this way either. All I did was refine one little pill, he thought to himself. However, there is another way. The physician swallowed hard before speaking slowly. I've heard that the personal disciple of the Hall Master of the 100 Healers Hall has come to Lilybell City, near our Xiantian sect. You could try seeking him out. The 100 Healers Hall was a sect composed entirely of physicians. Wherever they went, they treated the common people they met, never asking for a single coin in return. Because of this, they were highly revered in the mortal world. Even the small town where Qin Yu used to live knew of their name. In the cultivation world, the 100 Healers Hall was considered one of the top sections. Its hall master was even hailed as the medical saint of our time, capable of snatching life from the jaws of death and mending shattered bones. Although the hall's combat prowess was not exceptional, their ability to build connections was second to none. In the entire cultivation world, was there a single sect, large or small, that didn't know the 100 Healers Hall a favor? There's a saying that circulates widely. To offend the 100 Healers Hall is to offend the entire cultivation world. This just went to show how immense their influence truly was. And now, the personal disciple of the man known as the medical saint had arrived near the Xiantian sect. It was as if fate itself had intervened. Without delay, Qin Yu and the others bid farewell to the physician and hurried off toward Lilybell City. Although Lilybell City was said to be nearby the Xiantian sect, this nearby was calculated from the perspective of a cultivator who could fly. In reality, the city was a full 200 kilometers away from the sect. Even on foot, the journey would take at least 2 days. Fortunately, the sect had flying vessels that traveled to various locations, primarily for disciples on missions. A ride cost just a single merit point. Qin Yu and his companions boarded the flying boat, the cultivation world's version of a public bus. The vessel was incredibly fast. In just 10 minutes or so, it had carried them from the Xiantian sect to Belle Orchid City. After disembarking, Qin Yu got his first look at a city in this world. Belle Orchid City was populous and prosperous, ranking among the top 5 most powerful cities in the Kingdom of Liang. The trio presented their tokens identifying them as menial disciples of the Xiantian sect and smoothly passed the inspection by the city gate guards. The city streets were wider and cleaner than Qin Yu had imagined. Not far from the gate, there was a bustling marketplace. As they passed through the market, they were surprised to see stalls displaying all sorts of cultivation wares. Are there this many cultivators in the Kingdom of Liang? Do people just sell cultivation-related items everywhere? Xiaoji explained. This city is the closest one to our Xiantian sect, so it attracts a lot of lone cultivators and disciples from smaller sections. Over time, these trades have sprung up to cater to them. So that's how it is. Brother Yu, where are we supposed to find this personal disciple of the Master of 100 Medicines Hall? Someone like that should be pretty well known. Let's just ask around. Qin Yu scanned his surroundings and spotted a young fortune teller standing by the side of the road. The man was dressed in long black and white robes. A large banner was fastened to his back, inscribed with the words, "Peer into the hearts of all men, divine the secrets of all time." What a bold claim, Qin Yu thought. Come on, let's go ask him. Qin Yu led the other two toward the man. These fortune tellers usually have their finger on the pulse of the city. Asking him is the right move. The trio had just approached, but before they could even speak, the fortune teller said, "You're disciples from the Xiantian sect, aren't you?" How could he be so perceptive? Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiao Ji were all taken aback. This fortune teller really knows his stuff. You divine that, my friend. My arts aren't that profound. I just saw your Xiantian sect token showing. The fortune teller said, pointing to the sash at Qin Yu's waist. Qin Yu's identity token was the key to his residence. It served not only to verify his identity, but also to store and spend contribution points. The fortune teller announced his name. I am Lu Yuanqing, a disciple of the sun-gazing celestial phenomena sect. The sun-gazing celestial phenomena sect? Qin Yu whispered to Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Never heard of them. You guys. I have, Li Zhengtong explained. In the world of divination, the sun-gazing celestial phenomena sect holds the same status as the 100 Medicines Hall does in the world of medicine. They're both premier sects on this continent. Qin Yu was floored. To think a random guy he'd just met on the roadside hailed from a premier sect. I am Qin Yu, disciple of the Profound Heaven sect. I am Li Zhengtong, disciple of the Profound Heaven sect. And I am Ji Duo, disciple of the Profound Heaven sect. Lu Yuanqing cupped his fists with a smile. A pleasure to meet you three brothers. Now what brings you to my humble stall? Qin Yu said jokingly. I've long heard of the legendary divination skills of the sun-gazing, celestial phenomena sect. I wonder, Brother Lu, if you might be able to divine the reason the three of us are here. Lu Yuanqing gave a slight smile, took out a tortoise shell, and etched several symbols onto its surface. He then closed his eyes and began to chant an incantation under his breath. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said with a smile, the reading reveals that Brother Li and Brother Ji have run into a bit of trouble. You're here seeking treatment from the direct disciple of the master of the 100 Medicines Hall. Holy crap, that's uncanny. He actually figured it all out. Brother Lu, you're incredible. Truly worthy of the sun-gazing, celestial phenomena sect's reputation. By any chance, do you know where we can find this direct disciple? That disciple's name is Li Zihao. You can find him at the 100 Medicines Hall's clinic, right in the city center. However, he added, the line to see him already stretches for miles. If you three head over now, you're in for a very long wait. As it happens, I'm acquainted with Li Zihao. Since I have nothing better to do at the moment, why don't I take you to him? What a genuinely good guy, Qin Yu thought. Is this the incredible luck that comes after cheating death? Thank you so much, Brother Lu. The four of them walked side by side as Qin Yu spoke up to Lu Yuanqing. Brother Lu, there's something I want to ask, though I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Lu Yuanqing replied with a smile. Please, Brother Qin, don't hesitate to ask. I've heard of the practice of night gazing. So why is your sect called the day gazers instead? Is there some special meaning behind it? Qin Yu asked. How do you even observe the heavens during the day? Qin Yu wondered. The sun is so bright. Wouldn't it be blinding? Lu Yuanqing gave a wry smile and began to explain. Our sect was originally called the Sect of Night Gazing, and our divination art was known as the night gazing deduction technique. It was derived from the patterns of countless stars. About 3,000 years ago, a young man of immense talent wanted to create a divination method to rival the night gazing deduction technique. So he began observing the heavens during the day. Qin Yu interjected. So he created the day gazing deduction technique. It replaced the old method, and your sect changed its name to follow suit? No, that's not what happened at all. Lu Yuanqing quickly denied. That young man stared at the sun every day, and in the end, he ruined his eyesight. After losing his sight, he instead immersed himself in the study of divination. He refined the night-gazing deduction technique into the most supreme version of the art and became the renowned Taoist Jitian of his time. Later, to honor the memory of Taoist Jitian, his successors renamed the Sect of Day Gazing. Qin Yu was stunned speechless. When the four of them arrived at the city center, they looked up and saw a very long line. Are we just going to cut in line? Qin Yu asked. This doesn't count as cutting, Lu Yuanqing explained. Brother Li has a principle. He prioritizes patients who are seriously or critically ill. Most of the people in this line are likely here for common ailments, like a headache or a cold. If someone has a truly complex or serious condition, they can go straight to the attendant at the front to be assessed. If it's verified, they get priority treatment. Brother Li is a man who sticks to his principles. If you aren't seriously ill, he won't make an exception, not even for my sake. And naturally, I wouldn't have brought you all this way for nothing, Lu Yuanqing said. Li Zhengtong asked. And how do you know we have a serious illness? The room fell silent. It's all in the reading. Can the reading tell us just how sick we really are? Lu Yuanqing hesitated. Xiaoji said reassuringly. Just say it, Brother Lu. We can handle it. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuanqing said slowly, the reading shows that to cure you would be like bringing the dead back to life. The world seemed to spin for Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji, and they struggled to stay on their feet. Li Zhengtong asked, his voice trembling, Be Brother Lu. Does the reading say if there's any hope for us? This involves powers beyond my own. With my current abilities, I can't see that far. But don't despair. Brother Li is a brilliant doctor. I'm sure he can cure you. Xiaoji asked, So, can Brother Li raise the dead? Well, that's one thing I can't do. Li Zhengtong said. Then are we really beyond saving? Lu Yuanqing quickly reassured him. You can't be so certain. Everyone has their specialty. Just because Brother Li can't raise the dead doesn't mean he can't cure you. Qin Yu scoffed. Look at you pathetic fools. If you can't be changed back, I'll just trick everyone else into taking the pill. Then we'll all be in the same boat. As the four of them reached the front of the line, they found people arguing. An old man shouted, I'm the sickest one here. Every time I breathe out, I have to breathe right back in. All that back and forth is exhausting. You tell me, isn't my condition the most serious? Isn't that just normal breathing? You call that a sickness? A family member of the old man quickly explained, My father's mind isn't quite right. Now that's what you call being seriously ill. Lu Yuanqing took the lead and walked up to the doorman. The doorman respectfully stepped aside and said, Young Master Lu, you're here. Please, come right in. Lu Yuanqing led Qin Yu and the others into the clinic. Seeing Qin Yu and his group swagger right in, the people waiting in line immediately started to complain. Why do they get to cut in line and go straight in without even saying what's wrong? That's enough, the doorman chided, waving a hand dismissively. Every patient young Master Lu brings is on death's door. You lot just have a cold. What gives you the right to compare? Hearing this, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi's knees nearly buckled. Before this, the worst they'd ever been called was gorillas. Now, it felt like they were 1 second away from being laid out on a slab. Watch your tongue. These two gentlemen simply have a complicated condition. Lu Yuanqing snapped, cutting the doorman off. They waited in the clinic for a short while before the proprietor emerged from the inner hall. He first nodded to Lu Yuanqing in greeting, then ushered Qin Yu and the other two into the inner hall to have a seat. Since the matter concerned patient privacy, Lu Yuanqing exchanged a few brief words with Qin Yu's group and left the clinic. Once inside the inner hall, the proprietor said to them, Please wait a moment, gentlemen. A patient with severe trauma just came in, and young Master Li is treating them in the back room. The three of them nodded, and each found a stool to sit on. A single wooden door was all that separated the inner hall from the back room, and with their cultivation, they could easily overhear the sounds from within. Divine Healer, my son just got in a fight. He was stabbed through the chest with a blade. Please, I'm begging you, save him. Calm down, this is nothing. Just stand by my side and assist me. Hand me the tools as I call for them, got it? Yes, I've got it. Hand me the hammer, shears, bone file, nails, iron rod saw. Listening to the clanging and banging from the other room, Qin Yu thought he'd stumbled into a blacksmith's forge. Are all doctors in the cultivation world this hardcore? He was genuinely starting to wonder if this doctor's treatment for Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi would involve plucking out all their dark fur, one strand at a time. Then again, that might actually be a viable solution. A few moments later, the sounds from the back room ceased. Dr. Li heaved a heavy sigh. Divine Healer, can my son still be saved? I haven't even started on the saving part. His leg was a little crooked, and I couldn't stand looking at it, so I went ahead and straightened it out. It's much straighter now. He should feel a lot better. What? What about his chest? Don't panic, I'm getting to it. His fingers are a little crooked too. Hearing this, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi quickly glanced down at their own arms and legs. They only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that their own limbs were reasonably straight. Brother Yu, I'm getting a bad feeling. This so-called personal disciple of the 100 Remedies Hall Master seems pretty sketchy. The three of them huddled together, whispering. Qin Yu reassured them. Talented people always have a few quirks. It's just a bit of OCD. As long as he's not into bestiality or something, I can live with it. Just as they were speaking, a scream like a stuck pig suddenly erupted from the inner room. Thump! The scream was cut short. The three of them jumped, not daring to make a sound. Then they heard Li Ziheo's hurried apology. Sorry about that. Guess I didn't hit him hard enough. Didn't expect him to wake up so soon. No matter, I'll just knock him out again. Hand me the scissors. Xiaoji sucked in a breath. Brother you, let's just go back to the sect and find an elder. I'm too young to die. Li Zhengtong nodded in agreement. You know, I'm fine the way I am. I don't think I need this treatment after all. Look at you too, you're pathetic. Qin Yu snapped, scolding their cowardice. Your conditions are different from that patient's. Dr. Li won't treat you the same way. Li Zhengtong asked. You think he'll knock us out first and then skin us? Qin Yu shook his head. Absolutely not. How can you be so sure? Even if I skinned you, all I'd be doing is getting rid of that outer layer of black fur. Your ape-like frames would stay the same. Unless, Qin Yu snickered, we carve off all that excess muscle and saw your arms down to size. That might just get you back to normal. The color drained from Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi's faces. They shot to their feet, ready to bolt, convinced they wouldn't make it out alive if they stayed a second longer. Qin Yu quickly pulled them back. Relax, it was just a joke. Just then, another voice came from the inner room. Immortal Doctor, thank you so much. You saved my son's life. Think nothing of it. Pulling out the fatal blade and mending the wound with a healing art is a trivial matter. Please, Immortal Doctor, you should get some rest. I'll take my son and leave now. Rest. The voice from the inner room suddenly rose in pitch. Only those useless to the world of cultivation would rest. With plagues running rampant and patients on the brink of death, this is the critical moment for a medical prodigy like myself to shoulder the responsibility. How could I possibly rest? Right. Well, we'll let you get back to it. We'll see ourselves out. The door to the inner room was pushed open, and a father, pushing a wheelchair, hastily left with his son. Next, Qin Yu pulled Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi with him into the inner room. Li Ziheo, the direct disciple of the 100 Medicines Hall's master, sat on a wooden chair, wiping fresh blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Li Ziheo looked quite young, around the same age as Qin Yu and the others. The moment he entered, Qin Yu began to inspect Li Ziheo's talents, wanting to see what this direct disciple was really made of. Supreme Spiritual Root A rank, a true favorite of heaven and earth, 1 in 10,000. Possesses an astonishing cultivation speed with the potential to advance 1,000 miles in a single day. Destined to become a mighty figure in their own right. Natural Tao of Alchemy A rank, a born prodigy of alchemy. Their spiritual energy far surpasses that of an ordinary person, with a unique insight into all manner of spiritual herbs and medicines. Has the potential to become a renowned alchemy master, famous far and wide. Reincarnated Divine Healer S rank, innately understands the uses of various medicinal herbs. With minimal study, can master the art of curing all ailments and even possesses the power to resurrect the dead. Holy crap! A golden legendary. A reincarnated divine healer? The prestige of that title is off the charts. It was only then that Qin Yu realized there was an S-rank talent above a rank. Even a supreme spiritual root is only a rank. Does that mean there are spiritual roots even more powerful than supreme? Who's the patient? Li Ziheo asked. Before Qin Yu could respond, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi had already thrown off their black robes. Li Ziheo froze for a moment, then explained, I only treat humans. I don't know anything about medicine for spirit beasts. Qin Yu explained the whole situation all over again. Are you saying they ended up like this because they took a pill you refined? Hearing this, Li Ziheo became visibly more excited. Learning from his past experience, Qin Yu quickly clarified, let's get one thing straight. I'm not a disciple of some demonic sect. This is really just an issue with the pill. Of course I know you're not from a demonic sect. You're nothing short of a genius in the world of alchemy. Li Ziheo excitedly pulled out a pen and paper. What kind of pill did they take to end up like this? He asked. A mighty strength pill. A mighty strength pill? You mean the kind that enhances physical strength? Li Ziheo looked up, carefully studying Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi. Exactly how much did their strength increase? He asked. At least 5 times over. 5 times. Li Ziheo gasped, jumping to his feet in excitement. Are you sure it was a mighty strength pill you refined? Positive. I refined it using just 3 ingredients. Ox tendon flower, fierce tiger grass, and broken bone leaf. Hearing this, Li Zihao began to pace back and forth in the room, his excitement palpable. An ordinary mighty strength pill can increase one's strength by 1/10 at most, but this one actually. A genius. A true genius. An undeniable genius of alchemy. Li Zihao scribbled frantically on the paper. An elixir that boosts strength 5-fold, made from just 3 common ingredients. Oh right, how long do the effects of this elixir last? Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji before answering. It's hard to say for sure, but I suspect it could be permanent. Permanent. Li Zihao nearly lost his mind. He quickly added another line to the paper. Effects are permanent. Xiao Ji leaned in and whispered to Li Zhengtong. Hey, Zhengtong, you think this guy's got a screw loose? Li Zhengtong nodded without a moment's hesitation. If that guy is sane, I'll start pissing standing on my head. Li Zihao's bizarre behavior had Qin Yu completely baffled. It was the first time Qin Yu had ever met someone more ridiculous than himself. After he finished writing, Li Zihao asked Qin Yu, for an elixir this perfect, are there any side effects? Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiao Ji all stared at him as if he were an idiot. Are you blind? If there were no side effects, why the hell would we be here listening to you ramble? Such a prodigy, but dumb as a rock. It finally dawned on Li Zihao. He started writing on the paper again as he spoke. Side effects include elongated arms, growth of black fur all over the body, a vacant stare, and an apparent drop in intelligence. Who the hell do you think you're talking about? Qin Yu quickly held Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji back. Easy you two. That guy has a supreme spiritual root. We're no match for him. Li Zihao glanced up at the fuming Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, then discreetly crossed out a vacant stare and an apparent drop in intelligence. Oh, so those aren't the side effects? Wonderful. Ayakak, that's the last straw. I'm gonna kill you. Li Zihao, realizing his blunder, said with utmost sincerity, my apologies. I just can't help but speak the truth. Qin Yu. Li Zihao stepped forward, grasping Qin Yu's hand. May I ask your name, brother? Qin Yu. He replied, abruptly yanking his hand away. Brother Qin, you're a true alchemy prodigy, an inspiration to all alchemists of our generation. If Li Zihao hadn't looked so utterly sincere, Qin Yu would have thought the man was mocking him. Li Zihao said, I'm a physician and an alchemist myself. My specialty is crafting healing and restorative elixirs. But I've come to a disheartening realization: the world of alchemy today has decayed. Alchemists these days just mindlessly copy the formulas of the ancients, recreating the exact same elixirs, same ingredients, same effects, same results. And yet, the prices keep climbing. The entire field has become a stagnant pond, utterly devoid of innovation. Why were the masters of old able to craft such breathtaking elixirs, while we are not? After much painful reflection, I pondered this for a full 5 minutes and finally made a decision: I would change everything. I would create even greater elixirs. I shared this ambition with my master and the elders, thinking they would be proud of me. Instead, all I got was a stern lecture. My master said I hadn't even fully grasped the formulas of the past, so what right did I have to talk about innovation? But I refused to accept that. Are the formulas left by our predecessors truly the absolute best? Is it impossible for me to create something even stronger? It's just, my own talent is limited, and I have yet to succeed. Qin Yu sighed. It was good to be ambitious, but Li Zihao was aiming far too high. Just as Qin Yu was about to offer some words of comfort, Li Zihao spoke again, his voice filled with excitement. And your appearance, brother Qin, is proof that our generation is not weaker than the masters of old. Qin Yu froze, then blurted out, Huh? Me? That's right, brother Qin. The power pill you've modified not only surpasses its predecessors in effect, but its effects last far longer than any other elixir. Aside from one tiny side effect, it's practically flawless. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji scoffed. A minor side effect? Easy for you to say you're not the one sprouting black fur. Brother Qin, this innovation of yours will shatter the stagnation in the world of alchemy. You're destined to become the standard bearer for the new generation, leading us all to a golden age. Qin Yu was taken aback. What? All I did was follow a formula to make a pill. Brother Qin, it seems you still don't realize just how remarkable you are. Do you have any idea what it means to create a pill that can quintuple a person's strength using just 3 common spiritual herbs like oxyndon flower, tiger vine, and boneset leaves? It means you're an alchemical genius, Brother Qin. You've created an entirely new elixir, one that would make every alchemist, past and present, green with envy. Li Zihao was so ecstatic, one might have thought he was the one who'd created the power pill. As the conversation veered wildly off topic, Qin Yu hastily cut in. Brotherly, calm down. Before you start celebrating, could you please help my 2 friends get back to normal? Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji nodded vigorously in agreement. Hardly a challenge. Is there any ailment in this world that I, Li Zihao, cannot cure? Li Zihao placed his fingers on Li Zhengtong's wrist. His pulse is firm and strong, no abnormalities. He thought. Li Zihao asked, what is this man's cultivation stage? First level of qi refinement. Li Zihao nodded, thinking to himself with a touch of awe. His pulse is nearly as strong as a second-level qi refiner's. That elixir really is something else. His diagnosis complete, Li Zihao produced a pouch of silver needles from his cosmos sac. I believe some acupuncture will disperse the elixir's potency. You should return to normal. Now, take off your shirt. With a flick of his wrist, Li Zihao sent several silver needles flying, and they embedded themselves with perfect accuracy in Li Zhengtong's torso. Hold still, Li Zihao warned, then continued to deftly place one silver needle after another. More and more needles sprouted from the man's body until Qin Yu thought Li Zhengtong was starting to look like a hedgehog. The confidence on Li Zihao's face slowly faded, replaced by confusion, and finally, a deep frown. How is this so different from what I expected? He stroked his chin, circling Li Zhengtong several times. Qin Yu couldn't help but ask, so, brotherly, how's it looking? Li Zihao gave a slight cough and said, a little sheepishly, you know, I've been thinking about it, and honestly, this side effect isn't all bad. Not only does it boost your strength, but it's also a great way to hide your identity. Think about it hiding from your enemies, dodging debt collectors, blending into the primordial jungle. Wouldn't a form like this be incredibly useful? Pop one of these pills, and I guarantee not even your own mother would recognize you. So, in my opinion, whether we reverse this form or not is really no big deal. What do you think, Brother Qin? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Brotherly, he asked skeptically, you can't actually fix this, can you? Impossible. Li Zihao puffed out his chest. When it comes to ailments at the qi refining stage, there's nothing I can't handle. Then get on with it, Qin Yu said. I just feel that this form has so many advantages, it's not really necessary to reverse it, is it? Li Zihao replied. Without a word, Qin Yu took out a great strength pill. Since you think it's so great, brotherly, why don't you try one? Is this one of the great strength pills you refined? Li Zihao snatched it eagerly, cradling it in his palm like a precious treasure. The texture, the aroma, truly extraordinary. Don't just sniff it, brotherly. Try one and see how it works. Li Zihao quickly waved his hands. No, I can't. This is the only one I have. I need to save it for research. Qin Yu produced another pill and discreetly slipped it into Li Zihao's hand. Don't worry, I have more than enough for you. Li Zihao froze, utterly speechless. That's not going to work. I'm a doctor. If I look like this, I'll scare off all my patients. Don't worry. After you take it, I can change you right back. You'll be good as new in a flash. Well, don't tell me you actually can't fix it. Qin Yu goaded him. Li Zihao gritted his teeth. Impossible. There isn't a single ailment from the qi refining stage that I can't cure. It seems I have no choice but to use that technique. Is he finally going to pull out the big guns? Qin Yu knew his goading had worked. As the direct disciple of the master of the Hall of 100 Medicines, how could he possibly only know acupuncture? He definitely had an ace up his sleeve he hadn't shown yet. If you didn't egg him on a little, why would he willingly reveal his true skills? Under the expectant gazes of Qin Yu and the other two, Li Zihao pulled 3 sticks of incense and an incense burner from his storage pouch. Xiao Ji was completely bewildered. Question mark. Li Zhengtong was also stunned. Qin Yu was even more lost. What the hell, dude? You held out all this time, and your secret move is just burning some incense and praying? I guess when medicine fails, you turn to the supernatural? Li Zihao placed the incense burner on the wooden table, lit the 3 incense sticks, and then kowtowed respectfully. To my esteemed master, your disciple has come to offer you incense. Qin Yu was completely floored, thinking to himself, isn't the master of the Hall of 100 Medicines still alive? Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The smoke slowly drifted upward, eventually coalescing into the form of an old man in long robes. Disciple greets master. The old man spoke slowly. Zihao, what trouble have you run into? Why didn't you just use the voice transmission jade to contact me? Holy crap! Seeing the ghost-like old man speak, Qin Yu's brain almost short-circuited. This Hall of 100 Medicines method of summoning people is creepy as hell. Is this how you guys normally do things? Still, I have to admit, my taunt really worked. I managed to summon the master of the Hall of 100 Medicines himself. Li Zihao said, we've run into a peculiar situation, and it's too complicated to explain with the voice transmission jade. Master, please, take a look. The master of the Hall of 100 Medicines looked over at Qin Yu and the others. We juniors pay our respects to the master of the Hall of 100 Medicines. The 3 of them bowed in a hurry. Spiritual beasts, the master of the 100 Heal Hall said in surprise. Zihao, when did you start studying the healing arts for them? Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji both stood there, numb and silent. Li Zihao quickly explained what had happened. So they turned into this, after taking a strength pill. The master of the 100 Heal Hall circled Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji, then took each of their pulses. So that's what it is. Their newfound strength isn't a direct effect of the pill. It's because their bodies themselves have become fundamentally stronger. The pill they took, it was most likely a transformation pill. A transformation pill? Zihao asked. Master, why have I never heard of such a thing? Legends from the ancient times speak of a pill that could awaken the spiritual beast bloodline within a person, transforming them into various beasts to greatly enhance their physical constitution. But somewhere along the line, the records were lost. The formula vanished, and so did the pills. Standing to the side, Qin Yu nodded silently to himself. The master of the 100 Heal Hall really knows his stuff, he thought. He saw right to the heart of the matter in just a few minutes. Zihao asked, Master, does that mean they're not really human anymore? That they've become spiritual beasts? That's exactly right, the master affirmed with a nod. No wonder none of my treatments worked on them. Then, Master, is there a way to turn them back? It's quite simple, the master said. You must use a human bloodline as a catalyst to reawaken their own original bloodline. That will restore them completely. Hearing this, Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji were overjoyed. There was still hope. Master, what do I need to do? Zihao asked eagerly. The master of the 100 Heal Hall chuckled. You cannot save them, nor can I. The one who caused the problem must be the one to fix it. Qin Yu understood the master's implication and stepped forward. Senior, he began, I was the one who refined that strength pill. Please, tell me what I must do to help my 2 brothers return to their human forms. The hall master of the Hall of 100 Medicines said, brew another batch. This time, add a drop of human blood. Anyone's will do. The hall master chuckled. If you don't mind an old man like me learning a trick or 2, you can brew it right here. He added with another smile. I'm also curious to see this long-lost ancient elixir for myself, and just how a young man like you managed to create it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He had been agonizing over which step of his process had gone wrong to produce an elixir with such a strange effect. With an expert of the Hall Master's caliber present, he would surely be able to help him pinpoint the problem. Qin Yu hurriedly replied, Senior, for you to teach me alchemy. I couldn't be more grateful. Why would I possibly mind? But I don't have my cauldron with me. Li Zihao hastily pulled a cauldron from his storage pouch. Brother Qin, Li Zihao said, why don't you use mine? Please, don't hesitate. Qin Yu glanced over. Whoa, it's a 3-vented cauldron. The more vents a cauldron had, the more complex it was to control. Brotherly, do you have a single-vented one? I'm just a beginner at alchemy, I can't handle one this complex. I'll go get you a single-vented one then. What herbs do you need? Oxtendon flower, tiger vine grass, and leaves from a bone-shatter tree. Bring plenty, my success rate is pretty low. Got it. After Li Zihao left, the hall master turned to Qin Yu and asked, How long have you been studying alchemy? Only a week. Qingyu replied. The hall master's eyebrow twitched slightly. To create such a peerless elixir after only a week of study. He thought to himself, could he be an ancient pill saint, reborn? He then mused, this boy's talent for alchemy might just rival Zaheo's gift for medicine. If Qingyu could have heard the master's thoughts, he would have gasped in astonishment. You give me far too much credit, senior, Qingyu said hastily. Before long, Li Zaheo returned, carrying the cauldron and an armful of herbs. Qingyu immediately fired up the cauldron and began the process. The hall master of Bai Tang and Li Zaheo kept their eyes glued on Qingyu, not missing a single one of his movements. First, the ox tendon flower, then the leaves of the fractured bone tree. The steps do look like the method for refining a great strength pill. Li Zaheo unleashed his spiritual sense, enveloping Qingyu entirely. Now, Qingyu's every move was crystal clear to him. I found it. Li Zaheo's spiritual sense jolted. He saw that Qingyu hadn't fully fused the ox tendon flower and the fractured bone tree leaves instead. He had hastily added the fierce tiger grass. Could that be why this elixir's effect is so different from the great strength pill? A wave of excitement washed over Li Zaheo. So it's true. During refinement, even the slightest change in a single detail can alter the elixir's final efficacy. Pop. Qingyu deliberately stopped the refinement process. Li Zaheo was taken aback. Brother Qin, why did you stop? He asked. Qingyu looked a bit embarrassed. My apologies. My technique is still a bit raw. I added the fierce tiger grass too early, so the refinement failed. Li Zaheo was dumbfounded. The hall master of Bai Tang wore the exact same expression, completely dumbstruck. Qingyu composed himself and began the refinement process all over again. This time, luck seemed to be on Qingyu's side, and he successfully fused the three ingredients. I can't find any flaws in his procedure. Then how can its effect be so vastly different from a great strength pill? The hall master of Bai Tang couldn't wrap his head around it. Senior, may I add a bit of my blood now? Oh, of course. Qingyu bit the tip of his finger and let a few drops of blood fall onto the nascent elixir. As Qingyu continued the refinement, the impurities within the elixir were gradually purged, and it slowly shrank in size. He's finished. He's finished? But it looks exactly like a great strength pill. The hall master of Bai Tang replayed the entire process in his mind several times, but he couldn't find a single flaw in Qinyu's procedure or technique. Could it be that this kid just refined an ordinary great strength pill this time? Perhaps he's unwilling to reveal the secret art of the ancient shape-shifting pill in front of me. Just as the master of the 100 Medicines Hall was growing suspicious, Qinyu pulled a small white pill from the bottom of the cauldron. The master was dying to know just where this white pill had come from. However, mindful of his position, he couldn't bring himself to ask right then and there. He muttered to himself, if I ask, won't that just prove I have no idea what's going on? I'd lose all credibility in front of these youngsters. As if on cue, Li Zaheo asked, what's this? The master rejoiced inwardly, silently praising him. Attaboy, my disciple. Perfect question. Qinyu handed the white pill to Li Zaheo. I'm not entirely sure myself, he said, but every time I successfully refine a great strength pill, this little pill shows up along with it. It doesn't seem to have any special properties, but the ones who turned into apes seem to have a real craving for it. Li Zaheo stared at it for a good while, but couldn't make heads or tails of it. The master chanted inwardly, please don't ask me. I have no idea. Please don't ask me. I have no idea. Master, Li Zaheo asked, why does something like this appear when Brotherly refines his pills? Do you have any idea what it is? The master cleared his throat and said with feigned composure, this is likely a type of, that thing. Qinyu gave him a puzzled look. Li Jingtong was equally baffled, his face a giant question mark. Xiaoji just stared blankly, completely lost. What was the old master beating around the bush for? What in the world was that thing? He thought to himself, master was being vague. He must think this is something I should already know. But I honestly have no clue. I must have let him down. Li Zaheo quickly apologized. I'm sorry, master. I'll be sure to consult the ancient texts when I get back and get to the bottom of this. Qinyu wondered, why is he suddenly apologizing? The master didn't even say anything to him. The three of them couldn't make sense of the exchange and could only assume it was some internal secret of the 100 Medicines Hall. The master asked himself, why is he apologizing all of a sudden? I didn't even say anything. This young disciple of mine is becoming more of a mystery to me every day. Enough of this for now, the master cut in. Why don't we see if this pill actually has any effect? Right, senior, they all replied in unison. Qin Yu looked at Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Which of you two wants to try it first? I'll go first, Li Zhengtong announced. Li Zhengtong swallowed the pill in a single gulp. A moment later, the black fur on his body began to shed. It's working. Qin Yu and the other two jumped for joy. It's working. The master of the 100 Medicines Hall felt a jolt, his mind reeling as if it were about to short-circuit. This completely defied the established principles of alchemy. If this pill worked, it meant that the one that turned a person into a spirit beast was created using the exact same refinement method. But what was puzzling was that, at best, others could only produce a common strength pill with this method. Yet, he had managed to turn a man into an ape. How was that possible? Li Zhengtong's muscles slowly contracted, and his arms began to shorten. Watching him, Qin Yu felt as if he were witnessing the entire process of human devolution right before his eyes. Before long, Li Zhengtong had returned to his original form. Feeling his body grow light and agile again, Li Zhengtong couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He noticed, however, that everyone in the room was still staring at him. What's wrong? Li Zhengtong asked. It was a success, wasn't it? Qin Yu rubbed his nose. Well, it was a success, but maybe not a complete one. Xiao Ji quickly chimed in. Brother Tong, your skin, it's unbelievably dark. Li Zhengtong quickly looked down and saw that the skin all over his body was as black as charcoal. All at once, everyone's gaze fell upon the master of the 100 Medicines Hall. Senior, Master, what in the world is going on? The master of the 100 Medicines Hall felt his head begin to pound, his mind going fuzzy with confusion. What is going on today? It feels like I've run into more problems today than in the last year combined. It's almost as if someone is deliberately targeting me. Calm down, let me take a look. The hall master floated over to Li Zhengtong's side, his pupils suddenly glowing gold. Physically, everything seems to be in order. Hold out your arm, let me see. The hall master gripped Li Zhengtong's arm and began to slowly channel his own spiritual energy into him to investigate. As his spiritual energy circulated through Li Zhengtong's entire body, the hall master's brow slowly began to furrow. He had inspected Li Zhengtong thoroughly, inside and out, yet he still couldn't understand why his skin had turned black. Forget it. I'll just have to try and treat him. With a single swipe of his finger, the master of the 100 Medicines Hall condensed several qi needles in midair. The hall master inserted the qi needles into Li Zhengtong's acupoints, then channeled his spiritual energy to continuously stimulate the meridians throughout his body. This course of treatment was designed primarily to target residual toxins within the body. The hall master asked, Well, how do you feel? I feel a warmth spreading through me, and my body feels so much lighter. It's much easier to breathe now, too. The hall master withdrew his spiritual energy. It seems the problem isn't internal, he said. If it's not an internal problem, then it must be an external one. A pale white light began to glow in the hall master's palm as he gently placed it over Li Zhengtong's body. Li Zhengtong felt as if he were soaking in warm water, caressed by a spring breeze. The sensation was unbelievably soothing, and yet his skin remained dark. Against the white light, its swarthy hue seemed even deeper. Seeing that this technique had no effect, the hall master felt the pressure mount. If I can't even cure a junior in the qi refining stage, what will happen to my reputation? The hall master began to channel his full power. The light in his hand grew blindingly bright, gradually expanding to envelop Qin Yu, Xiao Ji, and Li Zihao as well. Even a nascent soul cultivator on their last breath would be up and about after a dose of this light. You're just a junior in the qi refining stage. You think I can't cure you? The hall master unleashed his full aura, and the spiritual energy in the air immediately began to churn violently. A pillar of light shot into the heavens. A strange phenomenon appeared in the skies above Lilybell City as countless motes of light rained down, showering every person within its walls. Bathed in the light, all of their ailments, aches, and discomfort vanished without a trace. The people lining the streets fell to their knees one by one, kowtowing in gratitude. Thank you, divine healer. The light of the warm sun, purging all the world's ills. Inside the city lord's manor, the lord of Lilybell City shot to his feet, stunned to feel the old, hidden injuries within his body slowly beginning to heal. Could this be the domain of Yang Jishur, the master of the 100 Medicines Hall? The one called rejuvenation of all creation? Why would Senior Yang have come to our Lilybell City? An onlooker pointed out, My lord, let's not forget, Elder Yang's personal disciple, Li Zihao, is holding a free clinic here in Lilybell City. He must have run into a case he couldn't handle and called his master for help. You know how it is when the junior can't handle it. They have to call on the senior. That's the age-old tradition at the Hall of 100 Healers. Haha, with Elder Yang making an appearance, it's like a divine intervention. His presence alone will keep the people of Lilybell City healthy for a year. Come on, let's go thank Elder Yang in person. In the back room, Li Zihao yelled, Master, reign in your divine ability, quick. At this rate, I'll have no patients left to treat. Whoosh. The domain was withdrawn by the master of the Hall of 100 Healers. Too late. You've got no patients left to treat now. Li Zihao. As the light dissipated, the jet-black Li Jingtong reappeared before them. The master of the Hall of 100 Healers glanced at Li Jingtong, cleared his throat, and said with a touch of guilt, To be honest, I've been thinking, having darker skin isn't necessarily a bad thing. Dark-skinned people look more robust, stronger. And it's easier to hide at night, say, from your enemies or debt collectors. Those are all advantages, right? Am I right, or am I right? Qin Yu grumbled internally, like master, like disciple. Before Qin Yu could say anything, Li Zihao drawled. Master, you can't fix this, can you? Impossible, the master of the Hall of 100 Healers retorted, puffing out his chest. You think your master can't cure a mere junior at the qi refining stage? Li Zihao, then get on with it. The master said, This form has so many advantages. There's really no need to reverse it, right? Qin Yu. Li Jingtong. Xiaoji. Li Zihao. Master, I already used that excuse. Why don't you just step aside and rest? I'll give it a shot. Rest. The voice of the 100 Healers Hall master rose sharply. Only those who are useless to the cultivation world have time to rest. With a plague ravaging the land and patients' lives hanging by a thread, now is the time for a veteran healer like myself to shoulder the responsibility. How could I possibly rest? Qin Yu thought, this whole scene is giving me a serious case of déjà vu. Wait, don't go. I've got one last trick. The hall master conjured an incense burner from smoke, then placed 3 incense sticks inside it. As Qin Yu and the others stared, dumbfounded, the hall master knelt before the smoke-formed burner and began to call out, Revered master, your disciple has come to offer you incense. At that moment, Qin Yu didn't even know how to describe what he was feeling. So burning incense whenever you hit a snag is a time-honored tradition here at the 100 Healers Hall. Before long, the figure of an old man, bald but with a long beard, gradually materialized within the thin smoke. You're all grown men. Why do you come running to me over every little thing? The old man said. His voice was gentle, yet it carried a kindness that put one at ease. Li Zihao quickly cupped his fists in a salute. Zihao pays his respects to the Grandmaster. Qin Yu and the others also hurried to bow, saying in unison, We juniors pay our respects to you, senior. The hall master explained respectfully, Master, it is only because we have encountered a most peculiar case that we dared to disturb your rest. Rest? The old man's voice suddenly boomed. Only those who contribute nothing to the cultivation world rest. With sickness widespread and patients on the verge of death, now is the time for an old progenitor of our healing arts like myself to take responsibility. How could I possibly sleep? Qin Yu muttered to himself, so the motto runs in the family. Where's the patient? The old man asked. Li Jingtong immediately took 2 steps forward. Whoa, that's one dark-skinned lad. The old man exclaimed. Li Jingtong. The hall master quickly explained the entire situation from start to finish. Oh, so this junior actually managed to concoct the ancient spiritual beast transformation pill. What a prodigy. This junior was just lucky, that's all. Qin Yu said humbly. Luck is a form of strength. Knowing the cultivation world is in the hands of your generation puts my mind at ease. Oh right, The Spirit Beast transformation pills. Do you still have any? Qin Yu looked at Li Zihua. He had given him the only 2 pills he had left. Li Zihua quickly took out a pill and presented it to him. The elder examined it for a long moment before exclaiming in admiration. Yes, this appearance, the way it feels, it's truly indistinguishable from an ordinary pill. Li Zihua froze, at a loss for words. The elder handed the pill back to Li Zihua and then floated over to Li Zhengtong, examining him closely. Let's see what's really going on here. The Hall Master of the Hall of 100 Healers, who was standing to one side, explained, I've examined every inch of his body and found nothing wrong. We've administered every kind of treatment, both internal and external. We even used the myriad rejuvenation technique, but it had absolutely no effect. The elder stroked his wispy, smoke-formed beard and said slowly, if even myriad rejuvenation is ineffective, it proves this isn't an illness to begin with. Your approach is far too narrow. Zihua, go fetch a basin of water. Yes, Grandmaster. A moment later, Li Zihua returned with a basin of water. The elder drew a stream of water from the basin and splashed it over Li Zhengtong. The water turned black the instant it touched him, yet the skin beneath, where he had been washed, returned to its natural color. The color, it had just been dyed on. Problem solved. The elder clapped his hands together. He turned to the Hall Master of the Hall of 100 Healers and said, use your head when you face a problem. Don't come running to me for every little thing. Yes, Master, the Hall Master of the Hall of 100 Healers replied, his head bowed. The elder dissolved into a wisp of smoke and slowly faded away. The Hall Master of the Hall of 100 Healers kept his head bowed, feeling utterly humiliated. He was the Grand Hall Master of the Hall of 100 Healers, a powerful figure on the verge of his tribulation transcendence, yet he had just been reprimanded by his own master in front of so many juniors. He had lost all face. Master, are you all right? Li Zihua asked cautiously. As if he'd found an outlet for his frustration, the Master of the 100 Healers Hall tore into Li Zihao. Mistaking a Spirit Beast transformation pill for a strength pill? And you have the nerve to call yourself an alchemist? Get back to the Sect's archives and hit the books. Don't even think about taking a single step outside the Sect until you've finished 30 of those ancient tomes. Li Zihao muttered. Yes, Master. Phew, I feel so much better now, the Hall Master thought. Having an apprentice really comes in handy. The Hall Master's mention of alchemy reminded Qin Yu that he still hadn't figured out why the strength pill he'd concocted had produced such a strange effect. Qin Yu quickly asked, Senior, there's something I still don't understand. Ask away. The Master of the 100 Healers Hall clasped his hands behind his back. This was exactly what he needed, a few questions from the younger generation to help him restore his lofty and impressive image. Qin Yu beamed. The last person this eager to help was Mr. Know-it-all. This junior is unsure which step of my alchemy process went wrong to make the strength pill have such a bizarre effect. The Hall Master's expression froze. Huh? What did you say? Qin Yu repeated the question. The Master of the 100 Healers Hall said, I can't seem to hear you anymore. It looks like the connection from this incense is a bit unstable. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Li Zihao quickly bowed and said, Farewell, Master. You should get some rest. Rest? In the world of cultivation, only the useless need to rest. With plagues all around us and patients' lives hanging by a thread, this is precisely the time for a great healer like myself to step up and take charge. How could I possibly rest? The room fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone froze, their eyes fixed on the Master of the 100 Healers Hall. Master, I knew you could hear us. Li Zihao thought to himself, please don't take it out on me again. The Master of the 100 Healers Hall gave an awkward laugh, muttering to himself, ugh, this damned catchphrase. It seems the connection is stable again. I really couldn't hear what you were saying earlier. Then, Senior, my question was. Qin Yu had barely opened his mouth when the Hall Master of the 100 Healers Hall cut in anxiously. What? Another wave of the injured has arrived. I'll head over at once. Judging by the grave look on his face, he clearly wasn't putting on an act. Zihao, return to the Sect at once. The demonic cult is stirring again, and we have disciples getting injured almost every day. We're already short-staffed on healers here. I must go tend to the wounded. Young friends, until we meet again. Qin Yu and the other two bowed. Thank you for your help, Senior. The hall master's figure then faded from sight. After watching Li Zihao stuff the incense and censer into his storage pouch, Qin Yu ventured, Brotherly, given how much of a hurry your master was in, are you heading back to the sect right away? Li Zihao replied with a smile. My master was just putting on an act. How so? Qin Yu asked. Li Zihao explained. Those sect disciples are at the golden core stage at most. At their level of cultivation, no matter how many there are, my master can heal them all instantly just by activating his domain. There's no way we'd ever be short on healers for something like that. My master probably said all that because he didn't know how to answer your question, Brother Qin. To be honest, I didn't see anything unusual about your alchemy process, and I imagine my master felt the same way. But my master is a proud man and couldn't just admit that on the spot. So, he had to make up an excuse to leave. Achoo. Thousands of miles away, the hall master of the 100 Healers Hall sneezed. 1 sneeze means they miss you. 2 means they're cursing you. HSSS, who could be thinking of me? Achoo. HSSS what? 2 people thinking of me at the same time. Once he understood what had really happened, Qin Yu let out a long sigh. There's really something bizarre about my alchemy. Li Zihao handed him a communication jade. Brother Qin, this is for you. If you invent any new elixirs, don't forget to let me know. You can also use this jade to contact me if you run into any trouble. We at the 100 Healers Hall may not be fighters, but we're excellent at calling for backup. Qin Yu took the jade pendant and asked, Heading back to the sect, Brotherly? Li Zihao nodded. I'd better listen to what Master says. This whole affair has made me realize how little I know about the ancient era. I need to go back and hit the books. Besides, Master just unleashed his domain of universal rejuvenation. No one in the entire city is sick anymore. Well then, safe travels, Brotherly. And thanks for everything. It was nothing, Li Zihao said with a dismissive wave and a smile. I'll be off then, Brother Qin. Don't forget to let me know if you create any pills with new effects. Oh right. The demonic cult has been making a lot of moves lately. Watch your back when you're out and about, Brother Qin. Qin Yu nodded. He had nothing pressing to attend to anyway, so he had no intention of leaving the Xintian sect without good reason. Watching Li Zihao depart into the distance, Qin Yu said, We should get going, too. We can still catch the sect's spirit vessel. Suddenly, an ape appeared before him. Qin Yu slapped his forehead. Oh shoot. Sorry, Xiaoji, I completely forgot about you. Xiaoji plopped onto the ground and grumbled. The real chill in your heart doesn't come from a loud fight. Here, eat this white pill. Xiaoji perked up in an instant. This was a pill he had whipped up on the side while concocting the antidote for Li Jingtong. Remembering he still had half a white pill, Qin Yu quickly took it out and handed it to Li Jingtong, who was staring at it with envious eyes. Li Jingtong took it gleefully and popped it into his mouth. Bleck! Brother, you did this pill go bad? It tastes completely different from before. Just as I thought, Qin Yu mused. Now that he's back to normal, he doesn't like the taste of the pill anymore. The single aperture cauldron was one Li Zihao had brought from the apothecary, but he'd left it behind. There were still plenty of medicinal herbs in the room, so Qin Yu refined another antidote for Xiaoji. Brother Yu, I want to eat the white pill first, and then the antidote. Suit yourself. Qin Yu handed both pills to Xiaoji. Li Zhengtong sidled up to Qin Yu. Brother Yu, he said, I feel like something's changing. Qin Yu asked, Are there any lingering effects? What's different? I feel closer to the spiritual energy around me now. A thought crossed Qin Yu's mind. You mean you have a better affinity for it? He asked. Internally, he wondered, could there really have been a change? Qin Yu used talent scan on Li Zhengtong. 4 talents popped up. Tempered through tribulation, A rank. Just as jade must be carved to be of value, a person must be tempered to achieve greatness. Only by enduring enough hardship can one grow stronger. You will often face peril and life or death situations, but within crisis lies opportunity. Overcome it, and you will be rewarded accordingly. Fated survivor, A rank. Favored by the heavens, you can always turn peril into safety and survive the most desperate situations. Basic formation arts, C rank. Possesses a basic aptitude for formation arts. You learn quickly, find it easy to start, and can use them proficiently. Mid-grade spiritual root, C rank. barely meets the threshold for cultivation. Great achievements will be difficult. You are ultimately more like the green leaf that accentuates the flower than the bloom itself. His low-grade spiritual root actually became a mid-grade one. Qingyu was stunned. He had never imagined an ordinary person's spiritual root could actually change. The master of the 100 Remedies Hall must have removed some of his impurities during the treatment, causing his spiritual root to evolve. So it was true. Overcome a crisis, and you'll be rewarded. Qingyu smiled. Having a better affinity for spiritual energy is a great thing. Your cultivation will surely be faster from now on. Yeah, Li Zhengtong replied cheerfully. Xiaoji took the antidote, and his body returned to its normal size, but his skin was still as black as charcoal. Thinking it was the pill's doing, Xiaoji asked, Brother Tong? I don't feel any more attuned to spiritual energy. Li Zhengtong scratched his head. Maybe it's just in my head, then. Hearing that, Xiaoji didn't dwell on it any longer. He was just thankful to be back to his old self. Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji threw on their black robes, planning to give their skin a proper scrubbing once they were back at the sect. At the city gates, the trio encountered Lu Yuanqing of the sun-gazing celestial sect. Qingyu stepped forward to greet him. It's all thanks to your help this time, Brother Lu. My two brothers here have made a full recovery. Lu Yuanqing waved it off. You're too kind, Brother Qin. I barely did anything. Are you all heading back to the Profound Sky Sect? That's right. Our sect's spirit boat is scheduled to dock at the gates in about half an hour. Lu Yuanqing smiled. Why don't you stay and enjoy Lilybell City for a few more days? There are plenty of interesting spots, and I'd be happy to show you around. Truth be told, a part of Qingyu really wanted to stay in the city for a few more days. He simply wanted to see what a cultivator city looked like at night. He had absolutely no intention of joining the revelry at that decadent, red-lit, joyful Union sect branch. Really, he didn't. Unfortunately, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji had daily cleaning duties, leaving them no time for leisurely sightseeing. On top of that, Li Zihao had warned them before he left that the demonic cult had been active lately, so they needed to be extra cautious. Given their limited strength, it was indeed risky to be away from the sect for too long. Qingyu politely declined Lu Yuanqing's kind offer. Brother Lu, may we meet again if fate wills it. Indeed. Until fate brings us together again. The trio boarded the spirit boat and returned to the Profound Sky Sect. Early the next morning, Qingyu fell back into his routine, refining pills by day, cultivating by night. A few days later, Qingyu took the pills he had personally refined and headed to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion to inquire about selling them to the shopkeeper. An ordinary strength pill could increase one's power by about 10% at most, and the effect would last for no more than 15 minutes. The one he'd refined, however, could increase strength 5-fold, and its effects were permanent. It utterly blew the ordinary version out of the water. If I sell the pill and its antidote as a package deal, he thought, 10 contribution points per set would be an absolute bargain, wouldn't it? A pill like this could be a lifesaver in a pinch. Filled with dreams of striking it rich, Qingyu eagerly stepped into the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. Shopkeeper, are you buying pills? We are. The pavilion's shopkeeper emerged with a smile. And what kind of pill might you be selling, young friend? Qingyu handed the pill to the shopkeeper of the Myriad Remedies Pavilion. It's a strength-boosting pill I refined, he explained. It can increase the strength of a chi-refining cultivator 5-fold. 5-fold? The shopkeeper stared, taken aback. Young man, are you certain you're not mistaken? I'm not mistaken. It's really 5-fold, Qingyu confirmed. However, the pill has a slight side effect. It must be sold with this antidote. Qingyu went on to describe the pill's effects in detail, making sure to be perfectly clear about the side effect. It would turn the user into an ape. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's brow furrowed. Young man, this isn't a strength-boosting pill in the traditional sense, the shopkeeper said, shaking his head. It's more like an entirely new formula. The effects are certainly potent, but it doesn't have any certification, he continued. And selling uncertified pills is against the rules, the shopkeeper added. Certification? Qingyu asked, confused. What's that? The shopkeeper explained. Any pill sold on the market these days must first be certified by the Liang Kingdom Alchemists Association. They verify its safety and then issue a safety certificate. Only then can it be stocked and sold. Besides, your pill is too different from a standard strength-boosting pill. You can't just use another pill certificate. If you were caught, you'd likely be fined into bankruptcy. So that's how it works, Qinyu grumbled to himself. This cultivation world is way too bureaucratic. There's no need for things to be this strict. So how do I get a safety certificate? Qinyu asked quickly. You just have to submit 10 or more samples to the Alchemists Association for testing, the shopkeeper replied. If it passes, they'll issue a certificate and add the pill to the official sales roster. If you'd like, we can submit the pills on your behalf, the shopkeeper offered. However, the association's review process is quite long, the shopkeeper warned. It takes at least 6 months. 6 months? That's way too long, Qinyu complained inwardly. He didn't have enough contribution points to last him for 6 months of waiting. Thank you so much, Qinyu said gratefully. Qinyu left 15 sets of the pill and its antidote, giving his name and address to the shopkeeper as well. Looks like I'll have to find a way to earn some more contribution points in the next half year. Qinyu only had about 100 contribution points left. That wasn't even enough for a single qi refining pill, let alone the ingredients to make them. Selling stinky tofu was out of the question. Nobody bought any last time. If only he could run into another sucker like Kong Tianjiao. How he missed that first month with Kong Tianjiao. Just as Qinyu was racking his brain on how to earn contribution points, a tall senior brother blocked his path. Junior brother, are those pills you were talking about really effective? The senior disciple asked. Qinyu glanced at him, remembering that he'd seen this man buying pills nearby just a moment ago, back when he was pitching his own concoctions to the shopkeeper of the Myriad Medicines Pavilion. Of course they are. Is there something you need, senior brother? Qinyu responded. The tall senior disciple gestured with his hand. Here's the deal, he said. My name is Sumu. I'm interested in those pills you refine, and I'd like to buy a batch. Qinyu's eyes lit up, but a flicker of concern followed. But didn't the shopkeeper just say we can't buy or sell without an official certificate? He asked. Sumu chuckled. It's not that strict. The certificate is only for large-scale commerce. Nobody's going to bother us over a private deal. Besides, he added, if you don't talk and I don't talk, who's ever going to know? Good to hear. Qinyu let out a sigh of relief. So, senior brother Su, how many were you thinking of buying? Around 40 or 50, Sumu replied. But you've got to cut me a deal. The number took Qinyu by surprise. Senior brother Su, he asked quickly, are you buying that many for yourself? Can you even use them all? Sumu let out a sly chuckle. Oh, they're not for me, he said. I'm planning on reselling them. He elaborated. I'm not selling them here in the Liang Kingdom, though. I'm taking them up north to the Great Desolate Kingdom. Things are more chaotic up there, and no one gives a damn about official certificates, so it's not really illegal. Qinyu just said, oh, he'd assumed the guy was planning to offload them somewhere illegal, like the black market. Wait a minute, isn't smuggling still illegal? Then again, the cultivation world was a chaotic mess. There probably weren't that many rules to begin with. And so, Qinyu decided it was best to just keep his mouth shut. Senior brother, the price I just quoted the Myriad Medicine Pavilion was 25 contribution points. Since you're buying in bulk, I'll give you a discount. How about 20 contribution points for 1 strength pill and 1 antidote? Qinyu was well versed in the art of the deal and knew to start with a high asking price to give the other party room to bargain. 20 contribution points is too steep. I can manage 10, barely. Qinyu felt the pressure mount, cutting the price in half. This guy was no pushover. Done, Qinyu said with a smile. Pleasure doing business with you. Sumu grumbled inwardly. Damn, I should have gone lower. But since it was his own offer, he had to bite the bullet and agree. As long as the strength pills were the real deal, once he got them to the Great Wilderness, each one would sell for at least 30 low-grade spirit stones. He would still make a killing. So, senior brother Su, when will you be needing these? Qinyu asked. I don't have many in stock at the moment. I'll have to go back and refine more. Sumu considered for a moment. About a week from now should be fine. However, junior brother, I'll have to test the pill's effects first. Hope you don't mind. Of course not. That's only natural. Qinyu handed over a strength pill and added a friendly reminder. You've probably heard, senior brother Su, it'll make you sprout hair all over and turn into a gorilla. I'm aware of that, Sumu said. He then suggested, why don't we discuss this further at my abode? Sounds good. The two of them made their way to Sumu's abode. Junior brother, I don't believe I've caught your name yet. Qinyu. Junior brother Qin, here, have some water. I'm taking the pill now. All right. Sumu swallowed the strength pill in one gulp. He immediately felt a boundless power surging through his body. His muscles bulged rapidly, his arms began to lengthen, and black fur sprouted across his body. In a matter of moments, a large gorilla stood before Qin. Having already prepared himself mentally, Sumu didn't panic. Instead, he stared curiously at his own bulging muscles. So, how does it feel, senior brother Su? Qin asked. Sumu clenched his fist and threw a heavy punch into the air. Amazing. This pill is the real deal. A surprisingly human-like smile spread across the gorilla of a man's face. I'd say my strength has more than tripled. I'm very satisfied with the results. And just so you know, I'm a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Qin nodded. He had already expected the effects would be diminished for someone at the Foundation Establishment stage. The principle behind the pill wasn't to directly increase one's power, but to transform the user's body into that of a spirit beast. The physical gap between Qi refining cultivators and spirit beasts was at its greatest. However, as one's cultivation level rose, a cultivator's body would grow stronger, gradually closing that gap. Junior brother Qin, I'll take 50 power pills and 50 antidotes to start. I'll transfer you 100 contribution points now as a deposit. I'll be back in a week to pick them up. All right, senior brother Su. When you want to reverse the effects, just take the antidote. As for the black markings on your body, you'll have to wash them off with water. Yeah, got it. Sumu said, throwing punch after punch to test the changes in his strength. Senior brother Su, I'll be taking my leave now. All right, see you around. As Qin walked out of senior brother Su's cave abode, he couldn't stop a grin from spreading across his face. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich. My success rate is about 30% right now. The ingredients for one pill only cost 1 contribution point, so a full set with the antidote is just 2 points. That's a profit of 8 contribution points per set. 50 full sets, that's a net profit of 400 contribution points. As long as my alchemy skills hold up, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources for the next few months. After Qin had gone, Sumu found he couldn't suppress his own grin either. I've hit the jackpot. The absolute jackpot. A pill that can triple the strength of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. That could sell for at least 50 low-grade spirit stones. And my cost is only 10. That's a clean profit of 40%. If I can make it out of the great wilderness alive, then with this and the savings I've built up over the years, I might actually have a shot at breaking through to the golden core stage. Both men were convinced they had gotten the better end of the deal. The deal was done in just a week. Qin now held a staggering amount of contribution points. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed since Qin joined the Taixuan Sect. By now, Qin had broken through to the 6th level of Qi refining. He had used all 4 of his talent copying opportunities on the low-grade spiritual root, ultimately synthesizing them into a high-grade spiritual root. Name, Qin. Talents, high-grade spiritual root B rank, mid-grade spiritual root C rank, fire tender D rank. Progress, 11% note. Upon reaching 100%, you will gain 1 opportunity to copy a talent. At this point, Qin cultivation had far surpassed that of the servant disciples, and he was even considered top tier among the outer sect disciples. He wasn't just ahead in his cultivation, Qin hadn't neglected his alchemy either. He maintained his strict routine of refining pills by day and cultivating by night. Even though no one was buying his pills, Qin never thought of giving up on alchemy. The reason was simple. Alchemy not only relieved the fatigue from his training, but also enhanced his spiritual power, which in turn helped him condense his spiritual energy more effectively. Over the past few months, Qin had also mastered several new pill formulas. First, there was the Qi refining pill. A standard Qi refining pill could increase a cultivator's training speed 3-fold, but the version Qin refined could boost it 5-fold. The drawback, however, was that it caused an unbearable itch, making it impossible to calm the mind enough to cultivate. Qin had learned a solution from Li Zihao by stimulating specific acupoints in a particular sequence. One could temporarily lose all physical sensation. Next was the fortification pill. A normal fortification pill enhanced a cultivator's physical defenses. Qin's version, however, made the user's body as hard as a rock. The catch? The user's skin would petrify, literally turning them into a living statue. The solution for this was simple. Just wait for the effects to wear off. Then there was the body tempering pill. A standard body tempering pill, taken during physical training, would increase the user's bodily strength. But Qin Yu's version not only strengthened the body, but also dramatically increased the user's pain tolerance. The side effect was that it made the body incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest touch was excruciating. The method involved repeatedly stimulating different acupoints in a set sequence, but each application was agonizingly painful. Pill refining always had its minor flaws, but Qin Yu was a firm believer that true gold would eventually shine. Sooner or later, his elixirs would take the cultivation world by storm, becoming treasures coveted by all. It was now deep winter, and heavy snows would occasionally drift down, cloaking the Xiantian sect in an ethereal haze. The disciples on chore duty outside would have their work cut out for them once again. Every day, Li Jingtong would leave his abode at the crack of dawn and head to Maple Leaf Plaza to shovel snow. But as he was now at the peak of the third level of qi refining, a task like this was a piece of cake for him. As for Qin Yu's Bright Moon Plaza, it was still under repair. 2 months prior, Qin Yu had found a moment to check on it, adding another line of small text to the wooden sign. Difficult construction. Estimated 3 more months to completion. Apologies for the inconvenience. Please detour. After that, Qin Yu never gave the matter another thought. By the time the 3 months were up, he had already become an outer sect disciple. Bright Moon Plaza was no longer his concern. One day, Qin Yu sat in his small wooden cabin, counting the contribution points in his hand with a heavy heart. Sigh, I'm almost out of points again, he muttered. It's all fun and games when you're spending, but when you're broke, you can't even afford a proper burial. Why isn't senior brother Sumu back from the great wasteland kingdom? Why hasn't the certification for the mighty strength pill been approved? And where the hell is Kong Tianjiao? Qin Yu had never been so desperate to see the man before. Several months had passed. Since he couldn't spend his 30 points each month, he must have accumulated quite a stash by now. Every disciple on Beast Taming Peak was like a walking piggy bank. It was a shame they wouldn't be coming out for several more months. Good thing the sect's holding an event today. With my brains, I should be able to rack up plenty of contribution points. Qin Yu stretched, working the stiffness out of his limbs. The Liang Kingdom's Spring Festival was just half a month away. Although the Xiantian sect was a cultivation sect, most of its disciples came from common backgrounds. As a result, the Xiantian sect had also kept the tradition of celebrating the new year. In the run-up to the festival, the sect would host all sorts of events to let the disciples, who had worked hard all year, unwind and relax. The sect would also offer up spirit tools and contribution points as rewards, encouraging everyone to participate eagerly. And as it happened, a major event was scheduled for today, called Find the Xiantian Tokens. The name was simple, but it was the most popular event of the year, all because the rewards were incredibly generous. Each day, the sect would hide 7 Xiantian tokens in various nooks and crannies for the disciples to search for. The event would last for 15 days, with a total of 105 Xiantian tokens being released. At the event's conclusion, each token could be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Furthermore, anyone who collected 10 or more could trade them in for a spirit tool. Of course, the disciples weren't just searching blindly. After all, the Xiantian sect's grounds were vast. Trying to find them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, completely unrealistic. That's why the sect released 7 clues daily, each one pointing to the location of a single token. It was a contest of both wits and luck. Qin Yu felt like this event was practically tailor-made for him. When it comes to brains, I can't be beaten. And my luck's not half bad either. Those contribution points, and that spirit tool, they've got my name written all over them. Brother Yu, ready to head out? Li Zhengtong yelled from outside the cave residence. The two had arranged to attend the event together long before. Qin Yu emerged from his cave residence and asked, "Finished with the snow?" "Yup, all cleared. Let's go," Qin Yu said with a wave of his hand. "I'll do the heavy lifting for this event. You just sit back and enjoy the ride." The central square, right next to the market, was already packed solid with people by the time Qin Yu and his companion arrived. Qin Yu scoffed. "It's not about who's first, it's about who's fastest." and being fast is nothing without being smart. Still, these were hardly worthy opponents. Li Zhengtong exclaimed, You're incredible. The announcer shouted, Everyone, welcome to the hunt for the Xian Tian token. Today is the first day, and we'll be revealing a total of 7 clues. With no corporate sponsors to thank, the host cut right to the chase. The first clue, lotuses and willows on all 4 sides, with mountains all around reflected in the heavens. Qin Yu knew the answer instantly. Li Zhengtong whispered, It's the central heavenly lake. Let's go. Qin Yu shook his head. If you figured it out that easily, so did everyone else. Look, half the crowd is already running toward the central heavenly lake. The competition is going to be fierce. Let's just wait for now, the host said with a laugh. Looks like that first clue was an easy one. A lot of you figured it out. For those of you who didn't, no worries. Here comes the second clue, the host added. Clue number 2. 1 mountain, 1 temple, 1 red leaf. 1 lake, 1 boat, 1 old monk. Someone in the crowd muttered, It's got a mountain, a temple, a lake, and a boat. Li Zhengtong piped up again. That has to be the Little Mountain Temple. At that, another wave of people took off, rushing toward the Little Mountain Temple. The competition's getting even crazier, Li Zhengtong said, his voice laced with anxiety. Qin Yu remained calm. Patience. In events like this, they always start with the easy clues. They'll get harder. We'll make our move when the time is right. You got it, Yu. Li Zhengtong replied. The third clue. The host continued. Another group scrambled away. The fourth. Before he even finished, another part of the crowd erupted into motion. And the fifth. The host read on. A wave of people departed with each new clue, yet the square remained packed shoulder to shoulder, its numbers seemingly undiminished. How is this crowd so endless? It feels like a line with no end. Starting with the 6th clue, the difficulty suddenly ramped up. This time, the clue was just a single line. Fallen leaves on the Shadow River reflect a crimson sky. The crowd stared at the line, a low murmur of discussion rippling through the square. Brother Yu, do you know what place this is? Li Zhengtong asked Qin Yu. He'd managed to guess the first 5, but he was completely stumped by the 6th. Qin Yu muttered the clue to himself several times. Fallen leaves on the Shadow River reflect a crimson sky. A river, leaves, and a crimson sky? Qin Yu couldn't make heads or tails of it. Is there a place in the Xiantian sect where the sky is actually red? He mused. No, if it were that obvious, someone would have figured it out already. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes locked onto the most overlooked word in the phrase reflect. Reflect, as in to cast a reflection. In other words, the crimson sky might not be the sky itself. It could be a reflection of something red on the ground. Where in the Xiantian sect is the ground red? Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong shook his head. Nowhere that I know of. With Li Zhengtong unable to help, Qin Yu was left to puzzle it out on his own. A river, leaves, something red. The word red echoed in his mind. Then, a location suddenly clicked in his mind. He quickly pulled Li Zhengtong out of the crowd. Once they were somewhere quiet, he whispered, Could it be Maple Leaf Plaza? There's a wild river next to Maple Leaf Plaza, and the ground is always covered in fallen leaves. In the fall, the maple leaves turn red. They'd be perfect for reflecting a crimson sky. Understanding dawned on Li Zhengtong's face. Brother Yu, you're a genius, he exclaimed. Let's go. The two of them hurried off toward Maple Leaf Plaza. Not long after Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong departed, another wave of people began to leave the square. This time, however, they didn't surge in a single direction. Instead, the crowd scattered, heading off every which way. Based on the clue they gave out, there was no way most people could pinpoint the exact location. Since everyone had their own theory, people were scattering in all directions. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong first made a few detours to ensure they weren't being followed before rushing toward Maple Square. The place was rarely visited even on a normal day, and with everyone now packed into Central Square, it felt completely deserted. Brother Yu, going by that cryptic clue, I bet no one would have thought to look here. No doubt about it, Qin Yu said smugly. Honestly, even I wouldn't have thought of this place if you hadn't happened to be cleaning here. Besides, this place is so remote and out of the way. Most of the outer disciples probably don't even know this corner of the sect exists. All right, let's split up. You take the east, I'll take the west. Got it, brother you. Brimming with energy, the two immediately began to search. Maple Square was a big place, but the only likely spot to hide the Xiantian token was the patch of overgrown weeds to the side. They tore through the patch of weeds, and Qin Yu even used his spirit sense to scan the area. After a little while, a few other people started to show up, one after another. Seeing their rivals arrive, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong began searching even more frantically. But half an hour went by, and still, no one had found the Xiantian token. Out of breath, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong collapsed onto the ground. This is weird. We've searched the whole area, even checked every single tree. How is it not here? You don't think it's actually buried, do you? Qin Yu got to his feet and dusted himself off. Forget it, he said. Let's stop looking. We must be in the wrong place. So where do we go now? Li Zhengtong asked. Back to Central Square. Let's see what the clue on the final token says. The two returned to Central Square. It wasn't as packed as before, but there were still plenty of people gathered in discussion. There, Qin Yu spotted a familiar face. Xiaoji, you're here too? Brother Yu. Brother Tong. Xiaoji hurried over with a smile. Thought I'd come see what the excitement's about. Xiaoji asked, Are you guys out looking for the Xiantian tokens? Qin Yu saw no reason to hide it. Based on the sixth clue, we guessed it was Maple Leaf Plaza, he said, but we came up empty. No one's found the sixth one yet, Xiaoji said. The seventh and the first are still missing too. The others have all been discovered, though. Qin Yu was a bit taken aback. The first one is still missing too? The first clue had clearly pointed to the central heavenly lake. With so many people having gone there, he couldn't believe it was still undiscovered. Xiaoji nodded. Yeah, the central heavenly lake is swarming with people. Some cultivators with water-based arts have even jumped in to look for it. Li Zhengtong speculated. You think someone might have found it and is just keeping quiet about it? If they kept it secret, they could keep everyone else busy here and face less competition for the other tokens. That's a possibility, Xiaoji explained. But the senior disciples were just saying it's better to announce it if you find one. The sect forbids anyone from snatching tokens. Once you find one and claim it, no one else can take it from you. But if you keep quiet and someone steals it, you'll have no way to prove it was yours, even if you're in the right. Qin Yu gave a slight nod. With a rule like that, anyone who found a token would surely claim it right away. There was everything to gain and nothing to lose by announcing it. Keeping quiet, on the other hand, was a huge risk. With so many prying eyes around, how could you be sure no one would see you? Besides, the Xiantian sect was full of masters with unique abilities. Someone could be watching you at any moment. Qin Yu asked, So are there any solid leads on the seventh token? Xiaoji shook his head. The clues for the sixth and seventh tokens are too cryptic. Hardly anyone can figure them out, which is why everyone's just going to the central heavenly lake to try their luck. In the central plaza, Qin Yu looked up at the massive whiteboard displaying the 7 clues for the day. Moreover, the second, third, fourth, and fifth clues were all marked as found. Qin Yu's gaze shifted to the final clue. It was just 5 words. A belly that holds the world. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He was baffled. With a look of confusion, Qin Yu realized he couldn't pull a single keyword from those 5 words alone. A belly that holds the world. Could it be talking about some glutton, and the token is hidden in his house? He speculated. Qin Yu looked at Li Zhengtong, but Li Zhengtong just shook his head vigorously. I have no idea, brother Yu. Li Zhengtong answered. Qin Yu glanced at Xiaoji next, but he just shook his head too. Desperate for a lead, Qin Yu asked, Have you asked around to see what other people think of this clue? Xiaoji gave a wry smile. Brother Yu, it's not like anyone with a real lead is going to share it with me. But I'll go see what I can dig up. With that, Xiaoji dove into the crowd. In no time, he had blended right in, chatting and laughing with everyone. I never realized Xiaoji was this good at gathering intel, Qin Yu thought to himself. He centered himself and went back to mulling over the clue. He muttered, A belly that holds the world. Whose belly could possibly hold the world? Could it be the fierce beast, the Taotai? The legends say it can devour the world, he mused aloud. But our Xiantian sect has nothing to do with the Taotai. He continued to speculate. What if the world doesn't mean the physical world, but all the knowledge in it? Knowledge is passed down in an academy, so maybe it's referring to the sect's academy? Standing beside him, Li Zhengtong listened, completely dumbfounded. Brother Yu is incredible, he thought. To get all that from a single sentence. Then he thought, too bad I'm so dense. I'm no help at all. But what does a belly have to do with an academy? Qin Yu continued to mutter. Hearing this, an idea suddenly struck Li Zhengtong. Brother Yu, he said, what if it's talking about that incredibly knowledgeable elder in our sect? Dummy, Qin Yu snapped. Where the hell did this elder hide the token? Do you mean hidden on the elder himself? Or in his quarters? You think disciples like us can just waltz into an elder's private quarters? Li Jingtong mumbled a reply. Sorry, Brother Yu. I'm really not much help. Don't say that. Qin Yu reassured him. You have a role no one else can fill. Li Zhengtong suddenly perked up, looking at Qin Yu with anticipation. Besides, who else would be brave enough to test the pills I just refined? Li Zhengtong suddenly blurted out. Shit. But what you said just reminded me of something. Qin Yu said. The elders of the Xiantian sect have always been modest. No matter how learned they are, they would never claim to know everything under the sun. And yet, there's this one oddball who loves to boast exactly like that. It suddenly dawned on Li Zhengtong. Brother Yu, you mean that proctor from the second stage of the entrance exam? The one they call know-it-all? Exactly. Just then, Xiaoji came over. Brother Yu, I've got some news. It turns out all the clues are describing locations within the sect. Locations in the sect. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. I know where it is. Follow me. The three of them jogged after Qin Yu, arriving before a massive, tower-like building. The library pavilion? That's right, Qin Yu explained. Think about the clue, holding the world in its belly. The belly is the inside of the library pavilion, and the world is all the books inside that record everything under the sun. Only the library pavilion fits that description perfectly. Realization dawned on Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. Qin Yu continued his analysis. The Xiantian token has to be in a place all disciples can freely enter. As menial disciples, we're only allowed to borrow books from the first floor of the library pavilion. That means the token is most likely hidden on the first floor. Let's go. I'll take the east side. Xiaoji, you take the west. Tongzi, you cover the middle. You got it, Brother Yu. Full of excitement, the three of them stepped into the scripture pavilion. The moment Qin Yu set foot inside, a shadowy figure wreathed in a chilling gust lunged at him. Crap, I think I just saw a ghost, and it flew right into me. I'm done for. My luck has really run out. Ghost? What ghost? You're the ghost, little Qin Yu, a disgruntled voice grumbled from behind him. Recognizing the familiar voice, Qin Yu instantly knew who it was. Senior Bai Shitting, you scared the life out of me, Qin Yu said, turning to Bao. Bai Shitting laughed excitedly. Huh, I knew a little stunt like the recruitment trial wouldn't trip a kid like you up. I was just lucky, that's all, Qin Yu replied modestly. All right. Look at you, being all humble, Bai Shitting said with a wave of his hand. Anyway, he leaned in close to Qin Yu and whispered, I found it. The proof that you're wrong. Oh, is that right? Qin Yu replied, completely unfazed. Bai Shitting wasn't pleased by his nonchalant attitude. I just debunked your entire theory. Shouldn't you be angry? Where's the outrage? The denial? Bai Shitting demanded. What's with all the drama? Qin Yu muttered to himself. Senior Bai Shitting, I'm in the middle of something important. Can we please discuss this later, after I'm finished? Qin Yu said hurriedly. Absolutely not. Bai Shitting's eyebrows shot up. You will hear me out first. I need you to admit, with your own words, that you were wrong. This is important. Fine. Just get on with it. Qin Yu urged, his mind already racing, anxious to find the Xiantian token. Just as Bai Shitting was about to speak, his eyes landed on Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. Ahem, he said, clearing his throat. And what are you two young disciples just standing there gawking for? An idea suddenly sparked in Qin Yu's mind. Senior, he blurted out. Aren't you the one who claims to know everything under the sun? Bai Shitting puffed out his chest. But of course. In that case, Qin Yu continued. Do you know what we're here for? Qin Yu wanted to make sure the Xiantian token was actually in the scripture pavilion, to avoid a repeat of the Maple Leaf Square incident where he spent ages searching only to realize he was in the wrong place entirely. Mr. Know-It-All narrowed his eyes and retorted, full of self-righteousness. I'm not a mind reader. How am I supposed to know what you're here for? Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands in a fist and palm salute. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. What reminder? What did I tell you? Qin Yu explained. People usually come to the scripture pavilion for only one reason, to look up information. But when you said you didn't know what we were here for, it implied there might now be a second purpose for visiting. Combine that with your other hint, and it's enough to confirm that the Xiantian token is most likely hidden right here in the scripture pavilion. Mr. Know-It-All sputtered, a little exasperated. You're a sharp one, kid. But I didn't tell you any of that. You figured it out yourself. All right, you two youngsters, get in there and start searching. And one more thing, 2 others went in ahead of you, so you'd better get a move on. Thank you for the warning, Senior. Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji quickly entered the scripture pavilion. Once the others were gone and they were alone, Mr. Know-It-All turned to Qin Yu with a sly grin. You know, I actually figured out the hole in your story 2 months ago. Mr. Know-It-All was gloating, his face practically screaming, aren't you shocked? Go on, tell me how clever I am. Qin Yu just gave a flat, oh, but thought to himself. A slip-up that obvious was full of holes. It took you 2 months to find it, and you actually think that's impressive? Mr. Know-It-All was annoyed by Qin Yu's lack of reaction. Can't you at least act a little surprised? You lost, you know. Where's the surprise? The shock? The indignation? Aren't you even going to argue your case? Well, since you put it that way, Senior, there are a few things this humble junior still doesn't quite understand. Ask away, Mr. Know-It-All said, stuffing his hands in his pockets and striking a pose as if he were looking down on the whole world. I have a question, Senior. If you found the key 2 months ago, why didn't you send word to me? Why just sit here and wait? Qin Yu could tell from the sheer excitement on by Shirtong's face that the man had been eager to see him for some time. Given his standing in the Xiantian sect, all he had to do was send a messenger, and Qin Yu would have dutifully come to him. And yet, he hadn't said a word. Qin Yu really couldn't wrap his head around it. At Qin Yu's question, Bai Shirtong's face instantly froze. It was a good thing he was just a book spirit. Otherwise, he'd be red as a beet and breaking out in a cold sweat. Of course it's because. Bai Shirtong stammered, racking his brain before finally cobbling together a seemingly plausible excuse. It's because I didn't think you'd ever pass the Xiantian sect's entrance trials. Qin Yu retorted, mimicking Bai Shirtong's tone. But you just said, I knew those little tricks in the entrance assessment wouldn't be enough to stop a kid like you. Bai Shirtong shot back. And didn't you say you were just lucky? I was being modest, Senior, Qin Yu said. And I was just paying you a compliment, Bai Shirtong replied. It's all just social pleasantries. Qin Yu fell silent. A hush fell over the room. 2 months earlier, after a thunderous boom, a burst of crazed laughter echoed from within the scripture pavilion. I've got it. Ha ha, I've finally got it. The moment the voice rang out, 2 streaks of golden light shot out from the sect master's hall and the law enforcement peak, arriving at the scripture pavilion in an instant. The scripture pavilion fell abruptly silent. Bai Shirtong eyed the 2 of them warily, stammering, What are you 2 doing here? The sect master and the great elder smiled. We've come to congratulate you on attaining the Tao, Senior. Attaining the Tao? Bai Shirtong repeated, a note of confusion in his voice. Before Bai Shirtong could ask anything else, the great elder jumped in. Senior, during your seclusion this time, did you improve upon the Xiantian art, or have you created a new divine ability? Neither. Bai Shirtong quickly clasped his hands behind his back, deliberately putting on an air of importance. My seclusion this time was merely to solve a problem that has long troubled me. It has nothing to do with cultivation. The sect master and the great elder had been happy for nothing. In that case, we won't disturb you any longer, Senior. Wait. Bai Shirtong called out, stopping them. Could you go get? Just as the name Qin Yu was on the tip of his tongue, Bai Shirtong suddenly realized a serious problem. If these 2 found out that my seclusion was all because a junior disciple casually asked a simple question, and it took me this long to find the answer, wouldn't that shatter the towering, all-knowing image they have of me? Right. I absolutely cannot let them know about this. Senior, was there someone you wanted us to get for you? It's nothing at all. You 2 can go about your business. Bai Shirtong said, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing Bai Shirtong's strained expression, Qin Yu tactfully changed the subject. Senior, stop trying to make something up. If you don't want to say it, just don't. Bai Shirtong. Well, If there's nothing else, I'm going to head in and look for the profound sky token. Not so fast. Bai Shitong quickly blocked Qin Yu's path. I haven't told you about the loophole I found yet. You haven't. Qin Yu pressed. Well, spit it out then. You should watch your tone when you speak to a senior elder of the profound sky sect. Not even the sect master himself would dare speak to me that way. Qin Yu said, if you don't start talking, I'm going in. All right, fine. I swear, I don't know what to do with you. I'll talk. Bai Shitong conjured a bottle of water and placed it steadily on top of his head. You said it yourself, didn't you? That if you place a bottle full of water on your head and take deep breaths, it proves a person can breathe underwater. Right. Qin Yu nodded. That was, in fact, exactly how he had tricked Bai Shitong. Well, he said, I can now tell you in all seriousness, you were wrong. Qin Yu muttered to himself, just get on with it already. What are you, ocean, but a big pile of water? The know-it-all pointed to the bottle above his head. You're not breathing underwater at all. You're just breathing the air trapped under the bottle. Which means your entire theory was flawed from the start. Hearing this, Qin Yu was completely stunned. 2 months of planning, all that elaborate setup, and this is what you came up with. Qin Yu thought he'd anticipated every possible outcome, but he'd never imagined the know-it-all would target the very bottle holding the water. This has to be the dumbest of the dumb, the absolute pinnacle of artificial stupidity. If book spirits weren't ageless, Qin Yu would have sworn the guy was going senile. Seeing Qin Yu standing there, stunned, the know-it-all was absolutely gleeful. Well, convinced yet? Qin Yu let out a couple of awkward laughs. Senior, how about we make a wager? Wager on what? I'll bet that I can still prove you wrong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, the know-it-all replied confidently. Fine then, you're on. Done. Seeing his opponent take the bait, Qin Yu immediately laid out his terms. Senior, if you lose, you have to tell me where the Xiantian token is hidden. No. The know-it-all quickly shook his head. I am a book spirit of integrity. How could I possibly help you cheat? All right then. Qin Yu sighed and turned as if to leave. Hey, wait, kid, don't go. The know-it-all zipped in front of Qin Yu again, blocking his path. You haven't even said how you plan to prove me wrong. Qin Yu shrugged. Senior, you're right. I was wrong. Happy now. Knowing Qin Yu still had another trick up his sleeve, the know-it-all wasn't about to let him off the hook that easily. I may be a book spirit of integrity, he thought, but on the path to seeking truth, certain sacrifices are unavoidable. That's right. Any sacrifice made for the sake of truth is worthwhile, even if it means sacrificing my so-called righteous soul. After convincing himself in a matter of seconds, Bai Shitong said to Qin Yu, I can't tell you the exact location of the Xiantian token. The best I can do is describe its general vicinity. That'll work. Bai Shitong smiled. All right, you win, and I'll tell you the general location. But what if you lose? Qin Yu said, fine. As long as I don't have to sell my body or my soul, I'll do whatever you want. Bai Shitong was delighted. Excellent. I'll also have you write this on a giant banner. Senior Bai Shitong, master of the scripture pavilion, is the most erudite man in the world. He knows all, can do all, and understands all. Then, during the New Year festival, you'll have to parade this banner through the busiest parts of the Xiantian sect, all while shouting the words on it over and over again. Deal. Qin Yu froze. That's just too humiliating. Senior Bai Shitong, everyone in the Xiantian sect already knows you're omniscient. I really don't think this kind of publicity is necessary. Bai Shitong shook his head. No way. This has been my dream for 100 years. I post a mission for it every year, offering 100 contribution points, and no one ever takes it. 100 contribution points to buy a lifetime of someone's dignity? Who in their right mind would take a job like that? Parading that thing around town is no different from streaking. In fact, streaking might be less humiliating. If there were even the slightest chance of failure, there's no way I'd take this bet. All right, I accept your terms. Qin Yu said with a sigh of resignation. Enough talk. Let me demonstrate how a human can breathe underwater. Qin Yu poured the water out of the flask, then used his mental energy to lift it into the air above his head. His mental energy could now be easily projected outward, strong enough to lift something weighing a dozen pounds or so. Once the water was hovering steadily above him, Qin Yu took a deep breath of fresh air. Qin Yu looked over at Bai Shitong and grinned. Well, senior, I've proved my point. This time it was the bottom of the water, not the bottom of a bottle, right? Senior, where are you off to? Seeing Bai Tong trying to make a run for it, Qin Yu quickly called out, "A bet's a bet, senior. Aren't you supposed to be an upstanding book spirit? What happened to your morals? Where did all that integrity go? I'm not listening. You cheated. I am going into seclusion now. When I emerge, I'll be sure to knock you down a peg." And with that, Bai Tong disappeared. Qin Yu let out a soft sigh and said slowly, "Go on, senior, head into your seclusion. Don't you worry. Come the spring festival, I'll be sure to take a nice stroll through the most crowded places with a great big banner. I'll just have to change the writing on it, of course. What should it say? How about, Bai Tong, master of the scripture pavilion, swindles his juniors and has no honor. Or I could just spread the word about that whole breathing underwater incident. Let everyone know that the great senior Bai Tong isn't quite as omniscient as they think." Bai Tong suddenly reappeared before Qin Yu. Feigning surprise, Qin Yu exclaimed, "Whoa, senior, you're out of seclusion already. That was fast. Heh, you little punk. Trying to play mind games with me? As if I can't handle a little artificial imbecile like you." Bai Tong said through gritted teeth. "Right before I went into seclusion, it occurred to me that we hadn't settled our wager." Qin Yu drawled, "My, what a memory you have, senior. To think you'd remember something that happened all that time ago." Bai Tong shot Qin Yu a sideways glance and lowered his voice. "The Xiantian token is on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Don't you dare tell anyone you heard that from me." Whoosh. In an instant, Bai Tong was gone without a trace. Qin Yu yelled after him, "I already knew it was on the first floor. You think I needed you to tell me that? I was asking where on the first floor. You shameless old geezer." Qin Yu kept shouting for a while, but the air remained silent. To spend years training falcons, only to have one peck out your eye. I got careless. Well, at least this trip wasn't a total waste. We can be sure the Xiantian token is hidden here. Qin Yu entered the scripture pavilion, searching for the Xiantian token worth 100 contribution points amidst a sea of scrolls. By nightfall, Qin Yu, Li Zhongtong, and Xiaoji finally regrouped. "Find anything?" Qin Yu asked. Li Zhongtong and Xiaoji both shook their heads. "I've gone through every single book. Not a single trace." Qin Yu rubbed his face and let out a long sigh. "This is so strange. Did the Xiantian token grow legs and walk off? Forget it. I guess it's just not meant to be. Let's head back and train for now. We can come back tomorrow and try our luck again if we have time." All right. The three of them walked back to their cave manor, heads hung low and completely dejected. "Brother Yu, we're back." "Right." Qin Yu activated the protective array with his identity token. But when he stepped into the courtyard, he was surprised to find 3 identical little black puppies. That's weird. The array was still active. How did these 3 get in? The 3 black puppies were identical, and for some reason, they looked incredibly familiar to Qin Yu. Wait, isn't this the puppy that mooched my stinky tofu during the 3rd trial of the recruitment exam? The moment they saw Qin Yu, the 3 puppies came bounding over and began to nuzzle frantically against his shins. What in the world? By the moonlight, Qin Yu could vaguely see that each puppy seemed to be holding something in its mouth. Qin Yu leaned down, and one of the puppies dropped what was in its mouth into his hand. It felt metallic, and there seemed to be some characters carved on it. Qin Yu glanced at it. It looked a lot like a token. A token? A jolt went through Qin Yu. He focused his eyes, and sure enough, there were 4 large characters carved onto its surface. The Xiantian token. Holy crap, it's actually the Xiantian token. Qin Yu yelled, quickly rubbing his eyes and looking again, afraid he was seeing things. It really was the Xiantian token. Qin Yu turned to the other 2 puppies and saw that they were each holding a token in their mouths as well. No wonder we couldn't find the tokens. So the little guys had run off with the Xiantian tokens all along. After spending the whole day searching like an idiot, Qin Yu felt like a complete joke. Luckily, all 3 tokens had somehow found their way back to his own yard. To think I'd worn myself out searching, only to have them turn up right under my nose. A gentle smile on his face, Qin Yu called out, "All right, little guys, bring those tokens over and let me have a look." Woof, 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 woof. The puppy barked, pawing at the air again and again as if trying to show him something. "What on earth are you trying to tell me?" Qin Yu couldn't make sense of the puppy's frantic gesturing. Giving up, the three dogs simply ran over to Qin Yu's stinky tofu cart and began to jump and circle around it excitedly. You're after the stinky tofu, aren't you? Qin Yu recalled how these same pups had devoured his stinky tofu back in the Phantom Realm. Woof, 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 woof. The three dogs sat down obediently, one by one placing the tokens they held in their mouths onto the ground. You want to trade the Xiantian tokens for some stinky tofu, is that it? All three puppies nodded their heads. Excellent. Qin Yu's smile was full of meaning. You're hardly the first pups to be conquered by my family's secret recipe, stinky tofu. Well, since you're so sincere about it, he declared grandly, I suppose I can be merciful and do you this favor. I'll even take the loss. You all wait right here. I'm going to go get the ingredients. However, before I go, I'll need one no. Let's make it 2 Xiantian tokens as a deposit. A deposit. Got it. The three dogs glanced at one another as if they'd actually understood him and readily pushed another token forward. Jackpot. Grinning from ear to ear, Qin Yu carefully pocketed the Xiantian tokens. My esteemed customers, just wait right here. I'll be back in a flash. Qin Yu shut the door behind him, activated the formation array, and shot off toward the market like the wind. The prepared stinky tofu was gone, but Qin Yu had saved the jar of black brine used to pickle it. All he had to do was buy some fresh tofu and whip up a new batch. The flavor wouldn't be as potent, but it would have to do. I knew this family recipe for stinky tofu would come in handy, just as I thought true gold is bound to shine. Before long, Qin Yu returned to his cave abode, a fresh block of tofu in hand. The three little black puppies were lined up in a row, their eyes fixed on Qin Yu as he bustled about. He diced the tofu into cubes and submerged them in the jar of secret recipe black brine. To help the flavor soak in better, Qin Yu even carefully poked small holes all over the pieces. To get the flavor really potent, it needs to soak for a couple of hours. Got it. The three little black puppies nodded in unison. Just what kind of spirit beasts were these? They were incredibly intelligent. They had appeared during the disciple selection trials, found 3 Xiantian tokens, and even snuck into his cave abode. They had to be spirit beasts from the Xiantian sect, and their power was not to be underestimated. Could they have been raised by an inner disciple from the beast-taming peak, or perhaps by one of the elders? The couple of hours passed in a flash. Deciding the tofu had soaked long enough, Qin Yu scooped the pieces out. Time to heat up the wok and fry these things. Under the watchful gaze of the three puppies, 3 wonderfully stinky portions of tofu were quickly fried to perfection. The 3 little black puppies yelped with delight. 1 large portion of stinky tofu for 1 Xiantian token. You get me? Woof, woof. Qin Yu packed the 3 portions of stinky tofu into bags and set them down in front of the 3 puppies. The puppies handed over the last Xiantian token to Qin Yu. Each of the 3 puppies snatched a bag in its mouth, then vanished into the night as quickly as they came, gone in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu stared at the Xiantian tokens in his hand, his heart pounding with excitement. A full 300 contribution points. He could give 50 to Li Zhengtong and 30 to Xiao Ji. The rest would be more than enough to get the certification for the Great Strength Pill. With enough contribution points saved up, he could buy more materials and happily went back to his alchemy. For Qin Yu, alchemy was now both a part of his cultivation and a true passion. If he went a single day without it, he felt completely out of sorts. Yet, after a full day spent on alchemy, he felt completely refreshed and invigorated. He thought that was the end of the matter. Little did he know, it was only the beginning. After sending the little black puppy away, Qin Yu tidied up his room and returned to his cultivation. He cultivated straight through until the faint light of dawn, when he suddenly felt something warm and wet licking his face. What is this? Qin Yu paused his cultivation. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with a furry black snout right in front of his face. What in the world? My abode is protected by a spiritual array. How did you even get in here? Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. A chaotic chorus of barks echoed through the wooden cabin. Qin Yu did a quick count and, to his astonishment, found 7 little black puppies in the room. Even more astonishingly, each and every puppy held a Xiantian token in its mouth. What? The clues haven't even been announced yet, and you've already brought them all back. Qin Yu leaped out of bed, rushed over to his desk, and snatched up the Xiantian Sect Code of Conduct. He scanned the section on spirit beasts, and after reading it thoroughly, he let out a sigh of relief. The rules state that the owner is responsible for any trouble caused by their spirit beast, he mused. I'm not their owner, so this has nothing to do with me. Besides, everyone is supposed to be looking for the Taixuan tokens, and there's no rule that says spirit beasts can't help. This isn't a violation. With that thought, Qinyu's conscience was clear. Finding 7 tokens this fast, how on earth did you all manage that? Qinyu guessed the puppies might have some sort of divination ability, allowing them to pinpoint the tokens' locations. But I thought I heard these tokens were inscribed with arrays specifically to interfere with divination. As he was muttering to himself, one of the black puppies suddenly leaped onto his shoulder. The next instant, Qinyu was pulled into an illusion. The moon hung high in the sky, yet the night seemed strangely dim. A woman walked along an unmarked path, carrying 7 sky profound tokens. Suddenly, her gaze went vacant, and she froze in place. A few small black dogs darted out from the tall grass. They swarmed around her feet, and, with a single, gentle leap, snatched all the tokens from her hand. A moment later, she came to her senses and turned to walk back the way she came. She noticed nothing amiss, as if she'd never been holding the sky profound tokens in the first place. The illusion dissipated, and a new memory formed in Qinyu's mind. The gist of it was this. The little black dogs had trapped the woman in charge of the tokens in an illusion, where she had distributed them all. When the illusion merged perfectly with reality, the woman was left with the belief that she had already hidden the sky profound tokens. So from her perspective, it was only natural that the tokens were no longer in her possession. Holy crap, what a classic bait and switch. Going right to the source to snatch the tokens. You guys don't mess around. Hold on. A thought suddenly struck Qinyu, the staff member they'd targeted. Would she be expelled from the sect for this? Then again, what does that have to do with me? I'm just a guy selling stinky tofu. Where my customers get their money is none of my business. All I do is provide an equal exchange. With that thought, Qinyu let out a sly chuckle and called out to his customers. Just a moment, everyone. Piping hot stinky tofu, coming right up. Woof. The 7 little dogs trotted out the door after Qinyu. The extra tofu Qinyu had bought the night before was now soaking in the black brine of his family's secret recipe. After soaking all night, the tofu had absorbed the flavors perfectly, and the stench was potent. Qinyu set his wok over the fire and added the oil. When it was about medium hot, he pinched his nose, scooped out the stinky tofu, and dropped it in to fry. Before long, 7 piping hot servings of stinky tofu were ready. Woof, 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 woof. One of the little dogs was barking insistently at Qinyu's jar of chili flakes, as if urging him to hurry up with the toppings. Want me to make it extra spicy? Woof, woof. The little black puppy nodded eagerly. All right, just how you like it. Qinyu grabbed a handful of chili and sprinkled it over the puppy's serving of stinky tofu. There you go on and eat. Woof, woof. After gobbling down a few pieces, the little black puppies each grabbed their own serving and scampered away. Qinyu figured they wouldn't finish it all. They were probably taking it back to share with the rest of their pack. The 3 from yesterday must have shared their stinky tofu with 4 others, because those 4 showed up today too. There was just no telling how many of these little pups there were in total. They were so adorable. He really wanted to take one home. Qinyu picked up the profound heaven tokens off the ground one by one. Including the 3 from yesterday, he now had 10 in his hand. Once the event was over, these could be traded for 1,000 contribution points, and he'd even get a spirit tool on top of that. He'd really hit the jackpot this time. Besides, Qinyu had a feeling that this was only the second day. The real fun was just getting started. As long as these little black puppies didn't get caught, Qinyu could keep getting a steady stream of tokens. The best was yet to come. Brother, you ready to head out? Li Zhengtong's voice called out from outside the door. Qinyu quickly pulled Li Zhengtong into his wooden cabin and immediately activated the residence's protective array. Brother, you, what's going on? Li Zhengtong asked, looking puzzled. I want to show you something, but you need to brace yourself first, Qinyu warned. Li Zhengtong nodded nonchalantly. Don't worry, brother, you. I'm not the same kid I was 6 months ago. I wouldn't even blink if I saw a ghost. Holy crap. Are those profound heaven tokens? Li Zhengtong was so shocked he jumped to his feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 in total. 10 profound heaven tokens. Brother Yu. Li Zhengtong stared at Qin Yu with a grave expression, as if trying to talk a friend out of a life of crime. Forging Xiantian tokens for contribution points is against the rules, Yu. You have to think this through. Smack. Qin Yu slapped Li Zhengtong upside the head. The hell I am. Clutching his head, Li Zhengtong looked up at Qin Yu with a wounded expression. Take a good look for yourself. These are the real deal, genuine Xiantian tokens. Li Zhengtong picked up a token and examined it closely. It had a satisfying heft to it. The surface was smooth and finely textured, the engravings crisp and fluid. The characters for Xiantian token seemed to pulse with an imposing energy. It certainly doesn't look like a fake. Qin Yu scoffed. That's because they are real. But you, didn't they only release 7 tokens yesterday? How do you have 10? Li Zhengtong muttered under his breath. Even if you stole all the ones the others found, you'd still be short. Dark lines formed on Qin Yu's forehead. Do you really think I'm the kind of guy who goes around breaking the rules? 3 of these 10 are the ones nobody found yesterday. The other 7 were just put out today. Li Zhengtong asked. But they haven't even announced today's clue yet, have they? Who says you have to wait for the clue to be announced? They hide the Xiantian tokens all over the sect before dawn. If your luck is good enough, you could practically trip over one on the side of the path. Li Zhengtong nodded. Oh, I see. But you? I can see you getting lucky and finding one. But how could you have possibly found all of the tokens for today? And what about those 3 from yesterday? How did you get your hands on them? Qin Yu clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head, gazing out the window at a 45-degree angle with the air of a profound master. Qin Yu said mysteriously, I have my connections. Suddenly, in Li Zhengtong's eyes, the image of Yu began to expand, growing until he seemed to be a towering figure, far beyond his reach. A true master, right here beside me. All right, Tong, enough questions. Qin Yu turned around, his tone serious. I'm telling you all this because I don't want you to waste any more energy on this pointless activity. You need to devote your finite life to the infinite path of cultivation. I hope that one day, I can count you as part of my network. Understand? Li Zhengtong's face flushed with excitement. Brother Yu, I get it. I'm going back to cultivate right now. Pumped up as if on adrenaline, Li Zhengtong charged out like a madman. Excellent. Qin Yu nodded to himself. That little motivational speech worked like a charm. As evening fell, Qin Yu made a special trip to the central plaza to gather some information. After all, the Xiantian token he held was basically stolen property, so he had to be extra careful about the matter. Even from a distance, before he'd even gotten close, Qin Yu spotted the large white board in the central plaza. Posted on the board were today's hints, along with the 1st, 6th, and 7th from yesterday. The Xiantian tokens for those locations still hadn't been found. The central plaza was packed with people, and he could hear loud shouting even from a distance. What's all the commotion about? Curious, Qin Yu squeezed his way forward. But when he made out what they were yelling, he froze, instantly lowering his head and starting to back away. Yikes, this reaction is a little extreme. This is rigged. It has to be. How come none of us have found a single token? Did they even hide any to begin with? Yesterday, more than 3,000 people tore the central heavenly lake apart and found nothing. Today, not a single token has turned up. We have every reason to believe the tokens were never put where they were supposed to be. If nobody can find the tokens, what's the point of this event anyway? We demand the event organizers come out and explain why none of us can find any tokens. Seeing how worked up the crowd was, Qin Yu's heart sank. If they found out the truth, he thought, they'd probably beat him to death. Do they really have to get this bent out of shape? It's just one little Xiantian token. Qin Yu stammered for a moment, then threw his hand in the air and yelled, I protest. I bet you guys didn't even hide any tokens. We're supposed to infiltrate the enemy camp. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can win 100 battles. The crowd of disciples swelled, their voices of protest growing louder with their numbers. Word spread like wildfire. Disciples swarmed in from all directions like a plague of locusts, the uproar shaking the heavens. What is all this racket? The words had barely been shouted when a voice like a clap of thunder exploded in their ears. The outer sect elder in charge of the event hovered in midair, demanding of the assembled disciples. Are you trying to raise hell? Look at the state of you all. The crowd instantly fell silent, listening as the elder continued. Let me be perfectly clear. This event is absolutely fair and impartial. To ensure fairness, we randomly select one staff member every day before dawn to hide the profound heaven tokens. That same staff member also writes the clue. No one else knows where the tokens are hidden, not even me. Just a moment ago, the staff member in charge went to check the locations, and the tokens were all gone. Today's 7 tokens have all been claimed. Someone in the crowd shouted back defiantly. If people found them, how come we haven't heard a single word about it? The outer sect elder gave a cold snort and shot back. Nowhere in the rules does it say you have to announce it to everyone when you find a token. If someone finds a token and decides not to announce it, that's their prerogative. It has nothing to do with the event itself. If you're good enough to find one, you're free to keep quiet about it too. The crowd was left speechless. After the elder left, the disciples huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves. Qin Yu pushed his way into the group, his face a mask of indignation. I could see one person finding a token and keeping quiet about it, he fumed. But all 7 of them? That's just impossible. Someone was the first to speak, bringing the issue to light. Qin Yu picked up the thread, asking, is it possible that one person took all 7 tokens? Absolutely impossible. No way. If one person really got all 7 tokens, I'll take a crap standing on my head. The crowd immediately shot down Qin Yu's outrageous theory, with one person even resorting to a crude exaggeration to show just how ridiculous the idea sounded. Qin Yu fell silent. But what you said does give me an idea, someone offered. One person getting 7 tokens is unrealistic, sure. But what if a group of people planned it in advance? You mean some kind of organization? Exactly. If they're an organization with at least 7 members, they could have searched for all 7 Xiantian tokens simultaneously. The others agreed that this made sense, but there was an obvious hole in the theory. There are so many of us. You're telling me we couldn't beat some mysterious organization? Finding the Xiantian tokens is a game of chance. The odds should be the same for everyone. We have more people, so by all rights, our chances of finding the tokens should have been higher. But now all 7 Xiantian tokens have been taken by them. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Qin Yu nodded. That's right. A tall man stepped forward to explain. There are 3 possible reasons for this outcome. First, the person responsible for hiding the Xiantian tokens could be connected to this organization and leak their locations to them. Qin Yu immediately shot that down. The risk is too high. If they were caught, the sect would expel them on the spot. It's not worth it for just a few tokens. He's right. Makes sense. A murmur of agreement went through the crowd, supporting Qin Yu's point. The tall man continued. The second possibility is that they have a master diviner in their ranks, someone who can break the anti-divination formations on the Xiantian tokens and calculate their approximate locations. The people from that group knew where the Xiantian tokens were hidden before we even saw the clues. How are we supposed to compete with them? Qin Yu countered. That's highly unlikely. A person with divination skills that powerful would have to be at least an elder. Why would someone like that care about a few Xiantian tokens? Right. He's got a point. The crowd voiced their agreement with Qin Yu once again. The tall guy said, Third, we have to admit, some people are just born with immense fortune and extraordinary luck. Even the heavenly Tao favors them. Qin Yu asked, Are you talking about a child of fortune? Exactly. Child of fortune is the perfect name for it. If that group is full of people like that, their chances of finding the Xiantian tokens are far higher than ours. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. He was a transmigrator with a system to back him up. He was, without a doubt, a true child of fortune. And Li Jingtong, with his 2 heaven-defying rank talents and the good fortune to encounter a top-tier child of fortune like him, could barely be considered a minor one himself. Therefore, the third theory was the most plausible. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I think that's the reason. The truth is, we're not as strong as them. There's no point in complaining. Exactly. That makes perfect sense. What a spot-on analysis. The crowd showered Qin Yu with praise. Qin Yu waved a hand modestly. I'll take the applause. Clap, 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 clap. The crowd burst into applause for him. The tall guy shouted. All right, everyone, hold the applause. Clap, 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 clap. Qin Yu also shouted. Okay, Everyone, that's enough. The applause stopped instantly. The tall guy, Chinyu, shot him a glance, sneering inwardly. My charisma really is on another level. It's lonely at the top. Once the crowd fell silent, the tall senior brother asked, anyone have any thoughts? What's there to think about? Chinyu said with a shrug. They didn't steal anything or break any rules. They just got luckier than us. What can we do? The crowd chimed in. Yeah. The tall guy remained silent. Chinyu continued. If we can't find any profound sky tokens, it just means we're not skilled enough. You have to admit your own shortcomings. Right. The crowd agreed again. The tall guy was still silent. And sometimes, Chinyu added, when you can't find the tokens, you need to look at yourself first. Stop blaming everyone else and ask yourself if you really put in enough work. Yeah, that's right, the crowd called out. But the tall guy remained silent. Chinyu raised a hand and called out with a smile. Let's hear some applause. Wait, the tall guy shouted angrily at the crowd. If they really were just lucky, then fine, we'll just have to suck it up. But what if they cheated to get those profound sky tokens? The risk would be high, but so would the reward. Don't forget, 10 tokens get you a spirit tool. The chances might be small, but small doesn't mean impossible. What if the leader of that group is the grandson of an elder from Divination Peak? What if they have a master diviner backing them up? If that's the reason we can't find a single token, then they're breaking the rules. We have to report this to the sect and get them to investigate it thoroughly. Chinyu shot a glare at the tall senior brother. If the sect actually investigates, those little black dogs will almost certainly be discovered. Even though I wasn't the one who did it, I could still be accused of a cover-up. And even if I don't get punished, the profound sky tokens I have would be considered ill-gotten gains and definitely confiscated. I have to stop this from happening. Chinyu cleared his throat. We need to get the facts straight first. Making a false accusation is against the law. Letting these disciples investigate, they probably wouldn't find anything. The tall senior brother cut him off. No need to investigate. We'll just wait for tomorrow's results. What do you mean by that? Chinyu asked. The tall senior brother beckoned for everyone to come closer. He warned, not a word of this gets out. If that organization finds out, we're really done for. Don't worry, senior brother, Chinyu replied. We won't say a word. That's not good enough, the tall senior brother said sternly. To be safe, everyone has to swear an oath. Quite the cautious one, isn't he? Fine. Chinyu took the lead, pressing his fist to his forehead. I, Chinyu, swear that if I tell anyone else about this, may I suffer heavenly retribution and meet a terrible fate. Chinyu deliberately stressed the word anyone, as if afraid the heavenly Tao might not have heard him clearly. The tall senior brother hastily said, Junior brother Chin, there's no need to make such a severe oath. In the world of cultivation, oaths were not to be taken lightly, they would truly come to pass. Even if a cultivator was lucky enough to escape the heavenly Tao's punishment, the oath would still leave a shadow on their heart. When it came time to face their lightning tribulation, death was all but certain. Chinyu patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, senior brother. I, Chinyu, am a man of my word. My word is my bond. My word is my bond. Fine words indeed. Everyone looked at him with admiration. With Chinyu taking the lead, the others followed suit. I, Li Si, swear that if I tell anyone else about this, I will never reach the tribulation transcendent stage. Huh. All eyes turned to stare at Li Si. I'll never reach the integration stage. Huh. The nascent soul? No, wait, the golden core stage. Is the golden core stage okay? I have a high-grade spiritual root. Hearing this, the others finally seemed to relax. Chinyu said seriously, don't even think about taking shortcuts, or we're not letting you in on this. Once everyone had sworn their oaths, all eyes turned back to the tall senior. All right, senior, it's your turn to talk. The tall senior scanned their surroundings warily. Too many people here, he said. Let's find a quieter spot. Chinyu quickly said, don't worry, senior. There's no way any of those people are from that mysterious organization. But the tall senior was still adamant. Ever since I heard about that mysterious organization, I feel like they're everywhere, like their people are right here among us. Chinyu was at a loss for words. Still, the senior continued. Since everyone's sworn an oath, I feel a little better. Let's head over there, and we can talk. The group followed the tall senior to a secluded corner. Okay, Now I'll tell you how we can figure out if those people are just lucky or if they're cheating. Qin Yu's ears perked up and he listened with rapt attention. Actually, the method is pretty simple. If they were really relying on luck to find the tokens, there's no way they could sweep up every single one, every single day. Someone else would be bound to stumble upon one or two. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I get it. With so many of us here, even if they have insane luck, it can't be perfect every single time. A few are bound to slip through the cracks. Yeah, well said, Brother Qin. A sudden burst of applause erupted. The tall senior was momentarily speechless. Qin Yu laughed, holding up his hands. All right, settle down. Let's hear the rest from our senior. The tall senior said sheepishly. Why don't you take it from here? Qin Yu quickly waved him off. No way. If you don't tell us, senior, how will any of us know what to do? Come on, everyone. Let's give our senior another round of applause for encouragement. The applause started up again, sharp and loud. The tall senior gave a bashful smile and pressed his hands down, gesturing for them to quiet down. But the clapping continued, unabated. Qin Yu, Shi's senior brother is about to speak. The crowd fell silent. The tall senior brother. I can't shake the feeling you're all messing with me. And I've even brought proof. Qin Yu, what are you talking about? We're all strangers here. Go on, senior brother. Ahem. As I was saying, aside from the fact that they managed to snag all 7 Xiantian tokens every day, there's another extreme scenario we need to consider. Qin Yu, go on, senior brother. I'm all ears. The tall senior brother was pleased with Qin Yu's enthusiastic response. What I mean is, they might only find 1 or 2 tokens, or maybe not even a single one. It clicked for Qin Yu instantly. I get it. The staff member who hides the tokens is chosen at random each day. So, the one hiding them today might be in on it with that group, but tomorrow's person might not be. If they still only find a few tokens tomorrow, it'll prove they were colluding with the person who hid them today. The crowd murmured in agreement. Brother Qin's analysis is spot on. He really is brilliant. The tall senior brother. Ahem. I propose we form a temporary faction of our own and go head-to-head with that organization. Qin Yu, agreed. The tall senior brother. All right, first things first, we need a name. How about the Xiantian Justice League? A brief silence fell over the crowd. Qin Yu. How about the Anti-Rich Alliance? Everyone. Yeah, I love that name. The tall senior brother. We also need to choose a leader. Someone with brains, looks, and a sterling reputation. Every single eye in the crowd turned to Qin Yu. The tall senior brother. I should have known. And just like that, in a flurry of excitement, Qin Yu unwittingly became their leader. So what's our faction's mission? The crowd roared in unison. Take down the mystery organization and uphold justice and fairness in the sect's events. Qin Yu. All right, then I'll take the lead. Everyone settle down. I have something to say. Qin Yu clapped his hands, motioning to the crowd. That I can stand here as your faction leader is all thanks to you heroes for placing your faith in me. And since you've all entrusted me with this position, I swear I'll give it my all. Hype Squad hit it. A wave of thunderous applause erupted. Cut. On this momentous day, there's one person we have to thank. Qin Yu pulled the tall senior brother to his side. If it weren't for this senior brother here clearing the fog for us, I, Qin Yu, would have been completely lost. This senior brother's arrival was like a divine intervention, saving me from my confusion. Without him, I would have fallen into a bottomless abyss. Come on, people, let me hear you. The crowd erupted in applause once more. The tall senior brother laughed awkwardly. It wasn't that dramatic. I was just making an offhand comment. No, it was incredibly serious. Senior brother, you have no idea how much you helped me. To show my gratitude for his help, I've decided to appoint him as our vice leader and faction strategist. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd roared back in unison. None. A genuine smile spread across the tall senior brother's face. So I didn't get to be the leader, but vice leader isn't half bad. Qin Yu asked, and what's your name, senior brother? The tall senior brother stammered. I'm. Qin Yu laughed. Never mind. You're so tall, we'll just call you senior brother Gao. Senior brother Gao. The name doesn't matter. Let's start assigning tasks. How are we going to deal with that mysterious organization? Qin Yu said. Everyone looks tired. Let's all go home and get some rest for now. They're working for me, and they want to target me? The crowd immediately dispersed. Senior Brother Gao was speechless. Just as Senior Brother Gao was about to speak, Qin Yu grabbed both of his hands with a look of utmost sincerity. Senior Brother Gao, no, Vice Leader Gao. I'd like to go over things with you one more time. Senior Gao was gratified to see Qin Yu taking this so seriously. The others in the guild might not be very dependable, but the guild master was absolutely solid. As the vice master, he believed that by working with the guild master, they could lead the guild to ultimate victory. All right, he thought, I need to go over this with the guild master one more time. Qin Yu nodded and said, Vice Master Gao, hear me out. If I get anything wrong, you have to correct me. This is too important. Senior Gao nodded gravely. You can count on me, guild master. First, if that mysterious organization manages to find every single token, every day, that would mean they're cheating, right? Senior Gao agreed. Exactly. No one can be that lucky all the time. Second, if they find very few tokens tomorrow, that also proves they're cheating. That's right, Senior Gao said. It would mean they had an inside man among the staff who hid the tokens today. I see. So, you're saying that if only 1 or 2 people find tokens tomorrow and announce it publicly, we won't have any way to move against that mysterious organization. Is that right? Senior Gao nodded. Correct. The logic is sound. It just sounds weird when you put it like that. As long as the logic holds up, Qin Yu urged. Vice Master Gao, if you think of anything new, let me know immediately. I also want to do my part to protect the fairness of the sect. Senior Gao was deeply moved by his words, feeling as if he had just found a kindred spirit. Rest assured, Guildmaster. The moment I have a new idea, I'll come straight to you. Good. Don't forget to meet back here at this time tomorrow. We'll hash out the details of our strategy then. No problem. After parting ways with Senior Gao, Qin Yu walked alone on the path back to his cave residence. It was a good thing he'd made the trip today. Otherwise, he might have been completely blindsided. I'll have Li Zhengtong go tomorrow, then Xiaoji the day after. After that, Little 4, Little 5, and Little 6 can take turns helping out. If we do that a few times, it should lessen the suspicion. The most pressing issue now was whether those little black dogs would show up again tomorrow to give him another Xiantian token. If they didn't show, he'd be in deep trouble. Qin Yu decided he had to make the situation crystal clear to that pack of little black dogs. They were all in the same boat now. If this whole thing blew up, everyone would go down together. That's why Qin Yu figured he shouldn't have to carry this burden all by himself. If they ran into any trouble they couldn't handle, he could always, as a last resort, send the little black dogs to alter some memories. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Qin Yu was once again woken by the racket from the pack of little black dogs. Thank the heavens, you're finally here. Seeing the 7 little black dogs lined up in a neat row, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, everyone, over here. Sit. I have something very important to tell you. The 7 puppies trotted over to him and sat in a line. Listen up, Qin Yu said gravely. You stole all 7 tokens yesterday. It's already stirred up a lot of trouble, and some people are even getting ready to report it to the sect and demand an investigation. Luckily, I was quick on my feet and managed to calm them down for now. I'll figure out a way to handle this, but you all need to be extra careful and keep your heads down, understand? The 7 puppies all nodded in unison. Qin Yu then asked, where do you guys usually hide out? If something goes wrong, how am I supposed to find you? At this, the 7 puppies huddled together and began yapping for a long moment, as if discussing something urgent. One of them was barking with particular fervor, looking every bit the part of a hot-headed little ringleader. Qin Yu recognized it as one of the first 3 to arrive, but he couldn't recall if it was the same one he had seen in the illusionary realm all that time ago. It had been too long, and the details had grown hazy. After a moment, the 7 puppies finally reached a consensus. The fiercest of the puppies rushed up to Qin Yu and spat out a pale blue crystal orb. The orb, about the size of a fist, made Qin Yu wonder. How could something so large have been hidden inside such a tiny dog's head? A soft light swirled within the orb, giving it a dreamlike quality. It was clearly no ordinary object. What is this? Qin Yu asked. The puppy let out another bark. Woof, woof. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Qin Yu found himself pulled back into the vision. This time, he saw a shadowy figure cradling a pale blue crystal orb in its hands. The figure first sliced open its palm with a dagger, letting its blood drip onto the crystal orb. As the blood was absorbed, the light within the orb began to swirl frantically, its color slowly shifting from pale blue to a faint red. Finally, the figure closed its eyes and pressed the orb to its forehead. The vision shattered, and Chinyu was back in reality. So that's how you use this thing? Chinyu looked at the puppy. So it needs a blood bond to claim a master, huh? This thing must be pretty rare. Are you sure you want me to have it, little guy? The little black puppy nodded, its gaze resolute. All right then. Chinyu found a small knife, but as he gripped it in his palm, he hesitated. Slicing my hand open is going to hurt like hell. After a moment's thought, Chinyu put the knife down decisively. It's just a little blood, right? I've got my own way of doing things. And with that, Chinyu stuck a finger up his nose. Blood immediately gushed from his nostril. He cupped the now faintly red crystal orb and gently pressed it to his forehead. Chinyu felt something enter his mind, and he quickly focused his consciousness to follow it. Before long, he found himself in the sea of his own soul. And there, to his surprise, was the little black puppy. Woof woof. The little puppy yipped happily. Hearing its barks, Chinyu felt a connection form between them, as if an invisible thread now tethered them together. Something suddenly dawned on Chinyu. Don't tell me, this is the legendary pact? Panting, the little black dog nodded in tacit agreement. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed, Chinyu cried out, anxiously pacing back and forth in his sea of consciousness. This pact between us, does your master even know about it? This little black dog's master was probably some elder from Beast Tamer Peak. If a big shot like that came after him, a lowly outer disciple like him wouldn't stand a chance. I'm done for. Damn it. Too scared to even keep a dog. How am I ever supposed to become Emperor Chinyu? Today, Chinyu yearned for strength more than ever. He didn't blame the little black dog for the misunderstanding, he only blamed himself for being too weak. Woof woof. The little black dog barked while shaking its head vigorously. What do you mean? Are you trying to say you don't have a master? Woof woof. The little black dog nodded. For real. Chinyu was so happy, he could have jumped for joy. The Taixuan sect was truly something else. Even a stray that looked this ordinary possessed such incredible abilities. If the sect master knew someone had called the sect's treasured, divine guardian beast a stray, he'd probably be angry enough to kick them around like a ball. Excellent. Chinyu puffed out his chest, his confidence flooding back. From this day on, you're no longer a stray. And since you have a new master, you need a new name. I'll think of a more badass name for you. The little black dog looked on expectantly, while Chinyu struck a thoughtful pose. After a long moment, inspiration struck Chinyu. I've got it. From now on, your name is Wang Kai. Happy. Wang Kai. Chinyu. What? You think the name isn't badass enough? Woof. Got some personality, huh? Chinyu said. Alright, how about this? When there are no other dogs around, I'll call you Wang Kai. But when you're with other dogs, I'll call you Sang Biao. How's that? Woof woof. Wang Kai barked in agreement. Awesome. Chinyu patted Wang Kai's head, selling him on a grand vision. You were once just a common stray, but now, you serve me, the great Emperor Chinyu. Your pedigree may be common, it's true, but as my contracted spirit beast, you're destined to become a great demon immortal, ruling over all demons. Soon enough, you'll know the thrill of riding my coattails to the top. Wang Kai, you settled down yet? Wang Kai let out a confused, woof? Chinyu laughed. From now on, it's all you can eat stinky tofu. Wang Kai yapped with delight. Woof woof woof. Chinyu mused that no matter how grand or tempting the promises you paint, they're no match for a real piece of bread right in front of you. So from now on, all I have to do is dive into the sea of souls to contact you, right? Wang Kai nodded. When Chinyu emerged from the sea of souls, the crystal ball in his hand was gone. It must have fused into my body. Hold on, I'm going to make you all some stinky tofu. Chinyu had bought another big batch of tofu yesterday, marinating it all in the black brine overnight. It was perfectly infused with flavor by now. This one's for you, and that one's for you too. Each of the other puppies had gotten a single portion, but when it was Wang Kai's turn, Chinyu generously set down 2 heaping servings, both topped with a thick layer of chili powder. It was far more than any of the other little black dogs received. Now that the contract was formed, Qin Yu could easily tell Wang Kai apart from the other puppies. Scar, this one's for you. The other puppies stared, dumbfounded. He not only got a badass new name, but he also got all that stinky tofu. They were all incredibly jealous. Immediately, a few of the other black dogs scrambled over to Qin Yu and spat out their own crystal balls. Who needs dignity when there's stinky tofu on the line? What was so bad about being someone's dog, anyway? Qin Yu waved a hand dismissively. Sorry, there can only be one demon immortal. Now that I have Scar, I can't take on any of you. In truth, Qin Yu was very tempted to assemble his own puppy squad. That way, if anyone ever crossed him, he could just sick the dogs on them. However, Qin Yu figured that might wound Wang Kai's pride. What can I say? My greatest virtue as Emperor Qin Yu is my unwavering focus. And that goes for people and dogs alike. Sure enough, seeing Qin Yu turn away all the other dogs, Wang Kai immediately puffed out his chest. Woof, I'm the chosen one. Eat your hearts out. Wang Kai devoured one large portion like a king, snatched up the other in his mouth, and swaggered off, ignoring everyone as if they were complete strangers. In that moment, Wang Kai was the baddest dog on the block. After Wang Kai had gone, Qin Yu called Li Jingtong over. I have a very important job for you today. Li Jingtong was secretly thrilled. Is Brother Yu finally giving me a major role? Lay it on me, Brother Yu. Qin Yu placed a token in Li Jingtong's hand. Take this, find any old spot to act like you're discovering it, and then announce to everyone that you found it. Simple as that. Huh. Li Jingtong was baffled. But we already have the token, don't we? Why do I have to go through the motions of finding it again? Isn't that just making things needlessly complicated? Despite his confusion, Li Jingtong took the token. Brother, you must have his reasons for doing it this way. Watching Li Jingtong dash off, a flicker of confusion crossed Qin Yu's face. Strange. The simpleton didn't even ask why today. By evening, Qin Yu had arrived at the designated meeting spot, right on time. Greetings, Chief. Hello, Chief. Qin Yu waved in acknowledgement. Vice Chief Gao, you made it. Senior Brother Gao smiled. To uphold the fairness and justice of our sect, I couldn't possibly slack off. Qin Yu felt a little awkward. Why do I feel like I'm the villain in this story? Alright, looks like just about everyone's here. Gather round, folks. The crowd moved in closer. Just as Qin Yu opened his mouth to speak, Senior Brother Gao held up a hand to silence him. Chief, to be on the safe side, I suggest we verify our numbers first. We need to make sure no one from that organization has snuck in. A wise precaution, Deputy Chief Gao. But with this many people, how are we supposed to check them all? He asked, while thinking to himself, anyone who is going to infiltrate is already here. Don't worry. I memorized the faces of everyone who was here yesterday. I just need to give the crowd a good look. As Senior Brother Gao went through the crowd, checking each person one by one, Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a yawn. This tension, it's strangely familiar, like my old undercover days. Once the inspection was complete, Senior Brother Gao was the first to speak. Today, we are announcing only one name. One Xiantian token has been found. Who is it? Qin Yu asked. I believe his name is Li Jingtong. Qin Yu started. Li Jingtong. Do you know him, Chief? Senior Brother Gao asked. Qin Yu laughed. Know him? We're more than acquaintances. He's my neighbor, and a good brother to me. We went searching for the Xiantian tokens together a few days ago. I was ready to give up when we couldn't find any. But he kept at it, and to think he actually found one. The guy's got incredible luck. This was all easily verifiable, so Qin Yu saw no reason to lie. So he's a brother of yours, Chief. That's a relief, said Senior Brother Gao. Qin Yu was confused. A relief? What? Senior Brother Gao explained. I was worried at first that he might be a plant from that mysterious organization. But since he's so close to you, Chief, we can rule out that possibility. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment. Qin Yu let out an awkward laugh. He's just a lowly handyman disciple. What kind of organization would recruit him? True enough. Senior Brother Gao nodded, then sighed. But that just proves it even more that mysterious organization is finding these Xiantian tokens based on pure skill. We're completely outmatched. Seeing the dejected looks on everyone's faces, Qin Yu stood up and said, we can't change what's happened, so there's no point in being torn up about it. Today, my good brother, Li Jingtong, proved something to all of us. He proved that ordinary people like us can find a Xiantian token. That organization may be powerful, but they can't get their hands on every single token. If we fight hard enough, we can take the tokens back from them. All eyes lifted to Qin Yu as he spoke, his confidence infectious. If Li Jingtong could find a Xiantian token, why couldn't I? Because Li Jingtong never gave up. Even when the odds were stacked against him, he saw it through to the end. But I gave up too soon, and that's why I missed my chance. You can't see the future. Who's to say victory isn't waiting just around the corner? Failure isn't what's terrifying. What's terrifying is admitting defeat before you've even started fighting. If Li Jingtong could do it, why can't you? Keep fighting. The future isn't written yet, and any one of us could be the dark horse. The crowd's blood was set alight. They roared in unison. The future isn't written. We are all dark horses. Qin Yu yelled, "Let me hear that fire." The crowd roared back. The future isn't written. We are all dark horses. Qin Yu shouted, "Why haven't you found a Xiantian token?" The crowd answered, "Because we haven't fought hard enough, and we haven't held on long enough." Qin Yu, "But if we keep fighting," the crowd, "we will succeed." Qin Yu chanted, "Fight, fight, fight." The crowd roared back, "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Qin Yu, "All right, now get out there and keep searching. Maybe hidden in some corner of the sect is a token that slipped through the cracks, one that even that mysterious organization missed." The crowd surged out like a crazed mob. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Yu himself was stunned. He hadn't expected his speech to have such a powerful effect. Those young disciples, sent to the sect's ivory tower in their teens, are just so naive. They're so easy to fool. Senior brother Gao felt Qin Yu was getting a bit off topic, but since his approach had undeniably boosted the guild's morale, he didn't bother saying anything more. "Vice Guild Master Gao, keep up the good work." With a farewell to senior brother Gao, Qin Yu left. The next day, it was the same old story. Only one person found a Mystic Sky token today, too. I think his name is Ji Duoduo. Qin Yu froze. Ji Duoduo. Senior brother Gao looked at Qin Yu, his tone laced with suspicion. "Oh, you know him, Guildmaster? Don't tell me he's another one of your neighbors." "Of course not. I don't have that many neighbors," Qin Yu explained quickly. "We're all menial disciples. Ji Duoduo is in charge of the long corridor, and that's right next to the Maple Leaf Plaza that Li Jingtong manages. That's how we know each other, but we're not that close." "How strange," said senior brother Gao. "The ones who found tokens these past 2 days have both been menial disciples. What a coincidence, wouldn't you say, Guild Master?" Qin Yu detected the hint of suspicion in senior brother Gao's words. "He's starting to suspect me," he thought. From senior brother Gao's perspective, Qin Yu had already been acting strangely. Add to that the fact that acquaintances of his had found the Mystic Sky tokens 2 days in a row, and it was bound to raise suspicion. It was naturally suspicious. "It's definitely not a coincidence," Qin Yu declared at once. Senior brother Gao stared at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with confusion. He had expected Qin Yu to brush it off, but instead, Qin Yu admitted it outright. Qin Yu turned to the crowd. "If one of us menial disciples found a token one day, you could chalk it up to luck. But for it to be one of us 2 days in a row, and I'm willing to bet that if someone finds another one tomorrow, odds are it'll be one of us menial disciples again. I bet you're all wondering why, aren't you?" Everyone nodded in unison. Qin Yu's voice boomed. "We menial disciples are more desperate for those contribution points than anyone. A single Xiantian token can be traded for 100 contribution points. To you outer sect disciples, that's the equivalent of a 3-month stipend. Sometimes, you can earn that much just by taking on a single mission for a month. But what about us menial disciples? We work ourselves to the bone all month, never daring to take a single day of rest, and what do we get for it? A paltry 10 contribution points. We all came to the Xiantian sect for the sake of cultivation. We menial disciples may have less talent, but our hearts, our yearning to seek the Tao, is second to none. But those 10 contribution points are practically nothing. What can 10 points even get you? It's not enough to buy even one qi condensation pill from the apothecary. We lack sufficient cultivation resources, and our time for training is severely limited. Our lives are a constant struggle." Qin Yu had painted a crystal-clear picture of the plight of an ordinary menial disciple. His words resonated with many of the menial disciples in the crowd, who nodded in silent agreement. Oh gods, is my life really this miserable? Someone whispered. What am I supposed to do? I feel like I'm going to cry. The atmosphere immediately grew somber, and the crowd fell into a heavy silence. The silence that followed was more potent than any speech. A light wind gusted past, brushing the hair from Qin Yu's forehead. Then, shattering the stillness, Qin Yu's fiery voice rang out once more. It is precisely because life is so hard for us menial disciples that no one craves cultivation resources more than we do. No one is more desperate to earn contribution points. Finding a single Xintian token is worth an entire year's wages for us. Tell me, wouldn't you risk it all for that? It's that same desperation that drives us, making us more persistent and more tenacious in our search for the Xintian tokens. If we want to make any progress on our path to cultivation, we have no choice but to seize every opportunity with all our might. We have to give it our all, even when the hope of success is just a sliver. Is it any coincidence that menial disciples found the token on both occasions? No. It's proof that we are the ones who need these opportunities the most. We may not be the most talented, but we will never give up. Deep in their hearts, the menial disciples secretly shed a few tears. Even if our talent is ordinary, we'll never back down. The menial disciples won't lose to anyone. This indomitable spirit earned the admiration of the outer sect disciples. Even senior brother Gao felt a little ashamed. The menial disciples really have it tough, and to think I actually doubted them. Sigh? I'm such an idiot. Watching the crowd he had so easily swayed, Qin Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If I had some epic BGM right now, this would be perfect. Senior brother Gao said to Qin Yu, My apologies, leader. I don't mean anything by it, but things yesterday and today felt a bit staged. It's as if that organization knew about our conversation, and this was all an intentional setup. Qin Yu patted senior brother Gao's shoulder and said, Don't worry about it, Vice Leader Gao. I know that everything you do is for the sake of fairness. Besides, we've all sworn an oath. There's no way our conversation could have been leaked. Hold on, someone in the group suddenly called out. Leader, we all swore the oath, but I don't think everyone did. Who? Qin Yu and senior brother Gao asked in unison, turning to the speaker. Under the stares of the crowd, the man raised his hand and pointed at senior brother Gao. It suddenly dawned on everyone. Back then, senior brother Gao had watched them all swear the oath, but he himself had never taken it. Stunned, senior brother Gao looked down at himself and said in disbelief, I didn't take the oath. No. Suspicious glances fell on him from all around. You think I was the one who leaked our conversation to that organization? You actually suspect me. Someone in the crowd replied. We're not accusing you, Vice Leader Gao. We're just stating a fact. Everyone else took the oath. You're the only one who didn't. I can swear it now? It's not too late, is it? Senior brother Gao raised his fist above his head and shouted to the crowd. If I have colluded with that organization in any way, may I be. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a clap of thunder suddenly echoed from the clear sky. Everyone looked up at once. The sky was perfectly clear, with a bright moon hanging high and not a single cloud in sight. Where in the world did that thunder come from? The crowd glared angrily at Vice Chief Gao. Thunder on a clear night? You'd better have an explanation for that. Why'd you stop? Afraid you'd actually get struck down? So you're the mole. No wonder the chief's plans have been failing. You've been sabotaging us this whole time. Gao was speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. I didn't betray the Brotherhood. Senior brother Gao stammered, completely flustered. Then finish what you were saying. Swear a deadly oath and prove it. Fine, I'll swear it. I have not betrayed this Brotherhood, and my conscience is clear. Senior brother Gao raised his fist once more. That's enough. Qin Yu roared. How could the Vice Chief possibly be the traitor? Have you all forgotten how the Vice Chief has racked his brain to come up with our strategies? At least half of our current strategies came directly from him. If he were the mole, why would he have helped us so much? The crowd lowered their heads one by one, falling silent. Are we really going to let one freak clap of thunder negate all of the Vice Chief's contributions and brand him a mole? By that logic, I'm more of a suspect than he is. Those who had just been suspecting senior brother Gao quickly stepped forward to apologize. Our apologies, Chief, Vice Chief. We were reckless. Qin Yu waved his hand. I know you all have the Brotherhood's best interests at heart, he said, his voice softening. But we need to be a unified front against our enemies, not tear ourselves apart from the inside. If Li Jingtong and Ji Duo can find the profound sky token, then so can we. If we push a little harder tomorrow, we might even find 2 or 3. As long as we keep at it and never give up, the Xiantian token will be ours. Everyone roared in unison. Never give up. Fight to the end. Qin yelled, hustle, hustle, hustle. The crowd roared back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Qin said. Everyone head back and get some rest. Save your strength. Tomorrow, I'm counting on you to show me what a Xiantian token looks like with my own eyes. You brought honor to our guild today, and tomorrow, the guild will be proud of you. After the pep talk, the group departed, fired up and full of fighting spirit. Once everyone was gone, Senior Gao grabbed Qin Yu's hand, his eyes welling up with tears. Guild leader, how did you know I wasn't the mole? Qin Yu replied mysteriously, nobody knows moles better than I do. You just don't have the look. Senior Gao was moved beyond words. Guild leader, I just doubted you, and yet you repaid my suspicion with kindness, vouching for me at such a critical moment. Compared to you, I feel so ashamed. Don't be so paranoid, Qin Yu said reassuringly. You have to trust the team first, and then they'll trust you. Senior Gao nodded solemnly. From now on, I go through hell and back for the guild. I swear I'll tear that mysterious organization out by the roots. That's really not necessary. Qin Yu gave an awkward laugh. That organization isn't really in the wrong. They're just competing with us fairly, skill for skill. Senior Gao scratched his head. Sorry, I guess I forgot about that. He added with a wry smile. I've been so caught up in this the last few days, I've started treating them like some kind of imaginary enemy in my head. Man, you really have it out for me, huh? Qin Yu thought. You're probably just exhausted, Qin Yu said. Go get some rest. All right. On the morning of the third day, Qin Yu woke up as usual, but the familiar sound of barking was absent. That's weird, he thought. Why aren't Wang Kai and the others here today? A flicker of unease went through him, and he immediately dove into his sea of souls. In a corner of the sea of souls, Wang Kai's phantom form was curled up, fast asleep. Qin Yu approached and called out in a hushed voice, Wang Kai, Wang Kai, Wang Kai. Wang Kai didn't respond at all. Could he still be offline? Qin Yu blurted out, Sang Biao. Wang Kai's eyes snapped open, and he started barking, woof, woof, woof. Qin Yu was speechless. Why didn't you guys show up today? Qin Yu asked urgently. Wang Kai whimpered pitifully a few times, woof, woof, woof. And then Qin Yu was drawn into an illusion. The sky was still dark. It was the same unnamed path. An alone figure was there again, holding 7 Xiantian tokens, but this time, it was a man. Wang Kai and the other 6 puppies were hiding in the tall grass, lying in ambush. As the man drew near, they suddenly launched a mental attack, trying to pull him into their illusion. The man faltered for just a moment before his immense mental fortitude allowed him to quickly recover. Realizing their mission had failed, Wang Kai and the others were about to flee when the man gave a casual wave of his hand. A force lifted Wang Kai and the other puppies into midair. No matter how much they struggled, their short little legs couldn't move an inch. All 7 puppies were subdued. Through the illusion's imagery, Qin Yu got a clear look at the man's face. It was the elder in charge of the event. They'd really messed with the wrong person this time. I knew something felt off, the elder said. So it was you little rascals causing all the trouble. Holding Wang Kai and the others, the elder demanded. Speak. What did you plan to do with the tokens you stole? Where did you hide them? The 7 puppies immediately clammed up, not making a sound. If you don't talk, the elder threatened, I'm telling your clan leader about this. Hearing this, the 7 puppies only grew more brazen. Wang Kai Sang Biao barked. Woof, woof, woof. Foolish human, he thought. Go on and tell him. I dare you. The elder couldn't understand a word of Wang Kai's barking. Assuming the puppies were just being mischievous, he scolded them. I'll let this slide since you're still young, so I won't punish you for your mistake this time. But this ends now. Don't you cause any more trouble. If you don't listen, I'll have to report this to the sect and have you all locked up until after the spring festival. At these words, Wang Kai and his pack immediately lost their nerve. This is our only chance all year to get stinky tofu. If he locks us up, we're screwed. The vision promptly ended. Qin Yu was startled as he came out of the vision. Wang Kai and his pack had caused such a disaster, yet the elder had let them off with nothing more than a lecture. What in the world was Wang Kai? What kind of spirit beast commanded that much pull? He thought he'd heard the elder mention reporting Wang Kai to his pack leader. Could it be that Wang Kai wasn't some stray, but actually had connections? Don't tell me Wang Kai was one of those legendary triple threat divine pets, powerful bloodline, powerful backing, and powerful abilities? His mind reeling with questions, Qin Yu was about to ask Wang Kai what was going on when he was suddenly plunged into a second vision. In this new vision, dawn was breaking. Wang Kai and his 6 companions were crossing a rope bridge to a small island shrouded in lush greenery. Qin Yu could tell this vision was picking up where the last one left off. The moment the 7 pups set foot on the island, they began to yelp non-stop. Before long, a chorus of barks echoed back from all around them. The strange part was, this time Qin Yu could understand what all the dogs were saying. Did Wang Kai just activate a translator for me? Awesome. Woof, this is bad. Woof, the mission failed. Woof, woof, what happened? What's going on? A cacophony of panicked barks erupted in Qin Yu's ears, a chaotic mess of sound. After a moment, a single, sharp bark cut through the din from deep within the island. Woof, the pack leader is here. The other dogs fell silent instantly. A moment later, a massive dog emerged from the island's interior. This massive dog was built like a tiger, with a pair of wings sprouting from its back. It was rippling with muscle and exuded an extraordinary, vibrant aura. Qin Yu's jaw dropped. He summoned the full extent of his vocabulary to describe the sight before him. Whoa, that's one big dog. The canine chief spoke up. What's all the commotion? Is the sky falling? Wang Kai quickly replied. Chief, the sky isn't falling. The chief continued. If the sky isn't falling, then what's all the shouting about? Wang Kai, our stinky tofu for the day, it's gone. The canine chief froze for a second, then his eyes shot wide open. He roared in disbelief. Didn't you just say the sky wasn't falling? Wang Kai. The canine chief sneered. Wolf, who stole our stinky tofu? Was it that gang of tiger cubs from Beast Taming Peak, or those little lions from Alchemy Peak? I guess we haven't taught them a lesson in 3 days, and now they think they're all that. Dragons have their reverse scale, and we dogs have our stinky tofu. Anyone who touches our clan's supply has a death wish. No, it wasn't them. Wang Kai hurriedly explained. Chief, it wasn't them. It was an outer sect elder. Even those 2 small fries wouldn't dare. The chief roared again. That damn outer sect elder. If he wants stinky tofu, why can't he buy his own? What kind of tough guy steals from us? The canine chief roared furiously. Pups, grab your weapons. We're going to teach him a lesson. Chief, wait, that's not it either. Wang Kai quickly cut him off, saying, Biao, what part of that is wrong? This guy is walking all over us. We have to strike back, and strike back hard. You need to live up to that name, not act like some cowardly mutt. The chief of the Dream Phantom Hounds' eyes darted slyly. He then added, otherwise the name will be given to the bravest hound in the clan. The moment he finished speaking, every dog turned to stare at the chief, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the chief's eyes, who was truly worthy of being the bravest Dream Phantom Hound? Who would be the one to claim such a badass title? The chief of the Dream Hounds then barked. A reward for the great chief of the Dream Hound clan, the bravest, mightiest king of the Dream Hounds. The pack let out a derisive tch. Wang Kai said nothing, remaining silent for a long moment. The clan chief had known for a while that Wang Kai had formed a pact with Qin Yu. At first, he had been vehemently against it. We are the noble Dream Hounds. He's nothing but a lowly servant. The nerve of him, thinking he's worthy of a pact with one of us. But the moment he saw Wang Kai bringing back way more stinky tofu, the chief immediately changed his tune. Holy crap, this stinky tofu really hits the spot. I can feel the ancient bloodline of my ancestors awakening. Arf! If he hadn't known that Qin Yu wouldn't form a pact with any other spirit beasts, the chief would have been tempted to go himself. Wait a minute, I think I already have a pact with the Sect Master. No problem. I'll just take care of the Sect Master first. Then I'll be free to make a new pact. The Peak Lord of Beast Taming Peak, the 6th elder who had spent 200 years studying spirit beasts, once said, the way to a dog's heart is through its stomach. To protect his badass reputation and prove he wasn't a pushover, Wang Kai quickly explained. It wasn't the elder who stole our stinky tofu. We were trying to steal a token from him when he caught us red-handed. We didn't even manage to get it. Chief, don't call me a coward. It's obvious we were the ones in the wrong. The chief's expression changed. Ah, so that's how it was. Qin, you could have sworn he saw a flicker of embarrassment on that canine face. The chief frowned, pacing back and forth among the pack. That damn outer sect elder, he grumbled. He has a whole pile of Xintian tokens. What would it hurt to give us a few? But the Dreamhound chief was just talking tough. If they threw a fit and started a fight just because they couldn't steal something, how could the Dreamhound clan ever save face? We may be dogs, but we're dogs of principle. Looks like our stinky tofu feast is off the table for today. At this, the dogs broke into a chorus of mournful howls. Woof, stinky tofu, we can't go on without you. The chief barked, get your tongues back in your mouths. It's just one piece of stinky tofu. Look at this pathetic display. Then, the chief muttered to himself with a gloat. Good thing I saved half a piece from yesterday. It just goes to show I'm the most visionary one in this pack. A Dreamhound darted forward and yelped. Woof, chief, I have a plan. I can get us that stinky tofu. Spit it out. Every dog's face lit up as if they'd just seen a ray of hope. The Dreamhound said, if we can't snatch the token, then we'll just snatch the... Woof, woof, woof. Just then, the translation function suddenly conked out. Qinyu. From the context, Qinyu could pretty much guess what the little guy was trying to say. If they couldn't get the token, they were definitely coming for the stinky tofu. So I'm the one they're after. Qinyu thought the dog had some nerve, but it wasn't exactly a genius. You're only going to censor that one part. The chief smacked the dog on the head with a paw, then gave it a thorough scolding. A moment later, the translation function came back online. The chief said, if there's no other way, I'll go myself tomorrow. That'll be a sure thing. Chief, that's not a good idea. An older-looking Dreamhound stepped forward. We've already been discovered. If you make a move now, Chief, it would be a direct confrontation with the sect. Looks like there are some smart ones in this dog clan after all, Qinyu mused. The chief paced back and forth anxiously. Then what are we supposed to do? Does this mean we really won't get to eat that stinky tofu? Another dog spoke up. Chief, snatching the Xintian token isn't the only way to get it. We have to remember, the Xintian tokens were scattered and hidden for people to find in the first place. If the sect's disciples can find them, why can't we Dreamhounds? The chieftain of the Dreamhound clan's eyes lit up. That's right. We can go look, too. Besides, it won't matter if anyone sees us. We're playing by the rules. All hounds, hear my command. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Off the island. Find the token. Over 1,000 Dreamhounds swarmed out, a truly spectacular sight. The dreamscape shattered in an instant. Back in his sea of souls, Qinyu saw Wang Kai sitting by his feet, wagging its tail with its tongue lolling out. Qinyu asked teasingly. There was a part one didn't understand just now. Wang Kai, tell me, what were they saying? Wang Kai tilted its head, its eyes darting guiltily to the side. All right, I'll stop teasing you, Qinyu said, then asked, so, what's the status of your Dreamhound clan within the sect? Wang Kai made a few gestures with its paw, trying to show that they were very powerful. Never mind. I'll just go look it up in the scripture pavilion later. So your whole clan is mobilizing to search for the Profound Heaven token? Wang Kai nodded. Do you have any idea where the Profound Heaven token might be hidden? Based on his current understanding of the Dreamhound clan, Qinyu felt a pang of worry. Wang Kai gestured again in front of Qinyu for a moment. I think I get it. You mean you'll just follow the others wherever they go? Not a bad idea. But there aren't that many of you. Your chances of finding it must be pretty slim, right? Even though the Dreamhound clan numbered over 1,000, there were tens of thousands of sect disciples participating in the search. They were vastly outnumbered. Wang Kai barked twice, then pointed to its own nose. You mean your noses are so sharp you can smell the Profound Heaven token? Woof! Wang Kai barked once and nodded. Qinyu was skeptical. Some cultivators already had an acute sense of smell, and others used elixirs to enhance it temporarily. Since no one else seemed to be able to find the Profound Heaven token by scent, Qinyu found it hard to believe the Dreamhounds could. Qinyu wasn't very familiar with Dreamhounds, and he had no idea just how keen their sense of smell was. Maybe these Dreamhounds can really pull off a surprise, he thought. His first instinct was to tell Wang Kai that they could just follow the staff member hiding the token and see where he put it. But he worried that if they were caught, it would give the Dreamhound race a bad name. Forget it. I'll just see how they do first, he muttered to himself. After leaving the Sea of Souls, Qin Yu changed his clothes and headed for the Scripture Pavilion. He planned to look up some information on Dreamhounds first. Qin Yu had just stepped into the Scripture Pavilion when a senior sister called out to him. "Hey, fellow disciple, could you come over and register, please?" Her voice rang out. Qin Yu was puzzled. "Senior sister," he asked, "do we need to register to enter the Scripture Pavilion?" "Not usually," the senior sister replied. "But the all-knowing senior is in seclusion right now, so registration is required." "The all-knowing senior has never gone into seclusion before," she added. "I don't know what's gotten into him lately. This is his second time." "All right then," Qin Yu said with a sigh. After filling out the registration form, Qin Yu asked, "Senior sister, could you tell me which section has the books on Dreamhounds?" "The general introductions are on the first floor, west wing, second shelf," she said. "As for the detailed records, you don't have the clearance to view those yet." "Got it. Thanks, senior sister," Qin Yu said. Qin Yu headed for the west wing, and it wasn't long before he found the books about Dreamhounds on the second shelf. The past and future of Dreamhounds. Mating and racial propagation of the Dreamhound. Dreamhound rearing techniques and their favorite foods. Dreamhound management protocols. Qin Yu stared, dumbfounded, at the more than 20 volumes on Dreamhounds. So many, he thought in astonishment. I'm suddenly starting to miss the all-knowing senior. Qin Yu grumbled internally. Does he really need to go into seclusion this long for one stupid little question? He couldn't help but wonder. Qin Yu picked up The Past and Future of Dreamhounds. The book looked to be over 3,000 pages thick. He couldn't even hold it steady with one hand. The detailed information I need has to be in here, he thought. There's too much to read. I'll just check out the introduction first. Qin Yu flipped open the cover. The first page listed the author, and he skipped right past it. He turned to the second page and froze. Past of the Phantasmal Dreamhound. Unknown. Records of the Phantasmal Dreamhound have existed since the Sect's founding, but I am unaware of its origins. Anyone with this knowledge may record it on the blank pages of this book. Future of the Phantasmal Dreamhound. Also unknown. As for its evolutionary path, should future generations have any research findings, please also preserve them on the blank pages of this book. Thank you. At the bottom of the page, a line of small text read, "Friendly reminder. Don't forget to add your name to the author list on the first page." Qin Yu flipped through the rest of the book. Every single page was blank. That's it. It's done? Over 3,000 pages, and you only wrote on 2 of them? You don't know a damn thing, and you have the nerve to write a book? What the hell is this supposed to be? Qin Yu felt like he'd just stumbled upon a whole new kind of book writing racket. Following this method, he could probably churn out 100 books a day himself. He flipped back to the first page, curious to see which literary giant was behind this so-called masterpiece. First author, Wang Dai, pen name. Second author. Qin Yu had to restrain himself from cursing out loud. His anger level was skyrocketing. You just came up with a title, and you have the gall to list yourself as the first author? The audacity. If you're really that shameless, why not just tear out a blank page from the back and paste it over your name? Qin Yu had lived through 2 lifetimes and met his fair share of people, but this person's shamelessness was in a league of its own. An absolute disgrace to the academic circle of the cultivation world. Wang Dai. And it's a pen name, of course, he muttered. Simply unbelievable. Then again, a thought occurred to Qin Yu. If he were to pull such a scummy move, he wouldn't use his real name either. Doing so would get you cursed so badly you wouldn't find peace even in the afterlife. He glanced at the edges of the book, which were slightly yellowed. He figured it had probably been acquired within the last 100 years. For a book of this quality to make it into the Scripture Pavilion, this Wang Dai must be no ordinary disciple. This guy is probably still alive. Qin Yu clenched his fists, his voice low. You better hope I don't run into you, or I'll shove this blank book right in your face. With that thought, Qin Yu casually pulled a brush pen from his robes. He scratched out the name, Wang Dai, and scribbled in the angler pen name, in big, bold characters. Finished with his work, Qin Yu broke into a satisfied grin. When it comes to being shameless, nobody beats me. My dear Dai, consider today a lesson from me. Ha ha ha. Then, Qin Yu produced another small booklet. He altered the title on the cover from The Path to Immortality, starting with Fishing to the Path to Immortality, starting with purging the academic scoundrels of the cultivation world. It wasn't for any particular reason. Qin Yu simply wanted to immortalize this historic moment. He set aside the past and future of the Dreamhound and picked up Dreamhound Mating and Reproduction. Flipping to the first page, he saw the author was Wang Dai. Qin Yu instantly knew what to expect. Sure enough, the rest of the pages were completely blank. Just like before, Qin Yu changed Wang Dai to the Angler. He did this for a dozen or so more books. Just when Qin Yu thought his efforts were a complete waste of time, he finally found a real book. The Dreamhounds. The book was incredibly thin, only about 20 pages long. It gave a brief overview of the Dreamhound's basic characteristics, exactly the information Qin Yu was looking for. The Dreamhound possesses immense spiritual power and excels at creating illusions. It is the guardian beast of the profound Heaven Sect. Just that first sentence sent shockwaves through Qin Yu's mind. Holy crap, a guardian beast? I actually bonded with the Sect's guardian beast? Qin Yu suddenly felt like a janitor who had somehow managed to run off with the tycoon's daughter. It was absurd, unbelievable. I wonder if the Sect even allows ordinary disciples to form a pact with a Dreamhound? Qin Yu read on. Dreamhounds were of a noble bloodline and possessed an arrogant nature, rarely bonding with humans. An image of several little black puppies, his crystal balls in their mouths and tails wagging at his feet, flashed through Qin Yu's mind. He couldn't help but have his doubts. Arrogant? Where? They were nothing more than a bunch of suck-ups. A cultivator could, at most, keep only one Dreamhound as a companion, because the prideful creatures would never permit their master to take a second one. Qin Yu began to question the book's authenticity. Could it be that the ones I met were all fakes? The Dreamhound clan excelled at fighting as a pack. In large numbers, they could pool their strength, a quantitative change that could trigger a qualitative leap in power. According to the historical annals, the Dreamhound clan had once united to slay a Tribulation Transcendent stage invader. Qin Yu's hand trembled. Holy crap, the Dreamhounds are that strong. One step beyond the Tribulation Transcendent stage was near immortality. In an age without true immortals, a mighty figure at that level was the apex of this world, powerful enough to do as they pleased. No wonder the Dreamhounds were the guardian beasts of the profound Sky Sect. To think they had the power to slay a Tribulation Transcendence expert. And with the profound Sky Sect growing stronger in recent years, the Dreamhound clan must have been expanding its power too. He had no idea just how powerful the clan had become. After the shock wore off, he couldn't contain his excitement. Qin Yu felt as if he could see a big, juicy, no, a glittering golden thigh to cling to appearing right before his eyes. These weren't just customers here for stinky tofu, they were clearly his closest potential allies. If I can just get on the Dreamhound clan's good side, who in the Sect would dare to mess with me in the future? Got a problem? Just you see who's got my back. Can you afford to provoke the Dreamhounds? Closing the book, Qin Yu began to ponder how he could get closer to the Dreamhound clan. Wang Kai couldn't represent the entire clan. At best, he was just an in. To get on good terms with the whole clan, the only way was through his stinky tofu. I can't give them too much stinky tofu though. It's like they say, you don't appreciate what comes easily. They have to complete their tasks first to earn the stinky tofu. That'll make them understand this stuff is hard-earned, a limited resource. Once they finish their tasks, I just have to act a little generous, and they'll be grateful to me. That's how I can slowly earn their favor. I'm so devious. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yu returned to his abode, and a surprise greeted him the moment he pushed open the door. A Dreamhound was already waiting for him, a Shintian token dangling from its mouth. It was quite a bit larger than Wang Kai, and its strength was considered upper middle tier among the Dreamhounds. Qin Yu patted the hound's head and said with a smile, "Hey there, little guy. You did a great job." The Dreamhound recoiled slightly, turning its head away and ignoring him. A mere mortal, daring to touch me, the great Dreamhound? In my eyes, you're nothing but a lowly cook. Qin Yu said, "You're the first Dreamhound to bring back a token today, so I'll give you an extra serving of stinky tofu as a reward. Don't tell the other hounds, all right? This'll be our little secret." Woof! The Dreamhound's tongue immediately lolled out. It broke into a fawning grin and began rubbing affectionately against Qin Yu's leg. You're such a good person. You truly are the most handsome and generous cultivator in the Shantian sect. Go on, pet me. Pet me all you want. Don't hold back. Qin Yu gave its head another pat. We're good friends now, he said. Don't forget the bond we share. Woof woof, call me if you ever need anything. I'd be a real dog if I didn't help you. Qin Yu was secretly delighted. Score one for me. The friendship of a dream hound is mine. Qin Yu fired up his wok, heated some oil, and fried up 2 servings of stinky tofu, which he then offered to the dream hound. Woof woof. The dream hound nudged the jar of chili peppers with its nose. Oh, you like it spicy, do you? All right then, you got it. Qin Yu grabbed a handful of chilies and sprinkled them on top. The dream hound wolfed down its portion, then snatched another and scampered away. After witnessing the illusion, it all clicked for Qin Yu. It didn't matter how much Qin Yu offered, the dream hounds would only take 1 bag back with them. If he only offered 1 bag, they would just nibble on a few pieces as a finder's fee. Before long, 2 more dream hounds trotted up together. Well now, 3 of the 7 tokens have been found. This dreamhound clan is really something else, Qin Yu said with a grin. Nice work. You 2 are tied for first. You're the first 2 dreamhounds to bring me a token, so I made a special bonus reward, 1 for each of you. Keep this between us, all right? Woof woof woof. Yip 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 yip. The 2 dreamhounds were ecstatic. Qin Yu placed 4 portions of stinky tofu in front of them, stroking their heads as he spoke. Consider the extra portion a token of our friendship. If anyone gives me trouble in the future, you guys have my back, right? Both dreamhounds thumped their chests, making a solemn vow. Woof woof woof. We've eaten your stinky tofu today, so we acknowledge you as our master. If anyone dares to mess with you from now on, they'll have to go through us first. Qin Yu couldn't understand what they were barking, but from their 2 pairs of gleaming eyes, he read a single word: loyalty. And just like that, Qin Yu had made 2 new dreamhound friends. One by one, it won't be long before all these dreamhounds are at my disposal. Qin Yu was glad he wasn't a villain otherwise. He could have started plotting his grand raid the den master plan long ago. After seeing them off, 2 new dreamhounds arrived in succession. By now, he had obtained 5 of the 7 profound heaven tokens. As for the last 2 tokens, he'd heard they had already been found by other disciples, so he put them out of his mind. Qin Yu started counting on his fingers. It appears there was an error and the sentence for translation did not come through. I received a system message instead. Please provide the Chinese sentence you would like me to translate. I am ready to craft a nuanced, American English version for your novel. The moment Qin Yu appeared, someone shouted, "The guild leader's here. Let's give him a hand." Clap, clap, clap. A thunderous round of applause immediately broke out. Qin Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, everyone, settle down. Because this is probably the last profound heaven token you'll ever get your hands on this year." Qin Yu composed himself and asked, "So, I heard the guild found 2 profound heaven tokens today." A young man and woman immediately stepped forward from the crowd, each holding a token. They walked up to Qin Yu, bathed in the envious stares of everyone present. "What is this? Are you 2 going to exchange tokens and get married on the spot?" Flanking him, they both grabbed one of his hands and said in unison, "Guild leader, it's all thanks to you. I never would have found this profound heaven token without you." Qin Yu let go of the man's hand, keeping his grip on the woman's, and forced a smile. "Finding these tokens was all due to your own persistence and luck. It had absolutely nothing to do with me." "That's not true at all," the woman cried out. "I was ready to give up yesterday. It was your speech that inspired me to keep going." The man chimed in eagerly, "Same here. Guild leader, if it weren't for you, I'd never have laid a finger on this token," the woman added. "Me too," the man repeated. Qin Yu's smile froze on his face. He desperately wanted to slap himself. This damn mouth of mine. Why the hell did I have to open it and encourage them? I really shot myself in the foot this time. "Oh, and by the way, guild leader," one of them added, "we're both menial disciples." Then the pair turned to the crowd and shouted excitedly, "The guild leader is right. We menial disciples may be short on talent, but hard work really does pay off. Are you 2 making some kind of public vow here? Let's all give it one last push and snatch every last token from that mysterious organization." The crowd roared in unison. "Yeah, don't let that mysterious organization get their hands on a single one." Qin, you're the service disciples, aren't you? If I find out where you're assigned to clean, I'm gonna bring Wang Kai over to take a shit there every single day. Amid the lively atmosphere, Qin addressed everyone with a smile. You all did great today. I hope you can keep this energy up. I'm going to be pretty busy for a while, so starting tomorrow, I won't be attending our gatherings. From now on, the vice chief will be in charge. Qin whole reason for joining this faction was to stop them from running off and snitching to the sect. Now that the Dream Hound had fallen in line, there was no longer any need for him to waste his time here. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chief, we really don't want you to leave. Yeah, what's the vice chief ever done? Is he even worthy of leading our gatherings? Vice Chief Gao, it's fine to praise someone, but do you have to tear me down to do it? All right, that's enough, Qin said. I'm just going into seclusion for a bit, not dying. This faction will always be here. You can all help each other out, and if you need anything, just come find me. Everyone, head back and get some rest for today. We'll keep up the hard work tomorrow. Just as Qin was about to leave, someone shouted, Chief, we haven't done our chant for the day. Qin shouted, Strive, strive, strive. The crowd roared back in unison. Thrive, thrive, thrive. Back in his cave abode, the first thing Qin did was dive into his sea of consciousness. Wang Kai, sang Biao, woof woof. Come over here, I've got some stinky tofu for you. Woof, Wang Kai yipped excitedly, then logged off in a flash. Qin fired up a wok. Just as he finished frying 4 servings of stinky tofu, Wang Kai came tearing in. Woof woof. Wang Kai circled Qin legs, putting on an impossibly cute and fawning display. Stop playing cute. These 2 portions of stinky tofu are for you. You take the other 2 back with you, got it? Wang Kai nodded and immediately started wolfing it down. Qin planned to help Wang Kai quickly raise his status within the pack. The other dream-weaving hounds could only bring 1 portion back, but Wang Kai could take 2. This would naturally make the pack leader favor him, and it would also win him the support of the other hounds. The thought of Wang Kai uniting the entire dream-weaving hound pack. Wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want then? Ha ha ha. A smug, slightly sleazy grin spread across Qin face as he got down to business. Wang Kai, go back and tell your pack. From now on, when you're looking for the Xiantian token, pull everyone present into an illusion first, then take your time searching. The rules never said you couldn't interfere with others looking for the token. Besides, the illusions created by the dream-weaving hounds were incredibly realistic. For the disciples searching for the token inside one, it was no different from searching in reality except, of course, they would never find the real one. It would keep them occupied and content, making it less likely for any real trouble to break out. Qin inwardly praised his flawless plan. Wang Kai finished off both portions of stinky tofu and was about to leave when Qin called out to him again. Qin crouched down and asked, Wang Kai, in terms of cultivator realms, what's your current level of strength? Wang Kai drew a circle on the ground. Golden core, Qin said, astonished. You've actually reached the level of a golden core master? Wang Kai nodded proudly. Qin had always assumed Wang Kai was at the foundation establishment stage at most. He never expected him to be this powerful. So what about your pack leader? Do you know how strong he is? Woof woof. Wang Kai conveyed his meaning while hopping up and down. I don't get it. Just pull me into an illusion and translate it for me directly. Wang Kai tilted its head, shaking it in confusion. Qin sensed something was off. That last illusion, he asked, weren't you the one who translated for me? Wang Kai shook its head again, this time genuinely confused about what Qin was saying. It couldn't have been Wang Kai, could it? Was it the chieftain of the Dreamhound clan? Qin asked, when you created the illusion for me, did your chieftain know about it? Wang Kai shook its head. I don't know, it yelped. Wang Kai barked, its head whipping back and forth like a spinning top. Okay, I get it. So you're saying you don't actually know if your chieftain was aware you were creating the illusion? Qin asked again. Wang Kai nodded. Yes. So that means he knew. Wang Kai was right there with the Dreamhound chieftain at the time, he must have sensed it. It looks like the only way I could have understood their conversation in the illusion was with the chieftain's secret help. Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank God my Wang Kai wasn't the moron who just censored everything back then. Oh right. Qin asked, looking at Wang Kai. Earlier, When I asked you, you darted your eyes away. Was that because you had a guilty conscience? Again, Wang Kai shook its head. No. Whatever. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Qin Yu tried again. Did your chieftain have an ulterior motive for translating for me? Wang Kai just shook its head. It didn't know. Were you a rattle drum in your past life? Is shaking your head all you know how to do? Wang Kai lowered its head, looking utterly dejected. Sigh, just as dumb as Li Zhengtong. Brother Yu, did you call me? Li Zhengtong's voice suddenly came from over the courtyard wall. Qin Yu. Li Zhengtong poked his head over the wall. Huh, what a cute puppy. Brother Yu, did you get a new dog? He then vaulted over his own courtyard wall and said, pinching his nose. Ugh, what is that smell? Brother Yu, did your outhouse explode or something? Qin Yu, anger plus. Seeing the still steaming wok of oil to the side, Li Zhengtong's expression changed. Brother Yu, you're not deep frying shit in here, are you? Qin Yu, anger plus 1 plus 1 plus. No wonder my place has been reeking lately. I thought some prankster was tossing shit into my yard, but it turns out the smell was coming from you. Qin Yu thought Li Zhengtong was acting a little strange today, unusually hyper. He must have eaten something weird. This is stinky tofu, not shit. Stinky tofu? What? Do you make it with shit? Qin Yu took a deep breath and told himself, never argue with an idiot. Stinky tofu has nothing to do with shit. You say one more word of nonsense, and I'll have Wang Kai bite you. Right on cue, Wang Kai bared his tiny puppy teeth. Wang Kai. Li Zhengtong pointed at the puppy, which barely came up to his calf, and doubled over with laughter. This dumb mutt is barely even weaned, and you think it's gonna bite me? Woof woof. Ow my ass. Lord Dog, spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Let go. If you don't let go, I'm gonna have to get rough. Please, Lord Dog, spare me. I was just joking. About half a minute later, Li Zhengtong was huddled in a corner, hugging himself and trembling. Qin Yu handed him a rag and sighed. Wang Kai is at the golden core stage. Of all the things to provoke, you had to go and provoke him. Li Zhengtong looked utterly defeated, on the verge of tears. Brother Yu, why didn't you tell me sooner? Wang Kai and I have important business to discuss. Don't move, just stay over there. Brother Yu, I'm just going to head back and change my clothes then. Li Zhengtong hopped back over the wall and scurried home. Qin Yu refocused his attention, carefully recalling the conversations from the dreamscape. The Dream Phantom Hounds clan leader kept mentioning stinky tofu. Is he hinting that I should add more of it? It can't be that simple, can it? Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu. Is your clan leader after your name? Hearing this, Wang Kai reacted as if it were a major crisis, gesturing wildly and barking non-stop. Whoa, slow down with the gestures. I can't understand a thing you're trying to say. Brother Yu, what Wang Kai's trying to say is that his whole clan wants his name, especially the clan leader. When Qin Yu turned around, he saw Li Zhengtong, freshly changed, about to hop the wall. Why climb the wall when there's a perfectly good gate? Li Zhengtong grinned. It's faster this way. Qin Yu turned to Wang Kai. Everyone in your clan wants your name? Wang Kai nodded pitifully. He was practically walking on thin ice back in his clan. One wrong move, and the chieftain could take his name and bestow it upon someone else. Doesn't your chieftain have a name of his own? Why is he so fixated on yours? Wang Kai nodded, then shook its head. What's that supposed to mean? Qin Yu asked. He means the chieftain does have a name, Li Zhengtong explained. He's just not happy with it. Qin Yu turned back to Li Zhengtong. You can actually understand him? Li Zhengtong let out a soft sigh, tilting his head to gaze at the sky. It's not that I truly understand him, he said, but I've studied a little spirit-beast behaviorism. It allows me to interpret their general meaning. Impressive, right? Wang Kai, was he right? Wang Kai nodded, shooting Li Zhengtong a sideways glance. Woof woof, the kid's not so bad. Guess he's got his uses. I'll hold off on biting him, for now. Much appreciated, brother dog. Li Zhengtong laughed. Qin Yu stared, completely baffled, as Wang Kai and Li Zhengtong exchanged knowing glances. Why do I feel like I'm the deaf one in this conversation? What are you two talking about? Oh, nothing much, Li Zhengtong said. Brother dog was just saying I'm not so bad, and he'll stop biting me from now on. But seriously, all he did was bark twice. How'd you get all of that from just a couple of barks? Spirit-beast behaviorism isn't about spoken language, Li Zhengtong said. It's about interpreting their actions and body language. but I didn't see Wang Kai make a single move. Qin Yu decided to get back to the main point. Wang Kai, what's your chieftain's name? Woof woof, Li Zhengtong announced. Wang Kai says his chieftain's name is Dog Egg. Puff Dog Egg. Qin Yu sputtered, trying to hold back a laugh. Well, that's certainly a memorable name. That's not right. Qin Yu looked at Li Zhengtong and suddenly asked, You're telling me you figured out the name Gooden just from a spirit beast's movements? He continued, Out with it. You can talk to spirit beasts, can't you? Li Zhengtong's eyes darted away as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Ga but. Qin Yu shouted, Wang Kai's sick him. Wait, let me give him a body-tempering pill first. Then you can bite him. That particular pill had a side effect. It made the user's skin so sensitive that the slightest touch was excruciating. Li Zhengtong immediately started begging for mercy. Brother Yu, I admit it. I can understand what Wang Kai says. But I can't understand all spirit beasts, only the canine ones. Qin Yu said, Should have just said so in the first place. Li Zhengtong explained in a low voice. It's a little family secret. My dad told me not to tell anyone. Please, Brother Yu, you have to keep this to yourself. Qin Yu smiled. Don't worry. I'm the Xintian sect's resident deadmouth. Li Zhengtong asked, What does that mean? It means that when a secret gets to me, it dies in my mouth. Qin Yu explained. It goes no further. Hence, deadmouth. Since it was a Li family secret, Qin Yu didn't press the matter. All right, since you can talk to Wang Kai, you can be our translator for a bit. Li Zhengtong replied. As you command. Qin Yu turned to Wang Kai. I get it. I can understand why your clan leader is so desperate for a new name. How about this? I'll give your clan leader a new name. That way, he'll stop obsessing over yours. Li Zhengtong translated. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Qin Yu was speechless for a moment. Wang Kai, too, fell silent. Qin Yu smacked Li Zhengtong on the back of the head. Are you an idiot? Your job is just to translate. Oh, Li Zhengtong said. I thought Wang Kai couldn't understand you either. Qin Yu tore off a piece of paper. After a moment's thought, he wrote down a single word on it. Scar. Take this back to your patriarch. It's a name I've chosen for him. See what he thinks. If he accepts this name, he'll owe me one. And down the line, if he doesn't pass the patriarch's title to Wang Kai, how could he even show his face? Qin Yu let out a sly chuckle. He wasn't worried the patriarch of the Dream Phantom Hounds would refuse the name. After all, you'd be hard-pressed to find a worse name for a dog than Gooden. Seriously, what kind of genius gives the great patriarch of the Dream Phantom Hounds a name like that? Even Lai Fu would have been a massive improvement over Gooden, deep within the back mountains. Inside a cave bristling with seals, an old man clad in rags, emaciated, his breath barely a whisper, snapped his eyes open. Achoo! One sneeze means someone is thinking of you. Two means they're cursing your name. The old man glanced toward the mouth of the cave, his voice a dry rasp. Thousands of years have passed. Who would even remember me? Achoo! He drew a sharp breath. Twice? So they're cursing me now. With Li Zhengtong there to translate, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to ask his questions. Wang Kai, how powerful is your patriarch right now? Woof woof. Li Zhengtong translated. Wang Kai says his patriarch is the strongest in the world. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Well, that was a waste of a question. All right, Wang Kai, you can head back now. Woof woof. He says okay, Li Zhengtong relayed. Clutching 2 servings of stinky tofu and the slip of paper in his mouth, Wang Kai scampered off, his tail wagging furiously. With such a haul this time, he thought, the ladies are going to go wild for me. After Wang Kai left, Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong. So what's with you today? You seem pretty fired up. Li Zhengtong definitely seemed a little too hyper today, Qin Yu thought. You nailed it, Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong said, beaming. I finally managed to set up a formation today. You did. Qin Yu was genuinely happy for his friend. Li Zhengtong had been buried in talisman research for a while now, just drilling the fundamentals. Finally, it was time to lay out the array. Where'd you put that array of yours? Does it really do what you said it would? Qin Yu asked. It's right in my yard. With that, Li Zhengtong started to climb over the courtyard wall. You love climbing walls so much, why don't you just knock a hole in it? Wouldn't that be easier? Qin Yu huffed. Li Zhengtong replied earnestly. I can't do that. Brother Yu, that smell of fried? No, stinky tofu coming from your yard. I can't stand it. Let's just not break down the wall. Qin Yu was at a loss for words. Qin Yu hopped over the wall and saw the array Li Zhengtong had laid out. The array took up half the yard. In the center was a paper talisman, serving as the array's core. This is called an anti-gravity array. It reduces the gravity of anything inside it by over 90%. The moment Qin Yu stepped inside, he felt his body become incredibly light. A gentle hop sent him soaring high into the air. If we could make this array portable, we'd be able to move so much faster. I can't do that yet, Li Zhengtong said. Hey, no rush. One step at a time. Anyway, congratulations are in order today. How about I whip you up a celebratory batch of my special, secret recipe, stinky tofu? Li Zhengtong shook his head frantically. Brother Yu, can we pick another gift? Sure, Qin Yu said cheerfully. I just concocted a new type of alchemical pill. Want one of those instead? Li Zhengtong froze on the spot. After a moment, he stammered. Brother Yu, just how big is a batch of stinky tofu? Could you maybe make it a small one? Look at you. I'm just messing with you. Go catch a few fish, and I'll grill them up for us tonight. But brother Yu, the river's frozen solid. Ever heard of ice fishing? The event entered its 6th day. Many people were up at the crack of dawn, crowding into the central plaza to wait for the day's clue. 2 people had found tokens the day before, which was a huge motivator for everyone. Everyone figured that if others could find something, so could they. It was business as usual. The announcer would call out a clue, and a great wave of people would charge in that direction. Only with the final 2 clues did the crowd finally begin to thin out, scattering in every direction. But no matter which way they went, a dream phantom hound was always lurking in the shadows behind them. After a full day of searching, the guild members dragged their weary bodies back to the rendezvous point. Anyone find a token today? Not that I've heard. At any rate, there was nothing over at the West Gate Bridge. We came up empty too. We tore the whole plaza apart and still didn't find a single token. Damn it, don't tell me some mysterious organization snatched them all up again. I really miss the guild master. Without him, there's no spirit in our rallying cries. While everyone's spirits were low, the guild master was off to the side, humming a little tune as he slowly polished the 7 tokens he'd collected that day. This method of mine works like a charm. The world of cultivation isn't all about fighting and killing. At critical moments, you have to use your head. Knowledge is power, too. Meanwhile, the outer sect elder had summoned all the staff members for the event. Can someone tell me why the Dream Phantom Hounds are so damn fixated on the profound heaven tokens this year? Everyone stared at the ground. No one said a word. So what are we supposed to do now? Can anyone give me an answer? Who the hell set the rules for this event? Why weren't spirit beasts banned in the rules? Why didn't it explicitly state that no one is allowed to interfere with another person's search? Couldn't you even come up with these most basic rules? Again, the crowd kept their heads bowed, utterly silent. All of you, look up. Answer me. Whoever set these rules doesn't dare to own up to it now. Is that it? Someone whispered, Elder, I believe you set the rules yourself. The outer sect elder fell silent. Stop staring at me, all of you. Put your heads down and start thinking. I don't have a magic bullet for this. What if we just go straight to the inner sect and file a complaint? Someone suggested tentatively. No, absolutely not. The outer sect elder rejected the idea flatly, his tone resolute. The inner sect is swamped right now. If we go to them with such a trivial matter, won't that just make us look completely incompetent? More like it makes you look incompetent, elder. Everyone thought to themselves. Then how about we just add a few more rules? That's even worse, the elder snapped. What do you think this is, child's play? This event involves tens of thousands of disciples. If we just change the rules on a whim, what do you think they'll say about us later? They'll say we're fickle and indecisive. They'll say we have no credibility, that we didn't think things through. How will any of you be able to show your faces then? What does where you put your face have to do with us? They all grumbled internally. That approach is a non-starter. Think of something else, everyone. Elder, if all else fails, why don't you go to Beast Tamer Peak? You could offer the 6th elder a little something. Ask him to seal away the phantasm hounds for a while. That's a god-awful idea. The elder shook his head so vigorously it was like a rattle. The phantasm hounds are divine beasts. You think you can just seal them away whenever you feel like it? Besides, those hounds are obsessed with the profound heaven tokens right now. What do you think will happen when they finally get out and come looking for revenge? Just imagine it. You wake up one morning and your entire doorstep is covered in dog shit. And they're phantasm hounds. They can use illusions to hide it. You won't even know it's there until you step right in it. Do you have any idea how soul-crushing that feels? A beat of silence fell over the group. Elder, someone finally asked, forgive me for being blunt, but how do you know all this in such excruciating detail? The elder's face darkened. It's because I have a friend this happened to. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Enough of this nonsense. Get your heads together and figure out how to handle this. The room fell silent. The elder flopped back into his chair, starting to question his very existence. My life, Wang Ingjuan's life, has been nothing but smooth sailing. I was discovered to have supreme spiritual roots as a child, and my cultivation path has been filled with endless fortunate encounters. You could say I rode the wind to success, becoming the youngest outer sect elder of the Xiantian sect in one fell swoop. But my luck ran out 2 months ago when I failed my breakthrough to the integration stage. The grand elder of the outer sect, worried I'd be moping around, assigned me to a spring festival event to clear my head and relax a bit. I deliberately chose the simplest project, one that had never had any issues in previous years. It was supposed to be a total cakewalk, a formality to go through the motions. Who would have thought that just a few days in, problems would start popping up one after another? Sigh. Why is my luck so rotten this year? I can't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, is targeting me. Could it be? Elder Wang Ingjun's eyes flew open. Was it that time back in September? When I disguised myself as a commoner and went down to the town for some tofu pudding, and someone put a hex on me. The first bite was sweet. Could that have been the moment my good fortune was broken? How bizarre, how utterly bizarre. Elder, someone finally broke the stalemate. I believe this is a time for governing by non-action. What did that mean? It meant do nothing. Since the rules permit spirit beasts to participate and allow them to interfere with others' search for tokens, then the Dream Phantom Hound's actions aren't a problem. Why should we interfere? Someone else retorted, easy for you to say. But those disciples can't find any tokens day after day. It'd be a miracle if they didn't raise a fuss. I disagree. They're causing trouble because they think it's our fault they can't find the Xiantian tokens. We just need to tell them the truth, redirect their anger, and they'll naturally stop coming to us with their complaints. Elder Wang Ingjuan's eyes lit up. You're right. We just need to tell them the truth and let them figure out how to deal with the Dream Hounds on their own. The Dream Hounds might mess with people trying to find the token, but we can mess with them right back. If they can't find the Mystic Sky token, it just means they aren't good enough. It's got nothing to do with us. Elder Wang Ingjun immediately agreed to the plan. Of course, the plan wasn't without its drawbacks. The most obvious one was that it would discourage disciples from participating in the event next year. Then again, I'm only running this event for 1 year. What happens next year? Not my problem. The 7th day of the event arrived. I've got it. The clue must be pointing to Starlight Avenue. 2 disciples from the Tumu Pavilion walked side by side. Old Wang, don't you think the sect has lost its mind, letting the Dream Hounds join a perfectly good event like this? The other disciple, also called Old Wang, grumbled in agreement. You're right. How are ordinary disciples like us supposed to compete with the sect's guardian beasts? Both of them had the surname Wang, so everyone just called them Old Wang. Old Wang said, the way I see it, the sect doesn't even want us to find the Mystic Sky token. The other Old Wang added, we don't stand a chance against the Dream Hounds head-on, but that doesn't mean it's completely hopeless. Old Wang, if you have a plan, just spit it out. Don't hold back. Old Wang lowered his voice. The Dream Hounds can pull us into illusions. There's really no way around that. But the Dream Hounds have a fatal flaw, they're not very bright. The other Old Wang asked in confusion, you need brains to find the Mystic Sky token? Of course you do. How are you supposed to figure out where the Mystic Sky token is hidden if you don't use your head? The Dream Hounds don't have human intelligence. If they want to find the Mystic Sky token, their only option is to blindly follow the crowds. And that's something we can use to our advantage. Let's take a shortcut. We just have to get a head start on the main group and find the token before the Dream Hounds arrive. The other Lao Wang quickly chimed in. Great idea. That's a brilliant move. Let's avoid the main road. I know a path that cuts through Bright Moon Square. It'll shave off at least 15 minutes. All right. The 2 Lao Wangs dashed off, arriving at Bright Moon Square in no time. Bright Moon Square under construction. Authorized personnel only. Please use detour. We apologize for the inconvenience. Due to the complexity of this project, construction is expected to last for 3 months. We apologize for the inconvenience. The Civil Engineering Pavilion. Due to ongoing complications, construction is now expected to take an additional 3 months. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please use the detour. Seeing the signs, the 2 disciples from the Civil Engineering Pavilion stopped dead in their tracks. One of them asked, "When did they even start working on Bright Moon Square? And for this long? How come I haven't heard a peep about it?" The other Lao Wang shook his head. "I have no idea. Doesn't ring a bell at all. Whatever. Finding the tokens is the priority right now. We can figure this out later." Right. The pair detoured around the construction site and hurried off. The delay meant they were now only a few minutes ahead of the main group. As a result, they were still overpowered by the Dream Hounds and met with a bitter defeat. 7 more tokens in the bag today. Sweet. Back in his chambers, Qin Yu neatly arranged the tokens he was holding. Counting today's haul, I've got 43 tokens now. The sect had a rule. Anyone who collected 10 or more tokens would be rewarded with a spirit tool. However, each person could only claim 1 spirit tool, so Qin Yu planned to give 10 tokens each to Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. That way, the 3 of them could each claim a spirit tool, but that left him with a lot of extra tokens, which seemed like a waste. Qin Yu began to wonder how he could turn the surplus tokens into something of even greater value. Theoretically, 10 tokens per person is the sweet spot. Anything over that is just a waste. But I don't have that many people. Qin Yu had other friends, like Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu, but he wasn't as tight with them as he was with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. If those 3 were to leak what he was up to, life in the outer sect would become impossible for him. It was a risk Qin Yu wasn't willing to take. Sigh. Having too many tokens is its own kind of headache. Qin Yu felt a pang of frustration. 2 bad spirit beasts weren't part of the sect's contribution point system. They couldn't be exchanged for points. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu, and a smile crept across his face. I know what to do with the extra tokens. The 8th day of the event. On this day, Qin Yu collected 6 tokens. And it also happened to be the first day of open conflict between the human cultivators and the Dream Hounds. The Xiantian Sect Evening Post covered the story in detail. Upon learning yesterday that the Dream Hounds had also joined the Find the Xiantian Tokens event, the quick-witted human cultivators immediately launched a counter-offensive, devising numerous strategies to deal with them. Among them, one guild has achieved a commanding lead. Interviews revealed that the guild's vice leader designed a multi-pronged interference strategy. The plan takes full advantage of their superior numbers. As per the guild's deployment, no matter where the clue points, members are always sent scattering in all directions, thereby drastically thinning out the Dream Hound's forces. Furthermore, this guild was the first organization to publicly declare its unity. Their division of labor is clear. There are roaming teams responsible for running interference on the Dream Hounds, specialized non-directionally challenged navigators who quickly map out routes, and designated searchers, said to have eyes in the back of their heads, tasked with finding the tokens. Guild members share both hardship and reward. After converting the tokens they find into contribution points, the points are divided equally among all members. It is precisely because of their advanced strategy and seamless teamwork that the only token to appear today was claimed by this very guild. As he read the report, Qin Yu was filled with regret. I knew I shouldn't have spared that gal fellow. In the wake of this incident, numerous gangs of all sizes have sprung up in the outer sect of the Xiantian sect. Some boast hundreds of members, while others have only a handful. However, these gangs are chaotic. Their members all have their own agendas, and infighting and scheming are rampant as they go through a period of adjustment. This reporter made a point of asking some members why they appear so unified. The answer was surprisingly unanimous. We have a great leader. No one can say for sure who this leader is, yet he has somehow managed to unite so many people into a single force. We will continue to bring you updates on this developing story. Putting down the newspaper, Qin Yu wasn't surprised. He had long anticipated a counterattack from the human cultivators, but he wasn't worried. Compared to the human cultivators, his Dream Days hounds held an absolute advantage. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were useless. He figured that if even he, with all his cleverness, couldn't think of a counter-strategy, then no one else stood a chance. The vast majority of the Xiantian tokens will ultimately fall into my hands, the hands of the great Emperor Qin Yu. With the 6 tokens he'd acquired today, he now had a total of 49. That should be enough. Tomorrow, I'll begin Phase 2 of the plan. Day 9 of the event. Before dawn, Qin Yu got Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, and together they lugged a small wooden table to the front of the law enforcement team's headquarters. "Brother Yu, what did you bring us here for?" Li Zhengtong asked. Qin Yu lowered his voice. "I've got something big planned for today, and I need your help." "Something big?" Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up, his interest clearly piqued. Qin Yu said to them, "Today, you're going to be my bodyguards. Your job is to keep me safe." Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji puffed out their chests and nodded. "No problem. All right then. Swallow these 2 pills first." Qin Yu pulled 2 strength pills from within his robes. The 2 men's faces fell the instant they saw the pills. "Brother Yu, I thought we were supposed to be protecting you. Why do we need to take these pills?" Qin Yu jabbed a finger at them. "Are you serious? Take a look at yourselves. You're a couple of scrawny runts. I'm already at the 6th level of Qi refining. What am I going to do with a level 2 and a level 3 protecting me?" Li Zhengtong forced an awkward laugh. "Brother Yu, it's not like taking these pills will make us that much stronger." Li Zhengtong was already scarred by his past experiences with Qin Yu's pills. He would do anything to get out of taking them. "If you turn into gorillas, at least you'll look the part. Talk about an intimidation factor. Relax, they're just strength pills. Nothing exotic. When have I ever led my brothers astray?" Li Zhengtong mumbled. "Well." Xiaoji swallowed nervously. "Right. No one's around. Take them now. After we're done, I'll give you each a few hundred contribution points for your trouble." "Fine." Li Zhengtong reluctantly picked up a pill and forced it down. Xiaoji was just about to take the other pill when he heard Li Zhengtong cry out in agony. "Itchy. I'm itching to death." Li Zhengtong thrashed on the ground, cackling bizarrely as he scratched himself all over, screaming without end. It was an exceptionally bizarre sight on the empty street. The sight scared Xiao Ji so badly that he dropped the pill without even realizing it. "Oh crap." Qin Yu slapped his forehead. "My mistake. I gave you the wrong one. I think that was a qi condensation pill." Qin Yu quickly pressed a sequence of pressure points on his body, finally snapping Li Zhengtong out of the maddening itch. "My bad. I'll be sure to check carefully this time." After a bit of cajoling and a few threats from Qin Yu, the 2 finally swallowed the real strength pills, transforming into a pair of hulking black gorillas. Qin Yu nodded, satisfied. "There we go. Now that's what I call an intimidation factor. When we get a customer, all you 2 have to do is stand by my side and flex." Qin Yu propped up a wooden table and casually tossed 20 Xiantian tokens onto its surface. Xiao Ji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He'd known for a while that Brother Yu had plenty of Xiantian tokens, but to see them tossed around like scrap metal was still a shocking sight. Next, Qin Yu pulled out a black cloth and wrapped himself up so thoroughly that even his own enemies wouldn't have recognized him. "Now, we just wait for that big spender to take the bait." The sun climbed higher in the sky, and the streets slowly began to bustle with activity. Shops in the marketplace began to open, and the disciples setting up for the day started arranging their stalls. At first, no one noticed the small, inconspicuous stall that had popped up next to the law enforcement hall. It wasn't until a member of the law enforcement team passed by on his way to his post that he happened to glance in that direction. How strange. The team member's curiosity was instantly piqued. The law enforcement team had an imposing air, and the hall itself was like the principal's office, a place everyone usually steered clear of. As a result, foot traffic was sparse, and no one ever dared to set up a stall there. Curious, the team member looked over, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the 2 gorillas standing behind the stall. Spirit beasts. Could they be disciples from Beast Tamer Peak? Weren't they confined for 6 months? How are they out so soon? Then, his gaze shifted to the stall owner. Wrapped up so tightly and in such an out-of-the-way spot. He's definitely afraid of being recognized. He immediately strode toward the stall for a final confirmation. If they really were from Beast Tamer Peak, he would report them on the spot. Everyone knew that the disciples of Beast Tamer Peak had few friends in the outer sect. Most people were hostile toward them. As the team member reached Qin Yu's stall, his mouth dropped open before he could even get a word out. Fellow disciple, care to buy a Xiantian token? Qin Yu used his spiritual energy to alter his voice, making it sound unnaturally gruff. Are these all Xiantian tokens? The enforcer's eyes widened, and he kept turning the Xiantian tokens over and over in his hands. Don't tell me you're the leader of that mysterious organization. After Qin Yu's faction rose to prominence, the theories about it had spread like wildfire. But the theory evolved. At first, the prevailing thought was that an organization composed entirely of the children of fortune had found most of the tokens. When the Dreamhound appeared, that theory changed. The mysterious organization was controlling the Dreamhound to find the Xiantian tokens. And so, the consensus became that this mysterious organization held the majority of the tokens. With a self-deprecating laugh, Qin Yu said in his coarse voice, "Heh, I'm just a grunt." The remark was as good as a confirmation that the mysterious organization existed. Staring at the pile of Xiantian tokens, the enforcer knew instantly that Qin Yu couldn't possibly be an outer sect disciple from Beast Taming Peak. Daring to sell Xiantian tokens from a stall was unheard of in the Xiantian sect. It was guaranteed to attract a massive amount of attention and become the center of a spectacle. The bunch from Beast Taming Peak didn't have the guts for a stunt like this. The member of the enforcement squad asked, "Are these Xiantian tokens for sale?" Qin Yu shrugged. "Well, there's no rule against it." The enforcer thought for a moment. "So how are you selling them?" "I wouldn't mind buying one for the bragging rights." "I'm not selling them one by one. You have to buy 10 at a time." "10? I don't have that many contribution points." The enforcer offered a friendly tip. "It's pretty quiet here. You'd have better luck setting up your stall over at the market." Qin Yu smiled. "As long as it's safe, I'm good. The last thing I need is to get robbed." "Besides," he added, "good merchandise sells itself. I'm not worried about a shortage of customers for something like this." That's when it clicked for the enforcer. An act as sensational as selling Xiantian tokens was bound to cause a massive stir. The mere rumor that someone from the mysterious organization had shown up was enough to draw a crowd. "All right then, you just focus on your business. If any trouble starts, just give the law enforcement team a shout." The officer's tone was courteous. He was clearly trying to get on Qin Yu's good side. The law enforcement team wouldn't dare cross them. The fact that the mysterious organization could command Dream Phantom Hounds was reason enough. "Thanks, brother." After the officers left, a trio of men happened to pass by. The moment they saw Qin Yu selling the Xiantian tokens, they let out a yelp and took off running without a second glance. Before long, a huge crowd was swarming in their direction. "Whoa, they're really selling Xiantian tokens. Look how many there are. How much must they be worth? Unbelievable. The tokens nobody could find are all right here." Amid the gasps of awe, one man pointed at Qin Yu and started yelling, "You bastard! What's your organization called? What kind of guts does it take to hide in the shadows? Come out and face us if you dare. My guild master alone could wipe you all out." Listening to the voice, Qin Yu thought it sounded familiar. Holy crap, isn't that Senior Brother Gao? Looks like this Senior Brother Gao really hates that mysterious organization down to his bones. Stop wasting your breath on him. Just rip that black cloth off his head, and let's see what the person who's been messing with us looks like. At the shout, one of them immediately lunged forward, ready to make a move. Just then, Li Jingtong and Xiao Ji both let out a snort through their noses and took a single, heavy step forward. Their strength had once been average, but in their new chimpanzee forms, they stood a towering 8 feet tall. Coupled with their bulging muscles and ferocious expressions, the sense of pressure they gave off was immense. One look was enough to tell you they weren't to be trifled with. Li Jingtong and Xiao Ji glared out at the crowd. The man who'd charged forward flinched, quickly pulling back his outstretched hand and scratching his head in embarrassment. Just an itchy scalp." Qin Yu stepped forward and yelled to the crowd, "The Xiantian tokens belong to whoever finds them. Those are the rules. Since the sect hasn't stepped in, that means we haven't broken any rules. You couldn't find the tokens because you're just not good enough. So why are you still here making a scene? If you suck, then practice more. Don't play the hero if you can't handle the loss." "Got it. You got the illusory hounds to help you." "How shameless," someone in the crowd yelled. Qin Yu sneered. "The illusory hounds are the sect's guardian beasts, and they're available to everyone. If you've got the skills, go ask them to help you find the tokens. The resources are the same for all of us. Just because you can't use something, you think others shouldn't be able to either? Does everyone have to accommodate you? Just because someone trains faster than you, do they have to stop and wait for you? The accuser's face flushed crimson, and he stood there, utterly speechless. In the crowd, Senior Brother Gao gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Such a sharp tongue, he thought. It looks like the only way to deal with him is for the chief to step in personally. Having silenced the crowd, Qin Yu grabbed a handful of tokens and slammed them onto the table. They clattered against one another with a crisp, sharp sound. If any of you have an issue with this, feel free to report me. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to sell these Xiantian tokens. How are you selling them? Someone immediately asked. 10 tokens per set. Each set costs 2,000 contribution points. A stout man in the crowd roared with laughter. Are you insane? 10 tokens are only worth 1,000 contribution points. But you're asking for 2,000? Who's going to fall for that? If you actually manage to sell them, I'll twist my own head off and let you kick it like a ball. I'll buy them. A loud, steady voice rang out from the crowd. The stout man whirled around, glaring. Who's the blind fool that dares to cross me? Are you tired of living? The crowd automatically parted, creating a path. A man walked out, dressed in a crimson, flame-patterned robe and wearing golden boots of profound fire. Upon seeing the man, the stout man immediately lowered his head. Zhou, Brother Zhou, I didn't even recognize you. A murmur rippled through the crowd, and someone exclaimed, It's Zhou Shuhai from the Alchemy Peak. Has he lost his mind? Spending 2,000 contribution points on 10 profound sky tokens. More money than sense. What do you know? Do you have any idea what collecting 10 profound sky tokens is for? Don't just spout nonsense. What are they for? The crowd asked curiously. The man paused, milking the crowd's anticipation before saying slowly, To win the heart of your Dao companion, of course. Haven't you all heard the saying that just blew up yesterday? If you love her, give her 10 profound sky tokens this winter. Hearing this, Qin Yu knew his efforts from the day before had paid off. A bit tired today, so I'll be skipping a chapter. I'll make it up tomorrow. As their speculation grew more and more absurd, Senior Brother Gao couldn't help but interject. Have you all forgotten? If a single person gathers 10 profound sky tokens, the sect will reward them with an additional spirit artifact. At his words, a wave of realization washed over the crowd. The sect had indeed established this reward, but as the older disciples knew, it seemed no one had ever actually managed to claim it. Only a little over 100 tokens were released for the event in total, while at least 10,000 disciples participated each year. On average, the chance of any single person finding even one was only about 1%. Forget one person collecting 10, it was nearly impossible to gather that many even with a whole group searching together. The task was practically impossible. Over time, most people had all but forgotten about the reward. It wasn't until Senior Brother Gao spelled it out that the crowd understood why Qin Yu dared to ask for the steep price of 2,000 contribution points for 10 tokens. That extra 1,000 contribution points was essentially the price for a spirit artifact. Zhou Shuhai walked up to the stall, decisively took out his identity token, and said, I'll take the set. Is this alchemist made of money, or what? Qin Yu thought to himself. At first, he worried the price of 2,000 contribution points would be too steep for anyone to afford. But as it turned out, he had underestimated the crowd's financial resources. Next time, I can definitely set a higher price. Qin Yu took out his own identity token, which was also wrapped in black cloth. The two tokens tapped lightly, and 2,000 contribution points were instantly transferred to Qin Yu's token. The deal was done, just like that. Zhou Shuhai picked up the 10 tokens and left without a backward glance. After he was gone, the crowd immediately began to buzz with conversation. What grade of spirit artifact do you think the sect will give? Is it even worth 1,000 contribution points? Spirit artifacts were categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Each tier was further subdivided into low, medium, and high grades. Zhou Shuhai is making a huge gamble. 1,000 contribution points is enough to buy a high-grade yellow tier artifact. If the sect only rewards him with a medium or low-grade one, he's going to lose out big time. Someone offered their analysis. I don't think the sect's reward will be shabby. At worst, it'll be a high-grade yellow tier, but it's more likely to be a mystic tier artifact. So, spending 2,000 points on 10 Xiantian tokens is practically a surefire profit. Then why aren't you rushing to buy them? Are you kidding? Where am I supposed to get 2,000 contribution points? A few of us could pitch in and lend them to you. No way, I'll pass. What if I end up losing money on the deal? The crowd fell silent. While everyone was caught up in the spectacle, Senior Brother Gao was frowning in deep thought. Just as that person said, the Sect's reward is unlikely to be anything shabby, Senior Brother Gao thought to himself. Besides, the difficulty of one person acquiring 10 Xiantian tokens is extremely high. And usually, the greater the challenge, the more lavish the reward. The Sect will most likely award a Mystic Tier artifact outright, he calculated. Even the lowest grade Mystic Tier artifact has a market value of around 2,000 contribution points. The faction has close to 100 members. If everyone chips in 20 contribution points, we can pool enough to buy 10 Xiantian tokens. If the Sect is really giving out low-grade profound artifacts, one of these could sell for at least 2,000 contribution points. That's a net profit of 1,000, a return of nearly 50%. Sure, there's a risk, but with a return this high, it's worth a shot. Senior Brother Gao made up his mind instantly. Who could make more finding tokens than they could by reselling them like this? Senior Brother Gao hurriedly pushed his way to the front of the line. How many tokens do you have left? Qin said, just the last 10. Senior Brother Gao asked, can you hold them for me? I need to go get the points. Qin replied tactfully, I'm afraid I can't do that. But you can make a reservation. When we get more in stock, you'll have first priority. Since they were acquaintances, Qin felt he should look out for him a little. Deal. Senior Brother Gao brightened up. So how do I make a reservation? A 10-point deposit. If we don't end up selling any more Xiantian tokens, you'll get the full 10 points back. But if we do, and you decide not to buy, the deposit is non-refundable. Don't pay up. It's a scam, someone in the crowd quickly warned. Yeah, look how he's all bundled up. If he decides to take off, you'll never find him. Senior Brother Gao scoffed, dismissing the warning. An organization that can sell 20 tokens at once? You think they care about a measly 10 contribution points? Without a moment's hesitation, Senior Brother Gao paid the deposit. We'll be back to sell more at dawn in 5 days. Same place. Senior Brother Gao nodded. Got it. Senior Brother Gao hurried off, presumably to gather the funds. If he could get the points together before those 10 tokens were sold, he wouldn't have to wait 5 days at all. Unfortunately, he had barely taken a few steps when 2 more people rushed up. One of them paid in full on the spot, buying all the remaining tokens, while the other put down 10 contribution points as a deposit. In less than an hour, everything at Qinyu's stall was completely sold out. Time to pack it up. Qinyu quickly left with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. By noon, Elder Wang Yingjun, the man in charge of the event, was slumped in his chair, his brow deeply furrowed. He had the look of a man questioning all his life choices. How could I be so unlucky? Of all the things to happen, this event has gone on for centuries without anyone ever selling tokens. And of course, it has to happen on my watch. I can't shake the feeling that someone is targeting me from the shadows. The others watched Elder Wang Yingjun in silence, not daring to speak. They, too, felt the elder was cursed. His luck was just that bad. The rules for previous events had always been more or less the same, and nothing had ever gone wrong. But this year, protests from the disciples on day 2, followed by phantom dream hounds inexplicably crashing the battlefield, and now, to top it all off, people were actually selling Xiantian tokens. It was just ugh. Who the hell is it? Of all the events to choose from, they just had to target this one. Let's all observe 2 minutes of silence for Elder Wang Yingjun. Wang Yingjun finally looked up at the others. Well, say something. Think of a solution. How are we going to handle this? Someone mumbled hesitantly. Elder, there is no solution. The rules only forbid snatching the tokens, not buying or selling them. The disciples are doing it by mutual consent. Our hands are tied. You think I need you to tell me that? Did you really think I hadn't realized? Wang Yingjun was seething. The constant stream of setbacks had him on the verge of exploding. He hadn't even dared to cultivate for the past few days. He had just failed a breakthrough attempt, and with this string of disasters on top of it, he was genuinely afraid he'd suffer a chi deviation the moment he tried to cultivate again. Actually, solving this isn't complicated at all. A clear, confident voice rang out. As everyone turned, they saw it was the same person who had offered the key insight last time. Wang Yingjuan's eyes lit up. He looked over, his face filled with hope. I knew I could count on you when it matters most, he exclaimed. Quick, tell us. What's your idea? The man said calmly. It's simple. Since the disciples are doing this of their own free will, we shouldn't interfere. The only problem we need to solve is the matter of the spiritual artifacts. At this rate, we'll probably need to prepare 10 of them just to be safe. Elder Wang Yingjun responded. I'm well aware of that. But the crucial question is, where are we going to get these spiritual artifacts? Our budget for the event is nowhere near enough. The funds allocated by the sect would cover 2 spiritual artifacts at most, which was far from enough. The man gave a faint smile. That's an easy problem to solve. Seeing the man's composed and confident smile, Elder Wang Yingjun felt as if he'd found his savior. Quick, tell me, what's the plan? You'll have to cover the budget shortfall out of your own pocket, Elder. What? How could you? Elder Wang Yingjuan's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. He had already spent his entire life savings trying to break through to the integration stage, and had even fallen deep into debt. For the past few months, every contribution point the sect had awarded him went straight to paying off that debt. He was so broke he'd even turned down friends who offered to treat him to a meal at the mess hall. He was pinching every last coin. So where on earth was he supposed to find the money to pay for spiritual artifacts out of his own pocket? Elder, are you all right? Quick, does anyone have a healing pill? I have one, but it's expensive. I was saving it for a life or death emergency. Don't worry about the cost. The elder's loaded. Just have him reimburse you when he wakes up. Who knows, if he's in a good mood, he might even throw in a little extra for you. At these words, Wang Yingjuan's eyes snapped open, and strength seemed to surge back into his body. The moment he was conscious, Wang Yingjun boomed. Quick, put that expensive pill of yours away. Elder, are you really all right? Should I go get someone to treat you? Wang Yingjun quickly waved him off, saying urgently, whatever you do, don't call anyone. I'm fine. It's just some old internal injuries from my attempt to break through to the integration stage. Nothing a little rest won't fix. Wait until you're trying to break through to the integration stage. Then you'll understand how I feel. At his words, a wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. Most of them would probably never even reach the nascent soul stage in their entire lives. So what right did they have to even think about the integration stage? Seeing their somber expressions, Wang Yingjun, on the contrary, felt a bit of relief. Supported by the others, Elder Wang Yingjun settled back into his chair. Now where were we? We were talking about you buying the spirit artifacts out of your own pocket. Elder, are you really all right? Quick, get the elixirs. I'm fine, really, I'm fine. Elder Wang Yingjun slowly circulated the spiritual energy in his body, struggling to compose himself. It's probably just all the turmoil from this event. It's made my aura a little unstable. I'll be fine after a sip of water and a moment's rest. Someone quickly handed the elder a cup of hot tea. Wang Yingjun took a deep breath and asked slowly, besides paying for the spirit artifacts myself, are there any other options? The crowd fell silent. Then, the man with the booming voice spoke up. Of course there is. Wang Yingjuan's spirits lifted instantly. If you had a solution, you should have said so sooner. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Spit it out. Elder, if you're nimble enough, you could just pop over to the armory and help yourself to a few. Wang Yingjun was speechless. If you want to get kicked out of the sect, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. Elder, I was just joking. I have a real idea this time. We'll just prepare 2 magic treasures and award them to whoever collects the most Xiantian tokens. Wang Yingjun asked, confused, but wouldn't that violate the rules of the event? So what if we break the rules? The worst they can do is yell at us for a few years. Big deal, we cancel the event. Or maybe your promotion to Inner Sect Elder gets delayed. It's no skin off my back anyway. Everyone was stunned into silence. Elder Wang Yingjun laughed. Now that's an interesting idea. So, which armory do you think I should hit first? Elder, this is out of the question. A senior brother's voice boomed as he excitedly pulled out a diagram. What do you mean, out of the question? He demanded. Elder, in my opinion, the Iron Gaze Sect's Hall of 100 Arms is our best target. This is a floor plan I drew of the hall. You go in here. The valuable weapons are all on the second floor. Don't take the stairs to get up there, they're guarded. You can just jump straight up. The moment you steal a weapon, the hall's alarms will go off. All the defensive arrays will activate automatically, sealing the thief inside. But given the level of those arrays, I doubt they'll be enough to hold you, Elder. No one would ever expect a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation stage to steal a few measly profound rank items. That's why you can just smash through their arrays with brute force. Then, you head out the back door and fly northwest on your sword. Once you reach Maple Leaf Square, fly east for another 3 minutes. That'll take you into the deep mountains. You'll be safe once you're hidden in there. I've marked the whole route clearly on the map. Don't worry, it's absolutely the best way to go. Oh right. The artifacts you steal will have the Hall of 100 Arms insignia on them. You'll have to get that removed before they can be given out as rewards. As it happens, I know a guy who specializes in that kind of work. I can introduce you to him when the time comes. One more thing. You should probably cover yourself completely when you go. There are 5 recording orbs inside the hall. I've marked their locations on the map. To be safe, I'd recommend smashing them the moment you walk in the door. Everyone stared at him, completely stunned. They were at a loss for words to describe how they felt in that moment. Elder Wang Yingjun asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Wang Shui." "An elder, there's no need for praise. I'm just doing my part." "Wang Shui, you say? You certainly seem to know the details. Which peak are you from?" "Spirit Rome Peak." The disciples of Phantom Peak focus on footwork. They're known for their nimble, ghost-like movements and exceptional speed. Elder Wang Yingjun nodded. "Ah, that adds up. You're fast on your feet, and you know the 100 Armaments Pavilion inside and out. I bet you've had your hand in the cookie jar a few times, haven't you?" "I haven't." "Hand over the loot. Give me half, and I won't turn you in." A silence fell over the crowd. Wang Shui quickly waved his hands and said, "Elder, all my life, my dream has actually been to be a master thief robbing the rich to help the poor, bringing justice to the people. But I really haven't made my move yet. With preparations this thorough, you expect me to believe you weren't going to act? Absolutely not. At my skill level, there's no way I could break through that defensive array. Besides, the array-breaking talismans are too expensive. I can't afford them. A true master thief never strikes until they are absolutely certain of success." Elder Wang Yingjun nodded. "After this meeting, head over to the disciplinary squad and get a file started. You can serve some jail time in advance. It'll save us the trouble of hunting you down later." "Elder, I'm trying to help you here. You can't just throw me under the bus. Just follow the steps I've laid out. It's foolproof, and it will solve your problem in a snap." Someone from the crowd interjected. Excuse me, I have a question. As far as I know, the defenses on the weapon shop run by our own sect are weaker. Wouldn't that be an easier target?" Wang Shui puffed out his chest and said, "I'm a master thief with principles. I would never, ever steal from my own people. Of course, there's also one other, minor reason." "What reason?" "If you steal from the sect itself, the disciplinary squad will actually come after you." The crowd was speechless. "All right, that's enough. Let's get back on topic." Elder Wang Yingjun said with an air of righteousness, "Wang Shui, even if the 100 Armaments Pavilion isn't owned by the sect, you still can't steal from it. The very thought is wrong. As for this blueprint of yours, I'm confiscating it right now. If you're so set on being a master thief, you'd be better off targeting those demonic cultivators who plague the mortal realm. Do your part for the peace of the world." "You have a point, Elder. It's a shame, though. After all my planning, the 100 Artifacts Pavilion still got away." Wang Yingjun fell silent for a moment. "All right, back on topic. What grade of spiritual artifacts should we prepare for the rewards? Let me see. How many contribution points should we borrow? No, spend?" Wang Shui said. "According to the records, the prizes have to be profound rank spiritual artifacts. With your resources, Elder, if we're going to do this, we should go all out. Make all the prizes high-grade profound rank. That way, the event will seem more prestigious, and it'll help offset the negative impact of these recent incidents." "High-grade profound rank." Cough, cough, cough. Someone quickly asked with concern, "Elder, are you all right?" Wang Yingjun said hastily, I'm fine. I just choked on some water." "But Elder, I don't think you were drinking anything just now." Wang Yingjun laughed awkwardly. I choked on my own saliva. Heh. Oh, and here I thought it was because you found the artifacts too expensive. Don't be ridiculous, Wang Shui said. The elder is a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Never mind profound rank treasures, even earth rank ones are well within his reach. Right, elder? Wang Yingjun forced a wry smile, looking rather awkward. I have the contribution points. It's not that I can't afford high-grade profound rank artifacts. I just don't see the need. These outer sect disciples haven't even reached the golden core stage. They can't bring out the full potential of such high-quality artifacts anyway. Wang Shui chimed in. Even if they can't use them to their full potential, we have to provide the best. It makes the organizing committee look generous and maintains our prestige. Easy for you to say, since it's not your money. Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth, his expression twisting. He suspected Wang Shui held a grudge against him, but he had no proof. That's enough. I'll make my own decision about what grade of artifacts to purchase. You are all dismissed. Yes, Elder. After everyone had left, Elder Wang Yingjun slumped in his chair, his eyes glazed over as he stared blankly into space. How could things have gotten so out of hand? Truth be told, when Wang Yingjun took on this gig, he had a little scheme of his own. No one had ever managed to collect all 10 tokens in this event, so the contribution points meant for purchasing spirit artifacts were always left over, to be split among the event staff. As the head organizer, Wang Yingjun naturally stood to get the biggest cut. It wasn't a fortune for an elder, but it was enough to help with his household expenses. Who knew that in just a few short days, things would take such a shocking turn? In the end, not only did he get no contribution points, he was the one who had to pay out of his own pocket. He tried for a little extra and ended up losing his shirt. Wait a minute. Something suddenly occurred to Wang Yingjun. I may be the head organizer for this event, but the responsibility doesn't fall on me alone. If we're short on contribution points, why am I the only one footing the bill? And how am I only just realizing this now? Damn it, Wang Shui totally sidetracked me. The more Wang Yingjun thought about it, the more something felt off. If there had been leftover points, everyone would have gotten a cut. When there's a shortfall, we should all chip in to cover it. I'd even be willing to pay a bigger share, at most. But there's no reason I should have to cover the whole thing myself. Wang Yingjun was about to call them back, but then he hesitated. I'm the youngest elder in the outer sect, after all. In the future, I could very well reach the integration stage and become an inner sect elder. It's not out of the question that I could even become a peak lord one day. If I call them back now, I'll either reveal how broke I am, or they'll think I'm cheap. Wang Yingjun could already imagine the gossip that would follow him in the future. Wang Yingjun might look all prim and proper now, but deep down, he's a real cheapskate. Oh, how so? Back then, Wang Yingjun was in charge of an event. There was some screw-up on his end, and the budget the sect gave him fell short. In the end, he had to cover the difference with his own contribution points. But it was just a minor event for the outer sect. It couldn't have been that much to cover, right? It wasn't, and he was already an outer sect elder at the time. For him, that amount of contribution points should have been chump change. But guess what? What? He ended up making all the staff members who helped with the event chip in their own contribution points. The man's an elder, yet he made his own disciples cough up the points to cover his mistake. A total miser wouldn't spare a single point himself. I can't believe he's like that. Sigh. Better to keep my distance from him from now on. A shiver went down Wang Yingjun's spine at the thought, and he shook his head desperately, trying to banish the image from his mind. He swallowed the words he had been about to say. Sigh. For the sake of my reputation, I guess I'll just have to cover these points myself. When you're covered in lice, you stop feeling the itch. When you're drowning in debt, you stop worrying. What's a little more? Elder Wang Yingjun took out the map he had confiscated from Wang Shui. A ball of fire materialized in his palm, and he incinerated the map, leaving only ashes. These crooked methods just won't do. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since the Shintian tokens can be bought and sold, why don't I just hire someone to acquire them? Besides, the spiritual weapon reward is at least Xian rank. Even if I spend 2,000 contribution points, it's a guaranteed profit. That way, I can at least recoup some of my losses. Wang Yingjun shot to his feet and rushed out the door. Although he was the event organizer and, by rule, couldn't participate himself, He had disciples, after all. As long as my disciples are the ones collecting the tokens, it's not against the rules. That night, Qin Yu acquired 7 more Xiantian tokens. By the 10th day of the event, he'd picked up another 5. On the 11th day, Qin Yu snagged another 6. By this point, the sect had issued a total of 77 Xiantian tokens. Of those 77, Qin Yu had taken 67, while all the other disciples combined had only managed to scrape together 10. Ever since Qin Yu had started trading the Xiantian tokens and given everyone the idea, numerous groups and individuals had popped up within the sect, all bidding high for the tokens. Thanks to Qin Yu's arrangements, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi had each found a token, so now large crowds gathered outside their cavern abodes every day, hoping to buy them. The offers kept climbing, each one higher and more frantic than the last. By now, the price for a single Xiantian token had been driven up from 100 to 200 contribution points, nearly matching the per-token price from when Qin Yu sold his batch of 10. And the price was still nowhere near its peak. Even though Qin Yu now had more than enough points to play with, he stayed out of the frenzy. It wasn't that he looked down on these stray tokens, he simply had a different plan in mind. Time to let the bullets fly a little longer. Soon enough, I'll show them all what it really means to be the Oriole hunting the mantis. Over the next 2 days, the 12th and 13th, Qin Yu acquired another 14 Xiantian tokens. His grand total had now reached 81. After subtracting the 20 he'd sold, he still had 61 on hand. Then came the 14th day of the event. This was the designated market day, and Qin Yu brought 30 tokens with him. He once again wrapped himself head to toe in black cloth and, with the disguised Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi in tow, headed for the usual spot. Before he could even set up his stall, a massive crowd had swarmed the area, packing it completely. The moment Qin Yu arrived, the crowd erupted into a clamor. "I'll take 10 tokens. 2,000 contribution points, right now. Hey, what about the rules? First come, first served. I was here first, so I'm buying first." The Xiantian sect was never short on shrewd people. The moment they smelled profit, many began to pool their money, ready to make a killing. Qin Yu called out, "Settle down, everyone. Are the 2 who pre-ordered 5 days ago here?" I'm here. Senior brother Gao quickly pushed his way to the front. The other person with a reservation also showed up on time and claimed their token. Seeing 2 of the 3 sets of tokens gone in a flash, those who had struggled to scrape the money together immediately began to panic. "Please, brother, sell one to me. I took out a loan from a loan shark for this. I'll be ruined if I don't get a token. Brother, don't sell it to him. I've got it worse." You can blame that idiot who started spreading that slogan. If you love her, give her 10 Xiantian tokens for the winter. Now my Dao companion won't stop pestering me for them, and she says she'll leave me if I don't deliver. Brother, you can't stand in the way of a marriage. It's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a good match. Qin Yu fell silent. "Everyone, calm down," Qin Yu said, trying to soothe the crowd. "I only have one last set, and there are at least 20 of you who want it. So I can't guarantee that every one of you will get a token." Hearing this, the already anxious crowd grew even more frantic. "I was here first, so I should get to buy it." Bullshit. It was still dark when I got here, and there wasn't a soul in sight. I was the first one here. Yeah, right. I've been camped out here since last night. Who could possibly have been here earlier than me? How about we fight for it? The last one standing gets the right to buy the Xiantian token. Fine by me. Let's see who's afraid of who. Seeing that a brawl was about to break out, Qin Yu quickly shouted, "Everyone stop. Just listen to me for a second." The crowd instantly fell silent. Qin Yu cleared his throat and said in a slightly raspy voice, "Before I sell the token, I'd like to give everyone a little lesson in common sense. An invisible hand is guiding the market. When supply exceeds demand, prices fall. When demand exceeds supply, prices naturally rise." The crowd looked on, completely bewildered. "Hold on, what are you getting at?" Qin Yu said, "It's simple. According to the laws of the market, the price of the Xiantian tokens is about to go up." Hearing this, their faces fell. "They're already 2,000 contribution points, and you're still raising the price. That's just pure greed. Raise it all you want. I'm not buying." The crowd was universally against the price hike. Qin Yu began to speak slowly. "Calm down, everyone. According to the cold, hard rules, the price should go up. But the boss of our organization is a great guy, handsome and considerate, and he truly understands how you all feel. So the boss specifically told me that while we're all fellow disciples, we're more like family. And since we're family, we can't be unreasonable. So today, the boss is going to give his family a special bonus. This last set of Xiantian tokens was originally 2,000, but now, not only are we not raising the price, we're dropping it. 100 off? Not enough. 500 off? Still not enough. 1,000 off? Not even close. Not for 1999, not for 1888, but for just 888. You can take all 10 tokens home today. Everyone was stunned. 10 Xiantian tokens could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, and now they were being sold for a fraction of that? Who wouldn't be shocked? Had the boss of that mysterious organization lost his mind, or had he had a sudden change of heart to be selling them at a loss? The place instantly erupted. Even many who had just been watching for fun began to push their way forward. Buying 10 Xiantian tokens for 888 contribution points, how was that any different from getting them for free? And on top of that, you'd also get a spirit tool. If they could get their hands on those 10 Xiantian tokens, couldn't they turn their fortunes around in an instant? Many resolved in their hearts that they had to get those 10 tokens, no matter the cost. Settle down, everyone, Qingyu shouted. The perks this time are insane, but unfortunately, there's only one last set of tokens left. If I were to just hand this set over to someone in the crowd, I know the rest of you wouldn't stand for it. So I racked my brain all night, and I've finally come up with a fair and impartial solution, one I guarantee everyone can get behind. Bring out the prop. Qingyu suddenly boomed. Li Zhengtong hurried out, carrying a massive box. Qingyu patted the box, explaining, "This box is filled with little balls of 2 colors, white and yellow. Draw a yellow ball, and you earn the right to purchase the token set. Everyone gets 1 free draw. If you want to try again, it'll cost you 10 contribution points. Bring 5 new people to sign up, and you'll get an extra free draw. Using any kind of spiritual energy to probe the box is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught will be immediately disqualified. Anyone who wants in, line up and get registered now." The crowd scrambled to form a long line, each person trying to get ahead of the others. Seeing these sheep so eager to be fleeced, a satisfied smile spread across Qinyu's face. Direct sales don't make you much. If you want to make the real money, lotteries are the way to go. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi could only stare, dumbfounded by Qinyu's whole scheme. They had watched with their own eyes as Qinyu poured a full 100,000 white balls into the box. For the people in line, the odds of winning today were practically zero. Hold on, don't start drawing yet. We'll begin all at once after everyone is registered. Those of you who've already registered can go grab your friends and family. For every 5 new people you bring back to sign up, you'll get another free draw. We only have 2,000 spots for this event, and once they're gone, they're gone. The scene instantly erupted into a frenzy. Those who had finished registering sprinted off to find friends, while those still waiting anxiously urged the people ahead of them to hurry. 2,000 people were scrambling to sign up, but in the end, only one of them could possibly win. Everyone knew full well the odds of winning were even slimmer than finding the Xiantian token. But the prize was just too outrageously tempting. Qinyu knew from his past life, no matter how slim the odds, as long as the prize was valuable enough, people would still scramble to take part. Everyone was banking on a stroke of luck, thinking they might just be that 1 in a million winner. Besides, with a free draw on offer, what was the harm in trying your luck? People started dragging their friends along, and soon, a crowd of 3,000 or 4,000 had gathered. The Xiantian token is a long shot anyway. Might as well try our luck here. After a full 2 hours, Qinyu finally finished registering the basic information for 2,000 people. All right, all the slots are filled. The rest of you can head on back for now. Those who hadn't registered cried out in dismay. Come on, let me sign up. I'm part of the family too. Yeah, didn't you say this was a perk for the family? We're family too. Qinyu cupped his hands. My apologies, everyone, but the spots for this event are limited. However, the organization will host more events like this in the future. I hope to see all of you just as eager to participate next time. I'll pay 10 contribution points. Can you just let me have 1 draw? Qinyu slowly shook his head. Rules are rules. I can't make an exception just for a small gain. Qin Yu slapped the side of the large box and announced to the crowd. Let me reiterate. Drawing a yellow ball grants you the right to purchase the Xiantian token. You must rely on luck alone. The use of spiritual energy or any other means of cheating is strictly forbidden. Those family members who couldn't register are welcome to supervise. If you catch someone cheating, you will take their place and receive 3 additional draws as a reward. The moment he finished speaking, the family members who hadn't registered turned their gazes on the people in line, their eyes like those of hungry wolves. All right, line up in the order you registered. Let the drawing begin. This is so unfair. Someone in the back of the line grumbled. What if the person at the front gets the yellow ball right away? Does that mean we all signed up for nothing? That's not how it works. Qin Yu explained. The white balls that are drawn aren't put back in the box. While the people at the front got the first shot, the odds of drawing the yellow ball actually increased for those further back in line. You could say each position had its pros and cons. After hearing the explanation, the people in the back began to gloat inwardly. So that's how it is. The yellow ball won't be snatched up that easily. My chances are actually better back here. Yeah, let those poor saps up front be the guinea pigs. Meanwhile, those at the front of the line were scoffing to themselves. What good are better odds? If I draw the yellow ball first, none of them will even get a turn. Let those poor fools in the back wait. First up is Wang Kaming. He invited 10 new members, so he gets 3 draws. Wang Kaming rubbed his hands together, his adrenaline surging with excitement. He'd never been one for raffles, but he was surprised to find himself enjoying the thrilling suspense of the moment. Here we go. His hands going in. He's got them. So many little balls. Which 3 should I pick? Wang Kaming considered his strategy carefully, his fingers gliding gently through the mass of tiny spheres. The yellow ball is the grand prize. They probably put it at the very bottom. I'll go for the ones at the bottom. Wang Kaming plunged his hand deep into the box, grabbed 3 of the small balls, and pulled his hand out. Phew, did he get it? All eyes were fixed on Wang Kaming's fist, everyone watching nervously as he began to open his palm. Wang Kaming took a deep breath and suddenly yelled, "Winner!" He opened his fist. 3 small, white balls lay quietly in his palm. To fit more balls into the box, Qin Yu had specifically bought the smallest kind he could find. Each one was barely larger than a pea. He didn't get it. Yes, we still have a chance. That whole commotion gave me a start. I really thought I was going to win. Ha! Turns out he was just a clown. Aside from the crestfallen Wang Kaming, everyone else at the scene was roaring with laughter. I just spent 10 contribution points. I want to draw again, Wang Kaming said with a straight face. I just have this feeling that the yellow ball is close. It's destiny. Qin Yu was silent for a long moment. People buying a lottery ticket for the first time always think they're going to hit the jackpot. The paid draws will begin only after everyone has had their turn. Anyone who wants to pay for a draw, please get to the back of the line. Someone from the back of the line yelled, "Hurry up! Don't waste everyone's time." Destiny? That yellow ball is destined for me, and none of you are going to take it. Wang Kaming huffed at the crowd. That yellow ball is fated to be mine, and so is the profound sky token. The only reason you all exist is to increase my odds. Everyone move. Watch me pull out that yellow ball right in front of your eyes. The next person stepped up to the wooden box and stuck his hand inside. Qin Yu reminded him. Hao, you invited 5 people, so you get 2 draws in total. I can feel it. The yellow ball is getting closer. Almost there. I've almost got it. Hao snickered, a sleazy grin spreading across his face. His hand rummaged around restlessly inside the box. Getting closer. I'm about to grab it. Hold on. He's cheating. Someone burst out from the crowd, grabbed Hao by the arm, and yanked his hand out of the box. What are you doing? You've got no right to accuse me. The man slipped a ring off his finger and shouted to the crowd. When worn, this ring can sense the movement of things around it. He was fiddling around just now, obviously trying to pull something with that ring. You'll all see for yourselves once you try on the ring. Hao snatched the ring back, demanding in a panic. The trick to my ring is so subtle. How could you possibly know it worked that way? The man let out a sly chuckle. As it happens, he said, I'm the one who made that ring of yours. I'm an artificer from the artifact pavilion. And the commission you posted? I was the one who took the job. I am so screwed. Hao put the ring back on and addressed the crowd. There are tens of thousands of white balls in that box. Forget about finding the right one by just feeling around. Even if I dumped them all on the floor and let you sift through them, you probably still couldn't pick it out. Stop standing in line like a bunch of fools. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He was about to speak when someone in the crowd shouted, "Well, well, well. Look who's calling the grapes sour because he can't reach them. Huh. What kind of truth can you expect from a petty cheater like him? Go on, be jealous." Naya, Naya, Naya. Hearing this, Qin Yu silently shut his mouth. Have the suckers evolved this much? To the point they can make up their own excuses and just power through the difficulties? My friend, since you're the one who caught the cheater, his spot is now yours. You'll also get 3 extra draws, bringing your total to 4. And one more new rule. No accessories of any kind may be worn while drawing a ball. No one objected. Everyone felt this was fairer and made perfect sense. The friend drew 4 white balls, but unfortunately, he didn't win. But he didn't give up. He planned to get back in line and wait for the paid attempts. He figured that after everyone with a free turn had gone through once, the odds of drawing a yellow ball would go way up. This must be fate. I thought I was too late, but destiny itself has given me another chance to be here. If this little yellow ball doesn't end up with me, who else could it possibly go to? Next, you get 1 shot to draw a ball. As it turned out, the person who stepped up was an acquaintance of Qin Yu's. It was none other than Comrade Xiao Lu, the guy who'd rather be a sneaky troll than the other man. Of course, there was no way Xiao Lu would recognize that this man with his 2 apes was the same old buddy he'd gotten into some deep shit with that one night. You could say their bond wasn't forged in fire, but in feces. Xiao Lu casually reached in and pulled out a ball. Too bad. Another white ball. If you want to pay for another shot, get to the back of the line. Xiao Lu shook his head in disappointment. Forget it, he said. I don't have that many contribution points to spare. Wise choice. Now, you can go over there and try to catch cheaters. If you catch one, you'll get 3 free draws. Xiao Lu gave up. Hearing this, Qin Yu was actually quite pleased. That's a friend of mine, all right. Smarter than the rest, just as I expected. He saw through this trap in a single glance. Then, Qin Yu heard Xiao Lu muttering to himself. Sigh, what a shame. If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted my contribution points. Otherwise, I could have gone all in on this and maybe hit the jackpot. Qin Yu was silent. Oh well, it's better he's out. I wouldn't feel right about ripping off a friend. All right, next one up. People in the back, hurry it up. We'll never finish today otherwise. The line moved quickly, but every single person drew a white ball. The truth was, Qin Yu had placed 100,000 white balls in the box. The odds of drawing a yellow ball were a mere 1 in 100,001. If it were really that easy to win, Qin Yu would have retired from the game long ago. Even though no one had won, the crowd wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, their anticipation only grew. About half the people there went right back to the end of the line, quietly calculating how many contribution points they should shell out. As the number of white balls in the box dwindled, the probability of drawing a yellow one would naturally increase. Higher probability meant higher hopes. And the higher their hopes, the more eager everyone became. The more fired up the crowd got, the more money poured into Qin Yu's pockets. It was a perfect, virtuous cycle. Well, at least for Qin Yu, it was pretty damn perfect. This was the first time these cultivator disciples had faced the overwhelming power of a 21st century business strategy. The promise of immense profit had clouded many of their minds. Faced with this situation, many had lost all ability to think critically, their eyes fixed only on how much they could win by drawing that one yellow ball. Today, Qin Yu had to teach the disciples of his own sect a lesson. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And if it looks like a free lunch is falling from the sky, it's probably aiming to crush you, not feed you. Qin Yu looked at the long, snaking line of people and shook his head gently. So naive, every last one of them. The day they leave the sect and step out into the real world, some con artist is going to scam them out of everything, right down to their underwear. Compared to those swindlers, I, Qin, am a saint. At the very least, I'm willing to let them keep their underwear. Ha 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 ha. The first round of the drawing ended quickly. Wang Kaming was back at the front of the line. Qin Yu asked warmly, "My friend, how many draws will it be for you?" "I'll take 3 draws for now." "All right, but just a reminder, if you don't win in these 3 tries, you'll have to go to the back of the line to try again. And another reminder for everyone, spend your contribution points wisely. There is only one yellow ball in the box. And even if you don't win, your contribution points will not be refunded. I get it. Just give me the 3 draws. Wang Kaming paid his 30 contribution points, blew a puff of immortal energy onto his hand for good luck, and plunged it into the dark opening of the box. With so many white balls gone, the odds have to be much better now. Ancestors, guide my hand. That yellow ball is destined to be mine. Here I go. Wang Kaming grabbed and pulled out 3 small balls at once. Come on, big money. Wang Kaming opened his hand. 3 small white balls lay quietly in his palm. Damn, no luck again. The people behind him were already getting impatient. Hurry it up. We're all waiting back here, one of them shouted. Yeah, my contribution points are burning a hole in my pocket. Wang Kaming clenched his fist around the white balls, then silently went to the back of the line. This must be fate testing my resolve. If I just try a few more times, I'm sure I'll get the yellow ball. I can't just give up like this. I've already spent 30 contribution points. It would be a total waste to quit now. The line slowly began to inch forward again. I'll take 5 draws. I'm going all in for 10. Sigh. I've only got 30 contribution points left. Guess I'll throw it all in. Qin Yu felt a pang of sadness as he watched the disappointed faces of those who had to give up, having run out of contribution points. It's all my fault. I'm just too weak. If only I were stronger, I could set up shop right here as a lender. Then I could help all these disappointed people, right? Watching the contribution points in Yu's hands skyrocket from dozens into the hundreds, the 2 gorillas behind him were completely dumbfounded. Is this the same guy who barely scraped together 10 contribution points a month? At this rate, even a stick-up would be slower. The wait was getting long, so Qin Yu simply found a chair and sat down, casually collecting everyone's contribution points. These contribution points, Qin Yu thought to himself, let's just call it your tuition. Running into me is your lucky day. You're getting an early lesson in how not to get scammed. You should be thanking your lucky stars. Besides, I'm not even scamming you. There really is a yellow ball in the box. Who can you blame if your luck is just that bad? Live and learn. Qin Yu figured that after this, those disciples probably wouldn't fall for a similar trick again anytime soon. It was unlikely they could scrape together any more contribution points anytime soon. The second round of the drawing quickly came to a close. The number of white balls in the box slowly dwindled, and the line of people shrank along with it. A total of 2,000 people had entered the drawing. After the first round, nearly 1,000 remained for the second paid round. Of those nearly 1,000, only about 300 got back in line for the third paid drawing. Of course, it wasn't that the other 700 had managed to control their urges. On the contrary, most of them had gone broke on the spot and simply couldn't afford to continue. Some tearfully admitted defeat, while others dashed off to borrow contribution points from friends. Qin Yu had placed 100,000 white balls in the box. Over 3,000 were drawn in the first round, and another 5,000 or so in the second. On average, each person had spent 50 contribution points. Most of those trying their luck were disciple servants, who didn't have many contribution points to begin with. Many went broke after just 1 or 2 tries. Seeing the line dwindle to about 300 people, Qin Yu started to regret setting the entry limit at 2,000. He had overestimated how deep these disciples' pockets were. Even the outer sect disciples didn't have much to their name. Qin Yu sighed. With so few people left, it's unlikely anyone will draw the yellow ball today. There were still nearly 90,000 white balls in the box. The chances of finding the winning one were still incredibly slim. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on site was starting to feel a little strange. As the saying goes, you can't see the forest for the trees. Those caught up in the lottery might not have noticed anything amiss, but the onlookers were beginning to have their doubts. They've pulled out so many white balls already, so how come it still looks like a huge pile? Just how many white balls are in that box, anyway? No idea. You think he really put 10,000 in there? I bet it's more. Maybe even 20,000. A 1 in 20,000 chance. That's ridiculous. Whoever came up with this must be a real scumbag. There can't be that many balls in there. I'm guessing it's more like 10,000. Still, 1 in 10,000 isn't exactly great odds. Damn it. I knew that mysterious organization couldn't have suddenly grown a conscience. All that talk about benefits for the family, it was all just a scam. I'm never falling for their bullshit again. The white balls in the box must be running out, which means the yellow one should be popping up soon. There's no telling who's going to end up with that final yellow ball. Even though this whole thing is a setup, whoever draws that ball is going to hit the jackpot instantly. Man, if only I could get in line right now. Haha, dream on. If you tried to jump in line now, all the people who've been waiting would absolutely lose their minds. Listening to the chatter all around, the 300 people in line were all fired up. The competition had entered its final stretch. The ultimate winner would come from one of them. Old Wong, how many contribution points you got left? A spectator asked a man in line. The man called Old Wong smiled. Enough for 3 more draws. If I don't get it by then, I'm calling it quits. 3 is too few. Tell you what, I'll give you another 30 contribution points so you can have 6 draws. If you win, we split the prize 50-50. If not, I'll just take the loss. What do you say? You're on. Deal. Qin Yu glanced over, musing to himself, pretty sophisticated. The cultivation world has even figured out how to pool investments? Perfect. And here I was, wondering how to get my hands on your contribution points. Since you're serving them up on a platter, it'd be rude of me to refuse. Ha ha ha. With that one person starting the trend, everyone else jumped on the bandwagon, following his lead. Old Zhao, you short on points? Want to partner up? Hey, you're Little Wong, right? Can I team up with you? And so, the next round began. Qin Yu first addressed the crowd. All right, folks, I've got another little bonus for you all. If no one has drawn the yellow ball by the end of the event, then these 10 Shintian tokens will go straight to the family member with the most entries. With a trick like that, Qin Yu could practically clean them out. At a glance, the whole scene looked like an auction. Except at an auction, you place your bids, and in the end, only the highest bidder has to pay. Here, the prize also went to the highest bidder, in a sense. The difference was you had to pay for every single bid, and whether you walked away with a token or not, there were no refunds. Then again, every bid here gave you a chance to win instantly. The odds were just low. Let the bidding war begin, family. Just how many white balls are in that box, anyway? Someone asked curiously. Qin Yu replied, beats me. The boss gave me the box, I'm just the one running the game. The implication was clear, don't shoot the messenger. When you've gambled away all your money, take it up with the boss, not me. All right, let's get started. Wang Kaming stepped before Qin Yu, his eyes filled with determination. I'm drawing 10 times. Wang Kaming declared. Qin Yu nonchalantly picked at his ear and chuckled. 10 draws it is. No need to shout. Anyone who didn't know better might think you were about to take on 10 men. Contribution points first. Pay up, then you draw. Wang Kaming plunged his hand into the wooden box. He stirred it 3 times clockwise, then 3 times counterclockwise, all while muttering something under his breath. The whole ritual was surprisingly elaborate. What's all that for, brother? An onlooker asked. It's a family technique for improving one's fortune. It's said to invoke the blessings of our ancestors. Watch closely. I'm about to pull out that yellow ball. Qin Yu scoffed, thinking to himself, if you actually pull it out this fast, then I'll. His thought trailed off as he saw Wang Kaming open his hand. 10 white balls rested quietly in his palm. Qin Yu relaxed, grumbling to himself, if you actually pull one that fast, I swear I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. No. Wang Kaming stared at the 10 little white balls, threw his hands wide, and fell to his knees, crying out to the heavens. No. So in the end, I'm still left with nothing. That iconic BGM started playing in Qin Yu's head. Shuehua piao piao bei feng xiao xiao. Qin Yu helped Wang Kaming up, patting him on the shoulder reassuringly. Hey, buddy, you're not left with nothing. After all these years as an outer disciple, you must have a few weapons and a good stash of elixirs saved up. That's a lot better than those handyman disciples who've only been here for 6 months. I get it. Wang Kaming's spirits instantly recovered. I'll go sell all my weapons and elixirs right now. Ha ha ha. That yellow ball is as good as mine. Hey, that's not what I meant. Oh crap. The kids completely lost it. Qin Yu watched Wang Kaming push through the crowd and quickly disappear, slowly swallowing the words he had been about to say. That's really not what I meant. I was just trying to tell him he's already way better off than most of the handyman disciples, so there was no need to be so heartbroken. Who knew he would take it that way? Sigh. Qin Yu let out a soft sigh. He recalled the misery of his own 30-loss streak and had to fight to keep the corners of his mouth from turning up into a smile. After Wang Kaming left, the crowd went back to drawing lots. People started going all in, making 8 or 10 draws at a time. But no matter how many times they drew, all they got were white balls. My God, just how many white balls did you put in there? Chinyu shook his head innocently. I honestly don't know. Chinyu wasn't lying. The 100,000 white balls was just an estimate who had the time to sit there and count them one by one. So, Chinyu really didn't know the exact number of balls inside. Damn, don't tell me there are really 20,000 of them in there. That's just scummy. Chinyu remained silent. I'm not sure exactly how many balls are in there, Chinyu said with a straight face. But I can tell you for sure, there's no way it's 20,000. Well, as long as it's not 20,000, that's a relief. See? I knew it. Your organization might not be the greatest, but I didn't think you'd be that crooked. Chinyu said nothing. But still, how come none of us can ever seem to draw it? Chinyu shrugged. Beats me. Did your boss forget to put the yellow ball in or something? Chinyu's voice was firm. Absolutely not. If there's no yellow ball in there, I'll personally twist the heads off those 2 gorillas behind me and let you kick them around for sport. Li Jingtong was left speechless. Xiaoji was stunned as well. Seeing the dead serious look on Chinyu's face, the crowd decided to trust him, at least for now. All right, let's keep the drawings going. I'll continue to log everyone's attempts. After that round of drawings, the line of 300 had dwindled to just 30 people. I'm losing my mind. Why is this damn yellow ball so impossible to get? I'm done. I'm done. I'm out of contribution points. This whole thing is a scam. I've blown 5 years' worth of savings on this. I'd have to be a complete moron to try again. Chinyu glanced at his ledger and said to the man, You're Li XX, right, my friend? You're currently in second place for the most attempts, only 3 behind the leader. Give me 4 more. Chinyu grinned. See? Knew you had some contribution points left. Go on, get back in line. If we weren't standing right in front of the enforcer's headquarters, I'd have already wiped the floor with you. The man finished speaking through gritted teeth, then obediently walked to the back to get in line again. All bark and no bite, huh? Your body is a lot more honest than your mouth. I just love your type, all proud and pouty. The next round was about to start. Just as someone reached out to draw a ball, Wang Kaming, who had left to scrounge up more funds, suddenly reappeared. Everybody make way. I'm drawing 23 times. The crowd instantly parted, clearing a path for Wang Kaming as if welcoming a returning hero. Chinyu stood up as well, paying his highest respects to this prize specimen. Are you sure you want to do this? If you don't get it, you could lose everything. You need to think this through. Chinyu only wanted to charge a little tuition and teach everyone a lesson in the process. He certainly didn't intend to bankrupt the man. Wang Kaming's eyes were resolute. I've made up my mind, he said. Are you certain? Chinyu asked gravely. The number of white balls in this box is unknown. There might only be 1 left, or there could be tens of thousands. It's not too late to back out. I made up my mind a long time ago. Wang Kaming transferred 230 contribution points to Chinyu's card. Very well. I respect your decision. Wang Kaming plunged his hand into the wooden box and immediately pulled out 3 small balls. Seeing they were all white, Wang Kaming expressionlessly tossed them aside and plunged his hand back into the box. I'll get the odd ones out of the way first, then go all in on the rest. Wang Kaming grabbed a handful of 20 balls, and every eye in the crowd was fixed on his fist. Drawing 20 at once was a big play, a rare sight in all the rounds so far. He didn't open his hand right away. Instead, he raised his fist above his head, muttering something under his breath. Chinyu thought he was about to perform some ancestral secret art to boost his luck. But when he listened closely, he didn't know whether to be angry or amused. I'll trade my best friend never finding a soulmate in his entire life for a yellow ball. I'll trade my best friend never breaking through to the golden core stage for a yellow ball. I'll trade. Chinyu. It's over. The kid's completely lost it. Having finished his incantations, Wang Kaming threw his hands open. Amidst a sea of white balls, a single, shit yellow one stood out like a sore thumb. Wang Kaming froze for a moment, then erupted in an ecstatic roar. I won. I won. Ha ha ha. I hit the jackpot this time. Wang Kaming had spent over 400 contribution points on the draws, and with the upcoming payment of 888, the total cost was just over 1,300. It was an absolute steal. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers were a mixed bag. Some were envious, some were jealous, some were indignant. Others looked so grief-stricken they seemed ready to roll on the ground in despair. Qin Yu was taken aback. The odds were that low, and you actually hit it? He thought, seeing the dozens of people still waiting eagerly in line behind him. Qin Yu felt a sharp sting of regret. That's a loss of at least several thousand contribution points right there. A man rushed out from the crowd, threw an arm around Wang Kaming, and laughed. Old Wang, your luck is off the charts. Wang Kaming grinned smugly. You know it. Qin Yu turned to the man and asked, and who are you? The man thumped his chest. I'm Old Wang's best buddy. Qin Yu was speechless. Qin Yu roared. So you're the one who screwed me out of thousands of contribution points. Wang Kaming first borrowed 888 contribution points to pay the final balance, and Qin Yu handed the 10 Profound Sky tokens over to him. Afterward, Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaozhi packed up their stall and headed home. After making sure no one was following them, Qin Yu returned to his cavern estate to check his accounts and see exactly how many contribution points he had earned. He channeled his spiritual energy into his identity token, and a long string of numbers immediately appeared on its surface. 103. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi stared like a pair of apes, their eyes wide and jaws slack. Dumbfounded, they asked, What's that number, brother you? 100,000. It's not as much as I was hoping for, but it'll do. It's a shame this event was a one-time deal. I thought I could rake in several 100,000, but I didn't expect these outer sect disciples to be so broke. Plus, that yellow ball got picked way too soon. Li Zhengtong asked cluelessly, Yu, why is this event a one-time thing? If we manage to get another 10 tokens, couldn't we just do it again? Get real, Yu shot back. Look at how many people got wiped out today. Who in their right mind would ever come back for more? You think everyone else is as dumb as you are? Yu retorted. Li Zhengtong fell silent. Xiaozhi, Yu pressed. Go find out who's buying up the Xintian tokens right now. It's time to move on to the next phase of our plan. Xiaozhi spoke up slowly. Yu, I've already looked into it. Right now, there are two main parties buying up all the Xintian tokens, a guild and a single individual. The guild is the same one that was involved in that big fire a few days ago. They found 3 tokens on their own and bought another 2 at a premium, bringing their total to 5. The other buyer is an inner disciple named Zhao Liming. Qin Yu was surprised. An inner disciple? The event was technically open to all disciples of the Xintian sect, but the inner disciples were usually too preoccupied. Besides, a prize of a few hundred contribution points was beneath their notice, so they rarely ever took part. He's an inner disciple, all right, Xiaozhi confirmed. Rumor has it he's already at the late golden core stage of cultivation. And I picked up another little tidbit from the grapevine. Xiaozhi lowered his voice. Word is, Zhao Liming's master is the personal disciple of none other than Elder Wang Yingjun, the man running this entire event. Oh, Qin Yu exclaimed. Is that true? Xiaozhi shook his head. Hard to say for sure. It's just a rumor floating around the sect, after all. So how many tokens does Zhao Liming have? Qin Yu followed up. 5, just like them, Xiaozhi replied. This Zhao Liming is making some aggressive offers. Yesterday, his price was already up to 200 contribution points per token. It's likely he'll go even higher today. I also heard he's planning to meet with that guild today to negotiate. He's trying to buy their tokens off them at a premium. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded to himself. 200 contribution points per token, that's definitely not cheap. The reason Qin Yu was selling 10 tokens for 2,000 was because a complete set of 10 could be traded in for an additional spirit artifact. Zhao Liming was bidding high, but if he couldn't gather all 10, he'd take a huge loss. Looks like the spirit artifact for this reward is pretty high quality. At 200 contribution points a pop, it's definitely a worthwhile trade. Having made up his mind, Qin Yu tossed the 10 profound heaven tokens to the 2 of them. Here's your payment. Thanks for your hard work these last couple of days. The 2 of them froze. Brother Yu, is this really for us? But this is worth 2,000 contribution points. Qin Yu scoffed. You think I care about a measly 2,000 contribution points? Brother Yu, Godfather. Please, take it back. I'll kowtow to you. Go on, get out of here. Go change back to your human forms, and stop wasting my time. After sending the 2 off, Qin Yu shouted to the empty courtyard. All right, you can all come out now. I can smell the stinky tofu on you from a mile away. Woof, woof, woof. 7 phantasmal dream hounds leaped out of thin air. Everyone had been lured by Qin Yu's little incentive today, so almost no one else was out looking for tokens. The hounds had quickly gathered up all the remaining tokens. Qin Yu said enthusiastically, "You guys were amazing. It's a 7-way tie for first place today, so everyone gets a double portion of stinky tofu." A woo-woo. The 7 phantasmal dream hounds howled in excitement. After sending the hounds off, Qin Yu once again wrapped himself in his black cloak and headed for the guild's daily meeting spot. By the time he arrived, the guild members had already assembled. Vice Guild Master Gao was standing at the front, addressing the crowd. "We managed to buy 10 tokens today," he was saying. "We're definitely going to make a huge profit this time. However, we're now at 15 tokens total. We still need to scrape together another 5. Does anyone have any bright ideas?" Someone muttered. "The word is Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo each have a token. That bastard Zhao Liming snatched up all the rest. Damn that Zhao Liming. He's openly jacking up the prices and has thrown the whole market into chaos. If it weren't for him stirring up trouble, we would have had all 10 tokens by now." Vice Chief Gao motioned for silence. "First things first," he said. "Let's figure out how to get our hands on the Xiantian tokens that Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo are holding." "Not a chance," someone complained. "Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo are practically hermits. On the rare occasion they do come out, they won't even give anyone the time of day before turning on their heel and leaving. The way they act, you'd think they don't even have the tokens. Isn't that weird? Why don't we go ask the chief? He knows Li Zhengtong and Ji Duo well, right?" "Yeah, I bet the chief could sort this out." Vice Chief Gao snapped. "Can't you think for yourselves? It's chief this, chief that all day long. Are we completely useless without him?" Someone muttered under their breath. "With the chief away, we haven't even shouted our chants in ages. It feels like the guild has lost its spirit. If it's a chant you want, then let's chant." Senior Brother Gao bellowed, "Strive, strive, strive." The crowd fell silent. That chant was completely lifeless. It was like chanting just for the sake of it. There was no heart in it. We might as well not have bothered. Agreed. Man, I miss it when the chief led the chants. +1. You're an impossible bunch to please, Vice Chief Gao said. The chief is in seclusion right now, so don't disturb him. We need to handle this ourselves. If we can't collect all 10 tokens, we'll take a huge loss on the ones we've already bought at a premium. Hey, junior brothers, why don't you sell the tokens you have to me? I guarantee a fair price. A dapper man approached slowly, a smile on his face. The moment the crowd saw him, their expressions soured. Zhao Liming, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than their greatest rival, Zhao Liming. I'm here to help my junior brothers, of course, Zhao Liming said with a grin. Since you can't seem to gather all 10 tokens, why not sell the ones you have to me? 200 apiece. That way, you won't just break even, you'll actually turn a profit. What do you say? I'm making this offer in good faith. It's a win-win for all of us. Vice Chief Gao shot back. How about we offer 200 apiece for the tokens you're holding, Senior Brother Zhao? We're being just as sincere. That would be good for everyone, too. Zhao Liming adopted an apologetic tone. I'm afraid I must decline. I've accepted a mission that requires me to collect these tokens. I hope my junior brothers can understand. Someone in the crowd shouted, Dream on, Zhao Liming. We'll never sell our tokens to you. We might take a loss, but you'll lose even more. Zhao Liming remained perfectly calm. These few contribution points are nothing to me. But for all of you, it must be a considerable sum, right? I have no deep-seated grudge against any of you. Why make things difficult for one another over a few contribution points? Here in the Sky Profound Sect, I'm the only one willing to buy your tokens. Do you really have any other options? A raspy voice cut in. Who says they don't have another option? All eyes turned toward the voice, their pupils shrinking in shock. Are you from that mysterious organization? Qin Yu, cloaked in a black robe, slowly stepped forward. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you can sell your Sky Profound tokens to me. Zhao Liming strode up to Qin Yu, his expression displeased. Friend, he demanded, have you no concept of first come, first served? Qin Yu chuckled. In business, a seller is free to sell to whomever they wish, aren't they? If they're not going to sell to you, why even bother them? Zhao Liming scoffed. Sell to you? Get real. I heard the whole reason they formed this guild was to go against you. Qin Yu crossed his arms and looked at Senior Gao. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. So, Guildmaster Gao, who are you going to sell the token to? Both Zhao Liming's and Qin Yu's eyes fell on Senior Gao. Senior Gao immediately felt the pressure mount, as if a mountain were bearing down on him. There was no love lost between the mysterious organization and Zhao Liming's guild. In fact, they had formed their guild for the express purpose of opposing that mysterious organization. In a sense, the mysterious organization had become their designated adversary. They strongly disapproved of the mysterious organization's method of using dream hounds to collect the Xiantian tokens. They considered it an unfair, underhanded tactic. If the mysterious organization was an enemy in the shadows, then Zhao Liming was their rival in plain sight. And as is often the case, those in the same trade were natural rivals. The people they sent to buy tokens often ran up against Zhao Liming as a competitor. After a bidding war, they would be forced to back down, much to their resentment. As a result, everyone in the guild harbored some resentment toward Zhao Liming. So what if he's rich? So when both parties showed up at the same time, vying for their Xiantian token, Senior Gao found himself in a real bind. Just then, someone spoke up. There's something I need to say. Senior Gao quickly turned to look. Since I can't make up my mind, this is a good chance to hear what everyone else thinks. Go on, Senior Gao urged. The man looked at Qin Yu and said seriously, a correction. This is our vice guild master, not our guild master. Senior Gao fell silent, his expression faltering for a moment. Qin Yu was also at a loss for words. Qin Yu proposed, since you're hesitant and he's the vice guild master, why don't you just go ask your guild master for his decision? Zhao Liming nodded in agreement. He's right. You should ask your guild master. All right. Senior Brother Gao nodded. I'll go ask the gang leader. Tomorrow's the last day of the event. Time and place are the same. Why don't you two come back tomorrow to discuss this further? See you then. Qin Yu pulled his black robe tighter, turned, and left. He flew back to his cave dwelling, entered the wooden hut, and hastily took off the black robe, stashing it away. He had barely taken a sip of water when Senior Brother Gao's voice called from outside. Gang leader, are you in? Qin Yu rumpled his clothes, making himself look as if he'd just emerged from seclusion. After a moment, Qin Yu slowly pushed open the wooden door, deactivated the protective formation, and invited Senior Brother Gao in. Vice Leader Gao, Qin Yu asked, his expression puzzled. Is something the matter? As a matter of fact, there is. I've come to ask for your judgment on a matter. All right, let's hear it. Senior Brother Gao laid out everything that had happened over the past few days, explaining in detail the problems they'd run into. When he finished, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In truth, neither the mysterious organization nor Zhao Liming is in the wrong. The mysterious organization is using the Dream Phantom hounds to collect tokens, and the sect hasn't stepped in. That means their methods don't violate any rules. Besides, the Dream Phantom hounds are the sect's divine guardian beasts, a shared resource anyone can use. The fact that they figured out how to use them just speaks to their own abilities. If we can't do the same, it only proves we're not as capable. Senior Brother Gao wanted to object, but he couldn't find the words. He could only nod in agreement. Still, he felt a nagging sense of familiarity with those words, as if he'd heard them somewhere before. Senior Brother Gao racked his brain, and then something clicked. Gang leader, what you just said sounds an awful lot like that black-robed person from a few days ago. The one selling tokens to that mysterious organization. Could it be? Senior Brother Gao's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed suspiciously on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face stiffened. A cold sweat broke out on his back as his mind descended into panic. Crap, I got careless. Don't tell me. Were you there too, guild leader, when the tokens were being sold? Qin Yu remained silent. All right, I was there too. Seeing the I knew it look on Senior Brother Gao's face, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was out clearing my head and just happened to stumble upon the whole thing. I thought what the black-robed figure said made some sense. Senior Brother Gao asked, so, does that mean you also knew our guild was pooling its funds to buy 10 tokens? Qin Yu nodded. I knew about that. You made the right call. Getting 10 Xiantian tokens for 2,000 contribution points. Hell, even at 2,500, it would have been a total bargain. If an opportunity like that comes up again, we have to jump on it without a second thought. Senior brother Gao was overjoyed to have Qin Yu's approval. Qin Yu added, and as for Zhao Liming, he competed with us fair and square. He didn't pull any tricks, so he wasn't in the wrong either. Senior brother Gao nodded. Then, guild leader, who should we sell the 5 tokens we have to? Qin Yu answered bluntly. The mysterious organization, of course. Do you even have to ask? Huh. Why? Senior brother Gao was completely baffled by the answer. He thought to himself, didn't he just say neither side was wrong? So why is he siding with the mysterious organization now? In truth, senior brother Gao was more inclined to do business with Zhao Liming. He just had a feeling that organization was up to no good. Their leader had yet to show their face, and the people they sent out were always cloaked in black robes, looking like they couldn't stand the light of day. Qin Yu explained to senior brother Gao, there are 2 main reasons I'm telling you to make the deal with the mysterious organization. First, we owe them. Senior brother Gao froze, his face a mask of confusion. We owe them? What could we have possibly done to be in their debt? We owe them? Senior brother Gao asked, completely lost, feeling like he couldn't follow Qin Yu's train of thought at all. Qin Yu asked, have you forgotten why we started this guild in the first place? We suspected that mysterious organization was using foul play to get their hands on the Xiantian tokens. But that's not what happened, was it? Turns out, those guys were completely above board. They played by the rules. We got them wrong. Don't you feel the least bit guilty? Shouldn't we apologize to that mysterious organization? Bewildered, senior brother Gao nodded. Yeah, I suppose that's how it was. So I think, as a gesture of apology, we should take the initiative and knock 20 points off the price. We'll sell them the Xiantian tokens for 180 contribution points each. What do you say? Senior brother Gao stammered. I what? He was completely baffled. Aren't our Xiantian tokens in high demand? Doesn't everyone want one? Shouldn't we be jacking up the price while they're hot? Why on earth would we lower it? Senior brother Gao just couldn't wrap his head around it. Qin Yu said with a grin. I'll take your silence as a yes. Vice Master Gao, I knew you'd get it. The short-sighted and ignorant won't understand my real intentions. Only someone as astute as you, and I can see the real game here. Senior brother Gao's eyes instantly hardened with resolve. I see what you mean, Master. You're absolutely right. You mentioned 2 reasons. What's the other one? Qin Yu cleared his throat and said with a meaningful tone, the other reason is, we can't afford to mess with that mysterious organization. Not only can we not offend them, we need to do everything we can to get on their good side. We really can't mess with them? Senior brother Gao bristled. Even if they're the Sect Master's personal disciples, they'd be breaking Sect rules if they laid a hand on me. They'd be severely punished. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Yu clapped him on the shoulder. You're so naive, Vice Master Gao. If they decided to deal with you, you wouldn't even see it coming. Senior brother Gao jutted out his chin defiantly. Gang leader, I don't buy it. What are they going to do to me? All right then, let me paint you a little picture. Qin Yu circled senior brother Gao with his hands clasped behind his back. The mysterious organization can deploy phantasm hounds. If they wanted to come after you, they'd have a phantasm hound do its business right on your doorstep, and then use an illusion to conceal the droppings. Senior brother Gao retorted dismissively. So I step in a little dog crap? I'm not afraid of that. Qin Yu hadn't expected such bravado. His voice grew serious. The phantasm hound would sneak into your abode, find the pills you use for alchemy, and chew them all up. Then, it would replace them with little rolled-up balls of its own poop. Next, it would hide in a corner of your cabin and hit you with an illusion the moment you returned. So when you took out your pills, you wouldn't notice a thing was wrong. Completely oblivious, you'd pop a pill into your mouth, and only after you've swallowed would you realize the taste is a little strange. Enough. Don't say another word. Senior brother Gao shot to his feet, his expression suddenly grim. Gang leader, I've had it with that guy Zhao Liming for a long time now. An inner sect disciple, muscling in on us outer sect guy's business. The nerve of him is just unbelievable. If he dares to horn in on our profits, we have to make him lose every last coin he has. So let's just sell the token to that mysterious organization. Qin Yu. And here I thought you were going to say, so what if I eat a little crap? I'm not afraid. Gang leader, make no mistake, I'm not afraid of the mysterious organization. I just can't stand that guy Zhao Liming. Gang leader, I mean it. Qingyu. Oh, right, of course. You know, I was thinking, if we drop the price by another 20 contribution points, we might really get on their good side. Gang leader, you're a genius. Senior brother Gao gripped Qin Yu's hands, his face shining with the excitement of a lost soul who had just been enlightened by a master. Another 20 contribution points off? I still think that's too little. We're buying these profound heaven tokens for an average of 130. Selling them to that mysterious organization for 150 would already be a huge profit. There's no need to sell them for so much. Impressive, Qin Yu thought. The younger generation is truly a force to be reckoned with. The event entered its 15th day. Before noon even arrived, all 7 profound heaven tokens were in his hands. There was never any doubt. And with that, the search for the profound heaven token event officially came to a close. A total of 105 profound heaven tokens were released during the event, and Qin Yu had claimed 95 of them. Qin Yu had sold 50, given 20 to Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, and now had 25 tokens remaining. When the appointed time came that afternoon, Qin Yu donned a black cloak and made his way to the guild's meeting spot. Before long, Zhao Liming arrived as well. Zhao Liming asked with a smile, I have to admit, I'm curious. Who's really behind your organization? An inner sect disciple? Or perhaps a sect elder? A mysterious smile played on Qin Yu's lips. You're not yet qualified to know, he said. But I can let you in on an insignificant little detail. I'm not interested in insignificant details, Zhao Liming retorted. Don't waste your breath. Qin Yu paused. Well, since you asked so nicely, I suppose I have to tell you. Our leader can command a power great enough to slay a tribulation transcendent. Zhao Liming's brow furrowed. That's not a funny joke. Qin Yu pointed to the heavens. If I'm lying, may lightning strike me where I stand. Zhao Liming glanced up. The sky was clear, without a single thundercloud in sight. Could he be telling the truth? Zhao Liming's expression immediately turned grave. A power capable of killing a tribulation transcendent. Could it be the sect master? Or the Grand Elder? Impossible. Neither the sect master nor the Grand Elder would have any reason to form an organization like this. Wait, it's true, it makes no sense for the sect master to create a new organization. But the Grand Elder, what if it's him? An image of the Great Elder instantly surfaced in Zhao Liming's mind. Still youthful in appearance, he sat cloaked in a black robe upon the throne that symbolized the supreme authority of the Xiantian sect, looking down on everyone. Could the Great Elder be plotting a coup? The thought startled Zhao Liming, yet the more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. The Great Elder was amassing power in secret, aiming to seize control of the sect and grasp its true authority for himself. And now, he had already begun sending his people to make a move on the outer sect. As the peak lord of the law enforcement peak, he controlled the sect's law enforcement authority. If that mysterious organization truly had his backing, they could be as brazen as they wanted, and no one would dare to intervene. That's it. Zhao Liming's breath quickened as if he'd found the smoking gun. That man in the black robe. He was selling Xiantian tokens not in some bustling market, but right at the entrance of the law enforcement squad, of all places. Doesn't that just go to show the law enforcement squad is covering for them? Their ability to mobilize the Dream Hounds must have something to do with the Sixth Elder, the peak lord of the beast-taming peak, throwing in his lot with the Great Elder. Come to think of it, I heard that 6 months ago, the Third and Ninth Elders met with the Sixth Elder in a secluded part of the outer sect. Afterward, all of the beast-taming peak's outer sect disciples were confined for half a year. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that I do, what on earth could they have done to warrant a collective 6-month confinement? It must have been a cover-up, a conspiracy between the 6th, 3rd, and 9th Elders to divert everyone's attention. Besides, if even the sect master doesn't know about this affair, it can only mean one thing. The 3rd and 9th Elders have already turned traitor. Add to that the 5th and 12th Elders, who have always been close with the Great Elder, they're probably part of his faction as well. This is bad. By this count, the Great Elder's faction controlled at least half of the 12 Elders. The Dream Hounds had gone over to his side as well. The sect master was likely in grave danger. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhao Liming shot a nervous glance at Qin Yu. Of course, as a translator specializing in Chinese novels and American English, I understand the importance of capturing the right tone and voice for the character's internal monologue. Here are a few options, each with a slightly different nuance, to best fit your novel's context. Option 1 Standard Direct. This version is clear, direct, and suitable for most narrative styles. Why on earth would he tell me all this? Have they recognized my talent? Are they trying to win me over? I never knew I was this important. Option 2 More Incredulous Personal. This version uses more common, informal American phrasing, emphasizing the character's disbelief and internal thought process. What's his real reason for telling me any of this? Don't tell me they've actually seen my potential. Is this their way of trying to recruit me? Am I really that big of a deal? Option 3 Dramatic Suspicious. This version heightens the sense of suspicion and the gravity of the situation, fitting for a thriller or fantasy context. Why would he confide all this in me? Could it be that they've acknowledged my gift? Is this an attempt to get me on their side? To think I could be so valuable to them?